Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Soon to have the entire morning crew back together again. I'm Sean Sharif alongside partner of 13 years, Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby will be in 30 minutes. What up?
Hey, I'm down. I'm in a tough spot.
You are?
Oh yeah, I'm in a tough spot. That game yesterday, I'm in a tough spot.
What?
We lost. I was so invested.
Oh, the Vols.
Oh yeah, man. I'm in a bad way.
You said you were
I couldn't even enjoy Easter dinner.
Said you were tearing up.
Yeah, I was tearing up last night. I was getting close. I was tearing up when we went up 11. I was like, oh baby, what's gonna happen? We're gonna go to the Final Four. Never been to the Final Four before. I don't even know what it's like. I've been a couple times, but they haven't.
Yeah.
And then we got towards the end. I was like, it's not going to happen. And I'm like, I couldn't even praise Jesus last night on his birthday. Or not his birthday. That's December. Whatever, the day he died. I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
He rose again.
The day he rose, or the third day. Yeah. I don't even know what it is anymore. I'm in a bad spot. And, I had a bad poop today. Nothing's going right for me right now. Nothing.
So when did it start hitting you? I texted, you didn't text back.
Oh, I had the phone.
That's when I
probably 200 unread messages by the time the game was over. I was just, phone.
You went phone isolation.
Complete phone isolation. I blame Sarah. She got up to do her makeup before we had to go to my mom's. And once that happened, they went on a little bit of a run.
Yeah.
I blame her. So that's the solace I could take. It's her fault.
Just call her Edey from now on.
Yeah,
like whenever she's doing her makeup, be like, you look like Zach Edey.
You look like Zach Edey.
Yeah.
You look like Zach Edey.
That should go over well.
Yeah, it should. It should. She hates him. She can't stand him either.
I guess we start there with RJ's Vols not making it to the Final Four.
He's going to dribble it out. It's going to happen. And it's time to boil her up and put the hammer down to Glendale, Arizona. For the first time in 44 years, the Final Four includes Purdue. 72-66, the final.
First time since 1980, Zach Edey, the player of the year, 30 and 16 in this tournament. And I don't know how many free throws.
A lot of free throws. A lot of free throws. I think we were called for 25 fouls, at least a dozen on him.
33 attempts for Purdue, 11 for you guys.
That happens, right? He can't officiate, that guy. That's the problem. It's not basketball. It's not basketball. He's terrible. He's not a basketball player. He's just tall. He's just tall. He's wide. And he got called for a shooting foul. He had the ball wrapped up in his arms, like you would wrap it up when you get a rebound. You wrap it up. He wrapped it up and jumped, and they called him for a shooting foul. That's not basketball. I'm sorry. That's not basketball. I'm not bitter or anything. I am bitter. I hate their fans. I hate every single one of them. They all look the same. They all look alike.
I didn't know there was a Purdue fan stereotype.
There's not, but there is now.
Okay.
All right. I understand why Indiana hates him so much. I understand why Notre Dame hates him so much.
You had some bad things to say about Gene Katie.
Gene Katie, don't like him. He's chewing on his dentures in the stands there, just looking all weird. I don't like his hat.
So Purdue's the new Sister Jean for you.
Yeah, Sister Jean, you know what? You're off the hook. I like you now, okay?
You can go to heaven now.
Go to heaven. I'm happy for you. Okay, I like the salvation that you had when you picked St. Peter's. All right, Gene Katie, you're the guy.
40 and 16 for the big man. Took a shot at your head coach and the former Longhorn, Rick Barnes, afterwards, and also dropping some expletives.
Unbelievable performance by this team, but by you specifically. What was your mentality in this game?
They thought they knew us, man. They thought they knew what we had in our hearts. I promise you they didn't. We're winners. That's what we do.
Woo! There we go. Also, all you schools who did not recruit me, Rick Barnes, you are one of them. This is for you. So Zach Edey bringing it strong with the post-game comments. Went right at Rick.
You went right at Rick? You went right at Rick. Rick just didn't want a 7'4" guy, I guess. It makes total sense. I don't know why you would.
He's got some post moves.
He does.
You know,
he does.
He's not just catching it and dropping it in. I know you were talking about second-round prospect for the big fella.
He had one offer. He had one offer was Purdue. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you think 7-4, like with some moves, would get a little bit more attention.
Yeah.
So what about the tiers?
I was sad, like, because this is like the end of the run. Like we had, shoot, dude. There's like 5 guys on that team that are probably that are seniors, so a very old team. And I thought we had a legit chance. Like I know getting to UConn, that was gonna be a tough go, but obviously could have gotten past Duke in the next round. Could have gotten past NC State. Better than both those teams. We weren't better than Purdue. Purdue was just they had Zach Edey. Like that was the difference.
Then
we got a guy. We had a guy. We never had a guy before.
Oh, that guy's a baller.
Yeah, Dalton Cadet. Yeah, we never had a player like him, and he kind of levels everything.
Then the other game that took place yesterday, the official sweethearts of the tournament.
The buzzer is no good, and North Carolina State's magical March run continues. For the first time since 1983, North Carolina State is going to the Final Four. NC State beats Duke 76-64, and the Wolfpack back to college basketball's promised land.
Westwood won with the call, and they handled the Blue Devils. Nothing fluky about this.
No, nothing. And I couldn't even fully enjoy this game, to be honest with you, just because it was right after mine. But you got to do the job. And it was NC State. They were about to fire their coach. 3 weeks ago, their coach was going to be fired. They went on a run, and they have won, I think, now 9 games in 22 days. And they have been nothing short of miraculous.
DJ Burns is now the face of their squad. The lovable big man, Zach Randolph, some people are calling him.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit chubbier. 29 points for the big fella. He's just grabbing rebounds without jumping.
He is. I don't know. I don't know what his pro prospects are, but if he even has any.
Yeah.
But for college, he's the fun guy. He's the fun guy to watch right now, and I think he's the guy that everybody would root for. That big, great smile, like his demeanor is just fun. It's like every man.
Any feel, before we get Bobby in here with the official scoring pay on the brackets, as we've been keeping track, the morning show bet payoff and where everyone stands?
Well, I think Bobby's lost.
You think it's over?
I think it's done. He texted Friday night. He said, I lost. And he was the first one to admit it. I was like, are you sure? Because I had Houston win the whole thing, so I knew the points. If UConn won it all, he would get more points for it. But he said no. Mathematically, he's eliminated.
He went 1-7 in the Sweet 16. 1-7. Like, got all the teams there and then got wiped out. What's your scoring show?
I was doing pretty well going in the Elite Eight. I think I'm okay. I'm definitely clear of Bobby.
The Tennessee Creighton game screwed Bobby big time.
It screwed Bobby big time. Screwed you. Houston game screwed you too.
Yeah, that hurt.
You lost them both. So I think you have.
I'm sitting pretty. I'm out of trouble.
I think you're first. You might be first. You have to be.
Yeah,
right?
You were probably first. I think. But you're definitely out of trouble. We're all out of trouble. Bobby, we got to figure out what the punishment is.
Well, it's time to golf.
Time to go.
It's time.
Yes.
It's time. No quitting. No storming off. All that smack talk. All that mouth running.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to get the video team here at the Fan. Whether we live broadcast it or not, it's time for Bobby with the golf payoff. Now, you may be saying to yourself, oh my gosh, 18 holes? That's not a punishment. This will be. First time out golfing, all the trash talk, and I will be there, drinks in hand, to make sure that it is not enjoyable for a full round. I promise you that.
It is time to play. And the worst part is that he's going to be so bad. He's going to be holding up the golf course. People are going to be so mad.
We might have to buy out
the course.
Day.
We might have to pull a Romo here and book out tee times on each side of me. So there's nobody within 4 holes. Might have to do that. So
we'll get Holland out there. You golfing. Do you play at all, Pepe?
I play here and there every 3 or 4 months, but I play. I have clubs.
Yeah,
okay.
We could find a golf course because a lot of courses, like the private courses, are closed on Mondays. You might be able to find a course that's closed on a private course that'll let us play. That's closed on a Monday, so there's nobody out there.
Look how quickly this turned, though. I mean, I thought you were going to lose, and I thought Peyton was in trouble, and now it looks like Bobby Belt is.
I know. I came to within 1 point of you at one point in the Sweet 16. I was feeling good about myself. So we don't know where we're going to be.
Who does everyone have in the? How many Final Four teams do y'all have left on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys text line? How many Final Fours, and what is your finals matchup?
I should have UConn left, and it was UConn Tennessee, but I have UConn winning.
Pepe?
I have UConn Houston winning it all. So that's out, but I still have UConn.
And you have UConn left.
UConn left.
With UConn winning.
Because it was against Houston. So I'm still alive, and you had UConn winning it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Bob?
I think he had UConn winning it too. So we all have one Final Four team left. I think we have all one title game team left too.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. So that's the update on college hoops. How about your Texas Rangers opening up their World Series championship defense in Arlington? The Dallas Mavericks are red hot, and we have a giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. We got a 4-pack of Rangers tickets to go see the champs during the 7 a.m. Expressway. Everyone soon to be back together again. Glad you're waking up with us to start off your Monday and your week right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the
The lefty set. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a high drive, well hit center field. Bellinger back. He's at the wall, and it's over his head and off the 4-10 sign. Both runners score. Langford tearing for third. Here's the throw on 2 hops. Not in time. He slides in with a 2-run triple. Wyatt Langford has tied the game.
Let's start with the good news. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ back together again on your home of the World Series champs. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And the good news is the first 2 games of the season for your Texas Rangers before falling to the Chicago Cubs yesterday, 9-5. And the bullpen giving me some feelings and some memories from last year with Jose Leclerc and then Latz at the end. It did not go well for the bullpen after the Rangers ended up tying this thing, but they're 2-1 after the opening series of the year.
Yeah, because the first 2 games, the bullpen was pretty good. 8 innings. I call it shutout ball. They gave the 1 run up in the opener off the foul tip.
Yes.
I know it's technically an earned run, but that shouldn't have happened. It was a bad call. So I'll just give them a break, right? So 8 innings, for the most part, shutout ball, and they got lit up. They didn't do the job yesterday, late in the game. So that was tough. But all in all, you take 2 out of 3. As Wash used to say, win every series. Win every series, you'll be fine.
Opening impressions for me is, first off, it's really, really fun to follow your team when they're winning, when they're good, when they're coming off a championship defense. I want to know about the rest of the league. I want to know about everything in the division. And
Houston, man.
well, there's a lot of laughter.
Woo!
There's a lot of laughter in the American League West, including Ron Washington calling a meeting already within the first series of the entire year.
That's the way baseball goes.
My question to myself is, okay, did I underestimate this offense being able to carry this squad until the old pitching reinforcements come? And I just can't get away from the television when they're up because there's always a reason to tune in. I'm moving boxes. I'm doing a lot of BS work around the house. And I'm like, okay, maybe I can skip a little bit of time when the Rangers are pitching, but not when they're hitting. Simeon, Langford, Young, Garcia. Big fan of Zeke Duran after Sandler hyped him up last year. Then you get to the bottom of the order and you're like, okay, let me check out. Not with Jared Walsh. Not with Jared Walsh hitting in Arlington. Of course, Evan Carter. How is he going to follow up on last year? This lineup is fun. They're loaded, and it's must-see almost every single time you turn on the fan or you're watching Basic's bald head.
It's it is fun. They do have a good line. They're deep. You can throw guys from anywhere that come in, and just perfect example, like in the opener, right? There's Jankowski coming in with a big hit. And then you go to the next night, they got big hits everywhere. And then, yesterday it was a situation where Langford came up with a big hit, but the bullpen wasn't able to hold it. It's just a good lineup, and it's been a good lineup for this year and last year. It's been a great lineup, really, and it's just a matter of last year they got pitching at the right time. The bullpen came through at the right time. The starting pitcher came through at the right time. That's why they were able to win a World Series.
And today you take on one of the teams that you went through in order to win the World Series, and that would be the Tampa Bay Rays. Starting off the year at 2-2. Pregame today on this radio station at 5:15. First pitch at 5:50. 5:50 for the first pitch.
I love those Rays 5:50 p.m. games. You know why that is? Because what happens is that all the people in Tampa going out for that early bird special.
Yeah.
All right, they go right from there. They go across street to the ballpark, or they just go home. They don't even go to the ballpark there. But Tampa, watch out. They love to fight. Brawls all day. Brawls for days against the Jays.
Brawls for days against the Jays.
This past weekend, brawls for days. A lot of fights around Major League Baseball over the weekend. It was a fun weekend.
Plus, that'll give me some time to check out LSU Iowa. Caitlin Clark against the, what were they called? The debutantes.
The dirty debutantes. The dirty debutantes. That's right.
LA Times having to retract their article calling LSU the dirty debutantes. So, man, next, Kim Mulkey will go after the Dallas Morning News.
Yeah.
We got what's left of it. We got the Washington Post. We got the LA Times. Who's up next?
Yeah, she got to go for the New York Times and probably the Chicago Tribune.
Yeah,
all the things. But it'd be good. It'd be good to see the women's tournament actually do some well in the ratings. Apparently, they've been. I haven't seen a story. I just haven't seen a story yet.
Whoa.
And that's how I know the ratings haven't been better than the men. because we would have seen a story about it if they were better than the men. But we haven't seen that story, so I know it's not true. Just like it wasn't true last year, and it was never going to be true this year. So, I mean, I'm here for it.
Pepe, you're too young for this, but this is RJ, Choppy, and Bobby kind of reigniting No Ma'am. No Ma'am here on Sean and RJ.
And I used to go to every single women's basketball game in Tennessee. I was a season ticket holder. I was a student, so we went for free. But,
free?
I went to every one. I want a year's supply of Coca-Cola by making a free throw at the Lady Vols game.
Really?
Yeah.
How much of the? I never heard this story. How much of the Coca-Cola did you actually get and
drink?
One
a week, a case a week. We got a case a week.
Did you kill it?
Oh yeah, because we would mix it with Jim Beam or Jack, right? We would mix it with Jack or Jim, whatever we had on hand. So it was great. But it's a fun sport to watch. But it's never beat the men in the Rays, and it never will.
Meanwhile, you got a red hot team here in DFW playing in the association.
He's got 35 now. Oh no! You gotta go. He's no. This is about his way.
That was Rockets television. No. For the Luca underhand. Did you see what he did before the game off the damn scoreboard?
Yes, that's sick, man.
He's stupid.
Dude, he did that. He did something in New York, right, where he did like 2 back-to-back from like the hash mark.
All-star break.
Yeah, he's nuts. He's nuts.
He may be the all-time GOAT when it comes to horse. We need to redo the MJ Bird Michael commercial for McDonald's. We need to redo it.
Be cool.
But Luca Dončić and the Mavericks win again. They stop the 11-game winning streak. They're taking on the hottest team in the league. That would be in the armpit. Mavs beat the Rockets 125-107. Luca with 47, 12, and 7 as they were rolling offensively.
They have been rolling. Really, since we talked about this last week, they've been on a roll ever since the hub canceled, put the age verification out there. Because now you got to put your ID in to get to watch some of those adult videos.
Yeah.
Mavs and Rockets had been rolling since then. Just dominant.
7 straight wins for the Mavericks, and they have climbed on up to the number 5 seed, a.k.a. Luca MVP contention. Maybe Luca MVP probable. We'll get to that a little bit later on. So here's where things stand in the West. OKC is the number 1 seed. It's like going back and forth all the time. Minnesota's the 1, or it's Denver. Denver's a half game back. Minnesota's the 3 seed. They're 1 game back. The Clippers are the 4. They're 5 games back. All of a sudden, the Mavericks and the Pelicans are 2 games back of the Clippers for the number 4 spot. So, of course, if the playoffs started today, it would be our old friends in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. We've done that before. Now, we haven't won, but we've done it before. We know this team. This is a different Mavs team, though. They're completely different. They're better than they were then. They've got 2 superstars. That would be a fun series. That would be a really fun series. I assume Kawhi plays.
Mavs 5, Pelicans 6, Sacramento 7, Phoenix 8, the Lakers 9, Golden State 10, and they're the Rockets 11.
I don't feel bad for them, but
which one, Lakers or Warriors?
For Phoenix, how is Phoenix the 8 seed?
I know.
I mean, they are. I mean, you want
that
loaded with depth.
Longhorn loser.
Yeah, I guess they're not loaded with depth. They're loaded with top stars.
They're not loaded with depth.
Top depth from a star perspective. They have more superstars than anybody.
877-881-1053 is the Truckwork.com text line. We're live on the fan cam, live on YouTube, and live on Twitch. Roberto Belt has just walked in the room as our Cowboys insider. Guess who may be coming back? You've been depressed about no big name signings. Get ready for the hammer in the backfield. You can dust off those jerseys for the possible return. We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
In the gun, Prescott, snap back, handoff, Elliott driving, pushing, touchdown! Ezekiel Elliott, head for the kettle. No, fakes the kettle. Says, I'm not getting the fine. I'm just taking the touchdown.
And that is where things have gotten to with the Dallas Cowboys offseason. Good morning, Metroplex. We have the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Chop. We got our Cowboys insider, Roberto Bobby Bell, Peyton and Rai firing up the YouTube, the Twitch, and the fan cam. Good morning, Bob.
Hi, Sean. Welcome back.
How was last week?
It wasn't good.
No?
Nope, because I was, that was fine. It wasn't good because I was just getting slaughtered on the tournament all week, and
that's true.
Cowboys continue to not do anything, and now we've apparently got our Tyler Biotish replacement in place.
Summarize last week for me when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, Choppy. What did I miss in 2 sentences.
2 sentences. Well, Dak's not coming back. And
how did Bobby take that? Bobby, don't even talk right now.
You know what? I think he actually handled it pretty well.
Really?
Yeah, I was proud of him. I was surprised too.
Defeated or furious?
Acceptance. I think it was acceptance.
Acceptance.
I think that's how it is.
That stage of grief.
Yeah, whatever stage that is. That's the accept. I don't know what on the number is that first, second, whatever.
Right.
But yeah, he's in the acceptance stage. I think he understands that this is trending and where it's trending toward.
How did Tolos respond to that story? Did y'all take calls? A lot of texts?
We did do a call day, but
calls. I was anticipating getting trolled by calls. We did not. It was pretty. I'd say actually most of the calls we took were pro Dak.
Pro Dak.
Most of them.
So more fear set in of what you're going to do after him if it comes to that?
It's. I mean, look, you have to, whether you want the move made or not, you have to accept that there is a legitimate chance that you become. I mean, Miami went from Dan Marino to Tua, and they don't even know if Tua's the guy. But I mean, they've gone 25 years without a quarterback. I mean, you know what the future looks like. It's a risk.
You handled it okay, Bob?
Yeah, I was fine. Look, to me, it's there's one of two things that happens. I look at it as if you're a Cowboys fan, you're jeopardizing your future and risking going back into quarterback purgatory. But from the perspective of, all right, if I need the evidence of Dak is successful, I'm telling you guys, like, this is not about him. Well, then if he were to leave, then I also look at it as like, well, here's the opportunity to show you guys that he can be successful outside of here. And ultimately I would be right. And I want to be right more than anything else in the world, Sean.
True. My quick reaction before we get to the possible comeback of number 21 is I wouldn't do it. If I was Jerry and Steven, I would have given Dak his money and the extension, but I respect the balls. I respect the move. It's gutsy. It is gutsy. But we can't sit in here every single year and say they're not that close. They're not that close. Their ceiling is the second round, the divisional round, and then destroy them for this. Ballsy, gutsy, if he indeed walks away, but we don't think they're a true championship contender, and this is a way of saying we're going to change that. We're going to do something different.
We'll be all in.
I respect the balls. I wouldn't have done it. It's to, I liken it to people who leave radio. There's a high profile group of individuals who did that at another radio station. One of them, who's very being, I have not been able to stand since he came out of the womb, even though I've never met him. But I respect the balls that they had to leave the safety net. I've thought about doing it multiple times. We all think about doing it. It's like, hey, let's go ahead. Let's do something. Stick it to the man. They're not giving me what I want.
That's right, the man.
Let's do it. But you ultimately never really do. And the Cowboys are doing it.
Yeah, well, or they're at least fine slow playing it right now. Look, here's the thing.
Not officially doing it yet.
If you have like to me, it's if that's your belief, if you don't believe he's going to get it done, then walk away. Like, have the courage of conviction. Don't sit there and pay something you're not comfortable with or whatever. I think it's a wrong assessment of the position if you come to that conclusion. But if you come to that conclusion, at least prove that you believe it. And do it. Like respond that way.
Trade and get something for him.
That's the thing. To me, this is
because they're gonna let him walk.
Or just don't pay somebody that you don't believe in. If you don't believe in him, I don't want you to pay for him if you don't believe in him being able to.
Well, they're not paying him.
They're not.
And that's what I'm saying. Walk away from it. Go ahead and do that. Don't. But to me, I think it's just they're gonna find out. Oh, we misjudged that.
Yeah, they're doing
what they do.
They're making the absolute wrong process here. If they don't want to sign him to an extension, you have to trade him right now.
But he has to play ball with you.
But he might. Especially if you give him to...
But it still feels like they're in this...
I know. They're not fully... They're toes in.
Yeah, they're toes in.
It's man.
Well, let's see. He can still prove us wrong.
Yeah.
That's where they are. That's where they were the first extension. I agree with them. I don't really know. You got your David Hellmans and your Bobbies and your Dak fan club who years ago was like, he's the guy, do whatever. And they were like, we need to see more. And it still feels like we are here in that with the arrogance tagged on the end that he'll still resign here if we want him. We can still say, you know what? I want you to be the Friday night date. And they just accept and believe that he'll cancel all his other plans.
It's crazy, though. It's like entrepreneurs.
God, I have great analogies today.
So far. Entrepreneurs generally have
like you've been off for a week banking them up or something.
Banking them there. Entrepreneurs like Jerry generally have like decision making. It's like, okay, let's just do it. Right? You make your decision and you go and you live with it. They are very slow. I've never seen a team. It's been 8 years. They're like, well, is he the guy? We don't really know.
Yeah.
We even gave him a contract. We still don't know if he's the guy.
It's an 8-year engagement.
The engagement
it's an 8-year engagement where the engagement hasn't even come. Like, it is the 8-year engagement. They gave him the ring with the one big contract, analogy number 3.
Poop and get up the pot, man.
And we're still sitting here with it.
Well, and I mean, look, there were still some last week. Calvin Watkins from Dallas Morning News, he said he still thinks they ultimately do something, that this is legitimately just a slow play tactic, and it's not even gamesmanship. It's an understanding on both sides that this is what they're going to do. You've got Josina Anderson. She came out after.
Jeremy Fowler.
Yeah, you've got different people who are saying, look, no, this is ultimately part of their plan, that they're going to get this done still, or that they want to get this done. This is not like
Jane said
willing to expose him to the free agent market like Ian talked about. But, I mean, I think it carries weight, and you have to say, well, Ian seems to have a pretty good handle on this, and there's not a strong refute, it doesn't feel like, from the Cowboys side, or Dak for that matter.
The reality of the alternative is frightening. It's scary. I never thought that Jerry would entertain the other side at his advanced age, but I respect the guts. I respect the balls if they do indeed walk away, because they're saying what we have is not good enough. What did Archer have to say about all this?
So Todd wrote this article that seemed to come at it from the angle that says, are you going to find better from either side? Like is Dak going to find a better opportunity than Dallas? Is Dallas going to find a better quarterback than Dak Prescott, like in the immediate future? And the answer is probably not. But one of the other things that you got to look at is the financial implications of this. So he says without a new contract by next offseason, Dak is still going to count $40.46 million against the 2025 cap, and he will not be on the Cowboys roster, which is something when I was talking to somebody outside of Dallas recently, they said, look, if 2025 is not setting up to be a great year for the Cowboys on the cap, that things will be tight. And can you genuinely imagine them paying with a tight cap over $40 million for somebody who's not even on the roster? They've got to figure out a way to make it work, and ultimately it'll probably go that direction. But it says even with the contract done before then, Dak's number.
Schefter was talking about like
95 million. Yeah.
90.
So apparently,
95.
Apparently he screwed that up and was not correct. So apparently that's the combination of his cap number this year and whatever the dead money would be next year. And he had.
We should rename him Adam Pacifica instead of Adam Schefter.
Wow. With the contract done before then,
I'm gonna start doing some homework on this guy. I need to see what TI 80 version calculator he has, what he's been working with over there.
It says Dak's number next year with restructures, new deal, whatever else. The lowest possible cap number he can have next year is $25 million as a result of all the restructures that they've done and different things that they've done. And so it's one of those things where, hey, look, you've got to, add in the yearly proration of a new signing bonus plus his base salary. It's likely that Dak's cap number on an extension is going to exceed $40 million in 2025. So that puts them in a really, like you're talking about, you either pay him $40 million a year to not be here in 2025, or your cap number is over 40, even with an extension, because they've pushed money down the road. They really seem to flip a lot of switches over the last couple of years. I mean, they always do, but it seemed like they'd flipped more than usual and tried to open up space, went out there, get Cooks, get Gilmore, and now it's getting closer to one of those times where it's like, okay, you can only pay the minimum balance for so long. Tax day's coming.
Pepe, Tolo text before we get to Zeke.
Yeah, they're back and forth here, whether they're buying Jerry's actually going to let him go or not. 443 says stop. He ain't going anywhere.
443, I think that's Maryland.
214 says, tell me what Dak has accomplished in his career. 469 says Jerry won't let him go.
Go back to my 105throughthefan.com headline. There has never been an MVP second place finisher that has been more disrespected than this. Everyone has forgotten. He didn't he finish second?
Yep.
He finished second in the MVP, and we're sitting here getting ready for adios. Second in the MVP, and no one remembers it.
And he was better than the MVP, so I mean.
And the MVP was Lamar.
Yeah.
Bobby.
No one remembers it.
I'm not even going to go back at you. I know this is a tough time for you.
Yeah, it's like you'll see guys that pop every now and then. They'll get like a top 3 MVP. Like Carr, I think, had one. But yeah, I mean, he's been disrespected. He's a really good player. Like he's always been a really, really good player. And that's the problem that they're into is they can't pull the trigger on either signing a new extension or deciding, hey, we need great, not really good.
Jeremy Fowler. Choppy, I'm going to hand it off to you right after I'm done reading that the Dallas Cowboys and free agent running back Ezekiel Elliott have mutual interest in a reunion. While a deal between Zeke and his former club has not yet been reached, both sides are open to it. They like the way Zeke finished the 2023 season in New England, where he played in all 17 regular season games and saw a significant increase in workload in the final 5 weeks. Zeke, who turns 29, I can't believe he's still in his 20s, on July 22nd, had waited before getting a $3 million deal with New England, played 51% of the offensive snaps, and finished with 3.5 yards a carry.
Yeah,
RJ Choppy, over here.
It was a really good end of the season for him. It was really, really good. His last, 6 games. He averaged 3.1, 3.1, 2.3, 2.3, 2.8, 4.2. So the final game, right? That game on January 7th against the Jets, he was 13 of 54. 13 for 54, 4.2. That has to be the game they really liked at the end of the season with.
Sounds like thunder. Thunder right. To go along with whoever their lightning is.
Yeah, because Ramondre got hurt.
Yeah.
Right? So Zeke was basically the
need the power back. Need the physicality.
Need the physicality, man.
Short yardage.
You can't get those 2.8 yards of carry anywhere else. You can't. Yeah. You got to sign that in free agency. You can't draft it in the 7th round.
Look, I mean, his entire the final 50 carries over his career here in Dallas, he averaged 1.9 yards per carry. How many feet is a yard, Chop?
I believe it's 3.
It's 3. Zeke is 6 feet tall, which means if you would have just handed it to him and he fell forward from the line of scrimmage, he should have averaged 2 yards a carry, and he was under that. That should tell you what kind of player Zeke was when he left here, when he was snapping the ball on a weird trick play to end his career. Last year didn't get any better. He still wasn't good last year. He was bad in New England. But I mean, look, they're at a spot where they're just going, we've got to make lemonade with these lemons and, find warm bodies to basically come in here and populate a roster.
You never could have convinced me before moving here 15 years ago that the Dallas Cowboys would be in this poor position and just going to, I can't even say shopping in Canton because these consignment shops freaking expensive and through the roof.
They can be, yeah.
I get looked down upon at different consignment shops, but here we are. And I just wanted to touch on the Dak topic that exploded last week and the potential reunion with Ezekiel Elliott. So get ready to dust off the number 21 jerseys. Let's put the DFW stepchild in the back seat and talk about the world champs and the opening series against the Cubs on the home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. But
Nation, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's a full count with 2 outs and the bases full, so the runners are getting ready to move. The payoff pitch swung on, line drive, base hit left field. 1 run is home. Here comes Mastroboni, and he will score. It's a 2-run single for Suzuki, and the Cubs lead 8-5.
The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel on the call here on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. Let's talk about a team that actually matters. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back together again. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, and in order to try to say thank you for that, 7 o'clock Expressway, commercial free this week, every single day, a Rangers 4-pack to go and see the champs play. They take 2 of 3 against the Chicago Cubs. Jose Leclerc with the bases loaded walk, though, yesterday. Latz gives up the 2-run single. The Cubs break it open. They end up winning 9-5. The Rangers, after limiting walks in the first 2 games, 9 walks yesterday, and a hit batter. So 10 free passes for the Rangers against Chicago.
Yeah, and 6 of those walks came from the bullpen. And
let's not just blame the bullpen, because John Gray was not sharp either.
He was not.
He was about as sharp as his brisket trimming skills that I saw with Hurtado Barbecue.
Yeah.
That was a crime scene.
Yeah,
love you, John, but that was a crime scene.
So like it was, the bullpen had the first couple of games had been really, really good. 8 innings, basically shutout ball at that one that Leclerc gave up on the foul ball that shouldn't have counted. That's it. I mean, the bullpen had been solid for the first 2 games, and then yesterday they had a blow up day, and that's the main reason they lost. Now, Gray didn't help them out. When you expose a bullpen to 5 1/3 innings, I mean, like you're gonna give up some runs. Like, there's no doubt about that. That's why it's so difficult the way they're trying to make the game go, where every night you're going to have to rely on 5 guys having a perfect night. That's tough. You're going to have blow-ups. You're going to have guys that do. So for them to win the first 2 and in that same kind of manner, sooner or later you're going to blow it up. And that's the other thing. The first game, I mean, shoot, that bullpen threw 80-something pitches on Thursday night. Thank God they had an off day on Friday. They were able to reset everything.
Yeah, I mean, look, the most unsettling thing to come out of this opening series to me was Leclerc. Because, I mean, yeah, he has the foul tip or whatever that was ruled a pass ball, but he was not sharp in that first game either. He had the couple of walks there. He had what was essentially, a wild pitch that was just ruled a foul ball, but that was a wild pitch. And so to me, the most unsettling thing to come out of this is just how Leclerc looked. Bullpen overall was fine most of the weekend, but just some of that same erratic pitching that we saw from Leclerc that I think had kind of been forgotten about as the year went on last year. But this is kind of the life cycle of living with Jose Leclerc as your closer.
And truthfully, you could see a lot of teams around the sport. I bet you Bassick would come here and say, the first couple of weeks of the season, your command might not be what it is in June. Right? You're not.
Or for Mike, June.
Right. He might not be there in June, right? Yeah, that's what you're saying. So you might not be clicking on all cylinders yet. Offensively, too. I mean, you're not sharp yet at all.
I'm going to take all the shots I can at Mike after I heard on the broadcast that he brought them all carrot cake.
Oh,
his new little TV family.
Yeah.
He brought them carrot cake.
Yeah. What?
I'm sitting here bringing in new chairs for everyone.
Carrots don't deserve a cake anyway.
Yeah, and a snack. They were talking about snacks. And they're like, yeah, Mike, thanks for bringing in the carrot cake. He's like, I just love to bake. I love to bake in my free time. You Tom Grieve wannabe?
How long have we been working with Mike? How long?
Yeah.
And we never knew he loved to bake.
I knew he liked to bake, but I've never tried anything.
Never tried anything.
I don't know when's he brought something in for us like that.
I mean, he'll occasionally have his skinny pop that he comes in here with. It's like, oh, you want some skinny pop?
Yeah.
But never has he brought in any kind of
that he opens in the middle of Sandler crying in the World Series postgame show.
Yes. Well, I heard carrot cake yesterday, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, his little TV buddies he's sucking up to.
Yep.
Kissing up to. Some other Sandler notes. If you're not following Jared Sandler during the Rangers season, you don't love baseball or your squad. Wyatt Langford's first career extra base hit, game-tying triple. Hit 405 feet just to the left of straightaway center. Michael Byer said it was 103 miles per hour off the bat. It would have been a homer in half the ballparks around Major League Baseball. Langford and Evan Carter walked in their first plate appearances. Here's the discipline to start off in the 3 games. Evan Carter, 1 chase out of 27 pitches out of the zone. Wyatt, 2 chases out of 20 pitches out of the zone. So early plate discipline for the 2 of them. Marcus Semien missed a game-tying 3-run homer by inches. They hit the yellow line. I hate that. I hate
on the top of the roof. You know the yellow line?
No. I just let's have it go over the fence or not. Is that there because of Mayer, Jeffrey
Mayer?
Why? Like
no, teams have had it before.
It shouldn't be this difficult. Like, just have a fence, and if the ball goes over the fence, it's a home run. And if it doesn't go over the fence, it's not a home run. Not yellow line or over the yellow line. Why are we doing this?
I think
they made the right call. I hate that that's even there.
I think it's for the umpires because now with replay you don't need it as much anymore. I don't think, but I think it just makes it easier for the umpires to see.
Okay. Well, if the ball disappears, it's gone.
Yeah, but sometimes it hits like a back wall and it bounces back in. So that's and there's been times where
because they're not going to see that ball yesterday. No, they did, but that's tough to see live. That ball hit in the middle of the yellow. Just get rid of it over the wall or not.
Yeah,
it's not overcomplicate things. Right. Take it back to wiffle ball.
Absolutely. If it doesn't go over the wall, it's not a home run. That's how I see it. It doesn't go over all the wall, it's not a homer.
So Marcus Semien was doing work yesterday, but the Rangers end up losing. Other highlights from the weekend, Cody Bradford, first start of the season, 5 innings, 2 runs, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk. Adolis had a home run in 7 of his last 9 games at the Globe. Also 31 homers and 76 runs batted in over his last 84 in Arlington. Most home runs by a Rangers player through his first 150 games. Gallo hit 35.
Well,
Chris Davis hit 32. Josh Young is now third on that list with 29.
Wow.
Right in front of Inky. So
really?
Yeah. And I wanted to see how Josh Young was going to respond because I think this kind of got forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
He was an automatic out late last year. It just felt like that. Instead of like your stud that's hitting 3, 4, 5, right? It was breaking. I think it was breaking balls. He was an automatic out.
He got hurt.
Yep.
And then he came back and he never regained the same form he had because early in the season he was.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was the presumptive rookie of the year, and then Gunnar winds up winning, and Gunnar deserved it. That's fine. But Josh had a relatively down second half of the year. But we also forgot about him because here comes Evan Carter, and then here comes Wyatt Langford, and all of a sudden we're forgetting, like, man, this guy's really good.
No doubt.
We're forgetting how good Josh Young is.
He's really good. And then, of course, we talked about it on Friday, the mic'd up segment where you see he's also really charismatic and a big team guy. And, he's going to be, I think, one of their big leaders moving into the future. But that's one of the things that I came away with as well this weekend was the idea of just there's so many exciting young players here that they're going to build with into the future. And even Evan Carter, like you mentioned there about talking about Carter's plate approach and things like that. This man scored 3 runs in this series. He didn't have a single hit. He went 0 for 8. He walked 5 times.
Almost like his nickname is fine at full count.
No,
Bobby.
it's not. It's a stupid nickname. It's one of the worst nicknames in professional sports. In fact, I'm going to start calling him 5 walks, 1 strikeout. That's what we're calling Evan Carter for right now until his stat line changes because we just nickname people based on their stat lines. That's what we do.
Sandler asked the Tolos for their nickname for the duo. All right, so I'm just going to read some. Cabbage Patch Kids because they were grown on the farm. Thick and Thin, C's everywhere. The Untouchables, they're not going anywhere. The Sundance Kids, Batman and Robin, Young Guns, these are all kind of weak. Cowboy Carter and Wyatt Earp, Young and Younger, Thunder and Lightning, Butch and Sundance. Oh, I'm proud of the old reference.
Very good.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, but Barely Legal.
Barely Legal.
Lone Star Prodigies.
Good website for Bobby.
Double Trouble, Young Guns.
Not in Texas anymore.
Cause and Effect Brothers, The Savior and the Prodigy. So these are some of the
Bash Babies. Come on. We're going to make that stick.
Bash Babies I like.
Texas Two-Step. Sons of Thunder, Flash and All. Okay, whatever. We're moving on now past that. Speaking of young, I don't want to say young guns, but Jack Leiter the other night for Round Rock. 5 innings, 2 runs, 2 hits, 9 strikeouts, 0 walks in 66 pitches. So we're giving all this love to the young offensive players. There's a little bit for Jack Leiter with a Bobby side.
He was just upset that his brother was in, or his cousin was in the bigs pitching for the Cubs this weekend.
Look, the thing about Jack Leiter is it's good. It's great. Continue to build on it. Love it. I know there was the talk of like, hey, look, see, this is the kind of thing that when you build on what you learn in spring training or how you develop, like these are the type of results you want to see. Great. I just want to see it for more than a start because, this happens occasionally with Jack Leiter these first 2 years.
Right. Oh, yeah,
there'll be like 2 or 3 starts where you're like, oh, Jack's finally putting it together. And then it's, oh, no, here comes a, 9.63 ERA for the next 7 starts. And so it's great. I'm happy he did what he did, but let's see it over the course of 2 months before I'll have any credit given to him.
Well, then the team's going to take the same approach, too. They're going to want to see it over the course of several weeks, months. They're in a position, though, where, they are an injury or 2 away from really needing somebody just in the starting rotation. They may be there now.
Chaos in the rest of the West, mainly because of the New York Yankee.
He goes for third. The 3-2. That one's lofted into left field. It's a base hit. That'll score Torres. Soto does it again. An RBI single. And the Yankees lead 4-3.
Don't be rolling your eyes at that. The Astros got swept. I know you have a problem with Michael K.
That's who it is. It's just hearing Michael K's voice.
Solid call.
I recoil.
4-0. The start for the New York Yankees. My meatball friends on the text chain saying that this is the greatest 4-game start to a season in New York Yankee history.
It could be exaggerated.
People are now saying Juan Soto did the right thing in turning down the money. Yankees take out the armpit with the broom.
He was fantastic in the series.
Did everything.
He did everything. He had basically a game-saving throw out from right in the first game, and the Astros bullpen's in shambles. The bullpen, which their bullpen was supposed to be great. I mean, they had Abreu and Hader and Presley at the end, and I mean they have been getting for the bullpen as a whole we got lit up over the weekend. They're 0-4. They can't get out of their own way right now. The offense is not what they want it to be. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not what they want it to be. And Juan Soto literally did everything. And if he walked in, if George was still alive, George would say, "Here's 10 years and $1 billion." Like I'm not even joking. Like that's what he would give him. Like if Dak's second MVP running, absolutely, they would give him the same thing.
Give him some money.
But I wonder what the MVP odds are right now after the first weekend.
The Astros, real quick, Bobby, are 0-4 for the first time since 2011. That team finished 56-106, franchise record for losses at the time.
And what is this now? This would be 8 straight home losses for the Astros.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Going back to last year.
No, they have some crazy record over their last 35 games.
Yeah, they have 7 wins in their last 35 games at home.
No, in fact, they lost the last home game against the Twins, so it's 9 straight losses at home for the Houston Astros if you go back to the playoffs.
Speaking of losers, the March Madness morning show bet and where things stand with the Final Four set. Next on Sean, RJ, and we're not even going to acknowledge that big loser with the big fat L right there on his forehead.
Hey, you can't give that finger.
A finger. That's a very nasty, nasty finger. We'll talk about it and enjoy his misery next. But are you enjoying that job today? Of course you're not. You've been thinking about leaving for the longest time. I have the solution for you. I want you to head on over to mycomputercareer.edu. Get that new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI. If you're already in information technology, build cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions nationwide that employers are desperate to fill. At MyCC, you could become job-ready in just a few months. Make it your year. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu.
Coming up in the next
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
They've been saying it all week. The champs are here. Well, now the champs will be there. The first Final Four ticket is punched by the defending national champions UConn. 77-52 winners. They have sent a message as they try to defend a national title and be the first repeat champion in the NCAAs since 2007.
And RJ Choppy, your Husky proclamation weeks and weeks ago is
Which
start.
one? The one he made the first time, or the one he followed up with, where he then was saying something completely opposite 2 days later?
Well, listen, don't ever take what I say truthfully.
This is the one I remember playing here on the Fan.
Mark my words, Bobby Belt. Right now, I'm saying it right now.
I've got you.
8:34 on the 21st of February. They will not lose. They will not win a game by less than 10 points the rest of the way. They were going to win out double digits every game.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty daggone close as they're destroying everyone and everything in their path.
They are winning games in this tournament by an average of almost 28 points a game.
Here are their largest leads in this tournament.
God.
First round, Stetson, 39. Second round, Northwestern, 30. Sweet 16, San Diego State, they were up 32. And against the #1 offense in the country, they were up 31 against Illinois. 10 straight NCAA tournament wins by 13 or more points. That's the longest streak all time.
We really don't understand what we're seeing. Like this is the most dominant run since the Kentucky team in '96. Ron Mercer, Antoine Walker, Walter McCarty.
Love that team.
Nazi Muhammad, Tony Delk, Derek Anderson.
Ooh.
They're deep, man. They're deep. They had players everywhere. They had 3 guys the top 19 of the draft that year. Prior to that UNLV team, 91, they had 3 guys the top 12. Anderson Hunt, you had Stacey Ogben, you had Greg Anthony, and obviously Larry Johnson. And they won every game. Now, they had one game, the first title run, the first year of that run, they lost the second year. The first year, they only won a game by 2 in the second round. They almost got beat. But this is a different animal we're seeing. They're deep. They've got transfers. Newton is a player that came out of nowhere, really. Klingon is a monster down low. They're really, really good, and they're angry. And somehow,
I know where they get that from.
Yeah, that tough guy actually is going to wear thin on me if it hasn't already with Dan Hurley. But listen, he does. All greats come up with these ways to convince themselves that the whole world's against them. So when the NCAA came up with the bracket, the overall 1 seed was UConn. The NCAA, the chairperson or whatever their head is, he was on TV that night, and he said, we called. They were discussing how they came up with the location. He goes, well, we always call the 1 seed. I say, you're going to be the 1 seed. Where do you want to go? Dan Hurley chose Brooklyn and Boston, and then somehow went to his team and said that it was insulting for them to put us in Brooklyn and Boston. I don't know how that happened, but there you go.
So what is it about them that will stand out if they continue this, win the championship back-to-back years from now? The UConn Huskies team was what?
Their dominance. Their utter dominance.
But how?
It's not an individual player. I mean, they are a lot of good players. They're tenacious. Their thing is they want to embarrass you and they want to ruin everything about your day. And I think mentally they probably win these games going in right now. They win these games like that. They were tied at 23. And in 9 game minutes, they were up by 30.
They went on a 30-0 run.
30-0 run.
30-0 run.
It was 23 all and then 53-23 in like 9 minutes. That is literally insane. That doesn't happen in sports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. How close was?
Why are you talking?
Because I can look at it in retrospect.
Right.
I can't prognosticate. There's a difference. I'm trying to think. This is what they similar to the way Florida used to beat up on teams during the Joakim Noah, Corey Brewer, Al Horford teams.
Yeah, not like this though.
No, not quite to this level, because even during that second championship run, they were not nearly as dominant. I'm trying to remember how Kentucky beat down people pretty bad on the Anthony Davis team, I think.
Kentucky. Yeah, was it 2012?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
They were pretty dominant.
All right. Thanks for that point, Bob. But let's get to something much more entertaining. That would be the standings of the morning show with UConn versus Bama on one side of the bracket, Purdue against the Cinderella NC State. Bob, reset where we all stand, please.
So I lost. I'm
lost
out.
what? Lost the weekend?
I lost everything.
Bad Elite Eight?
I lost everything. I got slaughtered in the Sweet 16. I don't know that it's possible to be in as good of shape as I was.
You were the Eagles.
Heading into there.
You were. He was 10-0.
You were the Eagles.
And then have it just flip and be as ugly as it was. I had every single last one of my Elite Eight teams going into the Sweet 16.
Wow.
All of them. I was the only one. And it's like, all right, this is set up for me to do pretty good. And I went 1-7.
And that one was UConn. That was the easiest one.
UConn.
It was the easiest one to pick.
I had UConn, Iowa State, UNC, Arizona, Houston, Marquette, Gonzaga, Creighton.
They all lost.
I mean, it looked genius heading into it. It's like, wow, look, you were able to have these teams lined up for you, and then just picked every single last loser possible, and that destroyed me. The Creighton Tennessee game is what really ended it for me. When Tennessee beat Creighton, it was over for me, and it didn't matter that he had lost Houston, Peyton, because he still had Creighton like I did. He has UConn in the title game, so there's not enough of a separation. We all have UConn winning, so because of that, there's not a place to find separation. So as it stands right now, Sean and Peyton are tied at 56 points.
Air high five.
RJ has 55.
Wait, what did Peyton and I have? 56?
56. RJ has 55.
All right.
And I have 42.
Are you embarrassed?
I'm embarrassed.
It's tight at the top. Now
this is it. This will end with the only.
But is this over?
This is over between you two. You two.
Bobby's lost. Now you and I.
He's locked in. Done.
He's locked in. Done. You and I are done because we both have UConn winning. So even if UConn wins, you're going to finish a point ahead.
Finish a point ahead of you. The difference is there. Peyton didn't have UConn winning at all.
So if UConn wins, you and I both are you win outright with you'll have 62, I'll have 61.
Yeah.
And Peyton will have 56. So he'll be third. That doesn't matter. It's only Bobby.
But Bobby's done.
Bobby's done.
Officially
done.
You lost.
If UConn goes on to win, then I finish with 57, Peyton finishes with 61, and Peyton would be second to last.
Peyton, would you like to say anything?
No, I mean, once again, I do not lose here. I know last year I won. I had to give you all a chance. I didn't want to. The producer can't win.
You won by a point last year.
It's still a win, right?
Yeah.
It's still a win. But the object, the game, the name of the game is to not lose.
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Bobby will finally go out there,
play some golf,
and swing to back up all that mouth.
Great.
So what is the proclamation?
I will shoot 80 the first time out.
We have to set this up with the camera crew.
Got to do a camera crew.
Live broadcast of it, a whole production, so people can enjoy what we're about to see. We need a golf course to give us a lot of time.
We're going to do this. Suggestion would be let's find a private course that's closed on a Monday, and we can do it on a Monday, and because their course is going to be closed.
Can we double down and put something on if you don't shoot less than 100?
No, I'm not getting a double bet payoff.
A G-bag double bet payoff, and I'll put whatever on the line that you will shoot over 100. Forget 80. I'll give you 20 strokes.
Is there
20?
I have a bet I can make with him.
Okay.
Side bet. I will play with a 7-iron. That's it. That's all I will play with.
That's all I plan on playing
And I
with.
won't even use a putter. and I'll beat him. And I'll give him 10 strokes aside.
Oh, my God. With just a 7-iron?
And I'll just use a 7-iron.
All right, double bet payoff?
Is there anything that would make you more unhappy than if I go out there and I did shoot 80?
No, I'd be in awe.
But you would be upset.
I wouldn't be upset. It would be like we were witnessing UConn.
Yeah.
It'd be more impressive than UConn. It would be more impressive than UConn. I'm not even joking. I'm not playing around. If you shot 80, I mean, we can do something. We can do something where I lose.
What's the lowest round any of you are aware of that somebody shot their first time out? Chop, what did you shoot? Do you remember what you shot the very first time?
No, I was too young. I was 5. I don't remember.
What's the best round you've ever seen from someone that you played with for the first time?
Y'all text that in. No one remembers because it's like making your first brisket.
You know, it's because most of the time on the first time out, I mean, you are picking the ball up half the time because it's like, all right, let's just get going. Let's get going because it's so bad.
This will work out great for me because I'll either shoot 80 and you guys will be miserable that I was the great player that I always said I was, or I will make it so painful and I'll just lean into trolling the whole time. So this will be a great setup for me.
Okay.
This will be fun. I can't wait.
Pepe, do you remember what you shot first time out?
It was over 100. I mean, I've only broke 100 once, and that was a 99. And I've golfed maybe 30 times in my life.
Yeah. Okay. So there it is. We need to set up the course and we need to set up the camera crew because Bobby has officially lost. Ouch. 877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line.
What did I went 9 and 15 in the final 2 rounds of this tournament.
Oh, and bad luck for Houston. Bad luck for the armpit.
Bad luck for Houston. Jamal Shedd got hurt. He's their heart and soul. I mean, he's one of the most important players. Like, you can't find a guy who's more important to their team than him. I mean, he may not be the most important, but like nobody else is. There's other guys on his level for their team. But he is a tremendous player, and Houston now, it's their 3rd straight tournament where they have had at least one major player get hurt either in or right before the tournament started. And it's just bad luck. And this is why this tournament is so hard to win. It is so difficult to win this thing. You got to get lucky. It's about your draw. I mean, just think about it. Like Alabama had never been to a Final Four. They go through Carolina, and then they get a little bit lucky. They don't have to face Arizona. They get Clemson, right? They get Clemson. And NC State gets Duke instead of Houston. So it's just about luck. Your draw is half the battle here. It's just a tough spot. And for Houston, I mean, I feel really bad for them, man. I really do because Kelvin's not getting any younger, and they got a whole new squad coming in now. It's easy to rebuild now with the portal. You know, you just get one guy, and all of a sudden your whole season changes.
My phone is lighting up from the Tolos. Nate Wood. If Bobby has never played before, he will shoot 120 off the tee alone will kill him. Nate, he's not shooting even 120. I promise you. Tolo Chris, 5K, he doesn't break 100. That's easy money.
That's easy money.
Hey, 972 said my grandpa shot 72 his first time golfing, and he didn't break 110 anytime after that.
72?
And then he didn't break 110 anytime after that.
No.
You think that's a lie?
I think.
Putt-putt.
I was made par 3 course.
I'm just shooting 80 the first time. Every time after that, I'll shoot 90, or wait, you got the higher points is worse,
it's
right?
Finally,
points,
then
yes,
I'll shoot 70. I'll shoot 70 points. I'll have 70 points.
Finally happening. The accident that everyone is talking about and the article that we were all supposed to be talking about, along with our Rangers 4-pack giveaway on the home of the champs, next.
Speaking of golf, let's get you up to Gaylord, Michigan. GaylordGolfMecca.com is the website for all those stay and play packages. Listen, this is the absolute best guy trip you're ever going to go on. The best buddies trip is a golf trip. It's fantastic. The amount of fun, the stories that you'll be able to share for the rest of your lives. But how about you do it in a summer paradise? Why? Because the average temperature in Gaylord, Michigan, in the dead of summer here, July and August, is 72 degrees. You know what it is here. You are going into some of the most picturesque scenery as well. It's fantastic. It's fun. It's the gorgeous scenery. You get out on a lake if you want to. If you're not into golf, tremendous biking and hiking and fishing and boating up there. You're surrounded by the Great Lakes. You're nestled amongst the Northern Forest, 16 championship golf courses. I love golf. I've been going up there for over a decade, every single year. It never disappoints. It is the best golf you're going to play. It's fantastic. Best summer golf getaway. GaylordGolfMecca.com. About a 2.5-hour flight from Dallas-Fort Worth to Traverse City, and then you take about an hour drive, and you are on the tee box, nestled among some of the best golf courses you are going to ever find. GaylordGolfMecca.com. Fan.com.
We're giving you your morning. Leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. If you're new to the show, new to the station, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are your home of the Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. We have a Rangers 4-pack giveaway this morning and all week long starting at 7:20 with the Expressway. But the NFL story that everyone is talking about took place right here in DFW as Dallas police were looking for Rashee Rice, the number one wide receiver that emerged for Patrick Mahomes and the world champs, of course, played at SMU after it appeared that he and his buddies were racing out on the highway with a Lamborghini and a Corvette. We got dash cam footage of all of it.
Yeah.
They apparently left the scene of the accident, pictures of them walking away, and local police have been searching for Rashee Rice.
Yeah, like they were flying, and then they're like they're on the shoulder. They're not even lanes. They're on the shoulder. They're going full Fast and the Furious around there. And then obviously you have the accident, and that's terrible in its own right. And I have no idea what this means for Rashee and the Chiefs. Maybe I mean, from a draft perspective, maybe they're now looking at wide receiver early on, but. That's terrible news, and I mean, just leaving the scene of the accident, that is in its own right unacceptable. Like, can't do that.
Not an easy place to flee an accident on foot either, given where they're at. You're kind of barricaded in there on the highway. You can't just like walk off on the grass and get to a service road or something. You got to like walk up a ramp to get out of there. Josina Anderson had tweeted, "I'm told Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice has retained counsel per source. Separately, a release on the incident is expected sometime tomorrow." But it's just bad. The video from TMZ,
it's terrible.
They're clearly
he's totally lucky. People are trying to bring up Henry Ruggs. It's not going to be anything close. Rashee Rice is going to play next year, game 1 for the Kansas City Chiefs. And the reason is, in my opinion, there were 4 minor injuries sustained. That's it. He's going to catch a humongous break, and he'll get a slap on the wrist, and he'll be playing game 1 next year. He is so freaking lucky, just like some of the Errol Spence incidents, that no one got seriously hurt or dead, because they believe he was racing this Corvette.
Yeah, the only thing that would give me pause that makes me think he might be in jeopardy getting suspended is walking away. Walking away from the accident might get it. It's the whole similar version of the cover-up is worse than the crime. Like, if he just sat there waited for police, he's probably fine. But the fact that he leaves the scene of the accident, that's where like I could see him getting like a 2-game suspension or something like that.
And did you say there were some Rice questions coming out?
Yeah, he had a lot of maturity and like off the field questions about him coming out of SMU. Like, teams were curious about like, okay, what's the character like? How mature is this kid? Like, so there were questions about him coming out where people had pause about his makeup and how responsible he was, and this is kind of a good example of why teams were curious about what he was in terms of his maturity level.
And they just
Chiefs don't care. Chiefs do not care.
No, they drafted Tyreek.
Yeah, they don't. They're looking. They're a talent. They're a talent-based organization. They're like, whatever. You got talent, we'll take you.
We talked about the men's tournament tonight. The women's take center stage.
Can't wait.
Well, I guess nothing's centered in the women's game after the 3-point line incident yesterday, Bobby.
Yeah, this was pretty bad. This was Texas and NC State in the women's bracket. And the teams agreed to go ahead and play Sunday's game even after it was found out that the 3-point line for the women's tournament had a discrepancy in distance at each end of the court that went unnoticed through 4 games over 2 days before Texas and NC State. They said, all right, look, we'll still go ahead. We'll play this. But this is where
they did not want to wait an hour because I think they were scared it would not be televised.
Well, and here's the thing.
They did not want to wait an hour.
Why would it be televised? It's on ESPN. What's ESPN going to run? Oh, do they have to run Sunday Night Baseball?
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
They probably have to run Sunday Night Baseball.
Yeah.
If you want to try and tell all of us that
no, ma'am, Texas William, get RJ and Bobby as Steve Darcy and Al Bundy. No, ma'am, it has been reborn, baby.
If you want me to take the women's tournament as seriously as the men's tournament, like if that's what you're trying to push consistently, the NCAA needs to start. They need to take it as seriously. They need to not have stupid things like this come up.
They didn't in the bubble. Remember the photos that were posted of the women's weight room versus the men's? The women's accommodations versus the men's? The NCAA doesn't take the women's tournament seriously. And let me tell you something. If the men's Elite Eight, if Duke, NC State get delayed by an hour, CBS is running that.
Yeah.
There's no fear that they're going to go to 60 minutes. They'll run it after. They would not stop airing Purdue, Tennessee yesterday if it started an hour late.
Through 5 games, teams shooting on the end with the closer 3 were 26% on threes. At the end of the floor that appeared correct, team shot 33%. Baylor was 6 of 14 on threes in the second half while shooting at the end of the floor with the longer arc. Is that surprising?
That is surprising. Maybe they're just more
muscle memory.
It's also the right arc.
Yeah,
it's the correct one. So yes, you're used to shooting at a certain, with a certain force, and then all of a sudden you have to go shorter, and it's just more difficult.
The hit piece that everybody was anticipating came out from Kent Babb. I was like, wait, Kent Babb? I worked with him for a year in Kansas City.
Well,
yes, he is at the Washington Post. He was doing this profile piece that Kim Mulkey was so upset about. RJ Choppy, what was so damaging? Take us through the tabloid drama.
Well, what was so damaging? That's a great question, Sean. I don't really know.
Right.
It wasn't all that damaging to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, there's some parts in there that talks about her father and her relationship with her family, that her father and her have not spoken in 37 years since her wedding, when she did not have him walk her down the aisle. Her dad left the family, and that created a rift, obviously, and that can be very difficult to deal with on its own. But she said
he sneaks in her games.
He sneaks into her games now. He doesn't want her to know about it. I guess now he doesn't care because he's 86 years old.
Yeah, now he just got his ass banned, probably. Now that she knows.
Probably did. He wants to talk to her, but he says, I know she doesn't want to talk to me, so I don't even try to reach out anymore. Her sister, they stopped talking a handful of years ago because of the fight between the dad and her. And there's just no relationship there. Now,
to Aaron Rodgers of women's basketball.
Right. She's look, she's a hard ass. She always has been.
Yeah.
She played like it at La Tech. She coaches like it now. She didn't apologize for who she is. There's something admirable about that, but she also could be. I mean, she's not a person you would probably invite to a party.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem like she's fun. She doesn't seem like she has fun.
And then also in there, there's some former players trying to say that she has a problem with homosexuality, that she told some of the girls, it's not a good look. You're walking around with your girlfriend on campus.
Yes.
It's not a good look. Keep it quiet. Now others combated that and said she's not homophobic. It's not true.
Yeah. Now, there was always talk when
we already knew that with Griner.
When Brittany Griner was at Baylor, that she told her to keep that, quiet. Now, I don't know if she was saying that because of what she wanted or because she was trying to protect her at Baylor. And at Baylor's a different animal than it is at, say, LSU, right? Like
Baylor's a Baptist school.
It's a religious institution, and that may play differently than it would at Texas, at LSU, wherever.
She ended up drawing way too much attention to this article for no reason.
No reason.
Now, maybe some things got taken out. There's speculation. Maybe some things got taken out because of the legal threats. But she did the Washington Post a humongous favor by getting more people to look for this article, and it was not damning.
No, it was not damning at all.
I can't stand her.
Any more than what we already know, which is she is an ass.
Yes, she
is.
that
is just
she is.
Certifiably she's
a
an
winner.
Ass.
She wins. She's a freaking winner.
Just and different way, but just like Popovich is an ass, and Belichick seems like an ass. They're winners, but they are they're
winners. Some of the people that are winners, they have to act like that. That's just the way it is. Like, they just act that way. I mean, look, you surprised that there was an unflattering portrait? I mean, she's not. Look, she dresses like Liberace out there, for crying out loud. I mean, look at her. What is she wearing half the time?
And then the LA Times wrote a profile piece on LSU as they were getting set against UCLA. They said a reckoning between good versus evil. They also referred to LSU as dirty debutantes and UCLA as milking cookies. And Kim Mulkey had a rant for that paper.
I'm not going to let you attack young people. And there were some things in this commentary, guys, that you should be offended by as women. It was so sexist, and they don't even know it. It was good versus evil in that game today. Evil? Called us dirty debutantes? Take your phone out right now and Google dirty debutantes and tell me what it says. Dirty debutantes? Are you kidding me? I'm not gonna let you talk about 18 to 21-year-old kids in that tone. It was even sexist for this reporter to say UCLA was milk and cookies. Now you women sit there and you keep your mouth shut if you won't. I'm in the last third of my career, but I'm not gonna let sexism continue. And if you don't think that's sexism, then you're in denial.
Dirty debutantes, too strong. Oh, over the line, and the LA Times retracted some portions of the article. I didn't read the whole thing, just like the Baylor coach who decided to pop off.
Boy, is that not a microcosm of society? Nikki Colleen, the head coach of Baylor. Now, in this article, Kent Babb in the Washington Post story said that Kim Mulkey, in her path of destruction, like she's a hurricane, leaves Louisiana Tech, which hasn't been in the tournament in decades, and then Baylor left to wither.
Yeah.
And Nikki Colleen was not happy.
I'm not afraid to say I was really, really offended by the article that came out. And I didn't read any of it. Didn't read any of it. Don't know what happened. Didn't read the article, but nothing's withering in Waco. Nothing is withering in Waco. And we're going to do it our way, and it's going to be just as good. But nothing is withering, and we are not a first-tier team, and you can't say we are. You can't get to the Sweet 16 and take a number 1 seed down to the wire in a one-possession game and say anything's withering in Waco. There's a lot blooming. I'm going to say not withering. There's some stuff blooming in Waco. So if he wants to come do an article and come to Waco and write about it next year, he's welcome.
Maybe she'll read that one.
Maybe she'll read that
Way
article.
to go. Way to go.
Boy, that's 2024. I am so offended by this. I don't know what was said.
Yeah.
I don't know what you wrote about me, but I am offended by it.
Happy Easter, Chop.
Oh,
Happy Easter.
choked up, just tears.
Yeah.
So offended. We are blooming, damn it.
Well, I know one thing. You cannot Google dirty debutantes. I'm finding that out on my computer, right? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
What happened?
Well, I went to go put the coffee down, and for some reason I went down like this, and I hit my head hit the microphone.
So milking cookies, I don't know if that's sexist versus like pure. Like the pure, but dirty debutantes, that's over the line.
Yeah.
And the LA Times.
Top link is from PH. It's that's the top one up here. So I can't click on that link, but I can see it because we're in Texas.
I'm in on this though. Y'all can make fun of it. No, ma'am. All you want. I am in on Iowa LSU tonight. 6:00. Well, I'm in when the Rangers are in commercial breaks here on 105 through the Fan. But this is it. This is the matchup. Caitlin Clark getting eliminated by the Tigers last year.
Yep.
LSU versus the chosen one.
Yeah, this is the title game last year, right? This is the title game where LSU won, and this is a rematch of the national championship game. And yeah, it's
will the ratings? Okay, the ratings for this will be where amongst the top 5 ratings with the men's and the women's tournament. Where will this game land? Will it be outside of the top 5 of the men?
Choppy adjust. You missed last week where Choppy has turned and thinks he's being sold a bill of goods on the women's TV ratings from last year.
So last year, if you were to just do common perception, you would think that the women's final game outdrew the men.
Okay.
And it had like 6 million fewer viewers, the championship game last year, than the women's. The men had,
and it was like what, the top 8 men's games were all.
Through the first round of the tournament, the top women's game was lower than the top 28 men's games in the first round of the tournament. That's just the first round, not the first week of the first round. There's only 30. There's 32 games.
I'll say this ranks 7th if you include the men's games. It'll be outside the top 5.
RJ Choppy has the next teams for Dak Prescott once the Cowboys kick him out of DFW. That is during the commercial-free expressway, and we have our first Rangers 4-pack giveaway of the week for you turning it on, leaving it on next.
Let's get you over to Q.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And this will be where you can win a 4-pack of tickets to see the World Series champion Texas Rangers. RJ is going to have some Diamond Calves for you at 8 o'clock after they took 2 of 3 against the Chicago Cubs. Good morning, Metroplex, commercial-free Expressway for the next 35 minutes. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Bell. We are all back together again. Best and worst of the weekend is coming up, but we have all this talk about Dak Prescott leaving. Is Dak Prescott any chance of him staying? This is Jeremy Fowler on ESPN saying some of this reporting, some of these thoughts, they're incorrect.
I talked to somebody directly with the team who said that the notion that the Cowboys don't want to re-sign Dak Prescott after this year is false. They are going to try. Now, can they find common ground on the contract when Prescott has unprecedented leverage here with a $60+ million cap hit this year, dead money on the contract next year? It's going to be hard for them to do, but I do expect them to try. They still see Prescott as their long-term answer. They have Trey Lance as a developmental quarterback right now, but all offseason signals are that they're going to try to re-sign their big three at some point. Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons.
All right, so there it is, Jeremy Fowler. They still want to try to re-sign him.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look, there's...
Let me just reenact the conversation that they're trying to spin this as. Like, Dak knows what we're doing, and we both know what we're doing. Okay, so what is Dak Prescott's response? How is he cool with their approach?
So here's the thought process, that if they are tight for 2025, which they are, their salary cap's tight. Like the projections out, the guys they're going to have to pay, what's currently on the books, they're tight. If they're tight for 2025, doing it now does not give them the most flexibility to potentially manipulate the 25 number and then go forward. So the idea being that...
So they could be telling him, look, we're giving you 60. It's just, we can't do it right now.
This is coming. We can't sign it right now. That's a thought process that some have had. That's the understanding it feels like from some people. Some people think that it's, hey, they've already got an understanding. They know where this is heading. They've communicated, hey, we've got this going on. We'll get it straight.
Okay.
There was a similar approach that they had with Amari Cooper. Amari, it's coming. We gotta wait a little bit. So Amari got to free agency and they got it done. And there was never really a threat from outside of there. And then of course they returned coats and pushed him out the door anyway. But the thought process from some is that no, this is done with Dak's blessing because he understands where they're at, that they're gonna get it done, and they've just gotta have a little bit on pause. I think it's a matter of interpretation right now, because I think there are others, Ian Rappaport for one, and others who are close to the situation, that when they see it, they go, no, this is definitely more of a review period where they're trying to figure things out. But no doubt about it, if they were to sign him to an extension right now, that helps the cap number this year, but it probably sets up his cap number next year to be pretty significant, upwards of around $50 million, and that's going to be tight. That'll be a tight fit for them.
Meanwhile, Ralph James Choppy is checking out the landscape for number 4. Your real estate shop.
Real estate shop, but if you're number 4 now, there was an article penned in Sports Illustrated.
They have money left for
around.
pens?
They're still around.
Not pencil?
Yeah,
gentlemen.
Penciled. That the...
Well, Fish got some SI deal because he's on shirtless vacations more than I can count.
Yeah, he is.
He's doing something.
Yeah, he is.
His Don King chest hair.
And his, God, I thought he was auditioning for Grease in his jacket he had on the other day.
I mean, he's a crooner. He is a crooner. He's like Michael Bublé with gray hair and chest hair and not a good voice, but spotted liver, all the things.
Michael Bublé is spotted liver?
No, Fish does.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure, right? He'll enjoy a cocktail or two.
We all do.
Yeah. The Steelers, according to Rich Eisen, could be a landing spot for Dak Prescott. The Steelers. Now, obviously, they have Russell Wilson. They just traded for Justin Fields. But Russ is on a 1-year, $1 million deal, basically the veteran minimum. And Justin Fields could be out the door at any point. So there's an option for him. I don't see this as a threat. Dak knows his thumb cannot handle the cold weather. He knows this. The plate in his thumb, it doesn't loosen up in the cold. If you look at all of the data, since that injury happened, what was that, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Every game in cold weather, has been really, really bad
He's
for him.
typically struggled in cold weather throughout his career, though.
Right, anyway.
Yeah.
And then you add that to the mix. I mean, he can't grip the football, I don't think, in certain spots. So I would be looking for Dak. I wouldn't even think a team like Minnesota that plays in a dome, because you got to go outdoors to Green Bay, you got to go outdoors to Chicago every year. You can get away with it. If you play in the NFC South, I mean, you can avoid maybe playing one cold game a year. NFC North, you're guaranteed 2 a year at minimum. And I just don't think that's advantageous for him. I don't look at Pittsburgh as a threat at all. I know it's a great organization and everything, and Mike Tomlin's like a made guy, and everybody loves Mike Tomlin, but I don't know that they're a threat. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm looking for teams that he might go to. I'm thinking New Orleans. I'm thinking Atlanta's out, right? They got Kirk, but Carolina. We don't know what Tampa and Baker. They have Baker, but they can get out of that. Miami, we have no idea what they're going to do with Tua. We don't know. I mean, Jacksonville's going to keep Trevor Lawrence, but I think Tennessee's an option. What's Arizona going to do? Vegas. What are they going to do? Those are your options. Dak is. I mean, he's going to stay in the South or in an indoor stadium with Indianapolis, in an organization that plays in the South.
If this had happened a year earlier, if he would have come open a year earlier, I think Washington would have been a threat. Because with Quinn there, not just with Quinn, it's Brian Johnson as the quarterback's coach. That was his quarterback's coach at Mississippi State the last 3 years he was there. It's Cliff Kingsbury. They have money to spend. If they thought, we can bring Dak in, this is somebody Dan believes in that can orchestrate things, and then we can use our draft capital on other things. We don't have to spend that number 2 pick on a quarterback. Let's go. Let's ride with this. So I think that would have been a legitimate threat if this came a year earlier. But look, I mean, next year, you look at the guys who could be free agents. Detroit, they play indoors, but I mean, Detroit's got a
better quarterback.
They do not, and all the peripheral statistics tell us that. But if you look at, if they were to decide, all right, Dan Campbell wants to move on from Goff or whatever else, like, I mean, if they feel like he can't get over the hump, then I mean, you'd have options there. But there's not that's kind of what Archer was talking about in his articles of like, there's not a better fit for Dak than Dallas. And for Dallas, There's not an easier solution at quarterback than Dak. And so it's kind of a marriage of convenience.
It is. I mean, and then, with, like you mentioned, Goff, like they have to make a decision on his contract because that's up and it's really cheap right now. It's not even $30 million, but he's going to get more money than that. They're going to have to make, some of these teams have to make decisions immediately. And I mean, the Cowboys, I guess, could wait if they wanted to and tell him that the money is there. But if the money is there, then why isn't it there?
Well, it's not there
because of what
right. But is it just the cap right now? I mean, that you would think that's an easy fix.
Look, I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any cash flow problems for them at all. But I mean, like, you got to look at the fact that the switches that they've flipped for 3 years now, 4 years, to try and keep guys here, and the different ways that they've had their little accounting tricks to create space. Eventually, there does come a day where they've got to pay that. They were set up to be screwed on the 2018 cap if it wasn't for Dak coming along and doing what he did. Dak coming along and being a cheap option for them at quarterback let them weather what was coming, the payday they had to pay out for Romo and other veterans that they had flipped switches on. Now that kind of opened up a new window for them of, okay, we were able to weather that. We were able to financially sustain that. They get through that period, and now it's just another window of this 5-6 year cycle where when you flip switches at the end of 5 or 6 years, it's going to hit you.
Did you guys have a draft quarterback conversation last week when I was out after this?
Yeah, it's you're kind of in a tough spot in terms of finding somebody who's a solution. You can throw a dart if you want. Pick one on day 3 is sort of just a lottery ticket, but in terms of actually like making a move to go and get one of the top quarterbacks, the 6 who could potentially go in the first round are probably all going to go ahead of you. And so, I mean, you'd have to make a move up and sacrifice even more capital, and you're thin right now at your roster.
Even with Jaden Daniels' arm?
Well, look, I mean, you could sit there and...
But do you know what I'm referencing?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. Did you see that picture that Rappaport sent out?
Mm-mm.
Ryan, see if you can get this on the fan cam. Jaden Daniels was forced to address this photo that Rappaport sent out. He looks like a toy.
He's light.
No, well, he's broken. According to this photo,
Looks like it when he throws.
He's literally broken. You got to see what is the photographic explanation for this. Pepe, did you see what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, it looks like his elbow is just all like kind of discombobulated almost.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. And he had to come out and say, no, there's nothing wrong with my arm. As I'm trying to sit here and stall and drag this out until I can find it. Hold it up to Choppy on your computer.
That's
I think we're about to get it on the fan cam. Look at that.
I don't know what
Look at the elbow. Look at that.
Weird. What
Choppy's
is that?
taking on the headset. Ryan went and found
What
it,
is that,
as he
Chop?
always does.
That's Tommy John or something, man.
What? What'd you say?
It looks like his forearm got eaten by a shark.
Doesn't it look like a toy robot?
Yeah.
Like a transformer that you mess around with the elbow? What is the photo? What is the explanation for that from you photogs out there on the Franco injury attorney text line?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like he has a shoulder blade in his arm or something. It's weird.
877-881-1053.
There is a doctor who replied to it and said Daniels appears to be dealing with operation bursitis of his right throwing elbow. This is an inflammation of the bursa, which is a sac that is usually empty and is there to protect the bone underneath. We have them in several joints, including the elbow and the knee. So that's what the doctor there, Jesse Morse, was claiming on Twitter.
All right. We have our Rangers 4-pack giveaway coming up here momentarily on Sean and RJ. First, let's find out what everyone did this Easter weekend with best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Will Chambers making an appearance in the intro. What did everyone do for Easter? Pepe, what a lovely photo of you and the missus.
Saw that.
What a lovely
Thank
photo.
you. Got a lot of good feedback from the Tolos too. Hit up my messages saying great looking couple. So that was nice.
We got moles. We got cigars. We got everything. I'll start off with my move. It's just misery. I've been miserable for the past 2 or 3 days. I haven't been able to enjoy the new home whatsoever. My wife and I are ready to kill each other.
Really?
Yeah, it reached that point a couple of days ago. See, here's the issue with my lovely wife and myself. She lets things build up. She was remember I was talking about her being superhuman throughout this whole move. She's 8 months pregnant. And I'm like, how is she doing this? She's packing up the house, but she has also wanted to pack up the house. See, this is women for you, okay? And I got Tolo Edey, who said, I'll move you guys. Let's do it. So I told her multiple times, let's let this moving company take everything out of the drawers, everything out of the cabinets, pack it up. I don't want you doing the physical
lot of
work.
money.
It is a lot of money.
A lot of extra money.
It's a lot of extra money. But I was willing to do it.
They'll do it. Yeah, they'll do it.
Because she's 8 months pregnant. She's like, no, I want to do everything. And she packed up this house like a champion. I don't know how she did it physically. Well, what my wife does is she lets things build and build and build and build. And then there could be an explosion. Instead of being like, oh, I'm getting tired. I'm getting frustrated. I need a little bit more tomato sauce. That was the trigger. She walked out of the room. There was a can of tomato sauce on the counter. And she's basically like, why is this still sitting out? And she's never really done that before. And I usually pick up after myself. And that just set it off. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go back to work. I'm ready to wake up at 4:15 and make the long trek that I've never done. In my 13 years doing this show, I've never driven more than 13 minutes to the station. So this morning I had really bad anxiety and nerves.
How long is the drive now?
About 22.
I told you you'd be able to shave off 5 to 10 minutes.
About 22 minutes. I don't know how many times I GPS'd, how long to the station. I'd get 30 minutes and then I get 22 minutes. And I'm like, is there another road? Is there another access? Is there something else I can do here? And it was just about 22 minutes. But dude, every day, I kid you not, from about 7A to 7P, it's just been nonstop physical labor of exercise and packing and up and down. Then you throw in a 3-year-old wife who's 8 months pregnant, and my garage looks like an absolute explosion. I'm not in a state of appreciating the new house yet. Not good whatsoever. If I never see another piece of blue tape in my entire life, I don't know how many times I've gone through this house with freaking blue tape, Choppy, And I mean, I'm just snapping and miserable on everyone. The builders, the contractors, everyone. I'm like,
blue tape's terrible.
Oh my God.
It's great. It's the great day because you do the blue tape day when you build a house and you're blue taping everything. Hey, fix this, fix this, fix this.
Yeah.
And when all the stuff gets done, it's great.
But then you got to balance doing it after you move in. They're like, no, just mark the blue. Because in my mind, dealing with contractors in my life, once you make that final payment, it's adios.
Oh, you don't see them.
You don't see them.
You don't see them again.
So I'm arguing with them on closing day. I'm like, there's still like a ton of little things to do. And they're like, no, we're here for you. We don't do business that way. We don't accept the check and run. And I'm like, well, I'm not paying the check. So they're like, no, you have to.
Like a builder, home builder? Yeah, because you're still in the neighborhood. Like they're still there, right? Or did you guys, is it a custom builder?
Yeah, they're still there.
They're still in the neighborhood. Yeah,
but still, I don't know that they're just going to. And then I don't want them to come in after, that. So what? Now I got to move my beds out of the way. Now I got to move my couches out of the way for you to get to the wall, and you got to get to this and that.
Absolutely.
So that was a miserable experience. Just dealing with all the little blue tape. I love my builder, Tolo Billy. It's not a free shout out, Spittle. It's not a free shout out. I didn't name the company. My guy Billy, who's a big time Tolo. I absolutely love him. But God, this sucks. It sucks. And it's just nonstop. Like, the boxes don't end. And here's a real problem. I felt like, wants to be in charge of where things go. So I can't attack a box. But then it turns into the fight of, why don't you just do it? Why do you need me to direct you? Why do you need me to tell you where this goes and that goes? And I'm like, I thought that's what the idea was while you were packing up. You wanted to know where everything was, so I'm waiting for her to give me direction and just point. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. You tell me where to take it, I'll take it. So we kind of hit a bump in the road.
That sucks. Did you have the home inspection done? Did you have an inspector come over before, to inspect the house?
It's been inspected throughout the whole building, check. Yeah.
Well, did you have some inspector for not the builder?
Right.
Do you have
I did not get one myself.
One? Okay.
Yeah. But the good news is, I think I sold my house already.
Look at that.
That's good.
About 3 or 4 days. I think it's done.
I was wondering how long it was going to take.
Not shouting out the realtors, Gavin. I'm not shouting out the realtors. They're fantastic. Rosemary, just by name, awesome. But I think 3 or 4 days, bam, good to go.
I was wondering how long this was going to sit in the market because, it's interest rates are high still, so people are not I see houses on the market where I live.
listed it for $120,000 less than what I asked you it should be. So maybe that's why a lot of early activity. And now you have that remorse, and you're like, did I list it high enough? Did I do this high enough? I'm trying to do Tolo yard sales. I'm trying to have people. I'm letting people come to the new house, pick up furniture. The people come to the old house, pick up furniture. All of it.
Yeah,
just nonstop.
Because the area is booming, and I think people just see these houses oh wow, we got a house that's priced that low, and let's just go buy it, sight unseen, and then they'll just start to get a bidding war going. I was wondering how long it was going to take to sell because, like I said, I've seen houses. We've been kind of looking. I've seen houses on the market, nice ones, great areas, 100 days. How? Things are selling like crazy right now.
But then you hear some homes go for. I've seen a house go for $100,000 over ask.
Yeah.
Right. We were talking about how houses are disappearing right under in DFW. Yeah. They can disappear within hours.
You put on the market, within an hour it's gone, and they've had 3 offers and nobody's seen the house. You have to buy the house without even going looking at it. And then obviously you get your inspection done. You can get out of it then. The inspection fails or whatever, but it's a nuts market. Not as bad as it was a couple years ago when rates were low. People were buying houses like crazy, but it's still nuts.
So I think that's everything. It's just going back home to boxes.
How much
later on? My son starts his new school. I'm extremely nervous for that. I feel terrible taking this kid away.
Middle year, right?
Yeah.
But he's not in kindergarten. It's just like a daycare, right?
Yeah, it's like a daycare, but he's going this morning. They're hardcore. They don't let you inside the school to prevent sickness and germs. So we drop him off at the front door. Every day he takes a toy in, and he's not allowed to do that. And I'm very nervous. I'm sick. I'm sick from a boy of what's going to happen today. But he does need some discipline. He needs some hardcore discipline.
he needs some pre-K military training, basically.
Adrian Peterson's the dean.
Oh,
we're sending
careful. So how much?
Olbermann, where are you?
Oh, in Looney Tune.
How much did you find you were just missing the news cycle though? Like when you see the Dak Prescott, story,
that one,
or like opening day, and you find out did you have FOMO?
Yeah, I had some FOMO for Friday. I listened to you guys where Bobby was, I think, talking about breathing at 9:20. I almost called in. You were making fun of him for talking about Wyatt Langford. He breathes.
Yeah,
he breathes very well. So I almost called in for that.
Who did you side with? Did you understand what I was saying?
No, I sided with RJ. I thought it was funny.
You know what?
Peyton mispronouncing.
I hope the contractors screw you.
Entourage.
Entourage.
It's a French word, Sean. I don't get it.
Yeah, we did your blog posts every day at 6:40. We were able to still be connected.
What did you think of my writing?
I thought it was really good. Like I was really
stunned
proud.
At how pop culture
a lot of
focused you were.
Great references.
Yeah, I was trying to be Bill Simmons.
Yeah,
trying to copy Bill Simmons. Very, very sports guy-esque. And then your song. Did all y'all do a song?
Yeah, did a song.
And was his by far the most popular?
Peyton's?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It was pretty popular.
2-time G-Bag of the Day champ, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Won 2 times in a row.
I thought Bobby really delivered.
What were the songs?
So he did Boot Scootin' Boogie, and then I did A Whole New World from Aladdin.
A whole new world.
Oh, have you not heard it?
No, I didn't hear RJ or Bobby's.
Do we need to play?
I might need to. I might need to
You got to
listen
hear
to
Bobby's. Bobby's you got.
8 o'clock.
Okay.
Let's do it 8 o'clock. We need to talk about the Ranger rings that they got as well.
They're so good.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
The rings or the song?
The rings.
The rings are great.
The banner was such a fail. The rings were great.
That banner is.
Diamond Calves.
The bed sheet.
8 o'clock. Did you talk about that Friday? I saw you ranting and raving about it. Speaking of the Rangers, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call on number 10 right now at 877-881-1053. We'll win a 4-pack of tickets to your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Oakland Athletics April 10th. You'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 10,000 fans in the gate will also receive a World Series replica trophy presented by T-Mobile. And it's also Dollar Hot Dog Night at the ballpark. Get tickets and information now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. Thank you all for listening to the home of the World Series champs. That's going to be every single morning this week during the commercial-free Expressway. Bobby Belt smoking a cigar for the first time.
How about that?
He was so nervous.
35 years old, smoking a cigar.
34
for the first time, huh?
Thank you. Yes, I. So okay, look, I should be clear. I've smoked like the Black and Milds with a wood tip. That was one of my go-to things back in the day whenever I would drink.
Smoke that tip.
But I've never actually done like a legitimate cigar. And so somebody invited me out for cigars on Friday, and I was very stressed about it. I was YouTube.
I don't know what to do. I'm gonna look stupid.
Dude,
I'm gonna swallow this whole thing.
I was YouTubing videos of how do I draw the smoke into my mouth without swallowing it? Like I had to look up that. I also had to look up how you're supposed to hold it and everything. I was looking up so many different things of just don't look like a complete idiot here. Because I was going with a cigar aficionado. And so I had, I believe it was I don't know. I don't want to mess it up. I think it was a Perdomo was what I had.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very mild. I did look up before. They're like, you got to eat. If you're a first-time smoker, don't smoke on an empty stomach. It will make you sick.
Don't swallow your saliva. Don't swallow the smoke, obviously.
There were a lot of different things. I sat there and bathed in smoke though for quite a while.
Did you hate it?
No.
The smell?
No. It was
some women like it too.
Yeah.
No, it was pretty enjoyable, pretty soothing. And so just like a nice glass of bourbon with a cigar.
Wow.
What kind?
Yeah, it was just it was Woodford Reserve.
Okay.
So sipping on some Woodford and smoking a cigar, it was pretty enjoyable. I don't think I looked natural doing it. Just my
Did you
own
have your leg
sense of
crossed?
it.
How were your legs?
I had my leg I like this. Like I did the leg on top of the knee.
The guy cross. The guy cross.
Yeah. In the little recliners or whatever.
90-degree angle.
And so,
some guys can cross all the way.
I kept screwing it. I had to relight the thing 8 times though.
Yeah. Do you know how to light it in order to even out the other side, how to turn it and everything?
That was one of the things I also saw on YouTube.
You got a runner. It's a runner.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of how it burns unevenly if you haven't lit it correctly or whatever else.
You gotta. You only ash the cigar when it asks to be ashed.
Yeah.
You gotta listen to it.
Yeah. Don't over ash.
Don't over ash.
What I found is cigars are like a little bit like, it feels like cigars for men are like wine tastings for women a little bit.
Yeah.
Where it's like, they're even talking about how there are tasting notes on cigars and stuff. To me, it all just tastes kind of like smoke.
Yeah.
But I mean, in general, it was enjoyable to just sit there and, I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. I'll do it again. But yeah, I have a feeling I looked like an idiot. Now, Kristen had to wash my clothes like 3 times because she's like, they still smell like smoke. And she's like super sensitive to smoke. And my shoes smelled like it from just sitting in there for like 5 hours. I was like walking around the next day and I was like, why does it smell like smoke? I was like, oh, it's these damn shoes. And
Did she wash her clothes for the most male-attended baby shower also I've ever heard of?
It was shout out, congratulations to Kelsey Charles, now Kelsey Flanagan, formerly of DallasCowboys.com.
Congratulations,
She's having twins. She's having twins, first baby, and she's got twin girls on the way. But I got invited out to her baby shower, and I was getting ready to go. Kristen was getting dressed. I was napping.
How many baby showers have you attended? Just your
I think
significant others?
I was supposed to go to one in like 2 weeks.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never been to one. I mean, other than my own.
Are we? Is this a societal thing now where we're mixing it all?
Yeah, I think she's having a baby shower, and then after the shower, she's
Party.
inviting the couples over, like the men. So we come at a separate time, and we have a big party after that.
All right, that's cool.
So
it was
that should
cool.
be fun.
No, it was good though. But I was getting ready to go. It was at goodness, I can't remember the name of the spot. It's just around the corner from here.
Don't name it for free.
Okay, no, I'm not. It's just around the corner from here. But we were hanging out there. And as we were getting ready and getting ready to go, I'd been napping. I woke up. Kristen was like in a dress and stuff. And I was like, oh, you're going to wear a dress. And she was like,
my wife got me for Easter yesterday. I had to freaking dress up a little bit.
She was like, you're
oh, yeah,
I despise jeans. I hate jeans. I hate them.
That
now.
was dressing
COVID
up?
made me hate. Yeah, that was dressing
With the
up.
slide. You had the
And
slides on and everything.
Yeah, I was
No,
so,
that's exactly
I told her, don't freaking put those slides in there. Like, don't put those sandals in the, because I'm walking around and like, my pool still needs to be like power washed, so it's just dust and like.
For sure, absolutely.
So
You
I'm
gotta
like,
put them on.
Yeah, I'm putting them on so I don't track it back inside the house. I know you ain't. Don't talk to me about dressing.
Well, no, because I'm saying like, to me, that's dressing up. So to somebody else, I think like, oh wow, like that should be my standard of dressing up. I was wearing I think I was wearing that faded Bing Bong hoodie and red Marcus High School shorts and like a Plano East baseball
Have you
hat.
ever been to a baby shower?
No.
Okay.
And so as I was dressed up, I walk into the bathroom and I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go. And Kristen's like doing her eye makeup and she turns around and she goes, please don't do this. And I was like, what? She's like, please just jeans or something. Please don't do it. Like, I'm wearing a dress. Would you please just like put jeans on?
Yeah.
I was like, fine. So I went with the wedding outfit, jeans, polo, Chuck Taylors.
You can wear that.
The standard. And then I wore a hat from the Phoenician is what I wore. So that was a little bit
with the polo shirt.
Yeah, I think it was acceptable. It's not like a tacky or
Let me ask
like
you this though.
sportsy looking.
You
hat.
obviously saw that everyone else was dressed up at this event. I know that they were.
It
I
was
don't even have
it was
to
not
ask.
that bad.
No, if you would have dressed up in your original outfit, would you have felt weird yourself, or do you just not
I think
care?
I've established a standard. I've established a
He wouldn't have
baseline.
cared. He would not have cared.
No, it's funny. Reggie was there. Reggie Atatula, and he said something to me about it. He's like, "You didn't want to dress up." And David Hellman, who was in town, was standing there, and he goes,
This
is
up.
dressing up."
Yeah.
He's like, "I'm stunned Bobby came dressed like this."
Yeah.
He's like, Bobby doesn't care. Bobby puts in no effort, and he's like, I was actually impressed. I expected less of him showing up here today.
Best and worst of the weekend, 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline.
He's dressed better than Orlovsky is right now with his little
Man,
hoodie
okay,
on
can
TV.
The Whitworth?
The Whitworth. Whitworth does this on the NFL Network, and he'll wear a hoodie under a sport jacket. It seems weird to me. Like, I accepted, they did this, they started doing this about a decade ago. I've accepted the sneakers. The not even like dress sneakers, not even like J's. I've accepted the people wearing Asics with their suits. Okay, I've accepted that. Can we not go and put a hoodie under a dress coat, please? Like, can we not do that, or are we too far gone on that one?
Pepe, you got moles.
I got the worst of the weekend, guys.
Oh,
I think I have.
What was this last week? Best and worst of the weekend?
Oh, it was a mail in from Peyton. It was a one sentence email. And it was just like,
not that
oh,
bad.
so Sean's out, and all of a sudden it's a 1-sentence email.
Yeah,
I didn't do anything.
I
just said
understand. I understand why you gotta crack the whip a little bit, Sean. I understand it because he needs it. The way that his email last week was the biggest mail-in I've ever seen.
I heard it.
Would you have rather me have lied and said I went to the moon, Sean?
I went to the moon.
Would you have rather me lied? But yes,
Serious here, Peyton.
Watched college basketball, did some work around the house, pretty laid back weekend. That was the extent of his email.
A great weekend.
Sounds like a great weekend.
I think we're
Thanks for the
judging.
content.
It's a reach here.
Dumbass.
What happened with the moles?
Well, I went outside to mow. Oh, Sean, you missed it last week. I have put the fertilizer down. I did that.
Good stuff.
So
Yes.
fertilizer is down, but I went to mow, and then Ryan, do we have the picture up? Oh yeah, I also got the weed eater working.
Look at that man in
Look
action.
at the form.
Look at that
the form. Now
pose.
you might not be able to see. I do have the glasses on, the Oakley glasses, and then I have the AirPods in too.
Y'all get on the fan
Can't hear
cam. Look at
anything.
Peyton whacking.
Look at that. It
That's
works
impressive.
too. I got the string working thanks to the YouTube videos I looked at. But yeah, I was going in the front yard mowing, and I noticed 4 or 5 holes in the ground. Now I have not seen the moles. I noticed they only come out at night. That's when I catch them. But I have not.
I mean, you just get yourself a rat snake. You'll be fine.
No, you were saying you were trying to have him test the ground.
Yeah. So I was like, he said there's these holes. I was like, well, walk around them, and if they feel like they're empty tunnels, and it's squishy, you got moles.
So I need advice, Tolos, how to get rid of the moles. I talked to the landlord. You can't throw the firecracker down there and get rid of it, or smoke or anything. You can't smoke them out. But I need advice because I need something because I've been in this house for 2 months now. And it seems like every week there's something different.
Yeah, I've always subscribed to, like, if you have an infestation, snakes, mice, whatever, if you take away their food source. So for you, maybe grubs, that may be what they eat. So just put like an anti-grub fertilizer down or whatever. Take away their food source, generally not going to go there. So you may have snakes now because you got moles.
This was Peyton's email. Worst. Looks like I have moles in my yard, 4 to 5 holes that need to be filled with concrete to eliminate them. Best. Successfully made it through 2 separate Easters with my family and Mackenzie's family. No fights, unlike Bobby and Kristen.
Oh.
Is this a good enough email for you, Bobby? That was the email I received last night.
Did you get my follow-up, Peyton?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Didn't care about it.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, I thought this was an old one. You didn't make fun of the fact that we were really aware of my mom not being with us this year.
I was just trying to make him feel bad.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but she died. Month in the hospital, sedated, couldn't breathe. Eventually, God showed grace, took her so she wouldn't suffer anymore.
R.I.p.
Good.
Very morbid. Very morbid.
We've known about this though, Bobby. We've known
all this.
All right, I want to hear Bobby's Rangers song, and we got to talk about the bling that the World Series champs are now showing off on the home of the Rangers next.
Let's get you over to Zerez and let's get that carpet professionally cleaned. It is a great time to head on over to Zerez, best carpet cleaner in the industry.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The lefty set. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a high drive, well hit center field. Bellinger back. He's at the wall and it's over his head and off the 4-10 sign. Both runners score. Langford tearing for third. Here's the throw on 2 hops. Not in time. He slides in with a 2-run triple. Wyatt Langford has tied the game.
Eric Nadel with the call on your home of the World Series champs, where they took 2 of 3 against the Cubs in Arlington over the weekend. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I know that this is just a result and symptom of like society and newness and the way that we react to things, and in with the old, out with the new. You know where I really kind of think about Wyatt Langford when he's up at the plate the most is when Evan Carter's up. Does anyone else have this, okay, Evan Carter's just up now feeling when Wyatt Langford is up? I totally spoiled, ridiculous. I'm admitting to it. I'm prefacing the entire statement with that. But I'm like, Wyatt Langford, he's the new exciting, flashy thing. Evan Carter, okay, yeah, maybe he'll draw a walk. That's how I think when Wyatt Langford is up and Evan Carter is up. I've lost appreciation already for Evan.
It
happens.
It's the whole chicks dig the long ball factor. It's when you got a power hitter up there, it's more entertaining than the super patient, 450 on base percentage.
Yeah.
Wade Boggs.
You know what
approach. But I still have an appreciation for it, and I love it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Come playoff time.
And I'm picking him apart. I'm like the opener. Was he slacking? Was Evan slacking a little bit right there? Oh, did he misplay that? Why didn't he catch that? Oh, look at Wyatt Langford's first career.
Was he breathing funny?
Was he breathing funny?
Yeah.
Look at good reference. Well, look at Wyatt Langford and his first career put out. This is the truth. This is the guy. And last year, I felt that way about every single Evan Carter at bat. But what it all means overall is an embarrassment of riches with young talent. You forget about Josh Young. Josh Young casts off to the side. Oh, really? Josh Young, he can still hit 3, 4, or 5 for you? Zeke Duran. Okay. Zeke Duran's the highlight of the at-bat that inning. Nah, that's how spoiled you are with this Rangers lineup. But you have Young, Carter, Langford. It's freaking fun, man. I could not miss any of their at-bats when they started the season. I couldn't do it, and I'm just casting Evan Carter off as old news.
Langford, man, if he's somebody who just off this first weekend you look at and you go, I can't miss any plays with him, not just at bats, because the way he swings the bat, and then he's beating out infield singles, and he's fast, and you see him make the play in left field that he does. It's okay, this just seems like one of these guys.
It really is Trout.
You see the Trout comparison when you watch him.
Yeah.
That's who he reminds you of.
Yeah, and this is
because he's just a stout, stocky dude.
And if you look at hopefully
thick.
This is the worst he'll ever be.
Langford?
Yes. That's the thing. He's barely out of college. And he hasn't even figured out the game. Now, the game hasn't figured him out either. There's no scouting report on him. So he'll have to make adjustments. The pitchers will adjust, and he'll have to make readjustments to their adjustments. That's just the nature of the sport. And that's why it's, if you hit 300, you're going to go to the Hall of Fame because it's just so hard to do. But, he went his first at-bat, right? It looked like he was looking away. They busted him in. Okay. Guessed a little bit. His strikeout looking yesterday right down the middle. It was a fastball. He was obviously looking off speed. If you're looking off speed and you're sitting off speed and they bust you with a fastball, you got no chance. You're cooked. Those are really the only 2 at-bats he had all weekend where on those 2 pitches, he gave himself no chance. Those were his own mistakes. He gave himself no chance. He was guessing. He guessed wrong. It happens. But everybody has done that in the history of the sport. You'll guess wrong. Other than that, there wasn't a time, I didn't think, in the entire weekend where he looked remotely overmatched. Remotely. Now, he wasn't facing DeGrom.
Yeah.
Steele's a good pitcher. Steele's a good pitcher on the opener. And Steele, he got him, right? He got him on that inside cutter.
333 to start off, 4 hits in 12 at-bats.
Yeah, and I mean, what the OPS are? Obviously, it's 3-game series, but still, OPS, what, like 900? He's making plays in the
962 and a half. 962
so
and a half.
Disappointment to you.
Otherwise, it'd be a disappointment.
That was his line last week, Sean. He says that if Wyatt Langford's OPS is under 962, it's a disappointing rookie year because that was Trout's OPS his rookie year.
I like it. Hot take. Right. Let's see if we can get this up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What did y'all think? We know that you weren't a big fan of their championship banner. I thought it got stuck initially.
It did get stuck initially, yeah. And then I thought the banner, like, they could have done better. Right? It's not.
Is that the banner?
Yeah,
as far as I know,
it looks like a rally towel. It looks like a giant rally towel. Honestly, like the emblem and everything else looks like a rally towel.
How'd y'all feel about the rings?
The ring's cool. The ring's very, very cool. I love a lot of diamonds. I love to use the colors in it.
Some people are saying, why is it silver, not gold?
It could be platinum.
Okay.
Right? It could be platinum, I guess. I love that you could take the top of the ring off, and it talks about the road. There was a few things you had to hit there. The engravings went and took it. I mean, I think that's
freaking humongous.
It's a well-done ring.
The road spell out is what's perfect. I honestly think that I'd be disrespected. I would feel major disrespect if I was one of those fan bases. If you include their logo in there, that's brutal. You spell out road with the Rays logo, the Orioles logo, the Astros logo, and then the Diamondbacks logo. That's how you spell out road 11. That's spike of the football. I love it.
It's clever.
I love it, but it's spike of the football.
And what are the odds that it worked out that way, too, that you could do that?
Yeah. All right, I'll give you all the specs. There are 103 blue sapphires on the top of the ring.
Ooh, it's our birthstone.
To signify the total number of wins in 2023. The 23 red rubies on the ring represent the year the Rangers won the World Series. On the alternate top, the 49 points of rubies represent the number of players who held a spot on the active roster. Removing the top reveals 11-0, the 2023 postseason road record. ROAD dominance is written using those other teams' logos. The 11 stones on the face of the Rangers logo represent the number of postseason wins on the road. 52 points of diamonds in champions honors the first world championship in the Rangers' 52-year history. 16 emerald cut diamonds, emerald custom pools, to recognize the number of consecutive postseason games in which the Rangers hit a home run. 90 stones circling the side of the ring represent the number of regular season wins last year. 1 diamond in the World Series trophy, first championship in franchise history. The 3-millimeter stone inside the trophy is to call out the number of American League championships the Rangers have won. 3 diamonds on the player side represent the 3 pillars of the organization. 1, compete with passion. 2, be a good teammate. 3, dominate the fundamentals. The 72 points of diamonds on the border represent the year the Rangers move from Washington to Arlington. 30 stones on the inner, bezel, represent the 30 home runs the team hit during the postseason.
God, 30 home runs. Jeez.
2.33 carats on the side of the ring represent the 233 home runs they had during the regular season. Man, they're like, give me any stat you can.
Any stat.
Give me any stat. Each ring will also include a small covering of a baseball that was used in the World Series between the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. Inside the shank, the player's signature is engraved, as well as the postseason series records and the phrase "as one." I think I got it all.
And the total value of the ring? Do you have it there?
No.
$75,000 each.
Wow.
75.
It's great.
Wait a sec. Don't tell me Sandler got one.
I'm sure he got a ring of some kind. I don't know if it's a player's ring. It depends on
I think they're all given the same ones.
Every organization is different.
Gosh,
I think,
are you kidding me?
I think the Mavericks, they gave
yeah, but that's Cuban.
They gave the non-players a watch maybe or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what.
I'm asking him right now. Did you get a World Series?
Every organization's different on what they give. It'd be great if they did.
Imagine if Bassett got one too.
Oh
no!
I'm still waiting for mine from the Mavs, by the way. Whatever.
That's right. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, Jordan Montgomery. There's reports on why he made his Arizona decision.
So the report is that the Red Sox wanted him. So
By the way, real quick, for those hoping for a replica ring, Bobby brought my buddy Goldberg a Yankee replica ring from when you went to the game with John Machota, I was pretty impressed with the quality of it.
It's not bad.
No.
It was a really cool giveaway. The tickets,
Rangers do that.
The tickets were given away this week, right? Or was it the ones we gave away last week? Paying the ones that had the replica
World
trophy.
Series trophy.
Yeah,
replica.
they're giving you the replica trophy to these tickets we're giving away during the Expressway.
What?
For that game, it'll be a World Series replica trophy for the first 10,000 fans.
Wow.
Yep.
That is sweet. All right.
So the Red Sox really wanted Jordan Montgomery. He lived there in the offseason. His wife is in doctoral residency in Boston. So they really wanted him. And apparently, according to reports from John Heyman,
well,
he turned out he decided he did not want to go to Boston and play because he wanted to win, which has to be a just complete
Arizona over Boston.
Could you imagine? What world?
Think of that. That's like choosing the Commanders over us.
Right. Because they have a better chance of winning. Like, in what world does that happen? Well, I mean, reality, it's, the Red Sox fans are not happy with John Henry and his ownership group.
Sandler's getting one.
He better come up here to show it off. We got to see it up close.
Yeah. Beat his ass and take it.
So that he wanted to win. Well, if he wanted to win, this is a pretty good place to win. Defending champs. I mean, typically the defending champs have a pretty decent team, unless you're the Marlins. And the Rangers do have a pretty decent team, and they got a chance to win. Which really makes it even worse that they would not match this. I mean, you really mean to tell me the Rangers that he did not come back to the Rangers? Because all reports
What
that
was
he
the
basically
deal?
wanted to come here.
What was the per year?
1 year, $25 million.
And then there's a
vesting option.
Player option.
That's his option.
Yeah, it's his option if it clicks.
It's a vesting option for the following year. Minimum 20, could get up to more than 25.
And it's a pretty low bar, if I remember correctly.
So they could have had him here. Now, he wanted 7 years. That was why this thing took so long with him. He wanted a 7-year deal. He's 31 years old. He's not getting a 7-year deal. But he wanted a 7-year deal, and they wind up agreeing to a 1-year contract for $25 million. And I guarantee you, because Scott Boras is not an idiot. I know he made himself look like one this offseason, but I assure you he's not. 1,000% chance they came back to the Rangers, to the Yankees, to the whoever, and said, hey, this is the offer we're going to take tomorrow if you guys don't up it. And I mean,
really disappointing.
Very disappointed that the Rangers didn't say no, that nobody else said yes.
Especially for a 1-year deal.
1-year deal?
Speaking
Very
of
disappointed.
low bar, Pepe said that I had to hear this. Bobby Belt's Texas Rangers song that debuted late last week to get you ready for the championship defense.
I can hardly believe Texas won the World Series. Tell me, Choppy, now why can't they repeat in 24? Why it's opening eyes. Bombi brings all the thunder. Shohei, don't bet the under, 'cause we're winning 95. A dynasty.
So good.
Began in 2023. Seager for MVP. With Evaldi, the Cy Young, he'll be winning a dynasty. We'll win a 3rd and 25. Rangers fans have no fear. It's crystal clear that now we know a dynasty's arrived.
Wow. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was well done.
You can freaking sing.
I know.
No, that's the thing. You
He
can
can.
freaking sing. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, it was
Bob.
very good.
That was
It was
gorgeous.
No, I had to put the Shohei dig in there, though.
I
That's
hope.
good.
I hope some of y'all place some bets, not on the Rangers. Luca Dončić is winning the MVP. Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to A number 1 Air. That's right, boys and girls. You want to head on over to A number 1 Air right now. You're going to love
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Then Kyrie amongst the trees for the offensive rebound. Outside! And three-pointer, number 9. He strikes a pose afterward.
Follow up with a call on Bally. The hot Mavs beat the red-hot Rockets. I may, not going to do it yet, because they're still like the 12 seed, have to start forming an apology to the Rockets, whose offseason decisions I made fun of, going to throw money at Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, but they had won 11 in a row. I'm not going to apologize yet because they're not a playoff team, but they were playing the best basketball in the league, and Luca Dončić goes in and drops 47, 12, and 7 right on him. He hit 9 threes, the ridiculous underhand. Actually, Pepe, let's go ahead and play the Rockets announcers, knowing what was eventually coming from 77.
He's got 35 now. Oh, no. No. You got to go. He's no. This is about his time.
No.
And that wasn't even close to his best trick shot of the day, as all the TV shows are playing him throwing it off the billboard, throwing it off the scoreboard at the top of the arena and hitting it.
I mean, it's so insane. First of all, like, the skill of the modern day NBA player is ridiculous anyway. Like, these guys just there's never a basketball not in their hands. It's always in there. But then him on his own, he's a freak. He's a unit. Like, nothing about Luca outside of the fact that he's like, his size. I mean, he doesn't scream super athlete, right? He doesn't have this like Adonis figure. The guy is just a systematic savage. That's all he is.
I mean, look, and yesterday even like
one of my buddies texted me a hot take and said, best offensive guard since Michael. And I was like, okay, Kobe, but that is how other people thinking of this cat.
I mean, he is special. I mean, we're gonna talk about him as
like better than Dirk. We knew this already.
His career's already got off to a better start than Dirk, obviously. Now he doesn't have a championship.
Yeah.
And Dirk at this stage,
he may never be. He'll probably never be. He'll never be as loved in DFW as Dirk. And some people will always just have Dirk's hallmark moment as the number one, no matter what Luka does. But just in terms of like a player, you take Luca Dončić over Dirk Nowitzki if you're drafting.
Yeah, and that's not a slight to Dirk. Dirk was special. Dirk helped kind of change the modern NBA.
He keeps moving up the all-time list of players and power forwards, really.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, I never thought we'd be having a Dirk, Karl Malone discussion. Keep your joke to yourself. Dirk, Charles Barkley, and these guys. But anyway, the point of the whole thing is Luca Dončić, I believe, is going to win the MVP now.
It's going to be the way they're closing the season. It's going to be really hard to hold him off. Because I mean, they're they're like 18-6 in their last 24, and I mean that shouldn't be that that shouldn't be that big a surprise when you consider the fact that Kyrie has played. That's like been the entire stretch where Kyrie's played consecutively. Kyrie, Luka together offensively, Dante Exum coming around like he has, the bigs playing the way that they are. PJ Washington finally starting to hit some threes after he's been playing really strong defense since he got here. If you've got these centers playing at the level that they are, if you've got Exum and then PJ Washington knocking down threes, they're going to be really tough for anybody to beat.
Yeah.
Even the best teams in the league are going to have trouble with them like that.
They are. Now, they got to get out of the 5. No 5 seeds ever won the title. So they're in the 5 right now. You got to get out of that. You got to get in the 4. You got one team, 4 seeds won.
What's the minimal seed?
So a 6 has won one time.
What's the minimal seed that they should be able to get for him to win it?
What do you mean, like history?
No, just like
what's that? You say they can't win from the 5, so can they win from the 4?
No. I'm sorry.
No.
Let me clarify. What seed minimum do you think the Mavs could be, like lowest seed for Luka to win the MVP?
Oh,
Because this whole 5 versus 6 is starting to annoy me a little bit. It's
Jokic won it from the 6th seed.
Yeah.
His first MVP was 6th seed.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you can win it from just about anywhere now. Like, voters have stopped doing the "hey, how good your team is" kind of thing.
I think he's going to win it.
He's got a real chance.
So the markets have shifted. A lot of the betting markets have shifted to where he's cleared number 2 right now, and that it's like right behind Jokic. But it's this steady climb that over the course of this last 8 games that they have left. Like I mean, the more that they play, they're going to. We had talked about, hey, there's kind of an outside shot at it. They're likely gonna hit 50 wins. They're 45 and 29, and they're going to go 5-3 down the stretch. They're likely going to hit it. And if you're a 50-win team, he gets to the top half of the seeds in the West, which is looking like more and more attainable. I think it's really tough to keep him off.
All right, so this is MGM, BetMGM, partner of the BetQL network.
Well,
Jokic this is as of 4 days ago. Jokic is minus 700 to win the MVP. Minus 700.
Wow.
So you got to bet $700 to win 100. Luca is second at 5-1. Meaning if you bet $100, you win 500. And then the next highest is Shea at 25-1. So it's a 2-horse race, really a 1-horse race.
Which Luca was
further back. Yeah.
2 weeks ago. So I mean, he's hard charging.
Dude, but Joker's putting up the same numbers or a little bit better than when he won the MVPs. He has 1 less rebound, but 1 more assist than some of the other years, averaging 26 this year. The other years he scored 27 and 26 a game.
It's because he's not going against Derek Lively every night. The old Jokic stopper.
I think they're going to give it to Luka just out of newness.
Newness
we'll
might.
Talk about that, Coach of the Year, MVP.
I mean, because you can make a case Joker should have won last year over Embiid. He didn't.
He should have. He had a better year.
But they didn't want to give it to somebody 3 years in a row. Now you'd be in a situation where you give it to somebody 4 years in a row if they had won it last year.
KG tweeted, Luka's the MVP, Russell Westbrook, Joker, and Wilt each won the NBA MVP the year they led their teams in most games, leading in points, rebounds, and assists. I think he's going to win the MVP. Hopefully, y'all went and got in a value bet weeks and maybe some months ago.
I mean, it's still a decent value at 5-1.
It is.
Still pretty good. I mean, it's not great,
yeah.
But comparatively speaking, when you got somebody who's minus 700 and we think it's wrong, I think it's decent value.
214 said they put down 320 at plus 525, so it pays 2,000 if Luka wins the MVP.
Woo-wee! All right, this guy is still alive. I loved his song. Bobby, did you put this on the cut sheet?
Which
did you
one?
send this? CeeLo?
Oh, yes.
This guy is still out there entertaining. Did he do anything after the one song? Ever?
Well, so he was in Gnarls Barkley. Does that make me
yeah,
crazy?
He was in Gnarls.
So that he was in that, and then he was in a movie at one point. He was in a Keira Knightley film or something like that. So I mean, he's done a little bit. He's been on The Voice. That was his big push for a while. He was a judge on The Voice. But no, I mean,
I loved that song.
F You or Forget You, whatever you call it. That was the last big hit, and he was, I guess, at the Hawks and Celtics game the other night, performing at halftime. And, typically you show up to those things. It's a family event, and they censor themselves. Not old CeeLo. CeeLo decided not to censor himself during his performance. So there you go. CeeLo is deciding
I can't believe
censor.
they didn't pull the plug on it.
Oh,
yeah. How many parents I just want to see in the stands putting their hands over their kids' ears?
Yeah.
Sitting there trying to block it out, but they let him keep going.
Let him keep going, man.
This was where?
This was the Hawks Celtics game. I don't know if it was in.
It was in Atlanta.
It was in Atlanta. Yeah, I mean it's Atlanta. So
yeah,
I mean,
is Atlanta it's a cursing city?
I'm just saying.
I didn't early on play the very beginning. I didn't hear the crowd response to the parts.
And then it was oh.
end, they kind of sang along, like at the very end of the clip. We didn't replay right there. That is hilarious. CeeLo Green, like, no, I'm going to become viral. I'm going to get my name up there again.
He's like, what are you going to do to me? I'm CeeLo Green, damn it.
All right.
Yeah, he does have FU money.
I had like 5 other things to talk about here, but every commercial break, Choppy won't shut the hell up about this. So go ahead, take it away. The only thing you care about.
I don't know how you haven't, like, this is not registered on what an event this is going to be. This is all anybody's talking about. The eclipse a week from today. Now, I saw the initial weather reports, and we may get some thunderstorms that day, so we may not even get to see it.
When is this?
Monday. So
it'll still be dark.
It'll still be dark. It'll still be very dark. I took a screenshot of this today. We are in the path of totality, which means the path of totality runs straight through San Antonio, Waco, DFW.
The path of totality, it's
means,
called?
Yeah.
I would name a band.
Like that's what it's going to look. It's completely blacked out. The moon completely blacks out the sun. And it goes, through Arkansas and Nashville.
I think Rai is very excited for this. Ryan, aren't you an eclipse guy? Or is that something else? All right, he is.
We bought the goggles already. We bought the eye goggles.
He's not.
You get the special glasses that you got to buy to look at it.
It's supposed to be like after this, it's like 300 years the next time Dallas will be in the path.
So 100% coverage. It'll begin at 12:20 p.m. on Monday of next week, and it ends at 3 o'clock.
So are you telling me from 12 to 3 on Monday, it's going to be dark outside like at night?
No. 3 minutes here in Dallas.
3 minutes, it'll be completely dark.
But the eclipse, like the
how long it takes to go from one side of the sun to the other,
it'll be that
it'll
long.
Be 3.
But here in
3+
Dallas,
hours.
and there are people paying a lot of money to get into like the path, like get hotels and everything, because this doesn't come around all the time.
Cities like in the outskirts of like Waco, outskirts of Dallas, that are going to be like
I could Airbnb my old house.
You could absolutely Airbnb your old house. There are the 1,000% uptick in Airbnb
1,000
searches. They're expecting. This is nationwide. So like the Super Bowl brings about 80,000 people to a city. They're expecting 50 times a Super Bowl. 50 times. There's going to be over 1 million visitors coming to DFW. It's insane.
More than the Super Bowl?
Way more. The Super Bowl has nothing compared to this.
Dude, I will show you a video from like Casper, Wyoming when this happened like 6-7 years ago. You're going to see why it's like, oh, this is
There are signs. You've seen this on the highway. I'm sure you just haven't noticed it. There are signs on the highway.
So it's going to be premium nap conditions.
Yeah, for 4 minutes. There are signs in the highway. Do not stop for the eclipse on the highway. There are signs all over like in Fort Worth, like off 20, where it's going to be really good viewing. And then but all these little towns, they're upticking their their hotel costs just to make up for this. They're saying each over $1 billion in local economy revenue.
What?
Just from this.
Tolo Chris, my Broken Bow cabin. Well, got $1,200 a night for next Sunday and Monday. The people are flying here from the UK.
People are flying in from everywhere. Like, do not try to fly on that day. The Sunday before and probably the Tuesday after.
It'll
Insane.
be like when KNC
is the radio station selling it.
Trying to. I don't know what they've done. They're supposed to have parties. There's gonna be bars are gonna have parties for this.
KNC sitting in here. Like if you're watching the fan cam, it will look like 5 o'clock in the morning for about 3 minutes in the studio, and then the light will return.
Wow, that's cool.
It's very cool. It's gonna be very, very cool. But I don't know how. If it's not sunny out, like you won't be able to look at it. So people, you buy these glasses, these goggles.
Kristen's taking Laura out of school because they're not letting the second graders or under go outside. They're letting third grade up. They don't trust that the kids will keep the glasses on and then they'll stare up at the eclipse. So the second grade and under, Kristen's like, well, no, we're going to take Laura out.
A lot of schools have canceled already too that Monday.
What?
Yeah. Elementary schools because they don't want the kids looking at the sun.
Well, keep them inside.
But they want to let them go see
historic.
it. I think my kids are. I think my kids
once in
are
a lifetime, man.
Yeah, to blind you.
Yeah,
it sounds like a blinding event.
Because there was an eclipse, a small eclipse last summer, partial eclipse that we were able to see.
Yeah, it was kind of dim outside.
Yeah, and we had the goggles and we were able to look up, so got those.
Is it time for the Cowboys to pay the piper? That's next in Below the Belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they are going to hook you up on that brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep. Platinum, CDRJTexas.com. And guess what? It was so successful last month with Ram Truck Month. They are extending it, and it's going to happen again all month long at Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. Get ahead of it now on the purchase of your brand new vehicle. Go see Stephen Gilchrist and his fantastic team right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It is worth the short drive, and you get some massive savings. Take advantage of the 0% APR for 72 months on select Ram 1500s. Of course, you've got the Ram 1500 Crew Cab, Quad Cab, Lone Star, Bighorn, Laramie, the 2500, the 3500. It is Ram Truck Month. Again, so successful. They're continuing it an extra month for you. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com to customize it, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, let's do the Rangers opening series and your complete and total overreactions to that. Plus, we'll talk a little Mavs Rockets, and at 1:20 we talk with Danny Green. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, here to expose the latest AC gimmick, the no-break guarantee. You've heard these companies say that if you get an AC tune-up, they'll guarantee that your system won't break all summer, or they'll fix it for free. Well, what they don't tell you is that you have to agree to all of the repairs they recommend up front, no questions asked, in order to get that guarantee. So now that you've paid $1,000 in phony repairs on that so-called tune-up, even if they have to come back out for free, they've already got your money up front. Sounds like a gimmick to me. At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. Right now, you can combine factory and utility rebates to save over $5,000 on a new AC system that can cut your electric bill in half. So call 2 other companies first, and then call to see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number is 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
You got a service dog?
Actually, he's a deals dog. Since I'm looking for a new car, I trained him to sniff out awesome rates, member discounts, and fast decisions. Cool, huh?
But you know Navy Federal Credit Union has all those things, right?
You're right. He's got the scent. Oh, wait. Nope. That's just the bacon in my pocket.
Apply for a Navy Federal Credit Union auto loan online, at a branch, or on our mobile app. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information.
Now, more of what Autoflex customers say. Ms. Dillard says, my experience with Autoflex leasing was exceptional. They were persistent in attempting to get the kind of car I wanted with low miles at a price that was in my budget. Autoflex kept me informed every step of the way, and the results of their efforts is an extraordinary car and an extraordinarily satisfied customer. I'm proud to refer my associates to Autoflex Leasing. Ms. Rickles says, Autoflex provided us with extraordinary service. This came at a time when we were dealing with some trying issues. If we had gone to a dealership, the stress would have been intolerable. Autoflex made it all go away and got us the exact car we wanted in the easiest way possible. Autoflex is a jewel among car companies and will always be the one company we turn to for all future business. Well, that kind of says it all, doesn't it? You too can lease a new or pre-owned car and leave with the same great feeling. Simply call 972-234-1234 to reach Autoflex Leasing today, or check them out online at autoflex.com.
Autoflex Lease, oh yeah.
Kroger always gives you savings and rewards on top of our lower than low prices. And when you
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not. It's time to pay up. It's time to pay the piper. And that is why the Dallas Cowboys are not spending in free agency. Allegedly. We'll kick it around here in just a second. First off, Rashee Rice is in the news, the former SMU product, and Dallas area, not native, but has spent a lot of his time here recently. He's actually originally from Philadelphia. But
I thought you were going to
Rashee
say
Rice,
rapid transit.
No, that's not what I was going to say. Rashee Rice got in a major accident this weekend, and law enforcement officials were looking for him after a vehicle that is believed to be registered or leased to Rice was involved in a crash in Northeast Dallas around 6:20 on Saturday. 6 cars were involved in the accident. TMZ has footage of it. Looks a lot like street racing, is how it appears, and that's how it's been set up.
Lamborghini and a Corvette.
The biggest problem here is the leaving the scene of the crime. A lot of photos on TMZ this morning showing him leaving the scene of the crime. And this is something that there were questions about Rashee Rice coming out of college of how mature is he? Does he have off the field issues? Is he ready to be a pro? And this right here would seem to fall in line with the idea that no, he's not. But Sean, you think ultimately no suspension here?
I don't know if it's going to be no suspension, but he's going to skate in the grand scheme of things. When I saw 4 minor injuries, that right there was his free pass.
He grew up in North Richland Hills, originally born in Pennsylvania, but grew up in North Richland Hills, went to SMU, really came on strong for the Chiefs at the end of last season, had become like the replacement that they had been looking for, the other weapon in addition to Travis Kelce. But yeah, this is not a good, it appears.
Because this could have been Henry Ruggs.
Yes.
Could have been
Henry Ruggs'
easily.
career and life over, sitting in a jail cell, and which way the car is going to spin out. How are the bones going to break or not break? All these little small decisions in a millisecond is going to have Rashee Rice on the Kansas City Chiefs next year defending the title. Maybe he misses a game or two, but that's it.
Yeah, now ultimately there's a lot of property damage involved here, clearly with 6 cars caught up in it. And, you know, when you see it, it's clearly reckless driving that caused the collision. But when
the jerk moved to walk away from it. Now, what highway was this?
Believe this was
right here.
Yeah, I believe this was 75.
Do they consider it a smart safety measure to get off of the shoulder here on 75 to walk out of harm's way versus like standing to the side of cars going 70 or 80 miles per hour?
I would assume not. I would assume staying in your car is still safer than being on foot.
Ugh.
For him.
Yeah.
For him.
Ugh.
I assume, because you at some point,
I could argue that, though.
How long, but if there's an accident, I mean, everyone's going to be stopping anyway. Like, how long are you going to be?
I know, but wouldn't you rather get out of your car? I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just saying, I would rather get out of my car and walk away versus sitting in my car and have cars whizzing by me at 70 or 80.
Yes, but you also reach a point where you stop walking and wait.
Yeah.
You don't just go, maybe I should go a couple more miles down the road or pick up a vehicle. Because he completely fled the scene was the problem, is that walked away and then just abandoned the accident. Just not a very smart move. Bad look, dumb decision. Ultimately, that will probably get him in more trouble than the actual accident. That is what I think ultimately probably gets him in trouble with the NFL. Okay, so everybody has been frustrated by the lack of spending with the Cowboys. And the fact that it feels like they're approaching free agency with, clipping coupons or not doing anything.
Has Jerry had any other statement during his...
I mean, other than all in?
Exactly. Has he had any other statement that comes to mind? I'm not talking about funny. Glory hole was funny.
That burns him?
That burns him. Man. Any other thing? Socks and jocks. Everyone made fun of his initial press conference.
Any one of 500 coaches can coach this team.
That one is still bad.
Well, I mean, he proved it with Barry.
Jimmy won.
What would it be, his 5th year, 6th?
That's a dumb statement. Undercutting your quarterback by 3 years. Not having any idea of the concept of time.
But all in, ooh. Ooh.
All in is one that's gonna.
Is that worse than Mark Cuban understanding the salary cap more than everyone else?
With the all in? No, because like
which one makes that person look more foolish?
Marks, because it's your job to know the CBA, right? So he's part of it. I mean, he's an owner. Jerry, I don't even know what Jerry does over there. I honestly don't know. Like, I have no idea. Like, is it when he says all in? Like, I know he's in charge, but is he in charge?
He does marketing.
I mean, he's the executive. He's the veto power. He is that.
Yeah, he does, but like, is he so? I mean, look, he's getting up there in age. Like, are you as entrenched as he was at 60 years old?
I think he puts in place around him a executive team, like a brain trust, and he says, all right, everybody here, I'm gathering opinions and figuring out what consensus is, and he is the consensus builder, and he is the one who says, look, I know what you guys are all saying, I'm ultimately vetoing here. I think that is kind of the main function, is that he's got more but Will McClay has one job, right? He essentially, he's not the general manager, but whatever his title is, he has one job. Jerry just put money into an investment, right? So like, Jerry's only job is not the Dallas Cowboys owner. I mean, he's got a lot of other things that he's got his hand in. He didn't just hear from some money dude, hey, Jerry, put $100 million into this oil and gas thing. I mean, he did his own, I assume, research on this. Like, he's got his own time that he's being taken that isn't just football. I think in the past, he used to, at least operating with this team, I think Jerry used to make more decisions on his own, where he just says, well, this is what I'm thinking here. I think now he tries to build consensus among the, group of however large that you want to say that is. That's Will McClay, Steven, Mike McCarthy, various scouts at the top of, Mitch LaPointe, Chris Vaughn, guys like that. Todd Williams, their director of football administration, Adam Pacifica, their salary cap guy. I think he has this team of people that he uses, builds consensus, and then goes, all right, this is, what we've decided as a group. This is what we're going with. But he's still there as a veto power. He still has that executive power to say, no, we're going to override this and we're going to do something differently. So I think that a lot of the free agency approach has been done with the guidance of that circle. I think that the circle that's in place has given him certain recommendations, and he goes, okay, all right, that's what we're going with. That's what we're going to trust. I think if Jerry had it his way, if there was a luxury tax in the NFL that you could pay or whatever else, I think Jerry's paying it every year. I do. And I think that it's just an issue of they've got an outlook on the salary cap. Next year is going to be tight for them. It's going to be, there's going to be very thin margins to do stuff. And I think that Jerry has looked at that and said, okay, all right, so we're banking up some salary cap space here, gonna roll it over as much as we can, and that's what we're gonna do. And so there's a great write-up, I think, from Nick Harris over on
the journalism
Twitter.
professor,
DallasCowboys.com,
Mr. UNT teacher.
DallasCowboys.com. Nick Harris is over on Twitter.
Did you miss me last week?
I did, dearly.
Not having to text all your side friends, like apologizing for me.
Yep. Great.
Yeah, I get those texts, not you guys. I get the text.
I'll read them.
This is
read them on air.
They
can call in if
you
they want.
Really read them on air.
Tell them.
What did they say? What did it say?
We'll see you in Oxnard.
So I'll see you in Oxnard.
From the next field away.
This is
we'll
what
be on the other side of the field, a mile away.
Yeah.
We'll still wake you up.
Nick Harris says this is what has been laid out to me by fans in general. Cowboys can create space by restructuring Diggs, Steele, Wilson, extending Dak, among other things. Here's the problem with that. If you push any money at all into the future while adding more contracts onto the books, you run the risk of not being able to fit 53 players on the roster in future years. Yes, the cap will grow by roughly $10 million, but the league minimum salaries are growing at a more rapid pace. The expectation is that next year we will see a 15% increase in league minimum salaries. The money gained via cap growth minus expected growth in league minimums is relatively flat. Cowboys are not the only team to go through this. Look at most teams with a big expiring quarterback contract that have pushed money. Chiefs had to trade Tyreek. Falcons eventually had to trade Matt Ryan. And I think that's the approach that they're at right now. Is they're saying, yes, it looks like we have money right now, but when we make moves in a given salary cap year, it's because of what we have laid out in front of us.
Let me interject.
Well, and just one last thing. Even if that's a reality, you still have to ask the question, but did you put yourself in this position by mismanaging? You still have to ask that question. That may be a reality, But it may also be a reality or a question that has to be asked of, did you mismanage to get yourself to that point, though? And that's what you have to figure out, I think.
Look, the only possible excuse I'll give them, and there would have to be an RJ Choppy Bobby Belt study done on this because I'm not going to do all that work. Do we not give the Cowboys enough credit for retaining everyone? Other teams make those decisions, right? Kansas City just did it with Snead. Like, we have to lose some guys.
Yes, you do. You have to.
But the Cowboys normally re-sign them.
They do. They re-sign their own guys, but this is also why they don't dip in the free agency pool.
Yeah.
They've also
but
been really
what
good.
I'm trying to say is maybe we haven't given them enough credit for re-signing their own versus and then going out and getting a question mark in free agency versus letting someone walk.
Right, and we've always said, like, because the Cowboys view re-signing their own as playing free agency.
Right.
And there's a fundamental philosophical difference between an opinion, and some people say that's not free agency, and other people say it is.
You can't go to the blackjack table, say all in, and then not put all your chips all in.
Well,
and here's a couple of issues, and I think I speak for all the fans. Number one, we don't give a rip. Deal with it. That's your problem. All you do is go on documentaries and NFL Network and say, the check I would write and my last dying wish and all that stuff. That's the feeling we get. Championship, Super Bowl, that's what I owe, da-da-da. And then you want to be cheap with it. So people don't care. All right, that's your problem. Like, fix it. Number two, you want to pay the piper and all that? Fine. Stop being, I don't want to say deceptive. Stop muddying with the phrases. Well, we've never been in a better position. We feel just as good. Like, don't insult my intelligence. We're in as good a position as we were last year or any of the other years. Don't tell us all in and then say, no, that's just you don't understand it. It's subjective. You don't understand what all in means. Like, it's insulting. And it's like, it's infuriating. Like, just tell me the truth. You know what I mean? Like, don't try to dress it up. And make me feel like am I stupid? Do I really not know? Do I have to go to one of the local casinos and say all in and see if I can get away throwing 2 chips instead of everything I have in my hand? Stop insulting my intelligence. Stop sitting there and say, we're just as good off as last year. Now, if they win 13 games and they go to the NFC Championship game, I'll apologize. But like, just stop trying to dress it up. That makes it worse, in my opinion. It's infuriating to me.
Yeah, and I think that they would say, so to me, I think that all in partially, it was.
And by the way, all in, that's about re-signing your own? How many of them have been re-signed?
Yes.
0.
True.
So even that part is not true.
Because I mean, the initial, the full quote, and we all hear the full quote is, I would anticipate with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we will be all in. That was the full quote there, and he used all in a couple different times there. I think it was just he's being bit by the DeMarcus Lawrence quote when DeMarcus Lawrence came up with an answer and said, I think we were tired at the end, and then it sticks. I think that's where the biggest error this offseason came from, was using those words.
Yeah, but it's
that's
not like Jerry's
really
a rookie.
them. No,
he's spoken to them. He speaks to the media twice a week.
Yeah,
I mean,
ultimately,
he made a mistake.
Yeah, ultimately, what was said, the context within it, the words he chose, that's what's burning them more than the approach, I think, right now, is because the approach is somewhat similar. It's a little more extreme this time around, but it's somewhat similar to what they've always done. It's just it came with that tagline, and that's what burned them.
Below the belt, right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Right now, the unquestioned stepchild in town. When's the last time you thought you could say that? The unquestionable stepchild in DFW. And maybe that stings Jerry most of all. What stung RJ Choppy and brought him to tears for, I think, the second time that I can ever remember in the history of this show? Find out next. Final hour. Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. But let me go.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
He's going to dribble it out. It's going to happen. And it's time to boil her up and put the hammer down to Glendale, Arizona. For the first time in 44 years, the Final Four includes Purdue. 72-66, the final.
The final call in Westwood 1. Final hour, fist pump time. The entire crew is back together. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. And RJ Choppy was not accessible via phone as we were trying to text, or at least I was trying to text during this game. I wasn't trying to troll you.
No, I know.
I have a rule. I have a rule about that. Unless it's someone I really want to tick off, or I'm getting revenge on. I know how much volunteer basketball means to you, but I was like, man, it feels like it's slipping away right here. I shinxed it. It was a 7-0 run. I'm like, all right, this game's over. You all respond with a 7-0 run, and then the big fella just kept taking over.
Yeah, this is my number one. This is my number one. Tennessee basketball is my number one love. This hit me hard. I couldn't even praise Jesus properly last night at my mom's house for Easter Sunday dinner.
My goodness.
I couldn't even do it the way I wanted to. I was just very lethargic the rest of the day, even this morning.
What'd she make?
Well, since I'm on the soda, she made me something different. I had a salad with some salmon.
You're looking good.
Thank you. Look at 20 pounds down already in 2 weeks.
20?
20.
And a flash.
A flash.
Wow.
Sarah said anything? She noticing?
Huh?
Sarah noticing?
Yeah, she's jealous.
I noticed it really today.
Yeah.
You standing up, I can really tell.
It and you know, I cheated a little bit on it yesterday because I did have some ham and some mac and cheese. So I did cheat a little bit on it last night with and some dessert. But I feel good. I feel really good. Nice. So I was down bad yesterday, man, because I thought we had a real chance. We'd never been in the Final Four. We had a real chance to go to the Final Four. Purdue, I knew, was going to be tough because Edey is a monster. He's a mutant.
He's a mutant. That's what I'd said. Don't feel bad. Y'all lost to a mutant.
It's impossible to defend him. It's impossible to officiate him. I'm not going to blame the refs. I mean, the refs, they called a lot more fouls on us. We're a physical team. That's the way we play. But to tell me that Zach Edey did not commit a single foul for the first 30 minutes of the game, I mean, come on now. Like that's just not the reality. He's just a very tough guy to guard, and I was so dejected because we've never had a guy. We've never had a guy that could take over a basketball game, and then this year we did. Dalton Knecht is a monster. He's a great player, and unfortunately, the mock drafts have him going to Oklahoma City at 12. Like they need another player
for Edey.
No, for Knecht. Our guy.
I'm sorry. Oh gosh.
They need another guy.
I was thinking of your Luca comp about him yesterday because he does score like him.
He does. Like he could score in a lot of different ways, mid-range, three-pointer. He uses the backboard on the, to his advantage on, kind of over-the-shoulder hook shot layups. It's just he doesn't pass the ball well, and the problem is that he doesn't create great for himself. He needs to come off screens. But he's a really good player, and his offensive game is phenomenal. And we had a guy. We had a guy that if we had gotten past Purdue, I think we would have beat NC State. And then UConn is a different animal on their own anyway. But again, you got a guy. You did the best player on the floor, you got a chance.
You got a guy, but unfortunately it's not a guy who gets to the free throw line the way Zach Edey gets to the free throw line, the way Purdue gets to the free throw line, and that ultimately was the difference. This did feel very ticky-tack, a lot of the call. And I understand, like, in general, Purdue style is also going to get you to the free throw line a little bit more, but it still felt unbalanced.
And Edey had some chips on his shoulder after the Boilermakers moved on.
Unbelievable performance by this team, but by you specifically. What was your mentality in this game?
They thought they knew us, man. They thought they knew what we had in our hearts. I promise you they didn't. We're winners. That's what we do.
He also took shots at Rick Barnes specifically, saying, no team wanted me. Rick Barnes, heck of a coach, was one of them. Nope, they didn't want me in Tennessee.
He had one offer. It's Purdue. He took it. He's from Canada. I can't. I hate Purdue. I hate their fans. I hate their coach.
What do you hate about their fans?
They just all look like extras in American History X.
Oh my!
I just can't stand them, man. They all look the same. That stupid side part haircut. They all look like they're a little balding. It's just I can't stand Gene Katie. sitting there chewing on his dentures in the middle of the game. Like he's showing the poor old man there his comb-over haircut he had for decades. All right, that stupid.
Man, that made me feel so old.
Yeah.
Remembering Gene Katie on every single Big Dog Robinson sideline.
I mean, all their fans look like they have at least 4 short-sleeve button-down Hawaiian shirts in their closet. I can't stand any of them.
This is an aesthetic for you. This is not like interaction with them on social media or they
I have no interaction with Purdue. I know one. Brian Lusenhop, who I went to high school with, was a Purdue fan. And he was a great guy. Loved him. Guess what? He had the same haircut 30 years ago that those Purdue fans have now. All right? They all had the Bama Bang haircut before Bama figured it out. And then they all lost that. Now they all look like they want to be Jim Nantz. I don't like them. I like anything. I could see why Indiana hates him. I can see why Notre Dame hates him. Matt Painter, I mean, I don't like him.
I like him. I like him a lot.
I like his face.
Are you mad?
He looks like a fat Eddie Munster.
Are you mad at Rick Barnes at all?
No, I like Rick. I think Rick did a really good job this tournament defensively. You know, they did a really good job on Creighton defensively. I'm not mad at Rick Barnes. I think Rick Barnes gets a lot of crap that he doesn't deserve. He's a good coach. I mean, Tennessee's always good. We're always good now that we got him. Texas is always good. You don't think Texas would? I mean, go back now. It's been, 10 years since they got rid of Rick Barnes? Where's Texas at? Like, don't you think they would, pick, who would you rather be today? Like Tennessee or Texas basketball? Right?
Yeah, I mean, an assault kind of got in the way of Texas's building. And
for sure,
their
absolutely.
plan.
Chris Beard's great coach.
Or an alleged assault.
They got Shaka. Shaka's doing much better at Marquette than he was at Texas. I don't know. I think Rick gets a lot of grief. But Rick, this wasn't about Rick. Rick got here. Let's be fair. He got there because they had Dalton Connect.
And
that's why.
By the way, it's a lot of heavy trash talk from Zach Edey to go, we're bleeping winners, when it's like, well, your whole reputation has been bleeping losers while you've been there until now. And you're in the Final Four. That's great. But also, you still got a little bit to turn around here.
And you got a freight train in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
You got a freight train coming in UConn who went on a 30-0 run and beaten everyone by a record amount of double-digit wins. The other game yesterday, I think all of us, except for Kevin Hagelin, was rooting for this.
The buzzer is no good, and North Carolina State's magical March run continues. For the first time since 1983, North Carolina State is going to the Final Four. NC State beats Duke 76-64, and the Wolfpack back to college basketball's promised land.
The call on Westwood One.
The end of the way this tournament's going to end is one of two ways.
By the way, this has been a fun tournament, in my opinion.
It has been.
I love this tournament.
It has been. The way this tournament's going to end is going to end in one of two ways.
Especially winning our bracket thing again.
Yeah, this one sucked. This has been one of the worst tournaments ever.
We're going to get, let's be fair. Like, as much crap as I'm giving Purdue, and a lot of this in a joking manner because I'm just bitter because they beat my balls, they've been the best team along with UConn basically all year. And Houston. Like, those three have been the best team all year. And Purdue has something this year they haven't had, which is good guard play, right? And that's another reason why they're able to get here. You can't just, sit there on Zach Edey and he'll be able to kick it out. This is going to end one of two ways. Either we're going to get UConn versus Purdue, and you are going to have an absolute old school matchup of center against center, or we're going to get UConn and NC State, and that's going to be a murderous event.
I mean, we've been betting against NC State the whole tournament.
It's going to be a murderous event. Why?
Because UConn's going to absolutely kill them. UConn is going to make NC State. They're going to want to they might as well not even show up.
You don't think Zach Randolph can deal with Yao?
Donovan Clingan?
That's post-retirement Zach Randolph.
Yeah.
How big that dude is.
I
DJ Burns is that's a big guy. Now, we were talking earlier about the LSU Iowa game tonight in the women's tournament.
Yeah, must see for me during Ranger breaks.
I was gonna say,
this is an awesome event.
I know, but not enough to even turn away from the fourth Rangers game.
Right.
But the how much do you think it would potentially jeopardize the ratings battle chop if it did end up being like some upset and it was Alabama and NC State in the title.
Wow, that would be interesting, would it not? Yeah,
how interesting is Alabama NC State?
Nothing. Well,
It's
NC
not-
State's fun. They're everyone's Cinderella. I mean, I hate Filipowski's the next punchable Duke face.
Very punchable.
I mean, he gives that little sly smile. Like I know you know what you're doing.
Oh, Lazarus.
I know it. You know what you're doing. Just let's sign up UConn and Purdue right now. Let's get it out.
Now, I will say this. I would much rather see Alabama NC State than UConn NC State. I think UConn NC State could be a slaughter. Alabama NC State, you get a good game, right? You might get a good game out of it.
And morning show bracket update, Bobby.
Nope. I lost. As it stands now, tied for first is Peyton and Sean at 56 points. RJ has 55, and then I have 42. And there's no way for me to make up that difference. The only thing that's left is the only team any of us have left is UConn. All of us had UConn in the title. Everybody but Peyton had UConn winning. So there's no separation left between Sean and RJ. Sean will finish this 1 point ahead of RJ regardless. The only potential difference is what happens like when UConn loses. Does that give Peyton a tie for the victory?
So you'll end up
But Sean is guaranteed minimum first tied for first.
When UConn wins the title, you will get 11 more points. So he'll get to 67, and then I'll get to 65. And Peyton will be at, you'll get 5 more points, right? Because you have UConn in the final.
Yeah.
So Peyton will get to 61.
And Bobby will have to finally back up all that mouth and all that talk with 18 holes of golf where
Mom will see you soon.
He guarantees he will shoot 80 or better.
Yes, he guarantees 80 or better.
Might shoot 90. Who knows?
Well, that's the wrong way.
Oh, might shoot 70. Who knows?
So he guarantees
70 points.
80 or better. And boy, you reminded me of was it who was the DJ that described baseball as the pillows? The pillows.
Oh yeah, the guy.
I can't remember.
I know who you're talking about.
But
You know what
that's
we
Bobby
should
with
do?
the points.
We should do a fan giveaway next week for a gallery.
Oh yeah.
Let's do this on a Friday, and you have a gallery to heckle him. We'll make it like the Phoenix Open, and you can heckle. We'll all sit there and drink, and all the things you've been wanting to say to him over the years, you can let out verbally on the golf course as he is humiliating himself. We should give away a Tolo Golf Gallery pass to come and join us
I'll
for
still
this.
shoot 80. You know why? Because I'm not so sensitive as professional golfers that I can't just happen to have noise around me to do my job. Every other sport, you're allowed to go nuts and cheer, and it's like, it gets them amped up. In golf, it's like, oh my gosh, you sneezed in my backswing. And now I'm going to, shoot a goat or an eagle or whatever they call them. I don't know.
877
Whatever animal it is.
881-1053 if you would be interested in that whatsoever. Bobby already clinching last place in the morning show March Madness contest. RJ Choppy with some Texas Rangers Diamond Cavs to recap the first week in the bigs next on your home of the Rangers 105.3 The Fan. But a lot of us sit here and spend our life. I'm going to need some therapy after this past week of moving. I'm pretty sure that my wife would agree. A lot of us spend our times just wishing that we had more time. Question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, what would you do with it? The best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you. Make it a priority. When we were all younger, you were like, oh, you're being called selfish because you want to prioritize your own time. But now you know it is vital for your own mental health. Therapy can help you find what matters to you so you can do more of it. If you've been thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. That's BetterHelp, H-E-L-P. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist. Switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Learn to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ to get 10% off your first month. 10% off with BetterHelp.com/SHAN and RJ.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse.
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1-1. Swung on and a high drive hit well to left field. Back goes Langford to the wall. It's out of here. Into the first row of seats in straightaway left. Christopher Morel, a 3-run shot, and the Cubs lead 3-0 in the first.
Bringing back some bad bullpen vibes from last year with Jose Leclerc, and then Latz giving up a 2-run single. The Rangers don't get the sweep over the Cubs, but it was still, I think, a very fun beginning to the season. They take 2 of 3, and they don't have absolute chaos taking place in the American League West like everybody else. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. Wyatt Langford was fun. Marcus Semien did his thing. Day off for Corey Seager. They had that planned originally. And the Rangers getting some big crowds out there as well. We're in the 4s. We start off in the 4s for the opening game on Thursday.
Yep, sell out, get you over 40,000. It's a good little day at the ballpark.
Yeah, that opening day, that's the largest regular season crowd in the history of the ballpark. They had 3 playoff games that were more than that, but that's the largest regular season crowd in the history of the park.
But we do have some other issues with the park, amongst other things, with RJ Choppy's Diamond Calves.
All right. Now, I did hear from a lot of people that went to games over the weekend.
Well,
and they all came back with 2 things, 2 major question marks. First off, we have been lied to, led astray. Was the roof open at all? We were told the roof was going to be open a lot. When they told us to build this park and we all agreed to increase the hotel tax or whatever, we were told that the roof would be open as much as possible.
Lies.
It was 72 degrees on Thursday. 72 for the opener. 72 is pretty gorgeous, right?
This weather in the past week has been, this California-esque.
It's been fantastic.
If this stayed like this for longer, this would be like the perfect place.
You could not afford to live here.
Could not afford.
Which it will not. You need to be glued to Dan Brunoff today, because apparently tonight we're in the level 3 severe storm risk today in North Texas. So they said large hail is on the way this afternoon here in North Texas.
Perfect. I just got hail damage on my roof last week.
Nice.
Or 2 weeks ago. K-Post roofing and waterproof again. Yep. But we were told this roof was going to be open. Houston's roof was open over the weekend. Houston. Why was the roof not open? If you have a retractable roof and it's 75 to 80 degrees, why is the roof not open? We went to baseball for my kids on Saturday. It was like almost a high of 80. We did not break a sweat. We were sitting in the sun. Do not tell me that you have a retractable roof and that you were going to use it and then basically completely fabricate that.
And it would look so cool
It
versus
looks so cool.
the sterile environment that it looks like right now.
Cool. Second, and this is the one that really, really, really ticked a lot of people off. What happened to the Cotton Eye Joe in the 7th inning stretch? Where is that?
Was it replaced by Creed?
I don't know. Nobody could register what the song was that they played, but they got an in-house DJ. They're not playing Cotton Eye Joe in the 7th inning stretch anymore. After taking out of the ball game, it's a big problem. That's a tradition. That is a tradition second only to the Masters. Is the Cotton Eye Joe in the 7th inning stretch at the Ranger game? It's
pretty good.
And they're playing some kind of dubstep remixed "I Like Texas" at the end.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
Well, let me counter.
And I've been going to the Ranger games since 1997. I'm pretty sure I've heard Cotton Eye Joe almost the entire time.
Yeah, be careful here. Let's hear your counter, Sean. If you're going to attack Cotton Eye Joe,
yeah, you can't attack Cotton Eye Joe. I don't know where you came from or where you go. All
right,
but I don't know where you go
Maryland.
from Cotton Eye Joe.
Let me counter some of your fan complaints that you've been getting with fan praise that I got from those who went to the Cubs series. The Rangers have changed a lot of elements of their game presentation. I'm reporting that as a fact.
Okay.
That's number one.
Good.
Number two, the people that I spoke with that went to the stadium and the games love the atmosphere.
Good.
Love it. Now, I don't have a Cotton gin reference.
Cotton Eye Joe. Listen, you can change all the things you want.
I don't have
a
black eyed peas take, but overall, with the energy and the atmosphere, I heard it was an awesome improvement. And I'm here to tell you, after going to multiple World Series games last year,
well,
they needed it. Because that crowd is dead and sad.
So, yes, I heard it was like a lot of changes to everything.
It is.
Now, you cannot change Cotton Eye Joe. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry you cannot do that.
That's fine.
The in-house DJ, whoever you are.
Sloppy Joes for everyone.
You got to go back to Cotton Eye Joe. It's a tradition, unlike any other.
Now, we did one of our...
This isn't Shippy, EJ the DJ. Don't we know every DJ in town?
One of the Tolos who we met at Tarleton State, Choppy and I, Cole, he had texted me and said he was there at the first game, and he said he was told, not by an usher or anybody, but a fan behind him, ninth inning, Leclerc, he's upstanding, and he had people behind him, sit down, I can't see. So we still got a little bit of the sit-down energy from some of the fan base that still needs to be corrected.
Okay, so that is opening weekend review in Arlington, the Fan, with shows out there as we will have all season long. 42,000 on Thursday, 37.5 Saturday, 32,000 yesterday.
Great crowds. You're going to see. I mean, I would be stunned if they're, assuming they don't like tank, right? I'd be stunned if more than 90% of the crowds don't start with a 3.
In Tampa to take on the Rays today. So G-Bag's abbreviated schedule starts. Pregame 5:15, first pitch 5:50.
Oh, 5:50. Done by 8 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. Right on over for the end of Caitlin Clark versus Mulkey.
That's what you're going to be.
Mulking cookies. Mulking cookies, as the LA Times would say for Kim Mulkey.
Do we even know the Iowa coach's name? Does anyone even know?
No.
Kim Mulkey's the only one you know. You know Don Staley at South Carolina. That's it. I don't know anyone else coach's name.
Who cares?
I mean, I know that now. It's Don Staley at South Carolina.
The Astros are 0-4 after Juan Soto destroyed them in the armpit, and Ron Washington already. Yeah. Is this the earliest behind-the-scenes meeting that has been called for in Major League history?
No. The Dodgers did it after Game 1.
Oh, yeah.
With Shohei, with Parlay Ohtani. When Parlay Ohtani placed his first wager.
Newey Scruggs, the Rangers game presentation is improved. Damn that. You know what? I don't know if I want to get you in trouble for reading this. Newey probably wouldn't care, but he said, Newey, tell me if you're all right, because that's a funny text. That's a funny text. Tell me if I can read that.
The Angels were outscored 24-7 in their first 2 games. They called a player-only meeting.
Against Baltimore?
Wash called them team meeting. Like, hey, guys, let's just let the negativity here fester. And he's like, we got to stay on top of this thing. And that's what happened with the Angels. The Dodgers, but, I mean, this is I can't. I hope the Dodgers have an awful year, man. Yamamoto goes 5 shutout innings. The top of the order, Freeman, Betts, and Ohtani went 7 for 14 with a homer and 5 runs scored, and they lose the game. That was on Saturday. I can't wait for this team to implode. I hope they do.
Yamamoto,
that Devo Ohtani.
Yamamoto with the bounce back.
Great bounce back start for him because he gave up 5 runs in his first inning. But both LA teams have already had to have team meetings.
How are we feeling about Ohtani right now in that situation? By the way, here is Newey. He gave me permission. Rangers game presentation is improved. Damn that barn music. Cotton Eyes Joe. No more hee-haw bull jive. Get that out of here. That's New Dog.
Man,
preach it.
Fine. You know what? You can leave us with one. And by the way, that's the remix anyway. Maybe how about they do the remix, Cotton Eye Joe? It's been going on for 30 years.
Or whatever it is.
Find it so I know what they're talking about. Come on, you should be on this already. No checkout.
So you're back for the first day, and he's still in substitute teacher mode.
What are you looking at over there? What were you studying on your cell phone? What are you looking at?
No, I was looking up some of the podcast stuff so I can name the podcast. Yeah, I did. I got the Odyssey app open right here.
Okay, well, not even sure, but 9:55.
Yep,
we can do that, possibly.
We're almost there. We're almost there. You could have done it in 29 minutes.
Yeah.
A lot of things around baseball. There was a couple of brawls over the weekend. Mets Brewers had a brawl. Jays Rays had a brawl.
Okay, this one at third base is so stupid. They're trying to sit there and blame. I think it was the pitcher. I blame the runner.
Okay.
Like the runner, I thought took exception. Did you see? You saw?
Are you talking about the tag?
Yeah.
Yeah. He took exception to that. I thought so.
Yeah, he took too much exception to it. But anyway, you got two brawls.
Two brawls. So in the first week, you had two brawls. The biggest star in the sport gets caught in a betting scandal. The defending champs, the Rangers, pick up right where they left off. You have fan boycotts in Oakland already. There were people that went to the game, sat in the parking lot, watched it on a projection screen, refused to go inside. The Astros bullpen is in absolute shambles. And how about the new uniforms? Did you see this? Look. So the new uniforms were. This is the Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah, crank that up. That's a jam.
Yeah, this should stay.
It should.
That's good.
This is great. So the new uniforms have been the subject of much criticism from the fact that the white uniforms look like they could see right through your pants, and now the gray ones are having sweat stains. Look at this photo.
I saw it. It's like Bobby after the 7 o'clock hour.
So if you wear gray jerseys on the road in the summertime, you be prepared to have pit stains everywhere. I saw a photo of the Yankees in there because they kind of have new road uniforms this year. They changed their design for the first time ever, and they're just pitting out left and right. And all these teams that are playing in warm weather climates come summertime, in the gray, if you wear gray road uniforms, the way these new ones are from Fanatics and Nike, you are going to be looking like you're in a sauna.
Gray sweatpants have taught us that it's very revealing fabric.
It is a very revealing fabric, yes.
And now they're learning that with gray jerseys.
But it's not gray sweatpants season.
No, it's not.
So I don't know what they're going to do. But the Astros, the fact that the Astros can't get out of their own way right now, and they are 0-4, and they got swept in all 4 games by New York, it's glorious to see Houston go down. And then you had the Jordan Montgomery news that happened over the weekend. Now, he obviously signed. That wasn't over the weekend, but the report over the weekend was that the Red Sox really wanted him, and he basically said to them, I want to go to a place where I can win. The fact that he lives in Boston and his wife lives in Boston and she's in a residency as a doctor in Boston, he still didn't want to go there because they didn't have a chance to win. And he decided, in what universe would you say I'd rather go play for the Diamondbacks than the Red Sox?
Yeah.
But it's the world we live in right now.
We talked about it when you were out with Movid, when you were down and out, when you almost died, when you were in a hospital bed next to Kyle Filipowski.
Yeah.
We talked about how, the engagement for the Red Sox this year, fans can't even name more than 2 players in this interview on the streets of Boston. It's not a good spot right now.
Nope, it is not a good spot. And that's a baseball town, man.
RJ Choppy with some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. 5:15 today pregame in Tampa against one of the teams that got wiped out on the way to the championship and those brand new rings. Let's talk to old Carrot Cake. Crosstalk with the KFC Masterpiece is next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Tomorrow, the insurance company is going to come on over the house to check out the roof. K-Post came out a couple of weeks back after we had the hail damage, got on the roof, told me exactly what the problems were. They took photos of everything. They are going to the insurance company. They'll be there. They'll be there when the insurance company comes over, and they're going to walk them through everything. Nope, this is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. You got to pay for it all. You got to take care of it. This is your job, your insurance company. You got to make sure that you don't get screwed. You, the customer, does not get screwed by your insurance company. That's why K-Post is the best. They're the absolute most trusted in the business, dominating DFW, locally owned, boots on the ground here, for over 20 years. And they will make sure that you get the most out of your insurance company. Your deductible is the same no matter who you go with. So why would you not go with somebody who is the best that's going to make the most out of this process for you and make it as painless as possible? KPostCompany.com. The letter K, postcompany.com. 972-382-5515. Tell them RJ Choppy for the fan sent you.
Coming up in the next...
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece, and Kevin Hagan is already here to interrupt.
I just have a pressing question, and I'm hoping you guys can help us out. We were talking about in the prep room. I know he's in the news, and I'm assuming it's very bad. What's the accusation against Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, if you will? You had some time off. Did you look into this at all?
I remember Kevin one time on Total Request Live, he said he had to drop the P because it was coming between him and his fans. So he went as Diddy. So I just wanted to leave that out.
No, I did not read up on it. It's been hard to keep track of.
Me too. Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I just know, like, people are like, oh, this is bad. I was like, but what are they accusing?
Like basically trafficking, essentially.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but
basically
people
but young,
drugs?
But young. Yeah, young.
Oh, dear.
People. I don't know
Like-
if it's boys and girls
Like
or.
supplying women at parties
Oh,
and
my
stuff.
gosh.
and things
Okay.
like that.
And
It's
now
very expansive
That is pretty.
from what I can get.
Now
Holy
people
crap.
are trying to say like it was a bunch of homosexual relationships amongst rappers back in the day. So people are trying to expose
and you didn't
relationships.
want, and like, because they don't want anybody to know.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kim Mulkey was not happy.
No.
That was about something different.
Oh.
Why?
They got that changed. They got that changed too, though. Did you see that?
Yeah. I'm mixing up stories.
Why'd you bring that up first?
I didn't know if you had free time if you looked up on the celebrity gossip or whatnot.
He's unpacking.
There's nothing
Unpacking
free
boxes.
in Sean's life right now.
I've been
Man,
miserable.
I saw that sweet ass waterfall in your pool, though.
Thank you. Emerald Custom Pools, sponsor of the station.
I like
It
the
looks
slides.
cool.
Kevin
I
will
like
never
the
be in that
slides.
pool.
I was
My
a big fan.
shoes?
I was a big fan of the slides in that photo.
I was not. I hate slides just in general.
Why don't you whine more about your little banana you ate or your cookie or whatever you're crying about?
I ate a protein bar, and then I started feeling just.
This meeting's not long. It feels sick.
I don't want to look. I mean,
were you
it's-
guys fine physically
I-
last week with
I
each
think-
other? Were you okay? How many ailments between the two of you? You're taking a picture of your elbow this morning like you're freaking DeGrom. I got bellyache over here with a oatmeal cream pie.
Oh no! Just wait for the commercial break. Podcast was not salacious today. All I have to do was, oh my gosh, how much money I'm spending, and this didn't go right, and this, so I get one gripe of nausea. Today.
So my monetary struggles are as soft as you with your belly aches. With your physical belly aches, it's the same thing.
He was
Again,
fine.
apples
he was
and
fine
oranges.
last,
That's
he
what
was
you're a
fine
master
last
of.
week. The elbow photo, somebody has an injury, the same injury as mine. So I was just showing them where my injury was, which I got fixed at QC.
I thought you were trying to like point out that your elbow looked better than Jaden Daniels.
Everybody's elbow.
Is that a real picture? That's not like edited at all?
Ryan, can you put that up? Mike, maybe you can explain to us how he's going to join the Rangers rotation now with this elbow and this arm photo that Ian Rappaport put up. Corey, do you have any explanation for it?
His hand went back further than the rest of his arm. Like that's the only thing I can see. Or he's like super ripped and cut, and there's no fat around the elbow.
So like his elbow's jacked.
It's
too.
weird looking. It looks like he has a pad on from like his shoulder down, and that's supposed to be a deflector.
Look at it, Mike.
Mike,
look
there
at
it
the elbow.
is. Look at that.
What is it? Why does somebody's elbow look like that?
Look at
That's
that.
not a real picture.
Yes, it is.
That's what I thought.
Somebody said bursitis, but
Yeah, somebody had said it was bursitis
That's
after surgery.
Either that's fake or I will say this. One time when I was in 9th grade, I fell off my bike and my elbow, I don't know if maybe he got his elbow popped like it hit the ground during that game and
It was a protuberance.
and it really blew up. But I remember falling off my bike and my elbow looking like it was coming out of my skin, but it was just like swollen. So I'm just thinking in that football game, maybe he took a helmet to the elbow.
It's gross.
Or he's a robot.
That's all.
Well,
I
that's
know
like
for
an
sure.
action figure.
That doesn't look real because of the way that it's a flat line on top.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, top stories from Stars, Mavericks, and Rangers. We do have Danny Green joining the show today at 1:20.
The 3-point shooter?
Yeah, a 3-point
Because he
shooter.
never would join the Mavericks.
He will now join us every Monday at 1:20. As
Finally
we go
got him in
through
Dallas.
basketball playoffs.
That's what it
And then Wanker of the Weekend. Don't forget about that. And at 11, our favorite segment, Puck Around and Find Out.
Michael, how you feeling after your television debut?
Awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think he did better, worse, consistent throughout? What was the biggest surprise for you? Easiest adjustment?
I will tell you the toughest thing is the Cubs closer. When he came in, I was like, oh, crap. I can't remember how to say his name.
Oh, no.
That's the tough part. Is remembering names.
Did you go? Do you go over them with a staff member or something?
Yes.
Is there a helper?
Yes. There's a lot of people working there.
Should I take it that you do not recall how to say it now?
No, and my computer looks like it's got a virus.
Is it Azale?
Right now.
Azale?
Yeah.
Alizé.
But then I heard Dave Raymond saying it instead of Zay at the end. I think he said Zai. Ooh. And then I was like, crap, am I saying this wrong? So that's the thing about knowing all these relievers' names. Like you go over the starter, you go over the lineup, and then you're like, oh, crap, they're bringing in a guy that Quas who came in, Cuas. And I'm like, oh, man. But he had some good stuff.
There was one home run. I can't remember who hit it. Somebody had a home run, and it's like he rounded the bases, he hits home. There's kind of like a long layout, and then you react it. But it felt like you were like, is that just a feel for you, or did they say hey, hold, don't say anything yet?
Just a feel.
Okay.
I had a question about information. Is there a producer that has gives you little Post-it notes? Because there was a moment where y'all were talking about the reviewable play.
Right.
And then it kind of, I guess, y'all came back in the next segment and Dave Raymond had more information on it.
There is a person there, and then we get a lot of emails with a lot of information.
Okay.
It's awesome, but also overwhelming, too.
Sean, there was also a moment where Dave Raymond was talking about the championships that DFW's won. And he talked about the Mavs and Stars and Rangers, and they're going through that. And then he was like, and don't forget the Cowboys, in the early 90s. And Mike, with every strain in his body, was holding back from just going on a rant. And he goes, yeah, they were in it whenever I was in high school.
And then didn't Bally put up a fraudulent recap of when the Cowboys actually won the Super Bowl?
See, that's why I listen to every game right here on 105.
Exactly.
We actually know the years that the Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
What was fraudulent?
They said 93, 94, 96 is when they won the Super Bowl. So the 2024 season's over. The Chiefs have already won the Super Bowl. Good job, Bally.
There's still a lot of confusion on that for people.
not.
It doesn't make any sense, Kevin.
My big take.
Oh, no, what
Mike's
happened?
laptop
Your
is
computer.
destroyed for this show
What'd you
today.
do? What happened?
It looked like just the scramble.
It just
TV
reset.
signal.
I don't know what
It was
just
all
happened.
scrambled.
It probably updated. Is that the update? Get your new
don't
iOS?
My big question is about whether you guys, how would you rate Mike's carrot cake that you've had from him?
I haven't had it.
You haven't?
He said it's the best.
He said he was going to make it,
Yeah.
and I said, Mike, make sure you bring a piece to me. He talked about it on the game, and I texted him in the middle of it and said, you better have a piece of carrot cake for me, and he forgot it.
This is like fun. This
I
is
think
like
he's lying.
getting accepted by the cool kids and wanting to impress them. Meanwhile, your loyal, longtime friends.
Yeah, he eats all the food, all the Hurtado food with Dave Raymond, but then Jared and Eric and Matt are over there where's our food?
And we've never gotten any carrot cake. We knew you liked to bake. I knew you liked to bake.
Pay me more money, and maybe I'll bring more carrots.
Does Dave Raymond pay you?
Out of all the times, all the
he doesn't.
emotional
Did you
conversations
give it to the executives
we've
there
had.
yesterday? No.
Honestly, yes.
Oh, damn
the
it.
whole.
All right, stop talking. Fix your
Everybody
stupid
came up
computer. Fix your
from the
broke-ass
trailer.
computer. What else we got?
Does it kind of feel like the person who puts
Did
their
you wake
bracket
up
out
and bake
after
the
the
cake?
games happen?
What's that?
He says he bakes good carrot cake, but you never see it.
Yeah.
It's like me and my
I
golf
think
game.
Sotheby's makes good cake.
Sotheby's,
The auction
the
place?
real estate people.
It's a Seinfeld joke, but we're here.
They are real. That's our.
Don't
that
give
was our
out.
real estate
Don't
thing.
give out free ads
That's
like that.
Entenmann's.
Kevin, how'd you deal
display
with
at the end of the aisle.
Duke yesterday?
Struggling.
Not okay. My
Do you hate the sweetheart of the country right now, in Zach Randolph? Bigger
That
Zach
dude ain't
Randolph.
Zach Randolph.
DJ Burns.
Believe me, I'm going to ask Stephen Jones about him if we have if he comes on. I don't know. They might not come on anymore, to be honest. But if they come if they come on the air in April to preview their draft, I'm going to be like, have you looked at the 6'9", 325-pound left-hander that is going to be a tremendous offensive tackle in the NFL?
And he'll never get a flag against him. So that's going to be sweet.
Kevin's still very bitter that they did not call fouls on DJ Burns during the Duke.
He's foul-proof, baby.
Game.
More than Edey?
Ooh.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Like with Edey, all the fouls he gets, and DJ Burns doesn't get called for fouls.
The games, they're going to be like, I don't know, or both are going to foul out within 8 minutes. And then
Edey doesn't foul.
You go, deal with it.
Edey doesn't get called for fouls. He didn't get called for fouls. Not a single foul in the first 30 minutes. He didn't get called for fouls.
Yeah, but it was. My wife will tell you I did a good job because we were at my in-laws, and at one point my mother-in-law walked in and Duke was losing by 10, and she goes, "Oh, how did that happen?" And I asked my wife,
back in the kitchen.
I asked my wife if she was proud of me for not saying something, and she goes, "Yeah, I almost said something." And then Brandon goes, "Yeah, I was there." Like, "Oh, thanks a lot. Why is that helpful?"
Yeah, I would be like, I'm pretty down. I'd be much worse if we lost to a team that I knew we were better than. Right? Purdue's a good team. They've been a great team all year.
Player of the year.
Player of the year. And Dalton's going to want to finish second in the player of the year. I would have felt worse if we lost to a team like NC State.
Well, don't you feel, in a weird way, being honest here, don't you feel lucky that Shed got hurt? Because you guys wouldn't have been in that game.
Right. I'd very much disagree with that.
Here comes the dookie.
No, you're definitely wrong about that. They might not have won, but to say they would have been in the game just totally ignores. Yeah, they would have been in the game. I don't think they would have won.
Right, Shed's worth more than 3 points in the second half.
Yeah, I don't think they would have won. But to say they weren't in the game, they wouldn't be in the game.
They were in the game already.
Wasn't watching the game.
Yeah, they were already in the game.
Yeah, you're too
I was watching, wasn't it 16-10 when he stole it? Is that?
And when he got hurt, it was a really close game.
You're probably too busy mixing your ice in.
Yeah.
When did I make that? I made it. I did. I made it Friday. No.
Yay.
Yeah, I made it. I can't remember.
How is the buzz out there? Are you
awesome.
running on fumes right now? Like, I can't tell whether you're tired, out of words, or just your computer.
No, it was
computer's back up.
Yeah, it's kind of working.
So you just out of
it was really great. Obviously,
did your phone blow up? You got crazy messages over the weekend?
I did. It was good. It was good. It was cool.
Yeah, new friends. New friends out there. What else, energy-wise, out there?
It was really good. I thought in the 8th inning on Saturday, getting a lot of people doing an MVP chant. Now, obviously, you score 11 runs and 6 in the 8th inning, you're going to get a lot of energy. But I feel like we'll see. Over time, we'll see. I felt like the energy was better at the ballpark than it was last year. So I think the playoffs, the championship, could lead to the Ranger fans being more cheerful. I'll say this.
Can we get that Cotton Eye Joe?
I don't know. That's not my call. Is
Braves, some carrot cake,
Braves fans and Ranger fans are very similar. They're very cordial.
Braves fans? Yeah.
Braves fans. And I don't know. I haven't been to a Braves game in forever. But there are times where I'm like, gosh, you guys have such a good team. It should be a little bit louder here.
Yeah.
But you're playing in the NL East. Philadelphia, New York. Like, those places are madhouses.
Turn it up for old time's sake, Pepe.
What they need to do in Atlanta is get CeeLo Green to perform.
That's right.
And then everybody will really be not cordial anymore.
This is this isn't the one they played at.
I know.
the ballpark.
This is the upbeat one.
Yeah.
This is the
one you want
remix.
played?
This is the one they should play.
This is the one that was playing above me in Vegas all night for an hour.
Yeah.
God, that was miserable.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning with another Rangers 4-pack giveaway. The KMC Masterpiece all over the Diddy situation is next.
Probably not.
There's no reason to You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and making his much ballyhooed return to the show.
Say bally?
Sporadically. It is Reginald Atatula, who, don't worry, you can still at times hear on the Get Right.
Don't worry, it's an
7 to
April
11.
Fool's joke.
What? So you're not really here?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like you.
Well, I mean, I'm here, but the joke is I don't know how to do with this job at all anymore. So.
Today's my dad's birthday.
Oh!
Congratulations to him, man.
Or is it an April Fool's joke?
I don't know. I never knew your dad's birthday, so I wouldn't know.
It's actually his birthday.
Because we
I
already
don't know if I should believe him or not.
Happy birthday, Pops, again.
We already had a good listener who sent along a DM, and it was an April Fool's joke, and I kind of want to block them now.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're a grown-up, and you
And we're past that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that where you fall on this, too?
Yeah, since like 2016, honestly.
2016.
That's right. We've been done for like 8 years.
And when you turned into an adult?
No, that was when we were just as a society. We were past April Fool's.
Okay. So adult is his opinion, not yours. Society is what you were going with. Okay,
That's right.
gotcha. All right.
We've
Just trying
evolved
to
past.
put it all together there. So that is weird because that is part of my C block conversation.
I'm here for it.
Is what is a good?
I bet a
what
lot
is
of people
good
will
April Fool's
disagree,
joke?
though, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what a good April Fool's joke is anymore. So I'm trying to figure it all out as we go along. We'll figure it all out together, guys.
Okay. In the meantime,
Each and every one of us.
Well, I don't know what you're doing right now. In the meantime, let's start with. Do you want to start with Team 1, Team 2, or Team 3? I'm not going to tell you which one is which.
Well, back in the day before they had Perfect Game, there was a national deal where they'd invite the top 100 players in the country, and it was called Team 1 in Cincinnati, Ohio, that I got to go to. That's where I got to compete against Quincy Carter because we're the same age. So Eric Chavez was there, me, Quincy Carter, some other guys.
Huh. So you pick Team 1?
Team 1.
Let's go to cut number 4, the hottest team in the NBA.
Then Kyrie amongst the trees for the offensive rebound. Outside! And three-pointer, number 9. He strikes a pose afterward.
Now, it was fun because Team 2, you could pick the Stars, the hottest team in the NHL. Team 3, you could have picked the Rangers. I know yesterday's game was a disappointment. We'll have a bullpen chat, or more specifically, a Leclerc chat. But you did still win your opening series, and it was a heck of a weekend for a lot of Metroplex sports things. But you picked the Mavericks. Let's go to the Mavericks first. Yesterday, man, they beat the crap out of the Rockets, and the Rockets had been on a freaking tear.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun because, as you said, they had the longest streak in the NBA. They tied the longest streak in the NBA with the Celtics.
Yep.
And I'm very adamant right now. This Mavericks team is playing its best basketball.
Sure.
That's why I threw out last week whenever I threw out the Luca's going to win the MVP conversation. I know the odds are not in his favor at the moment.
He's up to second.
But he is at second, and I'm hey, man, there's a lot of basketball left to be played. But, yeah, man, they came out there on Friday night. Exum had like 17 missed three-pointers late in the game and then makes the one that matters and then lets out the scream of joy.
Did that feel kind of a Dolacy to you?
It did. It was very like I struck out, finally got my home run. So that was an awesome moment. And then, yesterday when they took it to Houston, there were just so many things that Houston had no answers for, and one of them primarily Luca. Went out there and almost damn near had a triple-double in the first half.
He had 35 points at halftime, I believe.
Yeah, man. And you know what? He was questionable going into the game. They were like, we don't know if he's going to play or not. And then he comes out there and puts 47 on the board. So that was very worthwhile weekend for the Mavericks as they continue their progress up the ladder in the standings.
Here's what I want to say about Sacramento series and the Houston Rockets game and what they're doing now for almost the whole month of March. This is rare in everything in life. They're living up to their full potential.
Yeah.
I think that they did that in the playoff run in 2021. I think that they played to their full potential, by beating the Jazz where Luca missed 3 games, by taking down the best team in the Western Conference, the Phoenix Suns, in 7 games. And then they lost in 5 games to Golden State. But I think they played to their full potential there. They finally met a team that obviously had a dude named Bill Russell, I think, at center. I think his name was Kevon Looney, who averaged 27 rebounds against us. But they are playing to their full potential right now. At this point, if they play this way, if they were to play this way the rest of the season, if they were to play this way in the playoffs, I think they could win the whole effing thing.
Wow.
Now, Boston probably is going to come out of the East, and you are going to have 3 very tough matchups in the Western Conference if you are to play 3 series. Yes. But if they play to this ability, if they play to their full potential, which is almost impossible, but they are right now, can they keep that up?
That's a really good point, Mike. The level of play that they're at right now, it does seem almost impossible to continue that or to even get better as you go along in the playoffs. So have they done what the Mariners did last year and peaked too soon? Or is this what this team actually is? And everybody just better get ready for it because they are competing. Like they are going out there and actually putting it out there for everybody.
I think I'm inclined to believe this is closer to what they actually are than just peaking too soon. And then again, now I've become very intrigued by the Clippers, who had kind of been bouncing in and out of a funk. I know they picked up 3 straight, a couple against maybe not the best teams, but now you wonder, could you really make a run at 4? But the other thing that's probably more important is you still got to keep winning. But for the first time in forever, you have like at least a little bit of space in terms of avoiding the play-in. I know you can hit a losing streak and that can change really quick, but you have started to create you're creating more and more of a cushion to stay in the actual playoffs.
From the 806, Kenya Martin and Gilbert Arenas said on their podcast, Luca isn't even the best player on his team. How can he be MVP? And anybody that says that, I think, isn't watching, unless they're saying like Daniel Gafford's the best because of his shooting percentage, then that makes sense. But if you're watching this team and you're seeing Luca be more
for superstar status, he's the most hated player in all of sports.
He's not playing passive.
So I get it from those guys. Kyrie's playing great. I'm not going to take anything away from Kyrie. Kyrie's playing great, especially down the stretch. They are working off of each other perfectly. But I get Kenyon Martin and Gilbert Arenas hate Luca. That's fine. Yeah. Kendrick Perkins hates Luca. That's fine. So
do you think it's that, or do you think they just love Kyrie combination?
I think
they just love Kyrie
for sure.
I think it's both, but I would have to go back to the history of what was Gilbert Arenas and Kenyon Martin and Kendrick Perkins saying about Kyrie in Brooklyn and in Boston.
Sure.
I don't know what they were saying. So but to say the dude who yesterday, it did look like he was going to go for 60 and kind of like, I saw my buddy Jalen Brunson go for 60. Watch this.
And it looked light work for him. At halftime, he was all like,
hey, let me underhand a 20-footer here.
And I was like,
let me scoop you a 20-footer.
Do you want? Let's play that. This is cut number 6. This is the Rockets announcer's reaction to that specific shot.
He's got 35 now. Oh, no. You got to go. This is about his way.
I mean, I just like that because it felt very reflective of what you would think in the moment if you're a Rockets fan. I was pretty much the opposite. I thought it was unbelievable, but I could see how you're watching. You're like, get the F out of here.
Yeah.
Did he just straddle the 3-point line, lunge forward, underhand, loop it off the glass? And you're like, yep, did it.
That was an easy one for him.
Yeah, yes.
That was definitely an easy one for him out there.
All right, but it's not just the Dallas Mavericks. So let's go to team number 2, cut number 14. Now the Dallas Stars are the hottest team in all of the NHL.
Now Heiskanen will walk the line, major power play, get as many goals as you can. It's tipped. They score. They get 1. Joe Pavelski tucks it home.
We'll talk about this a little bit more long form in a bit, but I wanted to point out we have talked for the longest time about the 3-team race in the Central. While the Stars are the hottest team in the NHL, you could make a really strong argument the Winnipeg Jets are on the worst run of any team in the NHL. And those two things have converged at the same time. Winnipeg is out. So just in terms of winning the Central, it's mathematically possible. I think it is highly, highly unlikely. So it's going to come down to the Stars or the Avalanche. And this is another thing. It's a great time to be peaking. And I know we talked about peaking too soon, but the Mavericks have, 8 regular season games left. The Stars have 7. That's close enough to the playoffs for me that I'm like, if you're starting to hit your groove, perfect timing for me.
And Kevin, a lot of people might look at the Stars' schedule of late and be like, oh, I mean, this sets up well for them. You still got to win them. Like, you can't.
Vancouver's a good team.
Yeah, you can't run through this thing and just be like, well, we sleptwalk through it and we were there. And yes, taking down Vancouver the way that they did the other night was fantastic. Last night's game, or yesterday's game.
Yes,
yesterday's game was one of those that you could just kind of.
Seattle ain't playing for nothing.
Well, I mean, even look at like Wyatt Johnston gets his goal, but it wasn't everybody else that we've over the last stretch here been like, oh man, all those guys were scoring their ways. It was work for everybody else. Pavelski gets his, Rope gets his. So it was nice to see them get theirs too, and other contributions as you continue to develop what you're wanting to do as you get to this playoff.
And so that's a really fun way to start it, and that's one of the things I loved about this weekend, although to be fair, I did not love all the things about the sports weekend, but
I had a great weekend this weekend, Kevin, with sports, but that's what I'm like, there's so much going on.
True.
There was a lot going on this weekend with sports, so there was Adrian at one point was like, hey,
that
are you
game we just...
Okay.
She goes, hey, like, are you just watching sports all day? And I was like, pretty much.
Was it like an inflammatory tone too?
No, it was just one of those, she wanted to know so that she could nap, kind of things.
Okay.
Because she likes to nap. If there is nothing my wife loves more than a good 4 to 8 hour nap in the middle of the day.
If you sleep more than 3 hours, is that just sleep? Is that no longer a nap?
She calls it a nap, so I'm not going to argue
I feel
with
like
her,
a nap can't be more than 2 hours, and 2 hours is stretching it.
Mm-hmm.
But you said 4 to 8?
Yeah, man.
I feel like 8, that's just sleep.
And then you're like, you slept all night last night. She's like, yes. And then I'm like, and most of today? And she's like, yes. And then you're going to go to sleep tonight? And she's
Life
like,
has
yes.
really worn her out, huh?
She can, well, you could say that.
What else would you say? It's 10:13 in the morning, sir. The day after
She's
Easter.
really good at sleeping, and I'm not. Like, I'm a bad sleeper.
Hey,
She's
your
good
kids
at
have off school today?
it. No, they're all at school today because the city of Plano believes
Dallas is off.
Oh, I just know that my 2 kids are off of school today.
Is it because of
which
the
really
Rangers?
surprised me last night.
Is it because of the Rangers parade? Is that why?
What?
Is that what this day is? City of Plano was like, hey, we can take the day off for the Rangers parade.
Oh,
and
that was.
I don't know. Or is it a snow day?
I don't know the answer to that, honestly. I just know that Garland is off and Dallas is off because Garland just usually does what Dallas tells them to do. All right. That's the way I've interpreted it. Now, let's go to cut number 2. This is team number 3 as the Texas Rangers win their opening series.
The lefty set. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a high drive, well hit center field. Bellinger back. He's at the wall and it's over his head and off the 4-10 sign. Both runners score. Langford tearing for third. Here's the throw on 2 hops. Not in time. He slides in with a 2-run triple. Wyatt Langford has tied the game.
Wyatt Langford with the triple right there. An awesome flash of his speed. We're aware of his power, but an awesome look at power and speed built into one. And I realize we'll talk more about yesterday's game in a little bit, but winning 2 out of 3 against the Cubs, Andrew Heaney looking good, or excuse me, Cody Bradford, my apologies, looking solid.
ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Looking ahead. Cody Bradford looking pretty solid. I thought it was a good start for the Rangers. I know we were hoping for great yesterday.
Yeah,
but a good start.
It would have been nice if Leclerc could have just shut that one down and we get a run in the bottom of the 9th and go on to win that one. But it didn't happen that way, Kevin.
It did not.
But they did score. I mean, their 5 runs came pretty You were like, whoa, they jumped up on you just real quick, and then it just stalled out after that.
And that's with Seager and Heim getting a day off.
Exactly.
Too. Like
yeah.
you scored 5 with 2 of your all-stars taking the day off. And I thought as you tied the game up and the game progressed into the 8th, I thought, what an advantage the Rangers have here. They have Corey Seager and Jonah Heim to bring off the bench. If it goes to a 10th inning and you have a runner on second and nobody out, and you're like, guess who's up now? Corey Seager is coming to the plate. And from what I understand, he was working in the cage a little bit late in the game just to get loose. But once they scored the 4 runs in the 9th inning, that was it.
Yeah, I felt like if there was a leadoff homer and then an Adolis homer, I was like, oh, Corey Seager will be up, and then it was just a bunch of flyouts, and I was like, okay, whatever.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's dive into another big thing that happened in the Metroplex this weekend. March Madness. How many of the Final Four did you get correct? Tell the truth. And did you go to any games at the AAC? And if so, why was at least one of them stupid? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel & Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He's going to dribble it out. It's going to happen. And it's time to boil her up and put the hammer down to Glendale, Arizona. For the first time in 44 years, the Final Four includes Purdue. 72-66, the final.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Reggie looks very confused. Reggie, have you not heard the show?
No.
Did you hear any of what these Nimrods were saying, like, while you were playing that clip?
No, I was actively trying to get all of that right. You heard all those reads, right?
Yes.
Reggie's trying to do very good work today.
Yeah, me too.
Us too.
You guys are.
You know
you're
what
not.
our good work is, Kevin.
They have thoughts about things. All right. Text in right now, 877-881-1053, frankelfirm.com text line. What do you think Mike and Corey were bouncing off each other and talking about going into this segment? How many teams in the Final Four did you get correct? And did you go to any games at the American Airlines Center?
I got 2 correct, and it's the 2 that I have going to the final. So,
yes,
fingers crossed. But no, I didn't get a chance to get out to the AAC where DJ Burns was hanging out with the security guards, being an awesome human.
Hanging out with the refs too.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, he knows you catch more flies with
Fly
honey
traps
than you do vinegar.
Did you say pork chops?
Fly traps.
Oh,
pork traps. Would that work?
Dude, fly traps they smell terrible, by the way. They don't smell anything like honey. Back to you, Kevin.
Your thoughts on that last part, Mike?
I don't know. What popped in my head is, do they still make those fluorescent lights that bugs fly into and it makes an awesome noise when it kills them?
Yes. Actually, now they have handheld versions of it. So you can just walk up to a fly and be like, "Bop, gotcha."
Have you ever put your hand on it?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt that much.
Oh.
My kids were like hitting each other with it, and I was like, come on, guys, what are we doing here? Kevin.
Well,
that's a good description for the show. Come on, guys.
Speaking of that OT Burnsy, how did he do? It sounds like he's in the Final Four.
He is in the Final Four. They were definitely rooting for him. I had Purdue and UConn in the finals.
I had
in the
NC
Final
State
Four.
and Alabama.
Did you? Actually, interestingly enough, Ruben picked Alabama to win the national championship.
Yeah,
because of the retirement of Nick Saban. He thought they got it right now.
I mean, maybe. And so in our company predictor pool for the NCAAs, Ruben is still alive because he picked Alabama to win it all.
They would have killed him if he hadn't picked Alabama.
Thank God I didn't enter this Netflix thing or whatever, that thing where you don't walk right and they shoot you or whatever. What was that thing?
What?
called?
Squid Games.
Squid Games. You guys are playing Squid Games with the NCAA tournament.
You said
up here.
Ruben's still alive because
Obviously,
of this.
that's why Reggie must be up here again. What happened to Alec and Chris Strong and all those guys?
You think they lost the bracket?
You just said they're not in it anymore.
Reggie.
I don't mean they're dead.
Did you enter the bracket or no? Was this a no?
What was
That's why I didn't enter the bracket.
Hold on, he's in the bracket. Hold on.
I would have lost.
Don't look. It's going to take you a while.
Oh, I'm still scrolling. Do I have to go to page 2?
Oh, I'm down there, dog.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I need to go look up Giafalo and Jared's
Reginald,
bracket.
out of 61 entries, is currently at 58.
Is there anything that people watch less and then enter something in? There's no way. There's no way in all of the history of everything that anybody enters more contest of the
That's a
NCAA.
good point.
Like nobody watches college basketball.
Hold on.
Well, you do. I get it.
No,
And a few
not
people
me.
do,
Not
but-
me. I was going to say Sean Hudgens. Back in the day, he was betting on things that he said he didn't know about and didn't watch, but we were like, you might have a problem.
There were lots of soccer matches, and it was like 17th league.
And he goes, what do you guys think? And we're like, I don't know.
I think, Reggie, you watch professional soccer, right?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Like he's the only one up here for I guess Gavin does. That's what he watches. Is Dawson. Is like if they had, hey, we have a Champions League bracket, we'd all be like, we don't watch soccer.
Yeah.
Like I watch it here and there, but you want me to pick? I just be like, all right, who plays in the good leagues?
I would pick Arsenal for Brandon. That's his team.
Yeah.
Oh, that might not work out.
I mean,
that he's well aware.
Man City has like the richest sheik, and they have all the players and the good bald-headed coach, right? Like that's what I know.
That's accurate.
Yes,
that's accurate. He did his
That
thing.
actually is pretty accurate. All right, so you were doing well.
I'm
Jared's league.
Currently 19th in Jared's league out of 400.
Is John Daniels still winning?
431. I'll have to go look at the standings real quick to see. Because it is some random person. No, it's some random person. John Daniels is now behind me, it looks like.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm the highest one that I know of the people.
Well, who's the person?
John Machota is tied for 12th as well.
Who's the person that's in first?
Person's name is Zach
Wolchuk?
I don't know. It says I don't know if I should say their last name.
Is it Wolchuk?
It's not Wolchuk.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Zach Eflin. He's a pitcher. I don't know. I'm just used to I can't say his last name.
David Murphy's tied for second.
He picked Baylor, probably.
He picked Houston to win it all, so that's why I'm going to be ahead.
I'm third in our.
That really has to stink. Doesn't that stink in a one and done? That's why if you can survive and advance, nothing against Duke. And I during crosstalk,
something against Duke.
Yeah, a lot of things against Duke.
They lost. They played terrible in the second
half. I felt
half.
bad for Houston because they really did have a legitimate chance, I think, to win it this year.
And like I said, I do think they would have won that game. I just don't think they would have blown them out.
Well, I don't think it was really weird because Houston did score a lot of points against A&M, as that was that was the thing that I thought A&M really had a chance to beat Houston before that game even started, just because I thought Houston just doesn't score. It's all based off of defense, their success, but they were able to do something different and score a whole bunch of points against A&M. And it just felt like Houston will keep you in a game because they can't score enough points to really blow you out.
And they lost an awesome player to injury, which sucks. And
Big 12 Player of the Year, correct?
He and one of the finalists for Player of the Year, I do believe. And the coach said afterwards that he wasn't going to be able to play the rest of the tournament.
Yeah,
which
you could tell he couldn't even stand up to cheer on his team.
When you saw the replay, I was like, oh no.
And the thing is that really stinks, and I don't know this, but this is my guess. I don't think he's an NBA prospect. Maybe he makes it, but he's not really for Shed. That was kind of in a weird way. He'll play. I think he could play overseas for a decade. Don't get me wrong.
He's going to be like high point of visibility.
Yes. Yeah, I think he's going to be a guy that's kind of, at best a 10th man on an NBA basketball team. Maybe he can become a good backup point guard in the NBA, but.
Now, it was a huge day for NC State across the board. Within 137 minutes, both their men's and women's team qualified for the Final Four. For the women, first time in 26 years to make the Final Four. For the men, first time in 41 years to make the Final Four ever since that Jimmy V team, which everybody knows really well for the, hey, it was totally a pass, drop in at the buzzer to win the championship.
Do you think
more people should shoot air balls because the other team can't really rebound it, and if you got it, you're like alley-oop, bees.
Do you think tonight's game is going to draw some eyes?
Okay, which one? Because I think
Tampa, Texas.
I think
I'm watching.
Both of them are inclined to drive pretty dang big numbers.
I'm curious because I only really this is my own stupidity here, not knowing enough, but I only know the LSU Iowa conflict we saw from last year. It was awesome.
And I don't think it's conflict just as much.
It was fun.
In the second one.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as much as hey, can UConn and Buchers get it done? And what about USC? But you're right. In terms of a built-in rematch storyline, the LSU-Iowa game, I imagine, is going to break the ESPN record for most viewers in a women's game. That would be my prediction, just based on the intrinsic important nature of it, plus the storyline, plus this is Caitlin Clark's last stand, and Angel Reese even came out. Okay, fair. Angel Reese even came out and was like, well, we don't hate each other, but that's not as much fun as they trash talked on the court together. And then all of the ancillary attention that's come around because Kim Mulkey responding to like a column and a story coming out. I feel like there's a ton of attention going into that game.
Yeah, this is a restore the feeling game, right? This is how a lot of people used to watch men's college basketball year over year, seeing those storylines play out.
Yep.
These are the people you know. Yes.
Yes, you're dead on about that because you get another year back. They get to square off against each other again, and that brings back those old memories. And then is it a different outcome or the same outcome? I think it's going to be an interesting. Now, Kevin, I'm sorry, I just don't know enough about Connecticut USC.
Oh, sure,
to know why that would be is really a game that would be as much drama as this one.
I don't.
Cheryl Miller.
Not
Okay,
because
thank
of
you, Mike.
Because of Cheryl Miller. It definitely doesn't have as much drama. But you're just talking about like another elite player in terms of what Buchers has been doing.
Oh yeah,
and
she dropped 60 like in her first game back or something.
But they're the favorite despite having the worst seed, and it is another Elite Eight game. But I'm sure you're right in terms of storyline.
Okay.
The first game has got it everywhere.
All right. Well, yeah, man. Then let's watch some women's basketball.
I've been trying to say
on one of our one of our screens.
What time is this game at?
6 and 8.
Which one's the game I care about?
Iowa and LSU is at 6.
I think you should watch the UConn girl.
But
She's fantastic.
I will not watch that game for 1 second.
And I feel like we're not giving Juju Watkins enough love in the course of this.
Fair enough.
For USC because she's an incredible hooper in her own right.
And I probably won't watch the other one because the Rangers are on television.
One of the huge reasons they got to that number 1 seed. Like a huge reason they got to that number 1 seed. So it is going to be a big night there as well. What did you think about Dan? Did you see what Dan Hurley said about his own team?
They don't run enough.
Not that.
I saw a video of him.
He did say
him
that.
yelling at everybody.
No Bobby.
Yeah, he was yelling at everybody, and he was like, "All the greats ran. They ran all day long." And he's like, our program works harder than everybody else."
You know what? Give your program a break. They went on a 30-0 run against Illinois.
Wait, are they playing North Carolina State?
No, they're playing Alabama.
Okay.
Purdue's going to play North Carolina.
Okay, because I was like, that big guy doesn't run very fast.
But he gets to where he's supposed to go, Mike.
Eventually, yeah. Thank God there's a 30-second shot clock in that league.
That's 2-time National Player of the Year, Zach Edey, to you.
The big dude, yeah. That's why he ain't going to be in the NBA either.
You got to be like Daniel Gafford.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
fun.
No, he's talking about Burns, not Edey.
Both of them are asking for 6 more seconds on an NBA shot.
Oh my gosh. So what I was going to say, although it doesn't really feel as important now, is Dan Hurley said people are against UConn because, quote, our fan base, again, is obnoxious as S on social, so everyone hates us. And this was after he was talking about hey, this is a really likable team. But then he was quick to pivot to, no, our fan base is annoying as hell.
You kind of have to embrace that, right? You embrace a little bit of your fan base. You embrace a little bit of what your team is as an irritant. If you have a player on your team that is kind of the Rodman guy, you embrace what he is and say, go be that so we can be us. I'm down with that. I like it.
And since you mentioned Zach Edey, did you see maybe the most impressive thing he did on an incredible day for him? No. He cut down the net without going on the ladder. I thought that was really neat.
In your face, Wimby.
I guess.
Is he an NBA prospect at all?
He'll get taken in the second round, I think.
Yeah, but the Gonzaga kid from Richardson didn't. I know he's smaller.
Yeah, I think Edey did. I'm not saying it made him fast, but he did work on his body in the offseason to try to get more towards the, quickness in the NBA. I'm not saying it worked. I think he'll get taken in the second round. He had 40 points, 16 boards, and the game-clinching block yesterday. He's been unbelievable. Look, we've already seen some upsets in this tournament. It feels like Purdue and UConn might be inevitable, but I'm sure Alabama and NC State don't see it that way. I would be excited to see Purdue and UConn in the finals because I think, along with Houston, that's a good representative of the 3 teams that I believe have been the best all year.
Currently, NBADraft.net has him going 36th to Philadelphia.
Okay.
And they also have him listed at 7'4", 300.
That's probably a lot closer right than Burns is listing himself at NC State.
How does he Burns on here anywhere, man?
Because he ain't getting drafted. He's 6'9" and 320 plus pounds.
Stop him! I dare you to stop him.
I mean, NFL draft might want him.
You can't stop him.
That is a great size for an offensive tackle.
That is.
He's unfortunate. If he got down to 275, Did he dunk in the tournament? I didn't watch all the games.
I haven't seen him dunk.
I don't
I've
think
only
he
seen
can.
him just with great touch around the basket.
He does have great touch around the basket. Agreed.
It's a lot of weight to get off the air.
Watching him pass the ball's magic too. That dude can see everything, man. He's got great vision.
This is a great question from the 214. Mike, would you be okay if the Mavs drafted Zach Edey to replace Dwight Powell?
It's fine. Then we don't have draft picks for like the next 6 years.
You need Dwight Powell.
We traded all our picks. Like in 2030, if he enters the 2031 draft, I think that's when we have a chance at him.
Helping up the trainer.
Right? I mean, I'm happy with it. I'm fine. I'm happy with this Maverick team. I love it. But if you're looking for Mavs draft picks, they are not available.
Last couple of things for you. UConn installed as an early 11.5-point favorite over Alabama, tied for the fourth biggest Final Four spread in the last 50 years. And Mattress Mac bet $2 million on Houston to win the tournament. And
Bishop Lynch alum.
They didn't.
I'm so done with him.
I'm not. I like
him. Never bring up another Mattress Mac story again.
I would like Mattress Mac to donate to Bishop Lynch a whole new stands for the parents to sit in because it's not the best.
Okay.
So Mattress Mac.
If that happens, can we talk
Mattress
about that
Mac,
on the show?
I love you.
Okay.
Go to Bishop Lynch and get us new stands, please.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
So, the ninth inning. How about that?
Yeah.
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Thank you for sponsoring Baseball Nuggets. You've made a smart move. All right. Now, let's talk about the Texas Rangers. They won 2 out of 3. That is a good start. You know what? It's a way better start than the Houston Astros. They're 0-4. And maybe, Corey, I don't know if you can win them all.
No.
The Rangers can't. They've lost.
It's unfortunate.
But the Astros are on pace to go 0-162.
And that also means the Yankees are on pace to go 162-0.
I don't.
So,
okay, good
You'd
question.
make that trade,
Good
right?
first question. If that was the case,
Hell
would you go
yes.
for that? The Yankees win every game this year, but the Astros lose every game.
Yes!
And then
the Yankees have it,
and then
dude.
the Astros finish 5th in the lottery.
No, because I'd be okay if the Astros won one game and still went 1-161. You know, but
That's
I can't
not
have
fun.
the Yankees being that good.
Well, then they'd go 1. All right, but for every Yankees loss, there's a Astros win.
What's the sweet spot there? Is it 120 and 42?
You want them to both go
versus
81
like
and
42
81?
and 120?
What if they both go 81 and 81? They're both out of the playoffs.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, I'd be okay with that as well. Yeah. No, I guess I don't want them to break any records. I don't want the Yankees to break any records. So whatever it is that the Astros miss the playoffs and the Yankees don't break any records, I'm good.
So let's get to the tease. The 9th inning yesterday. Rangers, I'm happy they won the series. Big picture, you win series.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
But the Rangers had a good opportunity yesterday. Yuri Rodriguez.
He did
and
well.
Urania. They did a great job. They gave you the opportunity. John Gray struggled. John Gray was very tough on himself after the game yesterday. He always is. And he said everything was bad. Everything was wrong. He's going to, work hard to try to get it fixed his next start. But he admitted and he said, if you're like, that John Gray, well, guess what? He's tougher on himself than you are on him. So great job by the middle relievers to give you the opportunity to come back and then to give you the opportunity to win the game possibly in the 8th, 9th, or extra innings.
What did you think about Yuri Rodriguez's stuff?
It's fast.
Yeah. He looked good, man.
It looked good. The thing is, you got to see it over time. Grant Anderson struck out 7 of 9 guys last year against Detroit. And you're like, oh, Grant Anderson. And then was it Spees last year who had a great first appearance?
Remember he had the strikeout throw him out that everybody freaked out about. So you really didn't even get to see him that much.
So I'm excited about it. I'm happy with what we saw. It showed a little bit of depth in the Rangers bullpen. But the guy that you think is your best guy in this series was not your best guy.
He has a 27 ERA.
He has 5 walks in an inning and 2/3, I believe.
Yeah.
So far.
Is it the control and the walks that immediately jumped out to you as opposed to the runs?
My opinion is
I agree.
When he throws strikes, they're not going to get 5 base runners. Yeah. If you don't walk 3 guys, they're not going to get 3 base runners from that. And so unfortunately, Leclerc just couldn't really throw the ball where he wanted and couldn't throw it really close to where he wanted. Those were easy takes.
Yeah.
And so for Leclerc, we've been through this not only with Leclerc, but we've been through it for a decade with the Texas Rangers. It is the weirdest thing in the world. We've interviewed, Joe Nathan. Since Joe Nathan, it's just been this, I think he's the closer to start the year, and then he's not the closer after the month of April, and then he might become the closer again in the month of June or July. And so I don't know what it is, but who's ever named the closer in March for the Texas Rangers for approximately a decade just struggles out of the gate. I guess the good thing is, I'll throw it to you here. Kevin, we've seen Jose Leclerc struggle and then come back and be good later in the year. So that's my hope. It's an early first 2 games where he doesn't have his command. He doesn't throw the ball where he really wants to on a consistent basis. But we've seen that from him last year. We've seen it from him in other years. And somehow he's figured it out on how to bounce back.
I can't look at the way he pitched in the postseason last year and now just think he's done. You know what I'm saying? But from what you're describing, it also sounds like you're like, this ain't going to be a one-off for now in terms of the struggle. Maybe not this level of struggle, but in terms of the struggle, that's hard to argue with.
Tonight, if the Rangers have the lead, Leclerc won't pitch tonight. After throwing as many pitches as he did, he also, when the Rangers were winning 5-2, he did get up to close the game. And then the Rangers scored 6 runs, sat back down, and you saw Brock Burke finish that 11-2 win. So he won't pitch tonight. So I don't know if it'll be Yates, Robertson. I don't know if it'll be Spores. It's up to those 3 guys. One of those 3 guys is going to be the closer tonight if there's a save situation, and I hope there is. The game can be heard today at 5 o'clock is pregame, I believe. Is that correct?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is the game at 5:30 or 5? But it's around that time. It's in the 5 o'clock hour.
5:50.
Okay, so 5:50. That's a weird one. I'm wondering if Sandler's starting at 5 o'clock or if he's starting at 5:30.
He started now, probably.
So, anyways, Leclerc struggled. Rangers lose. Latz comes in and he didn't get it. He didn't get it like the last out quickly. They added on a little bit there. And so you look at the Rangers pen and you say, hey, good, but not great.
Okay.
And really Leclerc needs to hopefully clean it up as fast as possible.
I wanted to see if we could stop down on that for just a second, because I feel like we thought the Pen did pretty well in the season opener as well. Does the performance of Leclerc put a damper on overall bullpen or overall weekend for you to a certain extent? Or are you like, you still won the series?
I think that's too strong of a word, right?
Yeah, not for me. It doesn't put a damper on that. It's like it's the most recent thing, so the recency bias stands out there, yes. But overall, I got to see Wyatt Langford look like a pro player. Like he looks like a real pro player.
Made a nice play in left field early in the game, too, a sliding play.
Which you kind of hope he would go the Josh Young route of defense, right?
Yeah.
When you're like, oh, it could be below average, and you're like, oh, hold on, he's average. And then eventually, well, hold on, it's just a second.
But I don't think he was. Well, and this is Josh Young played shortstop his junior year at Texas Tech because they had a freshman who nothing against him, but he was stunk. I saw him play.
5:15 pregame right here on the Fan, by the way.
So they had to move Josh Young from third base to shortstop his junior year, some to help out at that position. But I don't think Wyatt Langford was a bad defensive player at Florida.
No, I'm not saying that. It's
Wasn't he like a
just,
center fielder too?
Yeah.
When you saw him in spring training, there's a couple things that you're like, it's going to take a second to work.
And
out
that's the hardest
here.
place to play outfield in the world is spring training in Arizona because of the high sky, the way the ball carries. But to your point, luckily in his one game so far in the outfield, he looked very competent.
Seager looks like Corey Seager, except for off day, which is interesting. I'm very interested to see how this goes. And then Adolis looks like Adolis again.
They said that a week or so ago. Bochy told us that was the thing that some people are like, what's going on? I can't believe the third game even with an off day. He said, in a way, he kind of shouldn't be back yet.
Yeah.
He has exceeded expectations, shouldn't be back yet, and so we really have to be careful with Corey Seager. And look at Corey Seager's history with the LA Dodgers. It's not a great history of playing 150 games every year.
I was kind of more curious, Mike, about how Corey Seager feels about it as opposed to how everybody else feels about it. Like, does Corey Seager go, is he like Marcus Semien where he's like, no, I don't want a day off? Or is he like, I'm all right with this?
I think that he's going to play every day in Tampa. I need to look at the righty-lefty matchups. But I feel like because they threw a lefty yesterday, they were just like, hey, let's just make sure, give him the off day on Sunday. He's going to play Monday, Tuesday, and I think Wednesday. Wednesday is a day game, but then you have off on Thursday. But then it's going to be interesting with Bochy from that point on because there are 17 games in a row. And so you're going to have to. The other thing, too, with Josh Young and his calf, he didn't get a day off. I don't know. Is he going to get the day off today? They talked about Josh Young and making sure we need to make sure that this calf is not overworked in the first month of the season because he came back quickly from his calf injury. So I don't know. Today, does Zeke start at third base or does Josh Smith start at third base to give Josh Young a day off? And maybe that is, as much as you want your best nine to play every day, I think this first month of April, he's going to make sure that his especially two guys that are coming back from injury get an off day here and there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out the Stars are the hottest team in the NHL and on the cusp of being elected president. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about the Stars in just a second. We are, because they're the hottest team in the NHL right now.
They're melting the ice.
But something happened over the break that was it was a downer for me. I thought, because I clearly have the least educated food palate maybe in the world, but definitely at the station, maybe me and Bobby are arguing about that. We went to a cooking class at what is not called Sur la Table. It's Sur la Table.
Still not sure.
You said it wrong as you were correcting it.
It's like Sur la Table. And I was really impressed. Me and Jess went, and then I got asked to describe what we made, and you guys hated every description that I had.
You called scallops big shrimp.
It's like a big shrimp.
They're not
It's
big
not
shrimp.
even close. They don't even taste the same.
But that's how I remembered it.
And did you try the scallop?
Yeah, they were good.
It's beautiful, right?
Wow.
But
You
you
scallops.
felt like
We
it
did a good
tasted,
job
to your point, did you feel like it tasted like shrimp?
Not really.
That's the difference.
But like the shrimp can
It's like
kind
a
of wrap up in a circle.
That's when you overcook it, yes.
But this thing is just a circle.
And now
It
tastes
is.
like rubber.
Exactly.
It's like if you sliced a prawn and you slice a section of it, that would look like a
A
scallop.
prawn is like a giant shrimp, dude.
A prawn is a
Did
giant
you
shrimp.
sear it on both sides?
Yes, we did.
He's like cooked.
But
And that
like-
doesn't mean sears where you get like
No,
a
I
refrigerator.
understand, but you had to put the salt and the pepper.
Is Sears still in the game?
I don't know about that. And then you put it in the pan, and then you flipped it, and then also seasoned the other side. We made this circular baked potato dish because I
Did you
said
feel like they were seasoning way too much?
for sure. I definitely did. Especially this one guy. He was there with the lady, and it looked like maybe they were waiting until marriage because he was cranking that pepper grinder like nobody's business. We made this circular potato dish that you like put the potatoes through the food processor, and then you layered it out like a lasagna
like
with dug
scallops,
fat and
scalloped potatoes.
No, it wasn't.
It is. That's what they call it.
No,
The first thing we ate was the potatoes too.
But you called it to us. You said you made sweet potatoes, and then I was like,
Sweet
"Wait,
as in they were really good."
I don't think you like sweet potatoes because they're orangey." And then you're like, "No, they tasted sweet. It was a regular potato."
They were really
very
good.
confusing.
I'm gonna have to go.
I'm
look
pretty
up
sure.
on
I'm
the website what all
99%
we
sure
made.
you made scallop potatoes.
I think
Is
based
that
on
what
what
it's
you
called?
just yes.
Because they were delicious.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
And then we made some fancy green beans, which I cut. I did excellent at that, is what the lady said. She said, I held
Likelihood
my-
is you're talking about asparagus, to be honest.
No,
The way
it
that
really
I
was green beans.
Based on
This
everything
time,
you just
okay,
told us.
fair.
Yeah, how'd your
Actually,
pea smell
could be
afterwards?
cauliflower.
Fair
We don't know.
point. That was actually green beans, and then we did this pear thing where we like soaked it, and then it had some fancy sauce to go with it. I don't know what it's called, and now I wish
Kevin,
I hadn't have told any of this.
Everybody else, you feel wrong right now.
I feel like I
see it in your
stepped out
face.
of my
I-
comfort
This is
zone.
that's what
Can I
I'm
ask
proud
you a
of for
question?
you.
Okay.
That's what I'm proud of for
First
you.
of all, scallops cost a lot of money.
Yeah, they are expensive.
Well, the class wouldn't chief.
Would you ever be able to repeat that process at home?
I think I could. I
There you
don't
go.
have some of the
And you
equipment
say
necessary.
a food processor. Did you use a mandolin like that shaves the potato in thin slices?
It like really did look like they put the whole potato like in this tube at the top, and then you go, and it just like
A pneumatic tube, like at the ATM?
It kind of did look like that for the purposes of this, and then you just push it down, and within like 1 second, it's just been shredded, kind of like layers.
Yeah. It's like it would be a mandolin if you did it by hand.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we built the potato thing like a lasagna, where you were layering it.
And so for now, instead of saying you built it like lasagna, you can say we had scalloped potatoes.
Scalloped potatoes. That is
and
correct.
then scallop to go
And
along with
scallops to go along with it.
Sea
Yeah.
scallops, that's right.
Okay.
Man,
the butter of the sea.
I really thought you guys were going to be prouder of me for this because
I am proud of you.
This is great.
It's just
But we
very
also-
confusing when you said we had the big shrimp and we were like prawns, lobster. We're like crawfish are kind of the small shrimp, and then you're like
shrimp and
scallops.
sweet
We're like,
potatoes.
That's how I remembered it, though.
we're like that is
the
not
big shrimp.
close
That's how I remembered it.
to what you were talking
I'm going to go
about.
show you a picture of what they look like before before and after. Not when you get them.
It's like you said we had the big hamburgers And then you were mentioning you had a turkey sandwich.
This is what a scallop look. It comes in a shell, like a.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
we kind of did the thing where you're like peeling that.
That's why I said if you'd have said kind of clams, but a bigger clam, we would have maybe been able to guess better.
The scallops just already came ready to go, and then we had to season them and everything like that. It was like the garlic and other stuff that we had to peel off.
That's why restaurants, their stuff tastes so good, is because they season stuff a lot.
I think I did a great
salt and butter and thyme.
Yeah, maybe garlic powder, onion powder.
Also, I learned that somebody can be allergic to cardamom. You know what cardamom is?
Dude, that you have to respect his authority.
No, that's Cartman. And this
She's
time,
a rapper.
This time I feel that's Cardi B, I think is where you're going with that.
Yeah, she talks about her private parts way too much. Jeez.
Yes. I don't know.
Wants it all sorts of ways.
Oh, my God. All right. You guys want to talk about stars, or do you want to? I feel like we need to talk about the stars. Let's
Smart
go.
to not give us an option.
Okay, or do you want to hear about the lady who said she had a cardamom allergy, and then what her allergy was? Jess was like, no, you don't.
You don't have an allergy?
Yeah. Well, because she said she gets a headache. And I think Jess's take on that was, you don't have an allergy.
She is you now. She is taking on your persona. When you're like, oh, you don't have this, you don't have that. You're
Sounds
always
like it's
like
just
that.
reading about it. Sounds like it's just kind of a food dye. It doesn't have much of a flavor to it, if I'm reading this correctly.
In the sauce for the pear that we were making, we had cardamom in there.
Okay.
And she was like, I'm allergic to cardamom. Yeah. And so we had to take it out. And then our instructor almost forgot which one was the one with cardamom.
No!
But she goes, oh, yeah, no, it's this one. And I thought, is it though?
Is it?
Is it? All right. Give me some of that cut number 15, if you can, please.
Good hand-eye by Essa Lindell. To the flank, Johnston. Up the ice for Hintz. A little bouncer. Finds its way in. Rope Hintz will put it away. 3-0 Dallas.
Can you guess where the game was? And if it was the Stars announcer? No, that was in Seattle with the Kraken. The Stars win 3-0. Perfect day for Ottinger, although props to all facets of the Stars because they only gave up 17 shots on goal. So excellent job there. Now, we have talked about this a lot. The only potentially bad thing is Chris Tanev.
Yeah.
He was reevaluated yesterday because it was a weak hit, and Seattle got penalized for it against Tanev, and he's being reevaluated as of yesterday. I have not heard an update.
There is no update.
Okay, because they trapped his arm against the boards. They got whistled for it as game misconduct. That was the only potential negative coming out of that game. Otherwise, it looked good, and now the Stars remain 1 point back of the Rangers for the most points in the NHL. But, go ahead.
I have a question to you regarding Tanev. We don't have an update right now, but if this turns out to be a very serious injury that keeps him out of playoffs, how much does that affect this team right now?
I mean, I think it's a huge deal. This was their move.
Yeah.
And
it was the right move.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love the move. Yeah, it was like I said, it was a penalized hit. It was not a cool hit. I'm hoping that obviously he comes back very soon.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye, I'm just trying to figure out how much of an impact it makes on this team because we talked about having your top four defenders being really good defenders, and that changed their whole, I felt that made them a much better defensive team.
I think that you're right about that. One of the things that's been happening along the way, and we kind of referenced a little bit of this last week, is Thomas Harley. Thomas Harley has really been breaking out. And I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't good before, but he has really been breaking out to bolster the top four defensively. And so I don't know if you're going to say, hey, you can lose a top four defenseman and you're fine, but maybe his ascension makes you feel like, okay, maybe we can get by shorter term.
Yeah.
But you would want that for the playoffs.
That was always kind of one of the other things too, was depth at the position on the defensive side for the Stars, making sure you had that depth available. And you just didn't. You had some younger players that could step into roles, but I just was kind of curious about that.
And from the 817, this person makes some fair points. I love Kevin over here throwing shade at the guy with a pepper mill. The pepper mill was given to us to use for the class. Kevin has to be the whitest person ever to live, except for I don't like mayonnaise. But that guy, it wasn't the amount of pepper he put on. It was the just intensity.
He loved
in
it.
which he was.
He loved giving you pepper.
Pumping that pepper mill that was something. Now, we've talked about the President's Trophy over the last week, and people don't want to win the President's Trophy. A lot of Stars fans don't want to win the President's Trophy because that does not usually lead to playoff success. In fact, in the last 10 postseasons, you know how many teams have gotten past the second round?
All of them that won the first round.
None. One.
One is correct. The New York Rangers made it to the conference finals. But if you look at the more recent history, we're all familiar with the amazing flame out of the Bruins last year.
Gosh, that was
Panthers lost in the second round. Avalanche, second round. Bruins, again, second round. Tampa Bay Lightning, first round. You have to go back to the 2012-2013 Chicago Blackhawks to find a team that won the President's Trophy, but also won the Cup. The thing that I've gone with all along is the Stars have won it twice. The 2 years that they won it, they made it to the conference finals and won the Stanley Cup. So I understand the concern about President's Trophy winners not doing well as of late, but the Stars got a good track record.
From the 817, is mayonnaise too spicy? Quit proving my point about your whiteness, Kevin.
I'm definitely white. If that, I will not argue against that.
My brother-in-law brought up the same point about the President's Trophy over the weekend, and he was like, I kind of don't want to be that on the rise team still, but they're not an on the rise team. They're one of those teams that you're like, they're one of the class, and so that's where they are at the moment. Go ahead and do that. And Kevin, the history of the Stanley Cup in the last 50 years, it feels like, is that it's an American trophy. All right,
you're damn right. We're up to 31 years,
but at some point that's going to change, right? So you're saying that the history of the President's Trophy will never change, and we can never break this trend, this streak.
No, we can break that because it's happened 11 years or so ago. Canada is done winning Stanley Cups. And you're like, oh, what about Vancouver? They look pretty good. Awesome. The Stars just beat them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's fine.
Let's take them.
You take the Canadian teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I will take the American teams, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and whoever wins gets the other one's country.
And look, if we don't win the Stanley Cup, you could probably knock that out. Anyways,
we have to change our money and inflate it like Canada does or whatever.
We're not losing money.
You buy a magazine for $4, but it says $6.25 in Canada. You're like, what? Jeez.
What year is this story taking place in that you're going around buying magazines?
I don't know.
Okay.
Are you saying magazines are dead too?
I mean,
so hold on.
What's the last? No. Hold on. What? You're making the accusation. When's the last time you bought a magazine?
Sports Illustrated.
When?
Rangers won the championship.
Okay. What about before that?
A friend of mine bought the Sports Illustrated Corey Seager magazine.
Yeah.
That's it.
So outside of the Rangers,
I bought the one with Dirk Nowitzki on it when they won the championship.
Okay, that was 13 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I bought an Avengers magazine for my kids. It was like an Entertainment Weekly or something.
Okay.
4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, there you go. You have bought one magazine.
Two
magazines in the last 5 years.
I had a subscription to Food Network magazine that my mother-in-law got me for a Christmas present.
How long ago?
2 years ago.
Okay.
I went into my dentist's office the other day last year.
They're keeping the magazine.
And they had a magazine from 2021 on their table.
I make a heck of a Christmas sugar cookie based off of my Food Network magazine.
Hold on. I just bought the latest Time magazine, Kevin. Get with the times, old man.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I am a super old person.
Yeah, where's your Life magazine?
If you're arguing that buying magazines is the wave of the future, I think you're off base.
I think we're all going to get jobs as magazine salesmen. We're going to go door to door selling magazines.
This was a hell of a Star segment.
Can I interest you in a Southern Living?
Oh, really?
There was good information in between.
I don't think I've ever read a Southern Living.
Really?
Is it about homes? What is it about?
Recipes,
living
plants.
in the South.
Yeah.
Well, looks like I'm down and going to 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Oh, I got a
Do they
text.
still have magazines
Yeah,
at 7-Eleven?
go to 7-Eleven. Tell me what the magazine section looks like there.
They're just nudies.
I don't even think they have that anymore. They're like, this is Texas. You need to be 18 or something like
I
that.
don't know.
You
Like
just
the
sign in.
black thing over it. Like, oh, the kids can't see this. They can't move the black label thing or whatever, the black plastic.
Hey, look. The point of this whole thing was supposed to be
The
stars
713, I
are
just
on
got
fire.
my TV guide. Is TV guide still a thing?
The fact that you have to ask that question is not a good look, just like with Sears. Do you think if Sears is a thriving brand? Probably not, because Reggie's like, is that still a thing?
They have 13 stores.
Yeah.
Still living.
In the world?
Yeah.
They used to have like 4,000.
Give me
Right,
the
so
Sears catalog.
I don't think it's breaking news to say the Sears and the magazine industry, they're struggling.
How's Foley's doing?
I don't know.
About Montgomery Ward.
Oh.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Woolworths.
Right here. I tried.
Oh, Dave Campbell's Texas football.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Now that I could see.
Texas Monthly comes out.
And he's doing great for Detroit. He knows what he's doing.
No.
Oh, that was solid.
Coming up next, wanker of the weekend. Or more
He
things
just needs to know how
from
many
the
offensive
80s
linemen to
that
check
you want to
in.
know if they still exist.
We're all eligible.
Been
You
to
can't do
Eckerd's
that,
lately?
Dave Campbell.
That's Dan Campbell.
That's
That-
that's different Campbell.
We'll do word association with
Go
Mike
eat some more
Bassett
soup.
next.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Scoot with a hammer on the other end. Count the basket and one. Scoot's got 17 in the fourth quarter.
But unfortunately, this is Wanker of the Weekend, so it's probably not good for him that his name is being brought up right now. 877-881-1053, frankelfirm.com text line. If you want to get involved, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? We have to spotlight Scoot Henderson just a little bit because in their game against the Heat, Scoot Henderson recorded a NBA record low minus 58.
That's awesome.
That is.
Had no clue you could do that. He did it.
That is the worst.
How many did they lose by? What was the final score? They had to lose by 30 at least, right? There's no way you could get a minus 58 and only lose by like 15
They lost by
points.
60 points.
Okay.
They
that
lost
makes sense.
142
So that sounds
82.
honestly good. He played 2 points better than the score.
He now has 2 of the 3 worst plus minuses in the history of the NBA for his
It doesn't
rookie
sound like it's
season.
all his fault.
No, that's true. However, I will tell you this. He's averaging 13 points a game, 5 assists, 3 rebounds. Doesn't sound bad. He's shooting 30% from 3 and 38% from the field.
Do you know who that sounds like to me? And I think he was better than this, but similar. Is when we said Dennis Smith Jr. is a really good basketball player his rookie year.
Ooh.
And I was like, I don't think he is.
Yeah, this has been a rough year.
I just remember struggling with that, and Scoot's having a worse year than Dennis Smith Jr. did, but I just remember 2017 and going, I don't see it. And when everybody was telling me, no, we see it.
Yeah, I remember watching Dennis Smith Jr.
I was happy they drafted him.
And saying, I don't see the guy that I saw beat Duke.
Sure.
And that was the guy that I
thought
was
he was
expecting
awesome
more
in
often.
college.
Yeah.
Yes. And I believe Scoot Henderson guaranteed he would win Rookie of the Year. It's not. He could score 100 points a game for the rest of the season, and I still don't think he would win.
He would make the all-rookie team if he did that. And I don't know.
Fair.
If he went 17 straight games with scoring 100 points in a row, I think he might win Rookie of the Year.
Okay. Yeah, I would be very impressed.
I think he might have exaggerated too much because at this point,
there's only like 8 games left. See, he doesn't have that much time.
If he scored 800 points in the next 8 games, just averaged 100, like one game he scores 108, next game 92. I think they might give him Rookie of the Year off the last 8 games.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
Reggie, you're an NBA analyst. Reggie, if in the last 8 games of the year, Scoot Henderson had 800 points, do you think that he could win Rookie of the Year?
He'd be in it. I think more than anything, he would have to pee in a cup multiple times.
Okay, that's fair. By the way, Scoot Henderson has scored 800 points this season.
Yeah.
So that would be
game changer.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I agree with you. He's not going to win Rookie of the Year, but if he got 800 points in the last 8 games, I think that would change a lot of people's minds.
That happens. Scoot Henderson would finish the year averaging 24.3 points a game if he scored 800 points total in the next 8 games.
That would be impressive for a rookie.
That's true.
Oh, that's impressive for most NBA players.
I guarantee you he'd average 100 a game if they just let him play 48 minutes in the All-Star game. You get 50 layups for 100 points.
You might be onto something there. So I think Scoot Henderson has to go in Wanker of the Weekend. But what about, on a more serious note, Rashee Rice? Now, Dallas police were on the lookout for 2 drivers in a Corvette and a Lamborghini. They were racing down Central and caused a 6-vehicle accident. So I don't know if you guys have seen the video or not, but essentially, while the 2 cars are racing, they try to go around the car in the far left lane, and there's not enough room on either side.
Right.
And that car gets knocked around. A car bounces off the barrier. It ended up in a 6-car accident. I'm amazed that more people weren't like really, really hurt because 2 of the drivers were treated for injuries. I know there was a 4-year-old, I believe, 4 or 5-year-old in one of the cars, and 2 other people were taken to a hospital with minor injuries. So I'm not saying that's not nothing. If you have to go to the hospital after a car accident, like that's serious. But if you see the video, it is kind of amazing that something worse didn't happen.
Yeah, it does seem like when you're driving in the situation, Kevin, and you see you see these cars coming up behind you.
Yes.
It feels like you're part of a simulation and they're the ones that are playing main character and they're the only ones that know they exist. And that you're whatever you're about to experience has no bearing on what they're doing at that moment. Don't do that, man. Don't drive like that. That's crazy stuff. That's unnecessary recklessness right there.
And
after watching that video
yes.
and seeing that.
And I don't know if this is, I think this is an acceptable way to put it. If it would have gone worse, is his life and career just not over, but like you're going down a very, very, very different
Don't you get
path.
close to the Henry Ruggs career?
And that's kind of what I was thinking. And Rashee Rice has...
I don't know if you accidentally kill somebody.
Yes, and Rashee Rice has, picked up counsel. The Dallas Police Department said their preliminary investigation was that the driver of the Lamborghini and the Corvette, and one of those cars is registered to Rashee Rice. And at least what I heard yesterday was the thought was that he was driving his own car, and then they just left.
Yeah, you can't do that either, man.
And I don't know, like maybe that's what you do when you know you're in trouble, but man,
do you think? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
Somebody out
if he's drunk.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or high.
Yeah.
Then I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do, but you panic and you're going to be in a whole bunch of trouble if you were on something.
Yeah, and the Chiefs don't have any pull in the city of Dallas like they do in Missouri.
Yeah, if it was in Missouri, they could pop Rashee Rice out of jail like that, no problem. But and don't look it up.
I really hate that.
That's a real thing that happened.
Sarcastic about something.
No,
like that,
I apologize, but that's a real thing that happened. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Chiefs organization not squeaky clean when it comes to stuff like that. But I'm really curious to see what kind of punishment goes along with this from the league, from the judicial system.
Well, and again, as more information comes out, then obviously they'll do their part, right? The NFL will do their, hey, we're doing our investigation now. We'll get more information from them.
Yeah, it's like I said, it sucks.
That looks like a dude that has all the promise in the world with best quarterback in the league and all of that. That team just won a Super Bowl, heading to more. A lot going on there.
And if you watch a video, it is a scary scene. I know we talked some basketball earlier in Wanker of the weekend, but we didn't get to probably the dumbest on-court thing that happened all weekend. Reggie, I'm sure you saw this, the pregame to NC State, Texas, where they had to measure out and realize that they did not have the three-point lines at the same distance. How does that happen just in general, but in an Elite Eight game? And they're like, hey, these don't look the same.
Who noticed this first?
So did they play the Sweet 16 games with illegal lines?
They ended up playing this game too. The teams agreed that they would play the game. I don't know what the delay would be like to redo it. I'm honestly not sure about that.
Honestly, haven't we seen something similar to this relatively recently? I want to say within the last month or two, we saw one of these NBA games, if I remember correctly, where the court was not properly lined up, and it was just like, this feels off, and they actually did the measurement. So this is happening more often, and it feels like maybe a crisis of quality when it comes to making courts.
It's all done at the factory, right? It's not like you get delivered a court with no lines on it to the AAC.
And you have to take the chalker out there and do baseball.
It's not like that where oh man, they messed up the lines last game. Let's redo them.
Oh, was it All-Star? Was it All-Star that the court was wrong or something?
I don't remember. I'm not disputing that.
Don't ask me. I don't watch that crap.
I do remember our guy Jake had it wrong there at home plate.
You had to fix it.
With the catcher's box, was it? And he was like, nope, just wipe it down and redo it right now in front of everybody.
That's a high-level game, man. And they're just like, hey, these don't look right. And if you saw them on TV when they were put next to one another, you can definitely see, this one on the right side, if you're staring at the TV, definitely looks different than the one on
there
the
was
left
a moment
side.
where I was looking at it and I was like, I think it's just the angle. And then I was like, oh, that is different. That's weird. You know what? They're just trying to make you better 3-point shooters.
Oh,
You know?
okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Could be. I want to take you to. We don't get to talk a lot about a lot of college baseball on this show. I want to take you to cut.
Unless Paul Skeens is on the mound.
That's a good point. I want to take you to the Pac-12 network. This is their. Okay, Mike. So you know this story. This is their call of the Arizona walk-off 2-run home run this weekend. Now, that was the TV call.
That was the TV call?
That was the TV call where they had no announcers for the extra inning.
Why not?
Okay.
Get paid for 9 innings.
Is that a
I
thing?
would love to see you try that with the Rangers. Be like, nope, I'm paid for 9 innings. Peace.
The bottom of the ninth, he's just like, well, sorry, guys. I'll see y'all later.
Well, the game's over for me either way at the end of this inning.
You just call up the boss real quick and go, so you going to give me extra pay for extra work?
Yeah, roll on that conversation. Let me know how that goes. So the game's announcer, Brian Weber, he detailed what happened. He noted that he had made Easter travel plans thinking they'd have an analyst alongside him for the game. And he was like, we'll be okay either way. The game went into, I believe, 12 innings. And he said, given that tomorrow, and this is talking about Easter because it happened on Saturday, is the most important day of the year in my faith, I was unwilling to miss my flight today and miss a chance to attend a sunrise Easter service with my family. Surely some of these discussions took place ahead of time, and somebody was like, hey, can we have this guy on like double standby backup or something? Instead, nothing. And this went on for innings.
In a big situation like that.
Yeah, this went on. This was in the 11th. I could have played you another clip in the 11th where it's just nobody on the Pac-12 network. Wow. This was just the game winning, and you can hear the fans cheering, but you can hear absolutely nothing happening on the network. So I don't understand why they didn't have somebody else.
Money, man. The Pac-12's done anyways, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who you talk to in this? Like,
Who do you call it? The Pac-12 commissioner that's done after this baseball season's over?
Yes.
It's a 2-team commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe that is the case. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. There's more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and I mean back here on 105.3 The Fan. We have seen your emails, texts, tweets, everything like that. The station went away for just a second, and depending where you are, you might have got some today's top hits.
I found out really quickly, Kevin, how much people love this station based on the fact that they were helping us out as quickly as they could. So thank you for your support, but we're now back in the game.
And you seem to think that Reggie was the culprit of this.
Mm-hmm. Is it a coincidence that Reggie hasn't been on our board in what seems like an eternity? And then out of nowhere, Reggie just unexpectedly shows up at the station today. Like nobody knew he was supposed to be here.
I did.
Even Reggie. And then all of a sudden, our board goes down. Is that a coincidence?
I told you I don't know how to do this anymore.
He did tell us that before the show started. Do you remember he said that out loud
That
twice?
is true. Well, let's find out here as it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. I love it. And we start with this. I believe this came out Friday night, but just of particular interest around here in the Metroplex.
I like when Alex does it. Alex does it.
That's fine.
No,
I cannot do it. That's
Reggie's
fair.
not going to play the Dak Prescott. Here we go. That's just not. He is not going to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reggie.
Alec is trolling.
Alec is
sure.
not on our side.
The
Reggie teammate.
The Eagles traded
Cowboys lover
Hassan Reddick to the New York Jets for a conditional 2026 third-round pick that could become a 2026 second-round pick if Reddick plays 67.5% of the time and has 10 sacks or more. If not, it's a third-round pick. So the Eagles are like, hey, we're not going to be able to work all this out. Let's make a trade.
Yep, there we go.
Which is a novel concept, to be sure.
Are you trying? Hold on.
Hey,
What you
unrelated,
just said.
do you want to know about the Cowboys off-season workout dates? Because I'm going to tell you either way.
That's the only story right now, bro.
I can't wait for Cowboys workout days.
Lies!
When are the Rangers going back to spring training? I can't wait to hear that.
OTAs.
Oh, man. OTAs, this is the biggest crock of, you know what. Hey, we all walk around.
Hey! They're going to be May 21st through May 23rd, as well as May 29th through May 31st.
The only one that ever mattered is when Sean Lee blew out his knee by accident. And that wasn't good. I'm just saying, like, that was the memorable OTA ever. And then they're like, let's stop trying because that didn't work out well.
And Corey asked the player, hey, you ever look at him and you're like, why do you keep getting that? That was a real thing that really happened. And mandatory minicamp, well, they'll really get after it. June 4th through the 6th.
Who's going to be
Which
there?
is the one that they quit halfway through and go play at Top Golf? Which one is that? We're like, we've done enough football. Let's Top Golf it.
Mandatory minicamp, I believe.
Yeah.
I think that was regular training.
That goes to
camp.
show how much these things
Remember
matter.
Jason Garrett was like, let's go have a beach day, guys.
Okay, let me ask you this then, Mike. What would you rather do? Watch all of training camp or
whatever
watch
else is.
the entirety of the Arlington Renegades season?
Renegade season.
Okay. The Arlington
I'm not doing either
Renegades. The Arlington Renegades are back in action. However, the reigning XFL champions did lose to the USFL reigning champion Birmingham Stallions. You know who their quarterback is? Matt Corral.
Yes, of course we knew
You
that.
might remember he was in the NFL for a second. They won 27-14. Attendance, a reported 14,153 people at the Stallions and Renegades.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
I'm proud of them for that. Now, let's talk about Michael Pittman Jr., who Mike will not be proud of. Michael Pittman made Junior, yes, made his dream come true. He bought his parents a Porsche and a Cadillac. He said, I've been dreaming about this moment ever since I started playing football. Beyond grateful for these two.
That's awesome. They must have not had cars.
Do you think that neither one of his parents had cars?
Well,
They're parked in front of a pretty nice house, too.
They obviously needed one.
So you don't think he just did that to celebrate his parents, not because they needed a car?
Well, all right, Mike. Okay. All right, let's break this down finally.
Have you bought your parents a car or house?
No, because I don't play in the NFL.
I don't make millions of dollars.
Well, guess what? They're not going to play that long in the NFL either.
If you had
wasting money like that,
millions of dollars, what would you have bought your parents as a sign of appreciation? And
I mean,
love?
if they would have needed something, then I would have provided it for them if I had unlimited funds.
Take him to dinner?
What's Michael Pittman making right now?
I don't know that offhand.
What's he going to make when he's like 35 years old? $0.
So you think this was a bad idea?
It wasn't a bad idea. I don't know his upbringing and his parents' financial situation, but if
he made $22 million, he'll make $22 million in 26. So he's 18, and then $22 million.
Yeah, so he's making enough to do this. Yeah.
I just thought that was a downright nice story.
That is nice. What would you buy? What'd you buy your
what
mom?
would you buy your parents?
Oh, nothing for one of them.
See?
Because
I didn't
he's
say that.
dead.
He's no longer with us, Mike.
Because he's dead.
Yeah, but I think if he was alive, you wouldn't have gotten him anything.
You know what? When he died, I was the only person there for him. So I did that. For my mom, man.
Golden ticket.
I want to say I would buy her a new house, but what I would buy is...
Didn't you say for your mother-in-law you'd buy her a TV in the other room so she'd know how to duke it down by 10?
That's an off-air conversation. All right? She's a lovely lady.
She's awesome.
I would buy my mom, or I guess I would employ my mom with a technology expert, because she wants to be able to do things that I think is like...
I need one of those.
That sounds complicated. So I want to hire... maybe 3 round-the-clock full-time technology experts.
So she needs a help desk.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I think that would bless her probably more than anything else.
See, that's thoughtful, dude. That's thoughtful. Instead of being like, hey, here's dinner and a lifetime supply of Mountain Dew. You know, you're like, here.
I don't
taking care of you, Mom.
You tried to kill her with a lifetime supply of Mountain Dew.
Like, drink it all right.
I feel like if you had to drink Mountain Dew every day, and I'm sure there's people listening that do, like, you are asking to cut years off of your life.
What? Is that backed up by any science?
Yeah, sugar. Just throw pounds of sugar inside your body every day.
But
and Mountain Dew tastes
caffeine.
great, and I love Mountain Dew.
Don't forget the caffeine.
But you shouldn't have a lifetime supply of Mountain Dew.
Oh, no. We get this update. I don't know if Carter can confirm on this from the 682. The Renegades were not prepared for 14,000 people. They said it was an S show from the parking to the concession.
I don't know.
Well, wasn't it a little bit tough that the Rangers were playing at a similar time?
You can see that.
Maybe the Rangers started a little bit afterwards.
I think they did play afterwards. All right, let's go from that to the Jets. What are the Jets going to do in the draft? They're looking to potentially trade down in the draft because they hope a team that needs a quarterback would want to bounce up to pick number 10. Now, we've seen all kinds of speculation about, will the first 3 picks be quarterbacks? Could it actually be the first 4 picks that are quarterbacks, or at least 4 in the first 5? But the Jets are hoping there's a team looking for a quarterback at pick 10, and they would deal out of the first round if they can pick up an extra couple of top 100 picks.
Kevin, what if I told you that I have a mock draft in the C block today that has the Cowboys trading up?
To pick 10?
I'll have to wait until 1 o'clock to find out.
Oh, man. That's a tease.
You're right. We have Trey Lance. We don't need a quarterback.
Yeah,
You're right,
I'm
Mike.
excited.
I know I'm going to regret this. Oh, God, I'm going to regret this. Would you? But I'm totally serious.
Okay.
Be honest.
Yeah.
Would you be more excited if the Cowboys, for some unknown reason, made the announcement today that Trey Lance would be starting all of their games in 2024?
To be honest, it would probably be a worse team.
Sure.
I think that Dak is probably way better than Trey Lance.
Sure.
Probably 99% sure, maybe not 99, 90% sure that Dak is a better quarterback than Trey Lance. But I would be intrigued because I don't know the ceiling of Trey Lance. His floor might be 3-14.
Right.
But that's not bad either, because now with the first or second pick in the 2025 draft, the Cowboys could draft a quarterback. And I'm not trying to blame Dak for everything that has happened. Honestly, it's mostly Jerry Jones you should blame everything on.
I agree with that.
He's been doing this for 3 decades at a below average standpoint. But I don't think Dak is good enough to beat good football teams in the playoffs.
So just the unknown wouldn't be intriguing enough.
Right. And if Dak, I would love if Dak would do this. And there's no reason to think he ever would. If he would take like a 4-year, $100 million contract, I think you'd have a great chance to build a team around Dak's talent to go deep into the playoffs. Dak shouldn't do that. Dak isn't going to do that.
Right.
But that's where you're at with Dak Prescott. If you want to build a championship team around him, he has to take a 50% discount, and I don't think he's going to do that. Neither do I think he should do that. Just get as much money as you can. He crushes bad teams. He crushes most average teams, and he's going to make close to $1 billion in his life doing it. Good for Dak Prescott.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, your complete overreactions, good or bad, after the Rangers opening series. Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
We have you covered, Stars. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're through one series, although obviously Rangers keep on rocking tonight. 5:50 first pitch, 5:15 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan against Tampa Bay. What are your, if you have any, overreactions, good or bad, after the Rangers opening series? Or do you want me to tell you how you can win an actual World Series ring?
Tell me how to win an actual World Series ring first.
Right.
Because those rings are amazing.
This is a really cool deal.
I feel like it'd pull my finger off. It looks so big. Like eventually you just like, either your finger would get really long.
Hold on. So you're
like stretch it out.
Huh. Okay, well, so Mike might not enter this, but
no, I want one. That'd be awesome.
Rangers.auctions.mlb.com. I know it's a lot, but I'm sure if you just type in Texas Rangers auction, you'll figure it out.
Write that down.
They're doing a World Series ring sweepstakes where you can buy essentially raffle tickets, and it's for the real, like the actual World Series ring. But Jason of Beverly Hills, who designed it, will personalize it for
weird.
you.
It is weird.
But they
He's Jason of Beverly
It
Hills.
was funny being there, and they had this awesome video on how they were making them. You know, these highlights and everything. It's just like, man, I can't believe the detail that you have to put into each and every one. And then they're like, Jason of Beverly Hills. And you're like, this is 90210? Like, wasn't Jason the sister
Jason
or the
Priestley?
brother? Yeah, Jason with Shannon Doherty. Is that her name?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, good job.
I forget their real name. Brandon. He was Brandon. Yeah.
Brandon Walsh. I'm sad I know that. It will also be
What about Andrea?
Andrea?
Yeah, she was like 35 years old hanging out with the high school kids. Like, I'm also in high school. Come on, lady. All right. It will also be personalized to you. So, like, you can have it say Major.
Or Corey.
On there. Sure.
Just spelled correctly.
Yeah.
Did you say Darvish?
You said personalized to you.
That's fair. You can personalize it however the hell you want. All right. You got about 3 months to figure this out if you want to buy some raffle tickets. It's going until June 23rd. How much do they cost? Well, the good
Heard
news.
the ring is $75K.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, then hopefully you'll feel a little bit better about some of these costs.
Replicas are like $8.95.
Okay, well, no, this is the real deal.
To 10,000.
Oh, it's the real
It's
70, the one that flips, and you can have it either.
It's the
He said the real thing.
It's the real
thing, Mike.
And how many are there?
One.
Oh,
For this raffle.
for this raffle.
Yeah.
You can get one entry for the low, low price of $23. If you decide to step your entries up to $5, $50. $23, $100. If you decide you really want this ring, you can get 1,972 entries for $2,023.
Why 1,900? Because that's when the Rangers got here.
That exactly, and reflects. And
For how much? For $300?
For $2,023.
Wow, that's too much.
For $2,023.
You get 1,972 entries. So now you're talking a little bit more than $1 an entry, as opposed to if you buy one, it's $23. But all of the money is going to go to the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation.
Okay,
So it's
serious
all
question.
going into charity.
This is awesome. I kind of want to do this. I'm thinking about giving $100.
Sure. Why don't you do $1,972?
That's a lot of money.
Or $2,000
But you
for
can tell he thought about it.
Yeah.
You can tell
I actually wrote it down. If I win, are people going to be mad?
No. Why would they be
Like, would
mad?
they-
You donated.
That would be
money to
historic
charity.
for this show, for one.
I know, but would they think like there would?
They think it's rigged.
It'd be like rig controversy.
that.
The new guy on the broadcast just won the ring,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And then I'd say, oh, I only entered one time too, you know, like, and then they get really mad. So I feel like I can't enter. I almost feel like there's no way, because if they drew my name, they'd be like, we cannot have this as the winner.
I could see that.
Yeah, don't enter.
I do think
I agree with you on that. They would look at the name and go, guys,
We can't do
let
this.
it
Like
pass."
it'll look too bad publicly, and even if I really did win. So now I'm thinking I can't win.
How much did you appreciate and love the detail of the ring and how, I guess,
Love it.
intentional
Can you imagine
so many things were on there?
If you're Jason, who lives in Beverly Hills, the one Jason who lives in Beverly Hills, and they're like, okay, so in this area we need 72 diamonds around here. And we did win 11 road games, so you have to make this part with 11 diamonds.
Yes.
And there was just everything, every number of diamond meant something to the 2023 or the Texas Rangers organization. I just thought, can you imagine getting all of those details handed to you by a championship team and going, here's how we see it. There needs to be 72 diamonds somewhere. That means 72 for the year. There needs to be 23 for the year 23. There needs to be 11 for the road. Like, it's just like, my gosh, this is a lot of things I have to now put into a computer system and figure out how to make this ring.
Yeah, but that's what they do, right? Like, that's these guys. They
That's what
probably
Jason of Beverly Hills does.
And Jacob the jeweler.
They
it is awesome though. I just want to be Mike of Duncanville.
You kind of are.
I guess so.
You're always like,
but I'm not in Duncanville anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So are you sure that Jason is still in Beverly Hills?
Oh,
That's the thing.
question.
Maybe
It's just a brand.
Like, where did Jason grow up? We need to know more. Has he been Beverly Hills forever?
Yeah, they over time have been adding these little touches, these little details.
Yeah,
like the trip around the country is my favorite part of it for sure, because that's something that nobody else has. Like, nobody has that. What the Rangers had to go through, and that's really cool little detail to it. But as they've gone along and built these rings, like I was thinking about Jerry Jones's ring the other day. There's a Ford commercial where you see Jerry Jones and you see him shift gears in his Ford, and then it pans up to him. And
Jerry
everything.
Jones?
Yeah,
He doesn't drive.
And on the ring, okay, Mike. But on the ring, it's like just a gold ring, and it has a couple of them, and it's like, okay,
No, he doesn't.
the generational transition of what these rings have become is amazing. It's like they were just a ring back in the day, and now they are like they're a show. It's like almost
it weighs
it's
as
like
much
a Fabergé
as a baseball.
egg. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to play catch with it.
It does, dude. I just was looking at it. I'm not kidding.
With a H-web, because I don't want it to go through the glove and smoke me in the face.
I'm looking at it. This is Chuck Morgan's right here on Facebook. He posted it. It takes up almost his whole hand. It takes up 2 knuckles. It's gigantic.
And that's the way they all are now.
Oh, did you already talk about Chuck Morgan?
Oh, no. I was exchanging glances with Reggie for an entirely different reason.
All right.
Can we talk a little bit more about Wyatt Langford? Although some other people do have thoughts about their initial overreactions for the beginning. And I actually don't think some of these are overreactions. And it talks about, hey, can we keep Walsh around to play one of the corner outfielders as well, like as a backup?
We have so many outfielders.
We do.
That would make 6 outfielders?
Yeah, you can't.
We're
I
good.
mean,
We're
now
good
I
there.
will say this. I do think that Jared Walsh is good enough, and back to
Yes.
kind of 2021 form. I will throw this out. By the time you get to late April, I'm going to say somewhere between April 20th and April 29th, when Nate Lowe comes back, I do think the decision you're going to have to make is, do you designate for assignment Jared Walsh, or do you send Josh Smith down to the minor leagues?
What would your guess be as of now? I think it could be
I would
the
send
second
Josh
one.
Smith back.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting on how do I insert Jared Walsh into games. Because I'm going to give you
Can
this.
he only play first? He
can play the. Who are you going to sit out? Adolis Garcia, Wyatt Langford, or Evan Carter? Those are your 3 other corner outfielders for the most part.
I'm not putting him in the outfield.
Right.
So I have better
that's-
options there.
So that's over and
he
done.
can't. He's not going to play second because Marcus Simeon plays every game
left-handed, too.
Oh, yeah,
So that's gonna.
So that's it. He can only play first for you.
So you can DH him, right? But now who am I sitting out?
Yeah.
Now, I will say this, as this goes along, let's see how Evan Carter, Leody Taveras, and Wyatt Langford play out, because there could be a situation where you look at it and your best lineup could be where Evan Carter plays center field and Wyatt Langford plays left field and Jared Walsh, I don't know, plays first base and Nate Lowe DHs.
I could see that.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Now, speaking of Wyatt Langford, a couple things that I just thought was interesting that Jared was talking about going into the season. Wyatt Langford, the 9th player in franchise history to make his MLB debut on opening day, and just 2 position players who come out of the MLB draft since 1965 made an opening day roster with fewer games in the minors.
Okay.
You know one of them.
The Rangers.
Oddibe McDowell.
Pete Incaviglia. And then the other one was John Olerud.
Oh, yes.
John Olerud had 6 games in the minors. Inky had none. And
that's wild. That is wild, man. To just
remember that weird story? He got drafted by, was it Montreal? And it didn't
work out.
The Rangers traded for him. But I swear I was listening to John Blake tell me a story on Thursday about Odeby McDowell and how few games he played in the minors. But it was a weird deal because he got hurt, I think, right after getting drafted and then played in very few games.
Which time?
The last time.
Yeah, because when he got drafted 6 times. And this is to make their debut on opening day as well. So I thought it was, what's your early snap reaction to Wyatt Langford? He's got the speed, and
Rookie
it
of
seems
the
like
year.
he's got the pop. Rookie of the year?
Are you still there?
Top 10 in MVP voting this year.
So has he surpassed Evan Carter to you then?
Probably.
That is an interesting. Like we've been
Even though
talking
it's weird,
about.
Evan Carter hasn't got a hit yet, but he has a 385 on base percentage.
Which is crazy.
So if you're going to slump for 3 games and not get a hit, but still get on base 38.5% of the time, that's still pretty good.
How many runs has he scored? Because I really want to know if that's making that much of an impact, him being on base, or it's like, no, man, we need some different stuff from him. Because he doesn't have.
Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 starting pitchers so far have been left-handed.
He scored 3 runs.
Okay, all right.
So he's scoring. So he's going to get 162 runs scored this year without getting a hit.
A run a game.
That would be the most amazing season ever.
Without getting a hit?
A 385 on base percentage, a 385 slugging percentage, which would be very low.
Dude,
but yet you score 162 runs.
He is in 3-2 counts all the time. Like it seriously is one of those where you're looking up and you're like, oh no, he's down 0-2 right now, and then you're like, just wait. And then all of a sudden it's 3-2.
I guarantee you he gets a hit in Tampa.
It's amazing, Kevin. Here's the thing I'm overreacting to. Here's the thing I'm overreacting to. Is these 2 young hitters not chasing. These 2 young hitters look like they've been playing the game for 60 years.
Did Sandler send you the note from yesterday before the game started, or did he put that on Twitter?
I don't know.
So it was, I'm going to get them wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it right without looking it up. One of them had 23 pitches out of the zone so far, and it swung at 2 of them. And the other one had 16 pitches out of the zone and swung at 1 of them.
Sorry, that note from Jared Sandler, verbatim. Evan Carter has swung at just 1 of 23 pitches he's seen outside of the zone. Wyatt Langford has swung at just 2 of 16.
And that was before, and that was before yesterday's game.
So if you have to miss very, very close to get them to chase, and they're still not. And a lot of pitchers are looking at it because they're still trying to get books on these guys.
Sure.
They're looking at these guys and they're going, okay, I'm just going to throw some stuff up there and he should chase this. And they're not. And seeing the calm in their faces whenever they're doing this is the thing that has me overreacting, going, oh my God, the rest of the league's in trouble. Because of the way that they're approaching the plate and just not letting the moment be overwhelming to them.
More likely, Wyatt Langford has 162 RBIs this year, or Evan Carter has 162 runs scored.
Is Langford batting behind Carter in these situations?
I don't know. They're batting everywhere.
I guess Carter, but I'm not going to call for either one of those, but they would both be incredible. What was y'all's thoughts about Cody Bradford? I know we're taking a step back to Saturday.
Great job of dropping in the curveball for a strike early on in the count. He got a strikeout late on it in the game. One of his strikeouts was on a curveball. I don't think it's a strikeout pitch. I hope it develops into a strikeout pitch.
Because if it does, holy moly.
But if he's going to start, and in that 17-game stretch, the Rangers have already kind of announced, for the most part, they're going to kind of use 6 starters after this off day, and I guess I won't say in Tampa Bay. After the Tampa Bay series on Thursday, they don't play, and then they play 17 games in a row. I do think Michael Lorenzen will be inserted into the rotation, but it doesn't mean Cody Bradford will be taken out of the rotation, at least for that 17-game stretch. So it was a great sign. Obviously, the opposite was, I really feel like John Gray can be a good, consistent pitcher in this league, and he did not get off to a good start.
I think he can be a good pitcher. His consistency is the problem.
More concerned than about consistency of Leclerc or Gray?
Gray, because we did see, and I guess we saw one time for John Gray in a big moment, but in the biggest moments during the playoffs, Leclerc was there for you. Like, he gave up the 1 home run to Altuve. Other than that, he was clean.
And he's done this so many times in his career. This is the weird thing about Leclerc is, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to repeat 2023. I'd love for him to repeat it as in really struggle and then win the World Series for us or help win the World Series. Last year, he got off to, I'd have to go back and look at his game log, but it felt like he was supposed to be the closer and got off to a slow start, and that's why Will Smith had to be the closer for the first half of the season.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mavs win again, and did Luca just give us the most important quote of the season? That and Mike Likes It coming at you as part of the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, which is brought to you by On Time Experts.
Luca's one-legged fadeaway off the post up was missed. Nobody stops the ball here until Lively at the end.
Somebody stopped it.
Stopped it with a big block. And Kyrie pulls up, and he drills a three-pointer.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to dive back into the Mavericks, and I actually want to know, is this quote from Luca? I think this is the most important quote of the year.
Do you want to read it first? Or?
Yeah.
Okay,
makes
go ahead.
sense. He said, and obviously he was amazing yesterday. Well, the entire team looked awesome, beating the crap out of the then 11-game win streak Rockets. Even when teams make a run, we stay together. And that's the most important thing. So I like the fact that he said we stay together. But what I like even more is that he followed up with, and that's the most important thing. Because we've talked about it. You can argue this in any sport. But particularly in basketball.
Luca was a one-man show for a while.
Well, that is true. But I was also going to say, you're going to see a flow of play that just doesn't go your way.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like the fact that he goes, even when the other team makes a run, we stay together, and that's the most important thing.
It was, for a long time, it was Luca's got to pull us out of this offensively. And if he doesn't, we're screwed.
Sure.
And now it's, well, even if Luca's not on, which he was last night.
And the day before.
Yeah, and the day before. If he's not on, then we at least have our defense we can rely on. Or at least we can get the ball into the paint and score there. And that is another factor that I think is opening up even more for everybody, is you don't know which version you're going to get on any given play now. And that's great because Luca can drive and hit Gafford at the basket. He can make a pass to PJ Washington, who can shoot the first three. Had a couple threes yesterday that I really liked a lot because of the way that he set them up. But there's just so much more to what the Mavericks are now. And that unity part of it, Kevin, I don't know where this defensive part came from. Like if it was a Gafford, he stepped in, or PJ, or maybe Sean Sweeney got the group together and said, all right, guys, look, we're going to have to build, this as one of our calling cards. I have no clue how that came together the way it is.
Did you know it's a good sign when even Hardaway, you're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Hey, even Tim Hardaway is like, I'm gonna play some defense. But here's the other thing too. Last night, the Mavericks beat up Houston.
Yeah.
There were moments where, like that Lively call that we just heard, should have been a foul probably. It very easily could have been a foul. But the Mavericks play physical defense now.
Well, they've changed the rules over since the All-Star break, the rules have changed on fouls. I don't know if you've noticed this or not.
Well, and Jason Kidd did mention the physical part of it got here a little earlier than usual.
Yeah.
And so maybe that is the case, but they have been more lenient, and the Mavericks said, F it, we're going with it then.
Yes.
They are playing physical defense.
This has been a complete 180 from what we've seen for years from the Dallas Mavericks, and they're playing to their full potential. If they keep playing this way, I think they have a legitimate chance to win the whole effing thing this year.
Okay, let me ask you something along those lines then. I think it's awesome that Luca immediately talked about the team mentality. How important is that versus that's great, but you still have to have the talent and the players? I'm not disputing that.
Both, yeah.
Okay, but you do think that's an important factor in this is like, hey, we've all stuck together. We're in this together, blah, blah, blah.
The Angels can go out there and play Ron Washington baseball, but they're not talented enough to beat better teams, right? Like they don't have talent.
LeBron James, like a lot of people give him a lot of credit for the first Cleveland team he took to the NBA Finals because they're like, this is a load of crap around him.
Yeah.
There were some decent players, but it was definitely usually teams that make the NBA Finals have way more talent, but LeBron carried them as far as they could go. I mean, look, as great as the greatest players are, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting, Bob Myers, is that the Golden State general manager who does analyst work now? He was just saying the other day, it was a few weeks ago, he said, look, it's the league that we're in. It's the promotion of the superstar player, and the superstar player obviously carries a team to a championship. But we never talk about the team, and it's the team. When you look at Denver recently, you look at Milwaukee recently, you look at Golden State's team, you look at the Dallas Maverick 2011 team, you look at Magic and Larry and Michael and all of them throughout my lifetime. They all had great teams around them. They couldn't. Jordan needed Pippen. He needed Pippen to grow up and mature into the other all-star guy. He needed Horace Grant and Bill Cartwright and Paxson. They need great teams. There's no such thing as Tim Duncan winning a championship without the other great players around him. So I agree with what you're saying is, if that's what you're trying to get to, is it doesn't matter how great Luca is or how great whoever is. Kobe Bryant was in his prime and going into the lottery. Yeah. He was a lottery, he carried a team to a lottery because he couldn't take what he had around him any further than the 9th or 10th best record in the NBA because of what was around him. And now the Mavericks have a very talented group that makes sense around Luca.
By the way, since you brought up Kobe, I did not know if we would have the avenue for this. Did you see that the championship ring, the NBA title ring that Kobe gifted to his father, sold for $927,000?
That's a lot for not Kobe's ring.
Yes, correct.
But I thought
Kobe got 2 of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
He had another one made. Again,
exactly the same.
Exactly.
It says Bryant on it and everything. So there's 2 in the world from that year. So
exactly.
I'm assuming 6 in this world that have Kobe's name on it as a Laker ring. Maybe he made 2 every year, but 10 in the world.
And this was the only one he ever gifted to his dad. So you're right. I don't know about whether his wife or kids or anything.
I wonder
like
if that one would go for more, considering the one that he gave to his father. I mean, this was Kobe's actual one.
Yeah.
The story's really cool, though.
That's interesting because they do still describe it as the player-issued ring, so they're like, everything else is the same. I just wanted to mention that as an aside.
That's a interesting note, almost $1 million.
Yeah, it's incredible. It shows the love for Kobe out in the world, especially on the secondary and collectible market.
If I had the money and Dirk had a second ring made for a family member or something, I'd pay $1 million for it.
Okay, I can see that.
I mean, I have the one ring that's somewhat Dirk's ring that's out in the free market. That would be very cool to have.
If he came to you and he said he had just really hit hard times, and Mike, he would like it if you guys could be friends if you gave him that ring back for free.
I think Dirk's a good enough guy that he'd be real friends.
Okay.
I think there'd be people where it'd be I get it. You can't just buy me, like I said the other day, you can't just buy me a beer and a meal in Oxnard and then all of a sudden I'm just going to say all good things about you.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying there.
I will.
Well, because
I will buy you a beer.
Because you like him already.
I'm sorry, not in Malibu.
Now, you talked about the good players around him, or the team that makes sense around him, I believe is the specific phrase that you used that I really liked a lot. Going into this game, the Luca Gafford combination were 12-0 in the starting lineup. So you now bump that up to 13-0. I believe the Mavericks have now won 11 straight games in which Luca has played. We talked about how efficient Gafford and Lively are offensively. I don't want to say those are the only people, but that's a big part of it.
Did you notice when Houston made a little bit of a run to make it just a little bit nervous, like they got it down to maybe 14? Did you notice how they got it down to 14?
How's that?
Lively was hurt, couldn't come back into the game, and the Mavericks played small ball.
Yeah.
It was just and I get it.
That was all they had before, too.
Luckily, Kyrie kind of stopped it. They were double teaming Luca, and Kyrie had a couple of really big baskets, and then it's all right, good. Back to 18 or 19, game over. But for a little bit, I was like, what the crap is going on? We got up by 28, and you're like, let's go small ball and see if Houston can come back. And then luckily, Mark Followell gave the note at some point in the fourth quarter. Lively is not coming back into the game because of a small injury, and they just weren't at the time probably up by 20. They're like, let's not risk it. But I was like, this just goes to show never, and I mean never, play 1 second of basketball without Gafford or Lively on the court, because it goes extremely the other. Never.
Okay.
All they kept. Did you notice how many offensive rebounds?
Yes.
It looked like old Mavericks basketball. It doesn't matter the effort you give when you have no center. And then Maxi Kleber, have you noticed how many contested rebounds he gets when he's the power forward in the game, when he's not the big guy in the game?
Yes.
It's all of a sudden you're like, wait a second.
It changes for sure.
When he's not our tallest guy and he's a little bit more free without the big guy on him, he seems to find the basketball on rebounds.
And he's
I'm
a better defender, too.
Yeah, and I'm like, it just makes so much sense. And I get it. Sometimes you have to. Maybe there's major foul trouble in a game or a guy's hurt and you can't play one of those guys. But last night, the Mavericks had a great game. The only part where Houston looked like they were outplaying you besides the 5-0 start of the game was when you didn't have a center on the court. And it's just amazing what this team looks like with Gafford or Lively on the court. And when they're off the court, there's a major difference on your defensive side and your rebounding side.
I'm not saying this is going to happen, but do you look at the rest of the schedule, and some of it might depend on what OKC has.
This is the only part where it's really unfair. But
I looked at everybody's schedule, Kevin.
Okay, do you view this as all 8 of these games are winnable? Now, Oklahoma City's motivation level, who the hell knows?
And the Mavericks' motivation level in that game could be,
That's a fair point. And I'm not saying that they would go 8-0 to stack on top of the 7-game win streak, but do you not look at the schedule and think these are all winnable games?
Yes, and I think there are like 3 very easy games and like 4 where you're like, Mavericks should win 4 for sure.
Like Detroit, Charlotte.
Yes. Yeah, there's some, as I was looking at schedules last night, I was like, oh man, like Phoenix has a tough road in front of them. Sacramento has like 2 easy games. It seems like every other team has 2 easy games and then a bunch of difficult games in their way. So this actually stacks up really well for the Mavericks as they get closer to this thing, trying to figure out where their standing is going to be. But I guess, is it too early to start having the conversation of matchup?
Yeah,
and what matchup is suitable to you?
I don't want that. I just want them to keep winning. Look, if you end it,
all right, interesting.
There's nothing you can do about it because Oklahoma City, Denver, and Minnesota are a half game and 1 game apart. So you can't, you have no clue who's going to finish 1, 2, or 3. Like you literally have no clue.
Well, but like, do you want to play the Clippers or do you want to fall back and play one of the top 3 teams?
But I don't want to play like that because my opinion is you might be in the 6th spot and you're like, hey, I like our matchup against OKC and Minnesota. Okay. Yeah. But all of a sudden it's Denver and you're like, well, crap, that is literally the last team in the West I would have wanted to play. So I want them to try to surge for 4 now or just stay in the top 6.
Yeah. And right now, I will say the next 2 games are going to be very tough travel schedule wise. Not that Houston game wasn't. You went from Sacramento to Houston. That's not easy either. But now you go back to the West Coast. Yeah. So you just had today, I'm assuming, you had a 3.5 hour flight or a 4 hour flight back to San Francisco. And then as soon as that game's over, you have about a 3.5 hour flight back to Dallas and then no practice. And then you play Atlanta. Now, Atlanta's not a very good team.
They had been playing better before that loss to the Bucks, but you're right.
But the travel is really tough. And then finally, after that Atlanta game, I believe they get to stay home and not have to travel. But they've just been playing unbelievably great. I'm just hoping, when it comes to now New Orleans and Sacramento and Phoenix, that you can hold them off. I would love to see, in a weird way, I would love to see a Mavericks-Clippers matchup. I think that would be the number 1 matchup in all of the NBA in the first round.
Yeah.
First of all, you have James Harden and Kyrie Irving facing off against each other. Now, they might say certain things. It didn't seem like they were the most cordial teammates. That wasn't there maybe Reggie, you can help me out here. Wasn't there the story in practice that Harden and Kyrie maybe kind of...
You mean the Clippers, right?
Yeah,
I don't know why. I thought you said Sacramento.
Well, I'm saying that, the Clippers and Mavericks would be the number 1 matchup.
Yes, okay.
And then you have the storyline of now you have Harden and Kyrie against each other. You have Luca and what he's done against the Clippers in the playoffs. Obviously, Kawhi Leonard led the Clippers against the Mavericks to 2 series wins recently in COVID year in 21. So I just think there would be a lot of storylines there that the NBA would love to have.
And then I wanted to throw this out there.
I'm right about the Kyrie and Harden thing. Wasn't it like a practice where Kyrie showed up Harden or did something?
I think I was thrown off because I thought you had said Dallas and Sacramento.
Are you talking about the moment where Harden passed out to Kawhi and then he tried to block his shot?
No, I think with them you're talking about when they were in Brooklyn. Yeah. I don't know that there was animosity between them like as players. I do know that it seemed like Harden got to a point where he was real frustrated when Kyrie was missing time because of his stance against the vaccine. And so I think that might have been the animosity that I noticed. I'm not saying you're wrong. That's not something I recall personally.
Now, I know yesterday's game was not particularly close, but one of the things coming out of the Sacramento game, we talked about that, putting a gap between you and Sacramento, still staying alive in order to maybe get the tie break. But
per ESPN Stats and Info, that was the Mavericks' 21st clutch win of the season. And here's how it's described, because I know plenty of their games have been blowouts. Games within 5 points at any time in the last 5 minutes. In those situations, Dallas is 21-8, which is the best record of any team in clutch situations. So I realize across the NBA, you've probably seen a decrease in clutch situation style games. But the good news is, and you saw it on Friday in the rematch with Sacramento, when you do see those, the Mavericks have done very well in those instances.
Yeah, and they have lots of options whenever it's time to score. And then defensively, obviously that helps for sure, that they've upgraded what they do defensively. But I mean, hell, Kevin, they went to Dante Exum 5 times. I don't know. I might be wrong.
It was the fourth time.
Was it 4? It was the fourth
4 in a
time.
row. In the fourth one.
They were just like, hey, dude, please make this shot at some point.
That's going to be playoff. I think you need to get used to this. The last 5 minutes of games, I do think he's going to be on the court with PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford, obviously Kyrie and Luca. I think that's your finishing 5.
You got length.
They are going to leave him wide open, and if Dante Exum makes his shots, we kill the other team. The other team has to make a decision, and they're going to say, we can't let Luca do it. He's the best offensive player in the world. Kyrie's very dangerous. Let's try to get the ball out of his hands. Who are we going to leave wide open? They're going to say, leave Dante Exum wide open, and we'll make adjustments from there, and we'll see what happens. So to me, I think you saw a playoff basketball game against Sacramento, and you saw what other teams are going to do down the stretch. They're going to leave them wide open and live with the result.
But the other part of it was how many times I was because I was sitting with my son Carter watching that game on Friday night, and how many times I was saying, all right, we got to get a stop right here. And they did.
Yeah.
You know, like they forced a bad shot, or they forced a long shot. It took too long in the clock for them to get a good shot off, or they just were in the way, and they were able to do that. And that's something that was missing for a long time from this team, but they can do it now, man.
Now, another quick basketball note I wanted to throw out, because this was incredible. If you watch Friday night's game, the Spurs against the Knicks, Wemby, 40 points, 20 rebounds, Jalen Brunson, 61 points. I couldn't believe this was the actual second time in NBA history that a game featured a 40 and 20 guy and then another guy who had more than 60 points. It happened December 8th, 1961, when Elgin Baylor scored 63, and Wilt Chamberlain had 78 points and 43 rebounds.
Wow. That 40, did you just say 43 rebounds?
43 rebounds.
Isn't it weird we don't really consider him the greatest basketball player of all time when you look at
numbers
stats?
Are
fake?
Right. Do you think
Wow.
fake?
That's what you were looking for, right? Or the words you were looking for.
I was going to say crazy.
My bad. I also meant crazy.
Reginald.
That is remarkably different.
Next question, which I don't know. Is 47 shots the most in NBA history to just get 61 points? Because that's not very good.
I would have to look into that. I'm not sure.
I'm not trying to take to score 61 points in any basketball game is amazing. But I feel like when you take 47 shots, you better score 60 points.
I mean, there was Kobe's last game where he scored 60 on 50 shots.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. So I feel like if you do score 60, I would like it to be in like 32 shots or less.
You're shooting like 70% or something.
To be like more efficient, but I guess maybe not that many. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like, and it's not he's 25 of 47. He wasn't bad. I guess usually you get to the free throw line a whole bunch at that point because they start fouling you, going, screw you. You're not scoring. If you're going to score, you're going to score off of me fouling you.
Yeah.
But it just seems like a lot of effing shots.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Let's go to college basketball.
Is this going to be based on our conversation this morning?
100%.
Okay.
Reggie, I think you're going to enjoy this conversation because this is where
it's going to have very little to actually do with college basketball.
Excellent.
So yesterday was obviously Easter Resurrection Day for Christians, and it was something I had been thinking about as Duke was playing here at the American Airlines Center, and I thought to myself, is Duke a Christian school?
I know they have an amazing cathedral that I got a chance to go to, but I did not know them to be a Christian school or not.
I feel like they're connected to the Methodist group at some point.
And they are. We looked it up. I looked it up, and they are considered a Christian school, non-denominational, but strongly connected to the Methodist Church. So I was like, okay. So then my thought is, should a Christian school have their mascot be a devil? That sounds like one of the worst ideas ever.
Right.
That just doesn't sound right to me, as I was like, now wait a second. So back in the early 1900s, they're like, we're this Christian university, and we need to come up with a mascot and something that represents our school. And somebody raised their hand and said, how about the Devils? And they said, gosh, as a Christian university, I guess you know what? This might have been their response. That's a hell of a name. Oh, yeah. And then they went with the Devils. Does that make any sense? Like, let's just logically think about it.
What would you have liked them to be instead? I guess probably anything else.
I would say if I raised my hand as a person at Duke University in the early 1900s or whenever they came up with this, I would say, hey, we're Christian University. Maybe using the devil wouldn't be the best idea for our mascot. What about angels?
Can't be the Blue Angels. They
didn't exist. There were no planes back then. So we would have won.
You're sure there weren't planes?
I have when did Duke, look up when Duke University was established, but then I don't know when they came up with we're going to be the Blue Devils.
When did the Wright brothers
1903, although there is even some dispute there.
Okay, 1903. There were not the Blue Angels once they figured out how to get that paper mache thing up in the air and it started flying.
From the 972, they are blue and not red. Maybe that helps.
I know, and that's probably where they went. Let's be the Devils. Well, let's not be the Red Devils. Let's really just let's make them the Blue Devils. That's the opposite.
But
this is one of the stupidest names in the history of like getting a mascot. If you're a Christian university, it'd be like, let's be the Devils.
Could it be Blue Devils because they're sad devils, and that is what you would want?
No. Do you see that mascot? You've been to their games. He doesn't have a frown on his face.
He's dancing around, and
I just think this is weird. Isn't it weird?
Do you want information?
Give me information on why they chose one of the stupidest names for a Christian university.
And then can we talk about Wake Forest?
The name dates back to World War I and the Chasseurs Alpins.
Sure.
Nailed it.
Nicknamed
whatever you say.
Les Diables Bleus, who were also well-known French soldiers.
I didn't catch that. What was that? What are they named again?
Les Diables Bleus.
Thank you.
Speaking French.
They gained attention with their unique training and knowledge of the Alpine. They were called upon to break the stalemate of trench warfare in their native region of the French Alps. Their distinctive blue uniform with the flowing cape. So these dudes are at war with a cape on. And beret captured public attention. When the U.S. entered the war, units of the French Blue Devils toured the country to help raise money for war effort, according to the university. And then at some point, one of the school newspapers said, hey, let's call them the Blue Devils. And then it kind of caught on. It was like the next year that it caught on. But there were other names, Mike. The Polar Bears, the Blue Titans, the Blue Eagles, Royal Blazes, Blue Warriors, Catamounts, Grizzlies, Badgers, Dreadnoughts, and Captains.
Most of those stink.
So they stuck with the Blue Devils.
Okay,
that is just weird to me
but based on a French Alpine World War I.
I mean, I'm glad I'm getting information on this. Still in the 1940s. Somebody raise your hand at this Christian university and say, Devil is not a good name for our university.
Is Wake Forest a Christian university?
That's another one I wrote down.
Deacons?
Then Duke, after doing that, Wake Forest is like, hey, let's enter the conference. They're using some satanic terms here. Let's go with the demons. Let's demon this up. In fact, you know who we want to lead our Christian university? A demon is who we want to lead it.
In 1923, the Wake Forest football team was defeated by rival Trinity, which would later be named Duke University. In the following issue of the school newspaper, the editor of the paper, Mayon Parker, first referred to them as Demon Deacons in recognition of what he called their devilish play and fighting spirit. Henry Belk, Wake Forest news
so
director.
He meant it as a compliment?
Yeah, he was like, they're
like those Deacons, they some dogs.
Wait, was it a Trinity Duke person writing this?
No, this was the Wake Forest newspaper. And then Wake Forest news director said it so often that it just stuck.
It's like when you call it like a bastard slider or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't mean that slider doesn't have a dad.
Right, exactly.
You mean...
Yeah, nobody decided, you know what? Because they wrote we're a great bastard team that we're going to be called the Wake Forest Bastards. Like they didn't do that. But it doesn't make sense that they are the Demon Deacons.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked this up. Yes, they are a Christian university. They are, I think, somewhat non-denominational, but they kind of are closely affiliated with the Baptist sect of Christianity. I just was thinking of this the other day. And you know who saved Duke from losing all the games all the time? A man named Christian Laettner finally brought the Devils a championship.
Okay, I'm really intrigued by this because now the Rangers are playing the Rays.
And the point guard was Hurley after throwing up that this Christian university decided to be the Devils.
Maybe that is what happened, or I guess there could have been some other stuff if you look forward. The Rangers are playing the Rays, and even
about his car crash.
Yes, even this major league team is like, ooh, we should drop Devils, but the Christian school is like,
the Tampa Bay Devil Rays are like, you know what? Instead of being the Devil Rays, maybe we should just drop the devil part of it. But Duke is like, even St. John's, and I know for different reasons, we're like, you know what? Let's not be the Red Men anymore.
Yeah.
Let's be the Red Storm. For Syracuse, let's not be the Orange Men anymore. Let's just be the Orange. They're just the orange, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But not like the fruit, the orange.
I think, isn't their mascot, though, an orange?
I know. But
and isn't Stanford's is a tree?
Well, no, they're the Cardinal.
But
Which is weird.
mascot.
I guess the Cardinals live in the tree. That's why they do it.
No, but then the cardinal does not refer to a bird. It refers to the color. Like the tree is just like a historical vestige of a long time that they've had for a long time.
And if you were the University of Texas Orange Devils, well, fine. It's not a Christian school. It's just a public school.
Right.
It's just weird to me that two Christian schools in North Carolina are like, let's devil and demon it up.
Now, Kevin, Arizona has the Sun Devil, Sparky the Sun Devil, as theirs. But Arizona, I don't believe. I think that's
a public school.
That's a state school, which we've always decided is. Hold on, didn't you say Duke was the? It is the state school.
No, they're a private school.
It's a private school.
But their mascot, Kevin.
Yeah, why don't they call it Duke State?
The Arizona
That'd be,
Sun Devil makes
about like when you're getting distracted when you're watching your Dukies play, and then somebody comes in and has something to say about something, and you're just like, "Hey, stop driving me insane! This is the team I care about."
They originally their mascot in Arizona was an owl, and then it became a normal. Because ASU was founded as a normal school. I don't know what that means, but it was a normal. It was later changed to a bulldog, and then something else happened. Again, student newspaper hops in, urging the bulldog be replaced by the new Sun Devil, and so they replaced it with Sparky the Sun Devil. And then on top of that, the Orange Julius beverage stands used to have an image of a devil with a pitchfork around an orange.
What?
The company later dropped the logo after threats of a lawsuit from the Alumni Association of Arizona.
I thought you were about to say because of a threat of a lawsuit from the devil, and then I thought, well, that doesn't really make sense.
Yes, from the Sun Devils.
Okay. Do you think it should be like the Arizona State? Yes, your application was accepted. You're in.
Do you like to party?
So all of these years, the 40s is when Duke decided to be the Blue Devils.
Right.
And
because of World War I, did you say?
The Demon Deacons of Wake Forest, when did they choose that? Earlier?
2 years later.
2 years later.
Yep.
Because they beat the Trinity Blue Devils?
Yep. Trinity, which eventually turned into Duke, the Blue Devils, which was named.
Nobody's raised their hand for 60 plus years and said, guys, is this the best mascot we can come up with?
Also, just real quick, do you think the 40s were 60 years ago?
It's 80 years ago, you Nimrod. Way to go, Bassick.
When you said Nimrod,
I felt like it was
were you saying it to Kevin or were you saying it
directly in his face?
He did.
Just so he would know, I was calling myself a Nimrod because I didn't do the math correctly. Because in 2000 would be approximately 60 years.
Isn't there a drop of Sharif saying all these nimwits that I work with around here?
And I think you might have been at the other side of that insult.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I was like, what is a nimwit? And he goes, you know what I was trying to say. And I was like, I know, but you didn't. And that's what kind of makes it funny,
Duke,
right?
as you leave the Metroplex as losers again, think about changing your name.
Well, do you think...
But technically correct.
That's true.
Which is the most important correct.
And Wake Forest, figure it out, man. You don't need a demon deacon leading your university.
These little demons are walking around with the trays going, give me your $12.
Look, and now people have questions about the Horned Frogs of TCU. Look, we really dove in a lot right there.
I think this should be a weekly segment.
Should it?
A weekly Mike Likes It where you do research.
I don't know if I have much else. That's
but
all
you
I
can
had.
research every college, Mike.
And look at all the Christian private schools named after demons and Satans and stuff.
Sure.
Wait, there's a Satan's out there? What is that, like
Surely
D3?
Well, I shouldn't say that. There probably is one that exists
Where
out
do you
there.
think the But we didn't call him the Red Satan.
It's the blue one.
Yeah, they just give it the green Satans. That's the good Satan. They're the ghost Satans. Well, I'm just saying that's what Duke did. They're like, as long as it's not red, we're in good shape here, right?
And if you caught that, he said those are the go Satans because green means go, as opposed that's what you meant, right?
Right. Green means go, yellow means speed
I
up.
totally
and hurry up,
understood.
and red means stop.
I think that's what yellow means.
Yellow is like slow down and be aggressive.
What?
What?
Yes. Slow down. You speed up and be aggressive. Get through the light in a hurry. It's about to turn
But
red.
you also have to look. Like when it's green, you don't look.
It just matters how long it's been yellow.
Yellow, you're like
if you've gotten to like that edge, it's like you're within 20 feet of the line and it just turns yellow. You don't need to look. You're fine.
right.
But if you're like 50 feet away and it turns yellow, you're like, I better hurry up.
No! That last part is definitely wrong! Oh my gosh. We're the KNC masterpiece.
You tell me you're yellow, like the light. When the light turns yellow, you tell me what you do.
I don't know. The 50 feels like
50 feet, not 50 yards.
I know, but 50 feet for you to go, I better hurry up. What if there's a car in front of you?
Oh, well, then you slow down. You got to watch their brake lights.
Yeah, you got to deal with the car in front
If
of
they're
you.
going fast, you're like, okay, good. Well, we're just going to, I'm going to Emmett Smith it here. I got my Daryl Johnston in front of me.
And then you honk at them when you pull up to the red light because they didn't go
You
through
just
the
go
yellow light.
moose, and you just follow the blocker.
We're on the air still.
I know. That's why I said everything I did.
Haven't been the whole show, though.
That's why we're number one, buddy.
Yeah, it's tough to argue against. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Kevin, I have a mock draft that has the Cowboys moving up.
Oh, dear.
But also, what's a good April Fool's joke? Because I didn't think my son's was very funny at all. Next.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate that introduction. As a special guest in the show, I always am happy to be here.
Oh!
Reggie, it's good to have you here, man, today. Thank you for being for doing what you're doing. Mike.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Congratulations on another stellar segment today. Proud of you.
Thanks. I think a lot about things.
Kevin, dealing with us isn't easy, but you love it. All right. I'm going to allow you guys to pick your own adventure as we do here in the C Block now. Kiki Hernandez, CeeLo Green, April Fools, or mock draft?
The guy's name's Kiki and CeeLo.
I believe that's Kike.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It's Kiki Vandeweghe.
Kiki Vandeweghe.
Kike Hernandez.
I will go with Hernandez.
All right. Mike?
Mock draft.
Okay. Reggie?
You know me. I'm voting for CeeLo Green in this instance.
All right. So
that didn't solve anything.
You should not have done
restart this segment.
I'm not here to solve problems.
It looks like it's up to you. It's your segment.
I'll be the decider. We will start, Mike, with what I believe is news and information that I think every listener out there, every baseball fan wants to know.
Okay, good.
It is Kike Hernandez. This is during the game. They
so far so good, Corey.
They had Kike Hernandez. They had him doing an interview. And
was this last night
during
on
ESPN?
Sunday Night
This is over the weekend. And they had him, it was against the Dodgers, or the Dodgers versus the Cardinals.
That was last night, okay.
And, well, I mean, it's daytime on the video, so I don't know what to think about.
Just Google.
It's 2 hours different.
Do what exactly?
Just go.
Google. Did you say Google?
I believe it's pronounced Google.
I wanted to say something else, and I was like, no, don't say that.
This is what the interview sounded like, because we heard Josh Young's interview. It was fantastic the other day. This is the interview with Hernandez.
If we need to be there, we need to get.
No plans. All right, 1-1 pitch. That's down.
Oh, wait, my take.
Him too.
Change up.
Oh, that ground screws.
Good change up there.
The other kid can beat me to third, and he's thinking the same thing.
Change up.
Hi, boy.
ESPN accidentally picked up the pitch comm.
Change up.
And
fastball
so you could hear change up at least 3 times. He did say fastball in. Whoa. And I've always wondered, I don't know why.
Like what it sounded like?
Yes,
it's not Jonah Heim's voice.
It's like a speak and spell.
Yes, he sounds just like a speak and spell. For some reason, in my mind, when the catcher pushed the button, the the pitch comm would vibrate so many times for certain pitches. That's what I thought it was. I didn't know.
I knew it was words.
I didn't know that it was, and now I understand more about the I can't hear, because Max Scherzer, you go back to, I was actually watching this the other day, he gives up maybe the Altuve home run in Game 7 of the ALCS last year, and Max Scherzer's going, I can't hear, and so he was blaming that on, that's why I couldn't hear it, was because it's so loud and I can't hear the pitch comm here. But I didn't know it sounded like a speak and spell.
Yeah.
But also, I for some dumb reason thought that maybe it vibrated near the front of your head and then near the back of your. I don't know why I thought it vibrated on you, and that's how you were going to get your pitch account. So there you go.
I don't know either.
Now
Was Kike playing second base? You know what I don't know? What you just did? I don't know if like Josh Young has that at third base.
The pitch comm? He doesn't. He had a microphone on.
Yeah, but the middle infielders
interview.
do.
They do?
Well, I'm gonna go look at the box score.
It looks like he's playing. I can't tell if he's playing. I think he's playing shortstop here in this video. So yeah, he's playing shortstop. So yeah, that is interesting to me.
Well, see, the middle infielders I know have it because they would know the signs before the game. So if you don't know this, back in the old days when we'd put down signs, the middle infielders wanted to know the signs. So the catcher or the pitcher would have to tell the catcher what we're doing on the signs. They want to know what pitch is coming so they can be prepared for it. If I'm throwing a slow curveball, they want to know, this is maybe more of a pull pitch, so they're more prepared for this pitch. So middle infielders always know. This is why like Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins were so great at stealing signs, because they know all the signs being middle infielders. But the third baseman and first baseman, I don't remember them ever asking for what our signs are, and so maybe they're not pitch
they don't
calmed
need to
up.
see them. Well, and yeah, to know who's.
But they're at an angle they shouldn't. Your catcher's doing a really crappy job of making sure the signs aren't being stolen by the first and third base coaches or the runner on first base. Andrew Jones was a big peaker, so you knew when the sign was coming down. One time he was on base. One time he hit a home run off me too, but. He was on first base, and as Brian Schneider, my catcher, was putting down the sign, as he was putting his finger down, I just stepped off, no look, and then look real quick and throw the ball because I wanted Jones to not be peeking for the sign. So you have a scouting report on who the peekers are. Doesn't matter now because of pitch comm. So as the catcher's putting down the sign, I just did the quick step-off throw.
There was always like this, Mike, I feel like there's a lot of communication that's unspoken, nonverbal communication between players on the field. And I believe it was one of the shortstops. It was when Lemke and whoever his shortstop was at the time, they would
for Atlanta?
Yeah.
Blauser?
Maybe so, but they would put their glove in front of their mouth and just open their mouth meant I'm covering, closed mouth meant you're covering.
That's still done.
I love that stuff.
The other thing that is a big communication now is Josh Young. When you see the shift, a lefty is up. You'll see the communication that if a ground ball's hit to me, the Rangers have had a lot of double plays. Yesterday, he was letting Zeke Duran know, Zeke's letting him know, I got the base. Do not look for Marcus Semien. He's way too far off. He's not in double play depth to cover the base. So Zeke has the base. If it's a ground ball hit to Young, Zeke's letting him know, I got the base for you. You're throwing it to me. You're not throwing it to Marcus Semien.
Okay, that's fascinating, too, because if you get that ball and you look over there and you don't see Semien moving, you're holding. If you don't know that Duran's coming in out of your peripheral.
There's a lot more communication in baseball than people think that are like casual fans. Obviously, there's like a lot of communication with the offensive line, right? It's similar. The infielders are having similar communication with runners on base that an offensive line is having as they get to the line of scrimmage.
I think I was very caught off guard when you said, because I was always taught, you're yelling, I got it in the outfield. And you were like, that doesn't happen in pro baseball. You can't hear.
Well,
but
you
do hear guys.
You just can't say it until one, either it reaches its peak, or two, like the other day, Suzuki made a great play in right field for the Cubs. It was all three guys going after it, second baseman, first baseman. You can't call it until you know it. So he called it really late. So that's why you saw, it might have been Nico Horner at second base, break off really last second, because he's got to go after it as hard as he can. He's not calling it. He's not sure if he can get to it. Suzuki's not sure if he can get to it, so you don't call it until you 100. And sometimes you just don't call it because you're not sure you could get to it.
It's that communication that's terrifying to see two guys run into each other out in the outfield that you're just like, why didn't one of them say, or maybe both of them were screaming. But even, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before. I can't remember exactly what it was, but Evan Carter's coming in hard on it, and either Seager or Duran was it was Seager. He was going out for it, and then he heard Evan Carter call him off, and that is the order. Outfield gets priority over infield. Center field has priority over everything. Center field can't turn around 360 and go try and chase a ball down and let it fall in front of him.
Right.
Leote, don't let that happen anymore.
That was a weird. He obviously.
We need to have a conversation about him soon.
When that ball's hit at you, that's it, right? Evan Carter in game 1, that ball hit directly over his head. Struggled to figure out which way to turn best, and then that one hit right directly at Leote. He didn't read that ball well either.
This is CeeLo Green performing. I think he was at an Atlanta Hawks game.
Okay,
and he's performing his song. Kevin, you know the song.
Does that make me
Forget
crazy?
You. This is, and then Reggie, please, I hope you have the edited version here.
Oh no,
we'll find out.
All right.
Oh my God,
this is awesome.
So here he is performing in
It's on brand for the NBA.
At
Obviously,
halftime.
Russell Westbrook's
I
cussing.
like it.
And
Russell Westbrook's cussing at fans before games. So I mean,
don't you feel like you go out there and you put on the edited version for the kids?
Hey,
at the game,
that song is originally called "F You," not "Forget You."
I know, but they even changed it for radio so that it would not sound like that. Now, that being said,
I think he was drunk. He sounded horrible in that video, right?
Yeah, you notice he changed keys. I feel like he started at one level. He's like, "Oh, this is way too high."
He was either drinking or drugging, one or the other before that.
That being said, whenever I heard that this morning, and Bobby said, "Well, it's Atlanta." And that's why he was like, they cuss a lot. And so I started, okay. So I looked it
a
up.
lot in Atlanta.
I did look it up, guys, and I tried to find out the cities that cuss the most. And I did find out a top 10 list of cities that cuss the most.
New
Kevin.
York.
Philly.
Philadelphia
Omaha.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold on. Philadelphia is tied for 4th.
What?
With Dallas, Texas, Oklahoma City, and Indianapolis as the cities that cuss.
Wow.
That
Indianapolis,
swear at least 25 times per day. The number one city for cussing, Columbus, Ohio, 36 times per day.
The Midwest, baby.
You think they're nice and friendly, but they'll F-bomb you like, no.
I've played in Columbus. I've played in New York. I never had a 12-year-old in Columbus call me an F and C because I wouldn't throw him a foul ball.
Number 2, Las Vegas,
New
Nevada.
York wins.
Number 3, Jacksonville, Florida, home of Trevor Lawrence.
I get that.
Tied for 5th, San Francisco, Louisville.
No, stop it.
And Fort
Hold
Worth,
on.
Texas.
No.
This
Wrong.
is
Wrong.
not a good list.
Your list is inaccurate. You said there were 4 cities tied for 4th. Then there's nobody tied for 5th. There are people tied for 8th.
I don't make the list.
Okay?
I just use
Not
them.
5th. You can't have a 4-way tie at 4th and
So
be
you're
like,
saying
next
New
place
York
is 5th.
and Boston haven't been on this list yet?
New York and Boston aren't even on the list.
This is a stupid list.
Los Angeles,
Everybody knows.
DC, and Austin, Texas are all. Hold on, Mike, how do you know this though? This is very similar to how do you know that Arizona's airport's the friendliest airport in the country?
And they love dementia, as in they'll help you out if you have it.
The U.S. cities
we're
that swear,
phrasing that wrong.
U.S. cities that swear the least: Phoenix, Arizona, and Sky Harbor Airport, Portland, Oregon, Boston, Massachusetts.
This is
And New York City's tied for 4th, where they swear only 17 times.
Is there a
per day.
possibility that they just couldn't understand the accent?
Maybe so.
I would say that I have experience for multiple years playing in a whole bunch of different cities in the United States of America. And I can tell you, and I think most athletes will tell you where they cuss the most when you go to a sporting event.
That is now the new first question that I want to ask coming up next. We will talk with NBA champion.
They're going to be in Oklahoma City.
And our Odyssey NBA insider. Keep that list up.
Oh,
Danny Green. We'll talk with him next right here on 105 Through the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. The segment is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
T-Mac into the front court to Danny Green. Long right wing three. Green got it. It's raining threes in San Antonio.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the line is our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe 2024. It is equipped for adventure. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Well, we were just having a conversation. I swear we'll get to basketball. This is kind of basketball related, but we were just given a list of the cities that swear the most and the least. Per your time in the NBA, are there cities that immediately jump to mind? You're like, those fans like to swear.
Yeah, Boston for sure stands out. That's one of the tougher arenas, tougher fan bases. I'm sure New Yorkers, Philly, not the northeastern cities get to swear. They definitely get to swear, I guess, award. The least swearing cities, maybe Utah. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one.
State. I don't know. Minnesota, the lower OKC, But yeah, the northeast cities are definitely up top when it comes to swearing.
See,
They're
and this
top
is
tier.
This is the kind of insight, in addition to basketball, we're really excited for you to bring to our show. Now, I think the people are very curious about this after a dominating victory yesterday, after winning 7 straight. I realize where they are in the standings, but are you looking at the way this Mavs team has been playing and think they could make a lot of noise in the playoffs?
Absolutely. And I think that matchup yesterday was a good one because Houston has been hot as well. So both teams have been streaking, and unfortunately, I mean, some teams are later. You just never know. This part of the season is a weird part of time. You don't know who's going to play, who's not. I don't know if Houston. Unfortunately, Houston has injury with Segun, but they've still been playing really well. And for Dallas to handedly beat them the way they did showed a lot of where they stand. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the way that they're playing now too is very different. Obviously, their defensive effort has stepped up a lot, but then the balance in the Derek Lively with Gafford, and they have so many different options to score now. It's not just threes or hey, let's just watch Luca do his thing. How important is it to have a variety of ways to get the ball in the basket like that?
Very important, especially in the playoffs when the game slows down. You need some other people to step up, and your stars are going to be stars. They're going to do what they do, but the way you win series is with your X factors and your others, and it takes one or two of those guys to step up to win a series. They have Kyrie and Luca. They know that. But when you add a PJ Washington and you add a Lively, a Gafford off the bench, obviously Tim Hardaway off the bench, those guys can really change a series or kind of mess up another team's scouting report, because a lot of times teams don't scout to let me stop Gafford. Yeah. Let's stop Tim Hardaway. You know what I'm saying? So those guys will stop PJ Washington. If those two guys come in and do what they do, are Lively, and they do more, I guess, double their normal numbers. Let's say Lively averages 8. If he does 16 in the playoffs and averages that, they don't scout for that. And that is a big difference in possessions in the game. So now we have to change our scouting to try to stop this guy, which opens up the floor more for Luca and Kyrie. So it's huge, man. It's huge. You need everybody on their P's and Q's. You need everybody to chip in and help. Every piece matters, and everybody is very valuable when it comes to the playoffs when the game slows down.
Danny Green here on The Fan. Danny, for Luca's time in the playoffs, he'd have Dwight Powell as his center. And in the regular season, Dwight Powell would have his alley-oop dunks. And now the Mavericks have upgraded tremendously in that area. I remember in the playoffs, you couldn't even play Dwight Powell. Eventually, Jason Kidd or Rick Carlisle was like, I just can't play him. He's not good enough. And teams would take away that so easily. Is it going to be easy to take that away from Gafford and Lively when they pick and dive to the basket?
No, and even when y'all talk about Kleber and Powell, those guys are really good. You talk about a big change, big difference. They're a little bit older. They had some injuries. But those were not easy to take away because how good Kyrie and how good Luca is. Was it Lively, obviously younger, a little more athletic. So is Gafford bigger body, very athletic. So it's going to be hard to take away regardless if you play it well or not because of how athletic they are. But whoever you use, because you have Luca and Kyrie, it was never easy to take away. So I never understood that. Dwight Powell was a really good big for them. Kleber was too, could shoot outside. But they was athletic and gave them extra possessions on the board. And the fact that they have other guys now, 2 more guys, even more athletic and bigger bodies, it makes it even that much tougher. So that's why they're going to be some to deal with in the playoffs. It's going to be hard to guard them in the playoffs.
I know a lot of folks have kind of gone off the assumption that it looks like the East belongs to the Celtics. There's a really top race, I said that word twice, the Western Conference. Who do you view as the best team in the West?
Denver. I think most people view Denver. They are the defending champs or any champs for a reason. For good reason. And when healthy, obviously Jamal Murray's been out for a little bit. When healthy, they're one of the toughest teams to stop or guard or plan for because of how good not only Jamal and Jokic are together, but individually, how much Jokic is, I guess guys fit around him when it comes to Aaron Gordon, MPJ. You have to give up something, and those guys are too good to give up lobs to Aaron Gordon or MPJ with a three-pointer. So it's just tough to stop those guys and plan for them, game plan for them.
Yeah, Jokic is one of those guys, too. I mean, being able to pass the way he does from wherever he is on the court. I mean, it's almost like he's almost as good as DJ Burns at this point. What are your thoughts on DJ Burns and how he's dominating?
Man. He's crafty as hell, man. Zach Randolph 2.0. I wouldn't say 2.0, but Zach Randolph was so good. But he's just this era's Zach Randolph, and he's doing it, leading his team to victories, getting N1s, playing below the rim, spinning off people, using his body well, so crafty and smart, and just has a hell of a story. He is a state guy, so I'm not that happy.
But they did just beat Duke, so you're kind of happy, right?
I enjoyed the fact they beat Duke. I'm not rooting for them as a group, but that kid, his story, I'm rooting for him that he does some good things because he deserves it and he's done well. But they're on an unbelievable run. Jay Bill spoke on it. Everybody spoke on it about how remarkable their run is of winning like 8-9 straight. They had to win 4 games straight to get into the tournament or to win the ACC championship because they were not really good until that point. And now they're in the Final Four because of him. And he's had to transfer a couple times from Tennessee to Winthrop. So he has a hell of a story, and I'm happy that things are working out well for him. But I'm okay with State beating Duke, but I don't want to see them win a national championship. So can't be rooting for State.
Danny, when you're in the ACC, did you ever think it was weird that 2 Christian schools, Duke and Wake Forest, were named the Devils and the Demons?
I never thought about it until you brought it to my attention just now. But yeah, it is very strange. I did think that was weird that Duke said Christian school, the Blue Devils. It was interesting, but now that you bring it up, they might need to change some things around.
We've spent an inordinate amount of time talking about that today, so I knew he was going to bring that up to you.
You guys have some really good topics and thoughts that come to mind.
Oh, we do. All right,
we're number one.
That should be in a promo.
Danny, obviously, you made a living in the NBA making some big-time three-pointers, and I'm sure you went through streaks where it just wasn't going in. Your shot wasn't going in. Tim Hardaway Jr. had a great first half of the season. He's been streaky, let's say, in the second half. What's your thought process when you're going multiple games in a row and your three-point shot just isn't consistent?
I'll just find another ways to mentally break through that slump, and that's keep shooting, get in the gym. But for me, it was always like I never wanted to go. I mean, when I was in San Antonio anyway, because I knew that we'd always make a deep run. I never wanted to go into the playoffs hot. I always wanted to go in like warm, lukewarm-ish, and then kind of build a rhythm because it's just the life of a shooter. There's always going to be hot streaks and be cold streaks, and you kind of just want to build into getting hot. So for me, it was like, all right, if I'm cold like a week or two before playoffs, I'm okay with that because I know eventually the worm is going to turn, and right before playoffs I'll start getting my rhythm, and then once we get into the first series, I'll be feeling better in the second series, third series, and luckily for me, I was very fortunate for me to get hot at the right time and a couple finals, damn a decade ago at this point. But yeah, just the timing of it worked out for me. So for Tim, he just stay positive, find ways to get out of the shooting slump, keep shooting the ball. And just that hopefully in a week that worm will turn and he'll get hot at the right time because he usually does show up in the playoffs and plays well.
Do you know on release point if it's in or not?
For sure. Most games as a shooter when it feels good. But there are some games where it doesn't feel good at all and you'll make every shot. And then some games where you feel great and you won't make any of them. So you just never know. But most of the time when you're in a good feel, good adrenaline, when you have a good catch. And usually it's on the catch. If you get a good pass and a good catch, most guys in this league will have a great chance of making that shot.
We're talking with Danny Green right here on 105.3 The Fan. Odyssey Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like H-Track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. Now, Danny, we're going to have you on every Monday, and the people want to know, why did you never come to the Mavericks? Because it felt like it was going to happen.
I thought so too. There was a time where I was heavily recruited, and after that, I was not. So I wasn't sought after, and still there's an opportunity. If they want to bring me in, I'm around. So I'm not far. You know how to find me.
Will you keep doing our calls on Monday then? Even if you get back in?
I wouldn't abandon you. I wouldn't abandon you guys. I would still stick around and do the calls. I would not abandon. We just have to figure out times. Hopefully, it's not around shoot around time or game time. So I will make sure we make a different time, and I will still schedule the calls with you guys if that happens.
Or maybe even during shoot around, we can get some live coverage there. I'm down with that.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
I did. Our friend Jesse Holly went to UNC, won a championship there.
Oh my God! Yeah.
And he used to tell me about the run at UNC and how he's like, Rasheed Wallace would show up to this. You got all these different names. What's the wildest thing you ever saw happen, or the when you looked around, you were like, I can't believe all these guys are here. Whenever y'all were playing, would have some run at UNC.
Yeah, that was probably one of the. So it's not like it used to be. It used to be way stronger. We're trying to bring it back or build it back up. But when I looked around and there was 2 courts going, pickup games, and you'd have like Brandon Hayward on another floor, Rasheed Wallace, Antoine Jameson. Then you have a bunch of other guys that said me, Ty, and you have Rashad or Jawad Williams, Sean May, Raymond Felton, back when I guess Rashad was accepted there more at Carolina. But you have guys like that, all the alum coming back, and you have 2 full courts going to pickup games. That was the time I was like, damn, this brotherhood is a strong one. I can't believe I'm a part of it. And I'm seeing Shammond Williams, it says Stack, all those guys, man. It was unbelievable to see them playing, and with the young guys. So we're trying to bring that back to where it was. I'm going to try to get back as much as I can, even more so this summer, now that I have a little more time. But yeah, I got lucky. I was during the times and the days where everybody came back often.
What was the seriousness level of those games? I know it's a pickup game, but it sounds
real serious.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because at that time, everybody was still playing. Some of them, everybody's in the league trying to stay in shape. Everybody wanted to win, and we want to, prove the old guys prove to the young guys you're not that good, and the young guys want to prove to the old guys like, I'm next up. I'm coming for your spot, and I'm going to make my mark here. So it was a lot of fun, and it was definitely some serious pickup games.
Man, outstanding stuff. We appreciate talking with you today and look forward to Mondays going forward, hopefully deep into the playoffs.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys next week.
Absolutely. There you go. There was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new, you should be able to guess this by now, Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Too much? I thought he was delightful.
He was a delight.
Even though he loves North Carolina. Well, he went to North Carolina.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of schools, and we just established there's at least 4.
Yeah, your son loves UT.
Yeah.
God, does he ever. And he wants to go there. I did like that he goes, hey, I was happy, but not too happy.
Yeah.
Because they beat Duke, but they're still NC State. So
I can't have them winning a championship.
Yeah, all of the
I'm
way.
just wondering how many people I'm going to bring this up to with Duke and Wake Forest. They're like, I've never thought of that.
And the other part of the conversation that we were having before the show was Reggie. I was like, okay, so is this like, he said the little brother, that NC State's like the little brother. And I was like, okay, so what's the pecking order? And Reggie, what did you say? There are 2 big brothers. And then NC State exists.
Yeah, exactly. And it almost ends up being like a war of sorts. Like it's a matter of class, it's a matter of principle, it's a matter of all sorts of things if you root for UNC and Duke. And they're so busy with that UNC tries to pop up and say stuff, and they're like, hey, we're handling important things over here. You shut up.
I hate saying this.
Like you were going to say kind of like Tech?
Well, it's like A&M in Texas. Yeah. And then there's SMU, there's TCU, there's Texas Tech, there's Houston. It's like, hey, there's Wake Forest, and there's all these schools, in that ACC that are in that Carolina area, but they're just all second. They're just all kind of, hey, besides these 2 schools, Duke and North Carolina, when it comes to basketball, obviously, and when it comes to, I think, unfortunately, with all the sports in Texas, there's Texas and there's A&M. And now they're getting back together in the same conference. And there's all the other schools, and it doesn't mean the other schools can't win, be better than them. It's just that they're not.
Absolutely.
They're just not talked about as much, And Baylor's been better at most everything than Texas for a while now. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean Baylor is now
school.
The school.
I do find it curious because it feels like Oklahoma State's big. Like it's big. And I know Texas and A&M is big too. Is Texas OU as big as Texas versus A&M?
So, man, this is going to start a lot of debate.
I would say that Texas OU is still bigger than OU Oklahoma State, but I could be wrong about that too.
So I had a conversation with my sister about this a few times, and she went to Texas, and she said Texas OU is for the T-shirt fans because it all boils down to the football game, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, because I get that part, whereas Texas A&M, it feels like that rivalry underlies
in the same way in Oklahoma State is
regardless
every sport.
Of what you're playing in that day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, where they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Electrified, Heggie. How are you?
Ooh, all right. What brings upon electrified? That's not an answer I get frequently from you.
Sports paradise. You know.
Okay.
A couple of 7-game winning streaks going on. Rangers being amazing. You know.
And then sports paradise, I got to know, leading into tonight, Broadus, I know I asked you off air, how are we feeling about LSU Iowa tonight?
If they don't play selfishly, they got a great chance of winning this game. If they do play selfish, they will get blown out by Iowa. That's an LSU basketball team right there.
Yeah.
Women's. When they share the ball, when they play for each other, they're one of the best teams in the country. But when they get selfish and try and do individual things, they fall apart. And Iowa can make you fall apart. So if the selfish team shows up, congratulations, Iowa. Other than that, got a shot to get to the Final Four.
Are you pumped for the game?
Yeah, I am. I'm always excited when LSU sports does something. Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if this is like the biggest women's sporting event situation that I've personally.
It will break the ESPN record for most viewers, I would assume.
Absolutely.
For a women's.
It'll be the most viewed
event.
women's basketball game of all time.
I could see
100%.
But like any sport.
I mean, Connecticut didn't have one of those games, like when they were trying to win, 100 straight games. They didn't have one of those games.
I will look back on that, but this not only is a high-level game, it has an amazing storyline.
It does
for
have a
both
storyline.
teams built in, and it has two very marquee players, including one that's caught pop culture attention that you haven't seen in a while.
Right.
I think this is going to be a huge number for ESPN.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Caitlin Clark effect is very real. Now you've got Angel Reese. I mean, they're the two biggest stars. So, I mean, the LSU women's team, I think, naturally being defending champs, people want to watch them. Everybody's going to tune in.
Oh, they hate
Caitlin
our
Clark
coach,
as well.
too.
Yeah, bulky. Now you got the coaching storyline with this as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think absolutely all eyeballs are
That's a
gonna be
great
on
point.
this.
With the articles getting written, they are getting even more attention. I'm sure there were people who were tuned in just to be like, sure, this stupid columnist wrong. But I'm also sure there's a lot that are tuning in to be like, I hope they lose.
I got a question about the college environment because UNT was a little bit different. But
a little bit.
When it comes to these bigger colleges, how much do these coaches want to control the media stories that go on around the campuses versus big time media coming in and doing stories? Do they try and control those two and then they can't and it's a problem for them?
I don't know. It's a good question. To me, I always felt like that the local media that covers Kim Mulkey appreciates, how she coaches. I mean, the bottom line is winning.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to cover a winning team. When you cover a losing team, then that's a little bit more of a problem. But, the outside stuff, I don't know. I don't know how that all really, really plays. To be honest with you, I don't feel like there's anything that Washington Post story said that was really inflammatory.
And that-
we all know Kim Mulkey's faults.
Oh, it ended up being a huge buzzkill.
Yeah.
I think
Because you thought there was going to be this bombshell.
Well, the way
after
that they
bombshell.
teased it, like, oh my gosh, get ready, buckle up, and it was nothing.
She tried to get out ahead of it, thinking
Yeah.
it was going to be bad. But to be honest with you, I'm like, Kim, it's no different than anybody else reporting on you. You are who you are.
Do you guys think the Washington Post, after she said that, went and kind of edited the whole thing, took out anything that might have been aggressive towards her?
I wonder. I know the other columnists for the LA Times they backtracked on some of the verbiage used in there. So I'm not sure.
Kind of like after Stanley Kubrick passed away, and then all of a sudden Kubrick, Eyes Wide Shut, had some softer storylines.
Oh man, he wanted that thing to be straight up porn all day. Now
he wanted to expose all the elites in LA.
We all love Ron Washington. What do you think about calling a team meeting 2 games into the season? Because that feels like it's setting the stage for a long ass season.
Welcome to Anaheim.
Yeah. Yeah.
A little bit of an overreaction.
I could never figure out all of these experts going, I think they're going to really improve their win total.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah, by losing the best player in the game who pitched and hit for you last year, they should get better because Ron Washington is there. I do think that it just shows to me, this sounds harsh, but the kind of loser's mentality over a decade long of bad baseball that has happened, and Ron's like, oh, damn, I didn't know it was this infiltrated in this organization. And he's like, I got to try to stop this as quick as possible, that we cannot have this attitude and this energy in this organization.
This guy's third baseman doesn't like baseball, right?
100%.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard there. All of a sudden, you got guys that really are like, oh, okay, this is, I do
There's
this.
nothing you can do about it.
I do this.
Paying the wrong guys outside of Trout.
Well, it's funny. Wasn't it Joe Madden that was just there?
Yeah.
And
I mean, not super recently, but yeah, recent.
His final team meeting, his final rally of the troop things was walking in with a mohawk, and then he gets pulled out and fired immediately.
Yeah.
Like that's how it happened there. Like these guys are doing Hail Mary last ditch efforts, whether it's at the very end where you're putting a mohawk in your head, or you're Ron Washington, you're 2 games into this thing and you're like, holy hell, we're having come to Jesus meetings already.
The best way I can describe this is, I came up in Cleveland's organization, and I was drafted in 96 and 95. They're in the World Series, and 97 they're in the World Series. They're making the playoffs almost every year. So I grew up in an environment where if you didn't prove you could be in the major leagues to help out a winning team, you weren't making it. Too bad it doesn't happen. Like at one point we had at first base Jim Thome in the majors, Richie Sexton, future All-Star in AAA, and Sean Casey, future All-Star in AA. Too bad, Richie and Casey, we know you're good. No room for you on our big league team. That's just the way it was. And then I got to Washington near the end of my career, and guys are in the big leagues that don't deserve it at all. Maybe even I was there and I didn't deserve it. But then I would see these young guys tap out of games and tap out of series because they didn't want to mess with their 251 batting average or their 3.98 ERA and say, I'm good for the year. And the organization was like, yeah, no problem. You can tap out. And I was just like, what a bad organization. I love being in the majors, but it's just, that was it. But then they drafted Ryan Zimmerman. They draft Bryce Harper. They draft Steven Strasburg. They get new ownership that starts paying these veteran guys to come in and change the atmosphere and the environment and the attitude. And it was like, oh, I mean, that's what LA has to do. They have to, one, start drafting out of their butts and get their Steven Strasburg, their Ryan Zimmerman, their Bryce Harper. That'll change things. And then the ownership has to go, we have to pay the right type of guys to come in here and help this out.
Didn't they fast track their first round pick though a couple years ago?
Yeah, he played last year.
I mean, didn't they?
They drafted him and he played a month later.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The Angels.
Yeah.
Not Joe Adele. Who was it?
No, Joe Adele. They also did, and that turned out to be bad. Who was he had a weird last name. I'll find out.
Yeah, I mean
they literally drafted the kid, and the next thing I know, he's in the lineup in the last 20-something games of the year.
They're at best 2 years away.
Nolan Shanuel.
Yeah, they're at best 2 years away from competing for a 500 record.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking, Hagee. We'll take a look at everything coming out of the weekend right out of the gates here, latest Cowboys news. But shorter show today till 5:15.
All right,
with
roll
the Rangers
home
in Tampa.
With the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Miss any show? You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are off and running here on a Monday with so much sport going on. Let's jump into it. General at your service. There's Broadus in his blue Rangers polo. I think that's the best Rangers color, that blue right there. I like to get hoodies in it. Yeah.
Clean.
You have Chris Strong in for Lucius Alexander for another week 2. So he'll be rocking with you. Send Lucius some love on social. Lucky Lucius P there on the X. I see he's active with the threads as well. So
he is.
Jump over there and find him.
That's big, yeah.
Wolchuk and Shia follow here. Of course, your Nosebleed Brothers. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. You guys have a nice little weekend there, a nice little Easter, Chief?
Dude, it was a great weekend. Great weekend. Easter was fantastic. Catching up with old friends, seeing a bunch of family, watching the girls run around, doing the Easter egg hunting. Church was fantastic. Everything was just wonderful. Great weekend for me.
You get them all dolled up in their dresses and everything.
Yes,
and take the pictures.
Well, and my mom's super passionate about it. So my mom's like, she got the dresses in line for all 3 girls. She's like, hey, here we go. Just please make sure they wear this to church and make sure they smile for the picture. You got it, Ma?
There's nothing better than watching some little daughters run around doing the Easter egg hunt.
It's epic.
Yeah.
It's absolutely epic.
It's one of the great joys in life. And I'm sure for sons as well, for boy dads, it's great. I just don't know anything about that life. All I got's what I got.
Hey, maybe one day.
Yeah, who knows,
You never
man.
know.
Who knows? Rangers nearly swept the Cubs. They settled for 2 out of 3. You got all the confirmation you needed that this season it's going to be incredible. And had a lot of big moments. Couldn't get the sweep. I think we knew this was going to be tough with the bullpen going in. And I tried to tell you guys at surprise. Leclerc is he didn't look good last year in October and November. He just managed to get outs.
Yeah, he did. He worked himself out of jams. He's getting guys on base, but he always found a way.
Yeah. So that was bound to come to an end. And, he had 2 outings over the weekend that just kind of left you feeling like, okay, maybe he'll be the closer by the time we get to the end of the season again. But we got to try somebody else. That was brutal. And we'll get it back underway tonight, 5:15 pregame there with Dunning against, is it Pepio? Is that how we say that?
Pepio sounds right to me.
Pepio?
He was with the Dodgers. He's a pretty good pitcher. He came over in the trade that they just made. He was 5-1 last year for the Dodgers and had a bunch of relief appearances as well. So be an interesting matchup. Seems like the Rays always show up with pitching.
They develop it very, very well. And if they're trading for a guy, you got to wonder. But I'm sure that this Rangers lineup is going to have a little good test for him. I mean, gosh, Saturday night, yesterday certainly upsetting. But Saturday night was amazing. The ring ceremony, how gorgeous those look. You had, of course, Jared Walsh, his first AB as a Ranger. He goes yard. That was amazing.
I'm like, dude, it's
everybody just getting it done, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody. So overall, you win the weekend series. The first 2 games were incredible. It's a Rangers paradise right now. And tonight's going to be a fun one against Tampa.
Well, we had CY on with us. That's kind of what he was talking about.
That's what he said. Just win series, 2 out of 3.
Just win series. So if that's their plan, and by all means, it'd be nice though. I kind of felt like, though, the way they kept rallying back in that game and the relief. I listened to Mike Bassick doing a fine job, in the broadcast, with Dave Raymond, our buddy. And, Mike's like, hey, relief pitching is holding you in this game right now. And it sure was until Leclerc took the ball. And I just kind of felt like, we were all talking about it at the break, that if the Rangers could have got that thing to extras, I think they win. But,
I agree.
But, man, it's a shame that
Jose told Baskey to hold his beer.
Yeah. Well, as soon as Mike made that comment, you kind of felt like something bad might happen, and it sure did.
The old broadcaster jinx, man.
Maybe a little bit.
Had a lot of amazing things, though. Adolis is now homered in 7 of the last 10 home games that he's played.
It's crazy.
He's a freaking legend. You got the kids, young Carter Langford, over the course of the series. They go 8 for 33 with 7 walks, 7 runs, and 6 ribbies. Young doesn't get mentioned enough in this group of kids that have the ability now, I think, to take this team into absolute dynasty mode.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and he was the talk of the town for a good chunk of last year, and then it's like you're on your way to being rookie of the year. Then you fight through some injuries and can't quite get back to that dominant level. But then you have Langford and the Carter stuff, and that just has taken precedent in the conversation, and understandably so. I mean, both of those guys, the plate discipline on those dudes. I saw Jared put Carter had 1 chase out of 27 pitches out of the zone over the weekend, and Langford 2 chases out of 20 pitches out of the zone so far. And like Langford, you saw, I thought that one, the triple, I thought was going to be a home run. And I think in most parks it probably would have been, but then he shows off the speed, dude, again.
Honestly, the thing that was most impressive to me was the catch he made in the corner outfield there.
Very encouraging.
Because that was something where it's like, those were the two things. I said it last week. Evan Carter hitting lefties and Wyatt Langford defensively. And he showcased it there. Like, man, this dude is capable. It's just not a liability out there with his glove. And the speed, clearly he can cover ground. But I thought what he did, I mean, he's bringing the bat. What he did defensively there, there's some pressure on Leody Taveras right now.
I'd be the wet blanket guy here, but can the young kids help Garcia with some plate discipline, you think?
Adolis?
Yeah.
No. Adolis is Adolis.
You know what? I mean,
he's had good stretches, though.
Well, I know, but Langford, it seemed like just Langford gets the triple, and what he does, pops up first pitch. See some pitches there. The guy had given up a double, he'd given up a triple. Just try and look at some pitches there from Wicks, and then just see if you can.
I hear you.
And instead, you're off the momentum of a big triple, and the kid running it out the way he did, and then you just pop up. Come on, make the guy work a little bit. He'd given up a couple of really hard hit balls, and now you're popping up. So.
Very frustrating, Brian.
I'm just saying.
Hey, it's an uncomfortable conversation, and I'm glad that you're willing to speak up on it.
That's courage.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because you're talking to an absolute DFW sports legend. He will remain that way in perpetuity for the rest of time. But
just a little play.
See the eye a little bit better.
Work the count for crying out loud.
Make it work
I'm
a little
just
bit.
saying
Take a couple of damn pitches, maybe lay down a bunt every once in a while.
We know we can't bunt.
You show up in the big ALCS moments and the World Series and stuff, but you can't do it in April.
Who cares if you go down 0-1 and it's the best pitch you're going to see in the entire at-bat?
All I ask though is that we have a chance to win these games in 2024.
Hey, you do it in the fall.
Yeah.
Why can't you do it in the springtime?
That's right.
That's what I'm asking.
You're bleep together.
How about
Bombi.
some just a little play discipline? That's all I'm asking, please.
Okay, I think that's within reason. I also think it's within reason to put out a word for Mark Church ASAP. Come to the bullpen.
We're scared. It's time to go to church.
Yeah.
Right there in the pen.
Wait a minute. That guy did it for us last year at the World Series. What are you guys talking about?
And then
Leclerc,
show up in the springtime, Jose.
What's up? Leclerc did it in the spring. Are you going to get your comments about that? Or he did it in the fall last year.
Jose's okay. He'll be all right. This is Jose. This is what we were used to this as Ranger fans.
Yeah, it's better to happen in March than
get it out now.
So 159 of these coming up, huh? Is that what we're gonna do, boys?
Well, I'm not sure. I was trying to tell you, he was looking bad and surprised. I spotted it from the press box within a half second of seeing him. That look in his eyes. It's like a freaking deer in headlights, dude. And now he's trying to aim it.
Did you feel like he was staring right at you in the press box? Because he always looks up.
He's
always looking up. Looking up to you in the press box with watery eyes.
There's a walk. How you doing up there?
Yeah.
You doing good, buddy?
Hey, Gabby.
How's that hot dog, huh?
Hey, Gabby, I know you really don't think I'm pitching well now. Don't mind my watery eyes as they're bloodshot,
Yeah.
On,
do you think he starts to tear up out there a little bit when he's walking now?
He does. He takes his hat off. He walks around. He looks at Gabby up in the press box and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Gabby. I didn't mean to let you down today.
Just don't have it tonight, boys."
The worst bullpen to ever make the playoffs won the World Series, boys.
Yeah.
And now we're back to reality a little bit, but they're still 2-1. Didn't lose the series.
It was a fantastic weekend.
Could have won that game yesterday, though.
Absolutely could have. I need CY to make a trade of like Zeke Duran for a stud reliever who's still under control. Like Duran's equivalent of a bullpen piece. Go ahead and make that trade. Get Mark Church up here. By the way, our guy Tim, the driver guy who brings us Hurtado barbecue sometimes.
Speaking of
He's
legends.
got a crystal ball.
He's got a minor league report for us. Jack stats from the first win: 5 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 9 Ks.
He was dealing.
Yeah, no, Jack Leiter was fantastic over the weekend. I will say I love Mark Church. You guys know that. And I do think he's going to play a role, but he got bailed out pretty big by Eliot Hernandez. Almost blew a save himself down there at AAA. So I don't know.
I don't blame him.
I don't know if they're going to rush to bring up Mark Church right now.
I think he's probably ticked off.
Kind of dragging you guys into all
screw
mine.
this.
Yeah.
Dragging you in with me now here.
Yeah.
Hey,
being a
817
little critical of the games. All right.
817 says Broadus isn't wrong, though. Bombi had a few real ugly at-bats over the weekend. Shout out to the Scouts.
That's what he does. He swings like crazy, and that's how he can go 0 for 4 and then hit a bombski when you need it most.
I'm just saying, though, that right there, if you could have played that run, that might have made a difference.
I mean, I would love to see it from him. I just
especially
feel like
after
this is kind of Adolis Garcia.
Especially after Wicks had given up the double, the triple.
100%.
Little armchair hitting over there from Broadus.
That's what I do. I could bunt if I had to. You know that.
I know that.
You couldn't get a bunt off me, dude. You could not get a
Would
bunt
you
off
throw
me.
at me? I think you would. That's why I don't
Not
want
intentional.
Straight to the head. I don't want to throw. I don't want to bunt off.
Question
like
is,
Dutch.
would it hurt? You know what I mean? What are you throwing over there?
Dutch will try and hit me like that guy for the Astros right in the back of the knee, and I'll have a bad bruise.
Just get you a little Chas McCormick situation
I'd be
going.
like, he's laying on the ground, rolling around.
Mavs are looking like they're gonna tear the roof off this mother sucker. I think they got another win, snapping Houston's 11-game winning streak, 47-12 from Luca. A lot of quality on the court. Mom's in town.
Mom was at the game last night for the so that's why Luca was knocking him off the scoreboard.
Hope you hammered the more on Prize Picks because he certainly hit the more last night.
Cha-ching.
My gosh, he was fantastic.
You guys making money on that Luca stuff?
Yeah, I'm usually hitting more on Kyrie and Luca anytime the Mavericks play, and I started doing it on Gafford too. And he last night
we're not giving
less on
gambling
Gafford.
advice here. We're just kind of talking.
Oh, this is a fantasy sports app, bro.
Yeah.
All right. And as bad as my bracket was in the month of March, Prize Picks put a smile on my face.
We've been crushing.
Nice,
especially the Jamie Benn run that he's on now.
Yeah. And now we get the baseball satisfaction coming in too. So it's like, okay, now we're capitalizing on our guy Bangford. Here's Josh Young. Here's Bombi. Yeah, okay. He might have a couple of ugly
But did he hit a home run in the first 2 games? Yes, sir.
That's all that matters.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching.
All good, man. Needed to run yesterday to win that game.
Promo code Tolo, Prize Picks, party.
They're talking about Luca and MVP. I guess I could see it happening.
He's taking over.
4 points better per game than second place. What are they going to finish? 5th? I think if they win out, there's a compelling argument. How many more games can they lose and have Luca win MVP? I think's the point. And by the way, I don't know if they'll lose again. I think they're real life contenders, boys.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. Now that the defense is there, I mean, I said it last week. The crotch first confidence is back. Flip-flopped right to win in the West.
Oh, there you go.
And now you're sitting in the 5 seed. You're just 2 games back of the Clippers for that 4 spot. You're feeling really good if you're a Dallas Mavericks fan. If they could win out, man, I think Luka does get the MVP. I think he chases down Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Maybe Jokic is still the one that a lot of people are looking at, but Shai, because they're the top seed in the West, the way he's been playing a lot of the categories, he's tops the NBA. I think he's got a good shot right now. But Luka, man, that shot that he made last night, the finger roll underhand.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
I don't know, boys. I'm going to rest him a couple of games down the stretch, though. He ain't playing against Detroit, and he ain't playing against Charlotte. I'm sorry.
Those could still be dubs, even if you sit him.
That's what
the way
I'm saying,
that Sporting is playing.
I'm letting him rest.
Yeah, he's definitely. I mean, he's dealt with the sore Achilles situation. I know he's laboring a little bit, and he doesn't show it when he's playing because he's absolutely dominating. But yeah, as much rest as you can get him before the playoff run would be ideal. But also at the same time, you're jostling right now for seeding, and you're in a better position than most people thought you would have been at this point, dude. We're just trying to get out of that play-in, and now you're going, holy crap!
I mean, the Luka MVP race, it could come down to that final game of the season against the Thunder in OKC. Hit more. Definitely.
Yeah, I guess it's not hurting him. I mean, 47-12 yesterday. If he's just dealing with some physical discomfort and the doctors are saying there's no added risk of other injury, I'd let it ride right now because, piling up these wins and trying to be the 5 seed, I think that's important right now. But at the same time, Kyrie Irving is playing at such a high level. You have such good depth. I think you could cherry pick a couple of games on this roster and have no problem getting the Dubsky.
Yeah.
Rockets coach Ime Udoka, by the way, saying Kyrie Irving is the best offensive player he's ever seen. I think skill set wise, there's not a bone to pick. It's like, but for me, like Shaq is the most dominant player I've ever watched on offense. It doesn't mean he was the best. They're the most skilled, but in a way it does,
Right. He's ultimately getting the ball in the basket at a rapid rate, and nobody really can stop him.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say it's a little bit limited. You know exactly what he's going to do, but you just can't stop it.
Yeah.
When it's with Kyrie, it's like he can do a million different things, and I don't know that I can stop one of them.
It's ultimately a game where the goal is 10 feet high, and the closer you can get to that while standing still, if you can do that with speed and power, and push people off you at the same time, you're allowed to bump into people on offense and they go flying back and it's not a foul on you. I think I'll take Shaq, but I get the point about Kyrie. I think
just repertoire of he can kill you in so many different ways.
Yeah. Duke couldn't stop NC State's Cinderella run. Speaking of big men, that dude's a lot of fun to watch. Is it Burns?
Yes. DJ Burns, a March hero, man.
The women's side, very interesting, and takes center stage tonight. Iowa and LSU at 6, and then USC hosting UConn. The Trojan star, that freshman, I forget her name. She's like a girl Carmelo Anthony. Just watch her play. Just an absolute bucket getter. And there's a lot of great reasons to be watching that women's tournament, though. There's a report that Cowboys are open to a Zeke reunion. ESPN reporting that, Brian.
Just talking about it right now.
Okay.
That's kind of where they're at, and circle back with some folks was interested if that was going to be the case, or is this a butt cracking thing and all that. They're like, no, this is actually something that we're talking about.
Wait, did you text them that? Did you text your Cowboy sources like, hey, is this real or am I getting butt cracked?
I said butt cracked. I did. I said that. I said that because it happens a lot, especially on April 1st. Yeah. I'll get into that later on. But they're just in the talking stages right now within the organization.
It's the least they can do, man. They have to.
Yeah,
you're already paying him.
They absolutely have to. You're already paying him, and you can't leave.
Double up.
You can't leave that bad taste in everybody's mouth with the way that thing ended. We need at least one more play.
Exactly. Hope he wears number 15.
Has to.
No crack or sack. Okay, we got a sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we going?
I believe we might be entering, at least for guys like me and Wolchuk, the single biggest women's sporting event of our lifetimes next year in the nation.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Go to carsforkids.org. Donate your vehicle. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Contact the Frankels if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault. 214 or 817-333-3333 for a free consultation. Or go to frankelfirm.com. Now here's Eric Chiafalo in a sports hodgepodge.
Hey, UPS Mark in the 940 texted us saying, shout out to King Zone on East Ledbetter in Dallas. Just went in to make a delivery. The fan is playing over the radio in the store. So shout out to King Zone, who's Toloing right now, getting it done. Thank you so much.
We love you, boys and girls.
And girls. Too.
Okay, a couple quick questions for you guys. Let's do a little baseball true or fart here. Question. I don't know how familiar you guys are. I think Broadus might be able to speak to this a little bit. A guy named Nicky Smokes on Twitter just tweeted out, baseball guy, I imagine, if you want a true sports environment, you go to White Sox games. If you want to chase tail, you go to Cubs games. Simple as that.
True.
Okay, that's a true.
That's a true.
All right.
That's a true.
Well, Mr. Smokes rests his case then.
Yeah, I think that's a true. A lot of, we're watching the game. We got day baseball at Wrigley today. It looks a little chilly. The Rockies are in town, but yeah, that's far more attractive women at Cubs games than at White Sox games.
I'll tell my aunt you said that. She's a White Sox fan.
Well, she's a baseball fan then. She's a baseball person.
You're 100% correct.
Yeah. On both accounts?
No comment.
We know.
That's a good way to play it safe right there.
She listening today?
No, I don't think so. She is an absolute peach of a woman, though.
Heck yeah, she is.
I love the way you just rally. You need to write a book on how you rally. Like
The Art of Rallying.
Yeah, it just looks dark, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, rally right there. Back in it.
Let's go.
And then I will say, I don't know if you guys saw the video of Russell Westbrook in a shouting match with like a foot away from a fan in Charlotte who was wearing a giant balloon hat. And I mean, he's a rabid Charlotte Hornets fan. Yeah. And he must have called him Westbrick.
Oh,
and you know how that gets Russ.
I thought that was his name.
Don't
kick him out. He called me Westbrick.
Yeah, don't disrespect my name. You know, I don't give a bleep, that kind of stuff. But I liked what this guy said, big business. Put, Russ, you're arguing with a man wearing a balloon hat, willingly supporting the Charlotte Hornets. This guy has nothing to lose, okay? Yeah. So, one, you just need to be careful. And two, why would you give him the time of day? Why do you let this concern you? It is hilarious to me. What Russell Westbrook allows to get under his skin. Now, I'm a little bit perturbed at what the TV people are doing tonight. I mean, we have, I believe this is the biggest game in history of women's sports, at least for my lifetime. We have Clark versus Reese. We got Mulkey. We got storylines. It's a rematch. It's high stakes. And it's at 6 o'clock.
What are we doing?
This needs to be prime time. Get your popcorn ready. Put the kids to bed.
Yeah.
We've got appointment television to watch Clark and Reese going toe to toe, and Flogier. Maybe her brother's going to step on the court at some point and get in someone's face. You don't know.
You never know.
Kim Mulkey, what is she going to be wearing? Yeah. I can't wait to see that.
Well, you better get home quickly.
6 o'clock.
Well, I guess it's 7 East Coast. So
7 East Coast. No, prime time is 8 o'clock.
What about Los Angeles? You don't care about the 20 million people there or the 10 million people in the Bay Area?
You know how many Iowa Hawkeye fans are on the West Coast?
I think this is going to be the most watched women's game of all time. I don't think it's going to matter.
No, I'm not saying that people aren't going to watch it. It's just it's a pain in the ass to find a way to make sure you're watching it. What time do we get off the air today?
5:15.
5:15. Traffic, rain. I'm not watching tip-off.
No.
And then now I'm in the midst of we're trying to bathe the kids. We're trying to get them in the bath. We're trying to do this.
These sound like personal problems. I'm getting there in my seat 6 o'clock. I'm speeding. If I got to go ahead and take the tollway, I'm taking the damn tollway.
You're watching from a hospital.
I'm a wild animal.
You
well, exactly. I won't even have an issue.
Nobody's watching women's basketball, guys. Jeez.
Did somebody just text that in?
No, I'm waiting for it, though.
Probably. No, tonight's game,
it is true.
This is appointment television. People are going to be tuning in for this.
Yes. I think when it's supposed to be a monster game, like the media is selling up the entire women's tournament, which has been a bunch of bull, but this game actually is. This is the game you hype up. Monday Night Football doesn't start at 6 o'clock. Thursday Night Football doesn't start at 6 o'clock. When you get the TNT game on Thursday night, guess what? Charles Barkley and company, they're not getting cranking at 6 o'clock. Okay, tip-off is going to be in the 7 o'clock Central primetime area.
No.
Maybe the pregame show, maybe you're right. But good correction there, Wolchuk. I think Charles Barkley is getting ready to hang out in the pregame and chop it up with his boys at about 6 o'clock. Tip-off's at 7:30.
When they have their the double headers, the first game starts at 6.
Yeah, you also dealing with
because you gotta have enough time for the primetime game.
USC's playing tonight too. So you have a West Coast team playing tonight as well.
Maybe that's
UConn.
okay. Is that probably why then?
Yeah.
That would make a little bit of sense.
The young lady's name is Juju Watkins. Is her name?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a baller.
Paige Bucher on UConn too.
Yeah, so you have a West Coast team playing tonight, and they are a number 1 seed. So yeah, you're probably dealing with West Coast crowd and East Coast crowds. Is what you're talking about here. That's why they did it.
The hate is real, though. The 214 painting walls at my house. If anyone wants to come by and watch it dry about 6:30.
There are some people that will just never. I'm never going to get into this.
Listen, man, I totally get it. This particular game, though, like I have spent the only time I've spent watching the women's tournament, which is like most people in the country, based on the ratings reflection. They wanted to sell us that the women's tournament was going to be so much more popular than the men's. It has not been the case, but tonight's game absolutely is. Tonight's game with these characters, with these stars, with these stakes, and it's the rematch, and these girls are out here competing their rear ends off, and this is legit. This is going to be high-level fun competition.
Yeah, all sport requires some kind of context and a backstory to make it interesting, okay? Sure. We get out of a football game maybe 6 plays that are totally freaking awesome for 3 hours, bruh. Sitting around for 40 seconds in between plays while men spit and grab their crotch and then get lined up for another 4 seconds of action.
Keep dirty
Baseball, freaking snooze fest, okay? We sit around for the context of hoping our team wins, the drama of the suspension of it. But yeah, without the context of our culture and our history as America's pastime, not a lot of countries get into baseball, and conversely, not a lot of us get into soccer, even though it drives the rest of the world crazy. Okay, that is called conditioning. Okay, there's nothing objectively great about watching any of this crap on TV, but they put the name of our city on the front of their jersey or our university, and we care a lot more. Or they start hitting the living crap out of each other, and this sort of primal desire to witness violence is triggered in boxing or football, and we buy into that. Okay? None of it's actually that great for most of the time, but a couple of things happen between the game that are unforgettable. You don't want to miss it. It's the beauty of sport. Back to you, Chief.
3-2-1. They planned it perfectly. Most important women's basketball game played on April Fools.
I love it.
That's actually pretty funny.
I love it too,
That's a quality
test. They're absolutely bringing it strong. Hey, and don't get me wrong. Like, this women's tournament has been a big fat joke. Not just because they sold it like it was going to be the biggest thing in the world. Because they have the 3-point lines misconstrued because they don't care about it.
That is true.
All of a sudden, here we go. We're playing a bunch of games, and who gives or who cares?
I can't take
that
any
ain't
of those
happening
three
to DJ
seriously.
Burns. That ain't happening to Zach Edey. I hope it doesn't happen to Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese tonight. I don't presume it does, because you don't make that mistake twice. But you made it 5 times until you figured it out. 5 games where your 3-point lines were all doctored wrong.
Who do you think figured it out? Did they ever say? Did somebody just like a coach start
social media definitely did. It became viral.
I wonder if some coach just started pacing it off. Like, okay, man, that doesn't look right.
They're making all the threes on this side of the floor.
Well, both teams agreed. I think Texas was involved. Both teams agreed to play with it being that way.
Fortunately, it didn't help.
What is this, driveway rules? Just make your own 3-point line? I'm with you, Chief. An absolute embarrassment.
Thank you.
Thank you for standing for it. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. The substitute pimp back for a second week is Chris Strong.
Here we go. I feel like if I were playing there in Portland, I would just said, nope, not doing it. I'm surprised the coaches said we're playing.
Oh, no, they said we'll play.
Play on.
Play on.
Hey, just a little adversity. My team can handle it.
Yeah.
Right up until they couldn't.
No wonder they got their game starting at 4 o'clock on the West Coast. They don't know women's basketball.
Portland, Dawson. Portland, they have to do better over there. All right. G-Bag of the day.
Even their line painters are all cracked out.
What are you smoking over there, dude?
Guys, this is G-Bag of the day from Monday, April 1st, April Fool's Day, 2024. Our 2-time winner is Sean and RJ's producer, beloved producer, Pepe Russell. And he wrote a song for the Rangers. I think they were inspired by it this weekend, going 2-1. Here's the Rangers song for opening day.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Rangers back in action, not again. Yeah, I learned the game from Bruce Bochy. You can never check me. Back to back for the Astros, I didn't get the message. Whoa. Back to back like I'm on the cover with a different weapon. Back to back like I'm making 93 and 94. I mean, whoa. We got Seager if I forgot to mention. When I look back, I might get mad that I gave the bullpen this much attention. Yeah, but the injuries are weighing on my conscience. Yeah, you left the pitching staff with no options. I want to see the Rangers go insane. You gonna make Evaldi throw outside the frame. Wyatt Langford definitely brings the fame. You gonna make Chris Young go out of his way. I waited off season for the champs. I drove here listening to Creed on the ramps. I'm not sure what it was that made Astros fans mad, but I guess this is what I gotta do to make y'all stop. I mean, whoa. Yeah, Jonah's fingers turn to dinger fingers. Yeah, Henderson got thrown out by Himes' fingers. I'm not the type of dude to believe in witches. Shout out to all the Astros fans, you stupid bitches. Make sure you hit him with the trash cans. Tell someone to get their mans. Man, Ranger's gonna get another one. Yes, another one. You gotta back it up with another one. Got the ring on me going back to back.
There is Peyton Russell, two-time champ. Yeah,
I think it gets better every time.
He's two-peated already. I think next time we have Chris Young on the program, we need to play for him that. He needs to sit on his phone for 90 seconds and hear Peyton Russell rapping straight bars into his ears and just see if they start to bleed.
Dude, it's art, man. I mean, like offbeat, offset, whatever you call it.
Peyton offbeat Russell.
Let's flip over to the UConn coach, Dan Hurley, probably my favorite coach of the tournament this year on the men's side. I've never heard a coach say this about their fan base.
And our fan base, again, is obnoxious as unsocial, so everyone hates us. And it was a chance to celebrate with them because our fan base and our organization right now, it's an us against the world of college basketball, and I wanted to celebrate with them a little bit.
Who was that again?
It was Dan Hurley.
Dan Hurley.
Dan the man. Yeah. All his team does is dominate. He's a bit of a villain. I like it, though.
He embraces it. He loves it.
Oh, for sure.
That's his role.
And his team does, too. They want to absolutely stomp you down. They want to beat you by 20-plus points every time. They want to embarrass you.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the most dominant run in the history of the men's NCAA tournament.
And it literally,
right
everything,
it's crazy.
Everything ties back. The best part about this UConn run is it literally all hinges on the cleanliness and the, being on the body of Dan Hurley, those red dragon underwear.
Mm-hmm.
Like this thing is hanging by a thread, and it's his undies. Take those away and watch his team go from, you go from like Mike to back to Calvin Cambridge all of a sudden.
It's crazy for both the women's and men's side how much talent and how many different iterations of greatness has come from the Huskies in my lifetime. It's been rolling a long time, dude. And I don't think they're thought of as like the blue blood of college basketball, but maybe they are.
Yeah, I guess growing up for me, like the men's side was winning championships, and then the women's run that they went on with Gino Auriemma. Like I do kind of think of them like that, but maybe you're right. Before like the late 90s, they weren't.
They've surged and gone back, and then Kevin Ollie had them, and they were amazing, and now they're amazing again. And who else do we have challenging, Chris?
Let's stick to basketball. This was Luca's circus shot last night on the Rockets side of the announcers right here. They couldn't fathom it.
37 a game. He's got 35 now. Oh, no. No. You got to go. He's this is about as high as we've seen.
No way. It's like a game of horse out there. No way. Another look at this.
This is
just ridiculous scoop shot.
Oh, come on. That's the horse shot. You hit the backyard. Come on, man.
He's unreal. And this is why we need to put horse instead of the NBA All-Star game. We just need to do the skills, and horse should be the way we do it. And Luca will finally be relevant in the All-Star game instead of just taking the night off like he always does.
Oh, you'll get him.
He'll win this.
Yeah, you'll get top-level effort out of Luca that night.
It's like a one-handed granny shot.
Unreal.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that went in. We're not going to finish this segment, though, without Dawson on Friday. The final read of the week.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It was a men's T clinic read, and this was hilarious right here.
Weight optimization, sexual wellness, muscle mass, mood and drive, regenerative therapies for joint pain, hair vitality, and so much more. Something tells me we're going to hear that one again. Regenerative therapy.
Dude,
tore me up.
What?
Regenerative therapy. What?
What the hell am I doing?
You were heckling yourself. That was great.
Is it Peyton Russell, our two-time champ? Dan Hurley, college basketball coach extraordinaire. Lucas Cirque shot there from the Rockets, or a Friday's Men's Tea Clinic read by myself. I'll go with the Rockets' reaction to Luca's one-handed granny shot there. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with rejuvenated therapy.
Chris?
I'm going men's tea read it there.
We're 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'll go with offbeat Russell.
Let's go with Peyton as well.
We're tied at 2, which means you're going to want to jump on to @GBagNation, and you decide. We'll create an Insta poll. We can vote it up there at the break. Again, @GBagNation on Twitter X. And follow us when you get there. All of our links are in the bio there for our accounts. When we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. And where are you taking us today, sir?
Yeah, guys, when we come back, I want to see if my guys will take these pro comps in the NFL draft. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, another Rangers 4-pack ticket giveaway during the Expressway. If you're listening at 7:20 and beyond, we're going to send you to Arlington Tuesday morning on The Fan.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, here to expose the latest AC gimmick, the no-break guarantee.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Chris Strong, in for Lucius Alexander. It looks like there's storms coming in, and like the northwestern part of North Texas could have some tornadic activity. And I don't know, we're supposed to have a soccer practice at 7:30 in Grapevine. Do I do that? I don't know. I got a lot of stuff in the air, and we got baseball coming up at 5:15. Anyway, here's Broadus Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Before we get started here, I want to read a text message that I got from my son today. And you guys tell me where you're at on this whole thing. How you would feel if your son told you this. My son is a sophomore at Texas, by the way.
Well, because remember, Lucius wasn't here on Friday to play the weekend warning.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe he didn't hear that.
I hope
he might still be waiting to see a judge.
I hope he inserted his dominance quickly.
Yeah, dominance quickly. That's number 4 for sure.
Well, he's brought us his kid. Of course he did.
Okay, here we go. Hey, guys, kind of a big deal. I got caught cheating on a quiz.
Who's hey, guys?
He's talking to his mom and I.
Okay, so we're in a group text.
We're in a group text.
Wow.
He goes, hey, guys, kind of a big deal. Got caught cheating on a quiz, and I'm going on academic probation. This means I'm going to relinquish all my hours so far, and I have to do at least the sophomore year again. I'm so sorry, and I'll try and pay for new tuition all I can. Please don't get mad at me.
Please don't get mad at me. I'm going to try. So honestly, if I'm been in this situation, this is a win. I would love to just rerun my sophomore year back. The amount of fun he's having there at Texas.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, Mom and Dad, come on. I made a mistake. No big deal.
Hey, people do 5 years all the time at university.
But did you look and see what the date was? I mean, what was your initial reaction to this text?
After I threw up in my mouth, after I physically got sick.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You're thinking the worst.
That's a gut punch.
His mom goes, "Happy April Fool's Day, you fool." And Bennett goes, "Damn, Mom, at least let Dad react."
Because you bought this hook, line, and sinker.
I did. I'm like, because
you're getting ready to respond.
I am not an academic guy, okay, at LSU, and I admit there was some wandering eyes. You know, every once in a while, maybe like I'm not sure on the old Scantron, kind of.
Oh, those kind of wandering eyes.
You know, Bennett is super smart, and most likely this probably isn't something.
Yeah, but it's a little
do.
quiz. He probably thought it was harmless.
It's
possible.
Anybody
could just, hey, give me that one quiz answer, dude.
I was getting my taxes done while this was going on.
Oh, so you're a little distracted. You don't have the focus for it.
I see that, and I'm like,
now you're seething, but you have to deal with somebody.
I didn't know you knew what to think. Yeah. I didn't know what to think, and then all of a sudden I looked down, and his mom responded, and I went, "Oh."
Well, she was the brains of that relationship.
Yeah, for sure. All I gave Bennett was hype.
You can get me on an April Fool's. I'm just not thinking about it that much. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of.
Well,
here.
now in this like butt cracking ball sack era that we're living in, as soon as I opened Twitter to do like show prep, I made sure I'm like, okay, it's April Fool's Day.
Blinders are up
because I'm seeing stuff left and right. In fact, top 10, we'll do a top 10 April Fool's pranks of all time. So if you want, you might stick around for 420. Maybe you can get some ideas if you're looking to do a fun April Fool's prank.
Yeah, Seriously, I physically got sick.
Yeah, my wife got me last year. I'm usually pretty good about it, but my wife got me last year about in front of my whole family, and they were all in on it, like that we were having another kid or whatever, and they filmed it. And I was like, for like 5 seconds, the world stopped.
Did you? And that was you had just had.
And
the
I had
vasectomy.
just had the vasectomy a few weeks before because I had it last first round of the tournament last March. So this is like 2 weeks later. It was like, oh my god!
She should just keep bringing that bit back until you don't get it anymore.
No, because now I know that thing is foolproof, bro. I'm good because I was still in that gray window in the beginning of the vasectomy time.
Yeah,
we're long past that, boys.
Long past.
No longer playing a dangerous game.
No. Well, I tell you what,
it's amazing.
Like I said.
So were you more upset that you were going to have to come out of pocket for more tuition in that moment, or that your son cheated?
Good question.
No, because I was a cheater myself, so
that didn't bother you.
The tuition,
just how we got caught.
The tuition bothered me. I'm like, how can you get caught, son?
You need to tighten this up.
How about some? You're supposed to be in a fraternity.
You're sloppy.
Yeah, you're supposed to be in a fraternity. You're supposed to be like on top of this stuff.
What are we doing with tests anyway? I mean, I can just ask like Chat GPT or Google. You know, this shouldn't be. Can I remember random facts about art history?
It's just, do I know how to look it up and find it when I need it?
Yes,
like an adult.
Give me good critical thinking skills and a connected device. We're good to go here, bruh.
Especially for old Bennett Broaddus, who's going to Vegas to be a handicapper degenerate.
Yeah,
guy,
he is going to be.
Like,
That's what he wants. He wants to get a business degree from Texas so he can go be a gambler.
He's going to do it.
Whatever that quiz was, he's above it.
He's already talked to gambling. He talked to that guy out there at Caesars that we interviewed during the
good for him
during the Super Bowl.
Nice,
it's a real
dude.
good British guy.
It's all about who you know.
Yeah,
Broaddus.
the British guy. Yeah, him and the other dude. The other dude been there since 1990, and him and Bennett already made connections. So Bennett's on his way to.
I love listening to British people who are experts on NFL football. There's just something about it.
Yeah,
just the accent. You just believe that they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute.
They're very.
How the hell do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, but all the Pro Football Focus guys have accents. So.
There you go. That's a good point.
Yeah, but they're Irish.
Fair point.
All right, we got some comparisons, and let me tell you this: if I told you could draft the next Aaron Rodgers,
ball sack,
would you do it?
I'm going to call football on that, Broaddus. Are you talking about personality or just
I'm talking about
play?
players. These are coming from Matt Miller comparisons.
Okay, so he's probably going Caleb Williams is the next Aaron Rodgers.
That's exactly who he's saying.
But you know what? Some of the arm angles, the off-platform throws can make some sense a little bit. But yeah, hell yeah, give me the next Aaron Rodgers.
If you tell me I can draft the next Brock Purdy, I'm in.
That's a good point too. We didn't
Even
have
those last name rhymes with Turdy.
But you just don't want to give him the next contract. Just for 4 years, you're going to rob Brock.
Thank
I see where your mind's going.
How about if I told you could draft the next Lamar Jackson?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you can sign me up for that one.
I think that'd be a blast to watch.
Do you have an idea of all the players you started?
That's Jaden Daniels.
Hey, you'll have some damn good regular seasons, man.
I think he's got a better arm than Lamar does. I think he's a better passer.
I think he's more accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Lamar's got maybe the entirety of the arm, but the elbow is advantage Lamar.
That's
fair.
fair.
Yeah, the extra stuff.
That's true.
Yeah,
it's
amazing.
I don't want to be nitpicky or whatever.
I watched that guy play for 2 years and never ever noticed that.
The bulging weenus, it was right there in front of your eyes the whole time.
Never noticed that.
See that? I
Never
thought you had a
noticed.
scout's eye.
I don't have a scout's eye. That's why I'm doing radio. That's why I'm doing radio with you right
He's
now.
got a gout's eye.
Yeah.
How is that, by the way?
You know what? I'm taking pills for that, and it's been better.
I haven't seen you gimping. Did you like? I think my guy Broaddus figured this toe thing
The
out.
bunion thing is actually better too. I think it has something to do with these shoes I'm wearing. Now.
Okay,
these kind of nursing shoes I've got. These. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
Have you noticed these?
Oh yeah.
I mean, what are you nodding for?
The geriatric shoes.
I've noticed the shoes. You asked me 4 times if I noticed the shoes. I was just saying, yeah.
You didn't have to be that mean about it, though.
I honestly thought you've just been carrying that parade buzz for so long you didn't even feel pain anymore. You know,
I really don't.
You've had so much alcohol coursing through your veins for the last few months.
I don't. What if I could tell you can draft the next T. Higgins?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'd like it.
Give me that T. I'll take T.
Round 2.
Brian Thomas. Yeah, Brian Thomas, the wide receiver from LSU. How about that, Wooly Bully? Is that a comparison at all? T. Higgins.
You know, I kind of, I don't know that I love that comp, but maybe. I think T. Higgins is probably a little bit better route runner for me coming out of Clemson.
But is that like they're both physically impressive, right? Like,
very physically impressive, yes.
Yeah.
Because my cousin was in Cincinnati recently, and he was near the Bengals facility. He went on a jog, and it was during training camp, and so he saw like the players they were getting done with practice, and they all walked by him, and he said, saw Jamar Chase, saw all these guys. No one was more physically impressive. He said Joe Mixon was super thick, but he said no one was more physically impressive than T. Higgins. He was like, holy crap, dude.
I tell you what, when we were all working on the draft, T. Higgins was my guy. And actually, to me, I was like, everybody was like, well, he does this, that. I'm like, it was one of those things that remind me of Walter Juliff saying, yeah, you can put that guy wherever you want on the board. He's going to be an NFL player.
No doubt.
You know, and that guy is. Okay, speaking of Jamar Chase, would you draft the next Jamar Chase?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't even do that first round.
Rome Odunze?
I don't want to be hot take guy,
I love
but
that.
I'll take Jamar Chase.
I love the Odunze Chase comp.
Talk about him a little bit for people.
I mean, Rome Odunze is just like smooth as hell.
You should watch
he runs his routes. I mean, he can high point the football. He's got like a suddenness to his game. I love his jump off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
I think he does a great job of stacking corners to create separation. Route running is smooth. You don't see any type of hitch in his breaks whatsoever. And he's just a guy that I think he does have a high IQ, whether it's in man or zone. He kind of just knows where
he
to
makes
get
a ton of plays.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, you can tell. Michael Penix Jr., he's got a spoiled amount of receivers.
Yeah.
But he's looking at Odunze always.
Always. What if I told you could draft George Kittle?
I think we'd take a Kittle.
100%, dude. That sounds great.
Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia.
Okay.
How about Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, edge rusher.
Bengals.
Underrated dude.
Very much so.
All right. That would be Jared Verse from Florida State.
Okay. I like that comp.
You like that comp a lot?
I do. well-rounded defensive end.
Verse will be there when the Cowboys pick, right?
You know what?
Maybe not.
To me,
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I think it's going to be close.
If he is, that's a guy you got to consider.
That's an edge right there that can play. It plays the run really well.
That'd be
plays
DeMarcus Lawrence replacement.
Exactly.
Eventually.
How about Justin Madubuike? If I told you could draft Justin Madubuike,
I'll take him. 3-tech?
No doubt. He's one of the best defensive tackles in the game now.
Byron Murphy from the University of Texas.
Like it.
3 technique there. And the last one that I wanted to talk to you guys about was, we've talked to this guy before, Jalen Johnson.
Oh,
corner. Bears
corner.
Yeah, I'll take one.
You like this game is pretty good, right?
Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon Mitchell. Yeah, that's what from Toledo.
Honestly, Quinyon Mitchell, I think Deron Bland is a decent count for him too.
Yeah, I know you've been saying that. Yeah,
he does. I mean, I watch him and I'm like, damn, this guy reminds me of Deron Bland.
Did you like the comparisons?
I liked all of them except maybe Thomas and T. Higgins. I kind of think a better comp for me is Mike Williams. That for Brian Thomas.
I think Brian Thomas runs a little better.
He does. But in terms of like, go get it, 9 route,
go get it,
big dude.
Yep, you got it, gentlemen. Thank you, appreciate you, man.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Thank you, sir. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation now. If you hadn't heard, show's only going to 5:15 today because we have Rangers Spaceballs as they visit Tampa. But coming up next, it's time for NFL News of the Day. We'll check where we going.
Well, I will give you your Rangers starting lineup leading into it here on your home of the World Series champs. But how about Gilly getting recruited? March Madness star getting some NFL interest, and Cousins gives his quarterback Mount Rushmore. That's next.
But first, I got to tell you about the most important.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, congrats to Peyton Russell, now a 3-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Had a vote off on X at G-Bag Nation, and he won. So congrats. C-Notes coming up in 20 minutes. We'll have the latest on the Cowboys. Time now for the NFL News of the Day, and here's Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, mix in your Rangers starting lineup for tonight against the Rays. Of course, we got pregame coverage starting at 5:15. We'll catch up with CY at 4:20. Jared Sandler at 5 o'clock. It'll be Marcus Simeon, of course, leading off, playing second. Corey Seager back at shortstop, hitting second. Evan Carter at third, playing right field. Adolis Garcia DHing, batting fourth. Josh Young at third. Wyatt Langford playing left field, Jared Walsh at first base, Jonah Heim back at catcher, and Travis Jankowski playing center. And, of course, Dane Dunning will be your starting pitcher tonight for the Rangers. So we will certainly talk more baseball. We'll have Around the Bases at 4. We'll chat with CY, and as I mentioned, Jared already getting in here ready to rock for the pregame coverage. NFL News of the Day. How about Stephon Gilmore? We had the news last week that Carolina was interested in a reunion with him where he played in 2019. But now they signed Jadeveon Clowney, and Clowney and Gilmore, formerly teammates at South Carolina together, a couple of Gamecocks. Well, Clowney said that he's going to try to get him to pull up to Carolina as well, trying to get him to reunite, be teammates together. So I don't know that the Cowboys reunion was something that we would really be able to have with kind of where they are financially, but Stephon Gilmore, maybe that's a team that he ends up signing with, and he will not be returning to the Cowboys.
Yeah. Not surprised at all. There's the Zeke story that's out there as well. I think these players need to make sure there's not more money somewhere else before they agree to return to the Cowboys. And
do your due diligence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we talked about it earlier. I think they're in that stage of just talking about potentially bringing Zeke back, and we'll see. I think Dallas has also got to look at it as anybody that they want to sign will be after that compensatory period. They don't want to lose the opportunity of signing somebody and then all of a sudden it affects their compensatory picks that they potentially can get next year. So it's something we're talking about now, and I think, though, we'll just need to keep an eye on it more probably after the draft.
This is a pretty fun story, but of course, NC State and DJ Burns, they've kind of taken over the tournament now. DJ Burns at 6'9", 275 pounds, and he's averaged 18, 5 boards, 3 assists during their 4 tournament games. Apparently, he is getting serious interest from NFL scouts as possibly an offensive tackle prospect. In fact, Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl there, posted over the weekend that he cannot help but think about Burns kick sliding in pass pro or getting out on polls, and a few days later he gets text messages from multiple GMs and assistant GMs and a director of college scouting confirming that there would indeed be interest in Burns should he decide to pursue a path in the NFL.
Yeah, he is when you watch him play,
dancing bear.
Well, you're amazed at how
piano player.
Dancing bear.
Yeah, how he's just the way that he's able to, so soft-handed the way he plays.
Yeah, I'm thinking tight end over there, Bronis.
Like a big point is what they were talking about him, and so
great balance.
Yeah,
good hands, good feet.
Exactly, all the things that you kind of look
big
for
game player
in an offensive lineman. That he possesses a lot of those traits.
But he'd get destroyed in the NBA. Doesn't have great height, and defensively, we wouldn't be able to hide him.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's like. I wonder how much consideration he would give this. I wonder how much football playing he has in his background. But why wouldn't you if you're not going to be an NBA player, unless you just don't like football? I mean,
you got to have the mentality for it. Like both Shaq and Charles Barkley have talked about, just like we were big enough for it. The coaches wanted us, but we were like, no, I don't want to get hit like that. Yeah.
And he's a business guy too, because he owns vending machines and stuff,
and that's smart. I mean,
super smart.
Who knew that was so lucrative?
I know. I know. As long as you're not getting high on your own supply, man, you're good.
Now we've got some rumorooskies with the quarterbacks in the draft. Things are heating up, according to Jordan Schultz. Quarterback Michael Penix apparently had dinner with the Giants in Seattle after his pro day, followed by a private workout with the Vikings. So he's got top 30 visits with the Broncos, the Falcons, the Raiders, the Commanders, but the Giants doing their homework on him, the Vikings as well. Although now, I mean, I think Fox Sports is reporting it now. I've seen this multiple places, but Kevin O'Connell loves Drake May, and the former North Carolina quarterback is considered to have, Brian, a high floor and a tremendous pocket presence, and they are likely to move up to try and get Drake May. So they're looking at Penix as well. If indeed maybe they don't get a trade partner to move up, I think it's got to be maybe 3 with New England, maybe 4 would make some sense with Arizona if May's still there. But a lot of momentum building with the Vikings and Drake May as we get closer to the draft.
Because they have Josh McCown, right, who was his high school coach, and now
Yes.
he's the Vikings quarterback coach. So those dots obviously get connected there. Of course, I mean that makes too much sense, and it seems like that'd be a home run situation there. I mean, if you're the Vikings and you're able to pull that off, I think that would be epic.
They're in desperate need of a quarterback.
You would have to think like Kevin O'Connell. That should be like a decent landing spot.
Yeah, former
like for a
McVay guy.
quarterback.
Absolutely. And I think he played quarterback in college. Did
O'Connell?
Kevin O'Connell, yeah.
Yeah, he was with the Patriots.
Yeah, that's
He
right.
backed up
That's
Brady or
right.
something.
Yep.
The concerning thing I hear in there is Penix in the division. And I know maybe he is not a high pick because of injury history or whatever. But when I watch him play, I see the it traits.
Yeah.
This guy's a winner.
You do.
He's a playmaker. If he stays healthy, he could take over a division no matter where he gets drafted.
I'm with you. I agree with all of that.
I think he's much better than Drake May myself.
Me too.
You would take Penix over May?
I absolutely would.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some people had Penix over May on their draft boards as well. Now, speaking of Minnesota and Kevin O'Connell, they need a quarterback. Why? Because Kirk Cousins left. So Cousins was just on with Kevin Hart on the show that he does where they're like sitting in ice
Cold as
baths.
balls.
Cold as balls, that's right. And he's asked him, and it's funny because they're doing this, they're going back and forth, and they're just freezing. And I guess both of them, now Kevin Hart's probably a little used to this too, but Kirk Cousins does this playing football. Now he's talking about his Mount Rushmore quarterbacks with Kevin Hart, cold as balls. Here are his Mount Rushmore guys.
The Mount Rushmore.
Tom Brady.
Nice.
And then it gets kind of murky from there. Peyton Manning, 5
Okay.
MVPs.
Got to.
Tough to beat. Man, I love Drew Brees.
I like that.
Joe Montana's probably got to be there. And that 4th spot, man, I mean, you can go anywhere from Bart Starr all the way to Mahomes today.
What are your picks for now?
Patrick's number 1. I think it's kind of Patrick, and there's a little bit of a drop-off to everybody else. Man, I'm trying to think here. I'm going to leave somebody out. That's the biggest problem.
Come on, Kurt, stop about it and say it.
Brock Purdy. See, this is what I'm getting. I'm getting from the gallery. Jordan Love got hot late
You can't
this
let
season.
these people
Dak
make decisions
Prescott
for you,
was a
Kurt.
finalist for MVP.
Answer the question.
Josh Allen led the league in touchdowns. It's a great argument. I'm just going to keep punting until we move to the next topic,
So the only
like
decision,
Legos
okay,
or...
the only one that you'll say is that right now you feel like Patrick
It's Mahomes and then
it drops
everybody
off.
else.
Okay.
Which disrespects everybody else.
So he's acting like Brian in like a bad relationship. I'm just going to punt on to the next one. No big deal. We're moving on. Send the punt team out here. But it must
4th
be
and
tough.
8. Every once in
You're
a while you
trying to
gotta
rack
punt,
your
yeah.
brain. You're in a freezing cold ice bath tub here. I get it if you're Kirk Cousins, but I think Kirk has a great future in broadcasting when he goes ahead and hangs it
He
up.
sounds a lot like Orlovsky.
He does.
Speaking
He
of
sounds
another
good.
accomplished broadcaster again, I don't know what you think of him, but you know what? I actually gained a little respect for Kirk Cousins there.
He's entertaining.
It's funny that he's not a big cusser, right? And then
No, he's
Kevin
not.
Hart was just going at him with the F-bombs.
He's a
and he just
dadgummit.
kept fighting
Yeah, didn't
through
rattle him.
it.
Didn't
Didn't rattle
I
him. He
liked
just kept
it.
fighting through it. Yeah.
What do you think? He's got an edict in the locker room, no cussing around Kirk?
I think
I'm sure he can hear them. He just doesn't allow them to
I just don't
fly
think-
out. Is
yeah.
he's a dadgumma guy? Is he a little like school, like the Philip Rivers school trash talk?
No
He's like,
doubt.
he's a shoot. No, that kind of thing. Yeah.
But I mean, you follow him in that quarterback series on Netflix. I thought he was great. I mean, like I said, I fast forwarded the Marcus Mariota parts, but him and Mahomes were great. I thought Kirk Cousins was great.
I do believe, I mean, don't get me wrong, thinking in freezing cold waters has to be difficult, but I think even out of those cold waters, it was just Kirk Cousins simply not wanting to disrespect people.
I think he's too nice.
Like
I don't want to upset anybody.
Didn't want to.
well, then he's going to be a terrible broadcaster.
You think so?
Yeah. If you, the minute that you can't be critical of players and you're worried about what they think about you and stuff, you have no chance.
All right, we'll have to circle back and see
Quarterback fraternity, you know?
how that ends up happening.
But am I right?
No, you're right. You're 100%.
No, you're going to have to be a little bit of
Nobody wants to. Well, he's having a little bit of a rough. If you have to be, if a guy's not doing well, you have to be able to say it.
You got to say so.
You got to say it.
Yeah. There should be like one of those like Osweiler years or Nathan Peterman years where they throw it up and like, okay, be honest here. And if you can't be honest about this and how bad it is, then you don't get to do this for a living.
EJ Manuel, first-round pick. What do you think?
There's not a single redeemable quality when you watch Osweiler throw the football. Same with Peterman. And so if you can't see that, if you can't criticize these guys as we're practicing here in the booth, you don't get the job, sir.
You don't think Davis Mills has the longest neck you've ever seen from a quarterback prospect in the history of the sport?
Looks like every other neck I've ever seen before. What are you talking about?
It's an average neck. I don't know what you're talking about.
There's only like one spot per network for the old nice guy who's just so likable, and he's that's like Tony Dungy, right?
Yeah.
Never going to say anything bad,
Yeah.
but those jobs are very few and far between.
Yeah. According to Rich Cimini of ESPN, Jets could be looking to trade down of that number 10 overall pick.
Oh, they don't want to tackle?
Maybe they're thinking like we are. There's so many of these tackles.
That's what
they could move down and still acquire one of the guys they like. I would, if I were them, I would go ahead and just draft Fuaga and call it a day. I'll feel really, really happy about our first-round pick there.
He's from Oregon State.
right tackle. Yeah,
Oregon
some
State.
people think Oregon State. That some people think could kick inside the guard as well. But we'll see if the Jets. That might be another team that's open for business. Number 10, Matt LaFleur apparently said that he was caught off guard by the Aaron Jones releasing. It caught me off guard, to be honest with you. There were some other things in play, obviously, with Aaron, and I didn't quite know how everything was going to go. It just happened really fast on that Monday.
It's a well-run team right there.
Didn't double check with LaFleur.
GM knows what the hell he's doing.
Should bleep it. We don't have time for this.
Don't ask the coach. He likes him. Okay? We don't ask coaches. We bring in better football players and get rid of guys that get hurt or suck. Okay? We're not going to go ask the coach. We're better at our job than the coach. His job is to design plays and call plays, get people motivated to play on Sundays. And he falls in love with his guys, which we like.
He does.
So that's why we cut the ones that we know are crap before he has a chance to weigh in. That's not the end of his surprises. And hopefully Matt LaFleur appreciates that.
You know what? Just take it out of my hands. It's not my fault. Aaron, I still love you.
Neck length, Davis Mills or Mike Glennon?
That's a great
Jonathan
question.
Cox is asking here in the 903.
Check out Merton Hanks in there, too.
Merton Hanks definitely
for sure.
had one of the greatest necks of all time. I think I'd go Glennon slightly longer than Mills, but both.
I'm gonna have to do a side by side here, man.
Long neck.
Both right there, and maybe it's because I think
Those are the heavyweight neck challengers.
They
Like
are.
that's your heavyweight bout right there.
And
Mills versus
the baldness
Glennon.
factor for Mike Glennon. I don't know if that makes the neck look a little bit longer, but I think I'd lean Glennon without seeing the side by side. But follow up on that.
I respect your eye.
Dude, Roman Harper on the Panthers, you guys got to look up.
Okay,
that
Roman
neck
Harper,
right there,
big neck.
massive, wide, every single part of it. Roman Harper.
Massive
I like that.
and wide, so it was like a Takeo Spikes kind of neck,
Yes,
you know, or
for
like
sure.
a
Where it
Paul
starts
Posluszny.
underneath, starts under the ear. Just like his head. Yeah, there you go.
Apparently, Saquon Barkley is being compared by Howie Roseman to LaShawn McCoy and Brian Westbrook. You like that comparison? He's going to have that type of impact for the Eagles, not just a runner, but as a receiver as well.
Better than those cats.
Yeah, I think so too. Although Brian Westbrook can't terrify me as.
Oh no, Andy Reid made Brian Westbrook when you look at him, the whole thing with him, the screen game down in the red zone and all that. But I'll tell you what, if Barkley, the thing I worry about is Barkley staying healthy. You know, much like McCaffrey did for the 49ers. Because that could be devastating for teams in the division if he's healthy every single game.
What do we think? You got a follow up here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty stuck on this Roman Harper neck now.
Really?
That's a good pull by Chris right there.
I'm going to have to dabble down.
He's been watchdogging these Saints necks, that's for sure. This is as strong a neck as I've ever seen. This is. Remember the guy who went viral? He wasn't a sports guy, but he was just like the neck guy. His mug shot was just like one of the most. It was like the wide. It was like,
oh, hey, that's a hell of a reference.
It was. It's just like the widest neck you've ever seen. I can't remember. It's a mug shot. People will know what I'm talking about. But they got a side by side of Roman Harper and that dude.
And Harper's longer.
It's not even like a length thing. It is a width thing. Like it's just the girthiest neck you've ever seen in your life.
So Roman Harper's not in the conversation with like Mills and Glennon.
Not for height, but for width and just general girth. I think he's in that Paul Posluszny, Takeo Spikes realm.
It's impressive.
Like he could go neck to neck.
How about you naming off those Penn State linebackers though?
They breed them differently
because they got the neck roll,
Navarro
and all that
Bowman,
stuff like that. Those guys. Oh,
hey, sneaky. I know it wasn't a healthy neck. But Leighton Vander Esch had a built heck of a neck on him.
Like, you think Penn State's been scouting up the necks all these years? Like, they're looking at butt and neck. It's a butt and neck combo.
For a linebacker, I think absolutely the butt and neck. You need big there.
That's a secret sauce
Brian?
to linebacker you.
I know you don't want to give away all your trade secrets.
No,
but you
I
just nailed it. Didn't you?
No. I think the butt part's more important than the neck.
Oh, I
That's
agree.
what I
But if you can get both,
Yeah.
if you can get both, looking at
If you thinking about it, if you can get both, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, why the hell not?
Why not?
Yeah, have my cake and eat it too.
Yeah,
I want a big
now
neck
you mentioned
and
it,
a big
Dawson.
butt.
The way you just said it, sure.
Yeah, why
butt
not?
and neck. Let's go.
Hell of a weekend you had in
Hell
store.
yeah. Final thing around NFL news of the day. Cameron Sutton.
Call your shot, Broadus. I like it.
I'll
Yeah.
take both, please.
Yeah.
Cameron Sutton, veteran cornerback
Don't
who
make
was
me
released
pick one.
by the Lions, did indeed turn himself into authorities. So, we'll see what ends up happening with that one. And we're still wondering about what's going on with Rashee Rice here. Over the weekend, that was big time news with that car
Just
accident.
out behind us here.
Yeah, well, it literally was.
Everybody okay?
Right behind our studio.
Everybody's seen minor injuries.
minor.
Seems like everyone is okay, which is the main thing here. But
I
still
also
weird.
don't know fully like what's the exact definition of minor injuries. Is that like a broken leg? Like we consider that minor based on
No,
it's a
I would say that's a
car
major.
accident?
I would say
I think
that's
that would
a
be major. I think
That'd be
minor
major.
like a scratch.
Minors is a couple scratches, maybe.
Okay.
A flesh wound.
Royce West, actually, his lawyer just issued a statement. His thoughts with everyone impacted by
Oh, that
the
was Dez's guy.
accident on Saturday. Rashee is cooperating with local authorities and will take all necessary steps to address the situation responsibly. So that's the latest on that.
Thank you, Wolchuk. It's time now for the C Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Does it make sense to bring this legend back to the backfield? That and other Cowboys topics next year on the Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you, though, before we do anything else. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you're going to love having the Frankles on your side, just as I have twice over the years. A full recovery is very important at a time like this, and the Frankles can help you do that by making sure you do not settle for less. That's what the insurance adjuster or the guilty party is going to try to get you to do, is settle for less. Well, I mean, first of all, they'll try to blame it on you. But after that doesn't work, then that is their next mission in life, to get you to accept as little as possible. Frankles make sure that does not happen. They've been doing that here in North Texas for 30 years now. And they know life's unpredictable. You never know when you're going to get hurt, and that's why they like to advise you before it happens and tell you. Put their number in your smartphone, 214 or 817-333-3333. You'll get experienced, compassionate folks who are dedicated to their clients. Don't let somebody's negligence go unpunished. If your loved one gets hurt in an accident, just contact the Frankles. Go to frankelfirm.com, or again, the number 214-817-333-3333, frankelfirm.com. Attorneys you can trust, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your card today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Are you one of the many people with credit card payments coming out your wazoo? That's not good, because your friends are looking at your wazoo and they see credit card payments coming out. You need TexasLending.com. You need to get a cash out refinance or home equity line of credit today. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Get your spring centerpiece at Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on spiral cut bone-in pork ham with Prime through April 2nd. Gather around this succulent roasted ham to celebrate the season. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you guys are struggling to peel off visceral fat or looking to put on muscle mass and have hit a plateau, whether on TRT or not, Men's T Clinic can help you level up. Get in today to get your numbers checked. Optimizing your T can help you jumpstart the process with a ton of other benefits, like optimizing your mood, drive, mental clarity, and weight. Men's T Clinic is the authority and the only.
HVAC system. Plus, we're offering HVAC tune-ups for only $55.
Everyone loves bacon.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. It's time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. All righty, segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com there for your free consultation. I got a number of good Cowboys stories here. Something the Cowboys are the absolute best at in the entire National Football League. What is it, guys?
Signing guys to big contracts off of relatively big injuries.
Yes, that is true. But this article is about something else they're the best at.
Drafting?
Specifically?
Signing free agents after the draft.
Drafting offensive linemen in the first round.
Okay, you're kind of hitting it here. Drafting in the first round period.
Okay.
This is Dan Rogers blogging the boys who linked to an article from Pro Football Focus who identified the Cowboys as the best in the last 10 years at drafting in the first round period. Guess how many of their 10 picks have become all pros?
7.
Yes.
Really?
Nailed it.
Yeah. Oh, let's go.
Taco and Mozzie are the only that haven't, and then the 2019 pick they used for Amari Cooper.
Okay.
So, which was a pretty dang good use of that pick. They've actually absolutely been dominating, and I think that's important. I guess Brian, one way of looking at that should be how do they get more first round picks?
Yeah.
Should they trade back into the first round more often? I think another one is focusing on clearly what is their edge, which is drafting offensive players. They're not quite as good at drafting defensive players in the first round.
I saw Katie Drummond, and I didn't know if it was a true story or not. Did you see what he was posting about how you trade Dak and what you get for him for that?
I did not see that.
His rationale was like, if you're not going to sign him or, instead of just getting a compensatory 3, just take advantage of it. He had a plan of, and again, it's just a story. It's what you do this time of year. He's not talking about, but it was a haul very similar to what the Lions got for Matthew Stafford. When you start to talk about, first round, second round, third round, another first, and then another second, so that type of a haul. He actually had a deal too where they traded CeeDee Lamb was another one. They were just putting it out there. So if you're not going to sign these guys, you might as well get something for them. I mean, I think they're going to sign both players.
Yes.
But if he's putting it out there that like, listen, if you're not going to do it, then
agreed.
Get something for him.
Yeah, I think the only player it really makes sense to trade.
But that's how you get your extra first round pick.
Yeah, and I think that'd be genius. I mean, if you could get 2 1s for Dak,
you get one this year and then one next, and
that'd be great.
And then you pick up like a 2 and a 3 as another thing. So.
And again, I do believe Dak is a damn good player. He's one of the best pro athletes in the world. It's just that team building is broken in the NFL when it comes to quarterbacks, and it's a trap to pay your guy because agents have done such a good job leveraging the scarcity of the asset to scare owners into giving them way, way more than makes sense for winning a Super Bowl. Like if you want to win a Super Bowl, you could pay a guy like Dak $25 million. If you got a guy like Mahomes, he can count like 40 against the cap. But even for a guy like Mahomes, if they don't carefully manage his cap number, they end up building a roster that's not good enough and is just full of flaws. But they understand in Kansas City exactly where that line is, and the Cowboys just aren't good at building around a quarterback, whether it's Romo or Dak. So I say we got to get guys on their rookie deal and, more first-round picks. Plus, you give this team more first-round picks and you give this team an extra $50 million at cap space to deal with, they're going to build one hell of a roster. Scouting the players, finding the players isn't the problem.
Not at all.
Okay, up next here in the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Got this Jeremy Fowler guy reporting that the Cowboys and runner Zeke have mutual interest in a reunion. That was the TV report Saturday night, I think. Ryan, what have you heard about that since then?
Yeah, I reached out to a couple of different people in the organization, and what I was told was they were just talking about it right now. There wasn't anything of, like, we're going to make this happen. We'll see. They if they're going to do it, they likely, like I mentioned earlier, are going to wait till after the compensatory waiting period, goes past, where you can sign guys without affecting your compensatory picks and stuff like that. So, but they were talking about it. That's what I heard.
I'd love to have him here. I think he's good for the vibes. He's good for chemistry. On top of that, if you do draft an absolute superstar running back, I think you don't want to burn him out with 400 touches his rookie year.
No,
this will help you put Zeke in passing downs. Put Zeke in short yardage. Hopefully, preserve the career a little bit if you do happen to hit on a star runner.
I think at this stage of his career, and really, I'm indifferent if they were to do this or not. I think that Zeke's probably very ready to mentor a young back, and maybe this would just be it. This is the last ride. He loves it here in Dallas, loves the locker room. Brian, you were talking about having a good back and pass protection. We know Zeke, that's still something that is probably his best attribute, and having a nose for the end zone. So to me, it makes a lot of sense from a Cowboys standpoint to why that probably is going to happen. I almost expect it to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with you as well. I'm indifferent to it. It would be cool, but, last year he played 1 year and $3 million. So I do think this is realistic.
Yeah.
If you continue to trim that number down, there might be a number where the Cowboys are actually interested.
Like veteran minimum. And I think that Zeke is probably open to that.
I think that's exactly the path that they're going to take. I think that's, take that $3 million, cut that thing in half.
I think the biggest question here is, would Zeke want to keep playing for the fun of it with his bros, even if the money is tiny?
And I think the answer is yes. And the Cowboys are still paying him money right now.
Yeah. He's obviously set up in a beautiful way, but he can be choosy. He's made enough money to where if he doesn't want to do it, but he was willing. I know it's $3 million, but like for him, it's not like he was breaking the bank, and he was willing to go up to Foxborough and play for Belichick and play for a crap team and play in the cold and do all that kind of stuff because he clearly still wanted to play. Yeah. So I would guess he still has the desire to play, and especially coming back here, knowing what his role is going to be, probably not going to get beat up in a huge way kind of deal. There will be a specialized role for him. I could absolutely see him wanting to do that, but because these professional athletes, they want to go to the wheels fall off, dude. They're not like you and me. We'd look there and go, we got plenty of quiche. You won't see me again.
Yeah, and he enjoys the physicality. Some guys want nothing to do with it. Zeke is just full-on football player, like linebacker mentality.
Yeah.
He's built for it. He hasn't worn down due to the injuries. Maybe he's gotten slower, but it's not like it actually broke his body.
And from a business standpoint, if he does rock the 15 jersey, you sell a lot more of those.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be tough for Zeke superfans to see him at an older age, even slower than the last time we saw him, which I'm not sure he could break 4.7 speed at that point. But it does make sense for a lot of reasons, and the guys absolutely love having him around. Like, if you are going through a little bit of a rebuild, Zeke will at least make your locker room a more upbeat place to be, I think. Okay, we go here to the Landry hat. And you're looking at 3 Cowboy stars who could follow Dak out the door in 2025. Wow, 3 stars. Let's see what they do here. By the way, they did point out, this was another one over the weekend, Josina Anderson contradicting Ian Rappaport's story about a Dak extension, saying a deal could happen as soon as before next season. That sounds more like, Brian, what you were thinking about.
No, that's exactly where I think she's on to something here.
Okay.
Yeah.
First player on this list, stars that could be gone after the 2024 season, Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
I would really struggle to see him back for 2025. How much of a loss that is, I think it's significant when you start to look at this wide receiver room. Now it's CeeDee Lamb, and probably the future of the position is not on the roster, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
None of those young dudes that were around.
To me, the thing with Tolbert, I'm still kind of waiting. I felt like the evaluation of him was, there was quality work there, and his first year he wasn't very good. Dealt with some injuries and stuff. Got a little bit better last year. Needs to, we always focus on these guys from last year's draft. He needs to step up and play a little bit. This is a good opportunity in this draft to draft somebody that's better than him.
It is.
If you found a way to get even like in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's going to sound crazy that this thing might stretch that deep. But you could, I see Zach is nodding his head over there.
True.
When you start to stack your board, I'm looking at 5th round guys going, I think I'd rather have him than Tolbert. that kind of that kind of player.
I wonder if Jordan Brooks, who they took in the 7th round last year at South Carolina, had some good plays in preseason.
Sure.
That's another guy that might leapfrog him on the depth chart this year.
Yeah.
Second player on this list is Tank.
I think I think you need to look at an edge here.
Yeah. Oh, in the draft.
Yeah.
He's going to count 20 against the cap this year.
Yeah.
7.5 for next year as they continue to sort through all of the extra cap hits that they've been delaying over the last 2 or 3 years. And they're choosing this year to just bite the bullet on a lot of those. It's not only Dak, but Tank at $20 million. Whew, that's tough. And then Zach Martin. Could be gone in 2025. His contract got reworked this month to clear $13 million in space, but it also creates quite a situation into the future. $26 million in dead money is what you're going to be looking at with Zach Martin by the end of this year. So do you want to post June 1 it and break it up, or so that idea of why have the Cowboys not spent, as this thing goes on, more and more of these details are getting reported and talked about as far as the difficulty of their contracts and the dead money involved. You got to pick eventually a time to blow that out. And I think these are the 2 years that they're going to do it.
Yep.
And they never really went for it. That's the tougher part of it. I'm okay with getting to this point and saying, all right, even though there's some idiots online that like to say the salary cap isn't real, it's not for any individual season or any individual player. You can do whatever you want, but eventually your spending is going to catch up with you in a way that forces a reckoning like the Cowboys are going through now. You just want your team to optimize that cycle instead of be a victim to it, and that's still where we are with these Cowboys. When we come back, Nation, it is time for the best of the weekend, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Would you believe me if I told you Luca's underhand scoop shot wasn't the coolest play of the sports weekend? That's next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation before we do that, though, because if you want or need new windows, you owe it to yourself to call my friends at Window Nation and see the greatness they have cooked up for you. Buy 2, get 2 free, pay nothing for 2 years. That's any and all style new windows. Now, we're sitting right here in a very comfortable time in DFW weather, right? We're pretty much done with the super cold. We're not to the super hot. I mean, the worst you can expect is an occasional thunderstorm, maybe some tough winds, a chilly morning. That's the worst. But before too long, it's going to be too dang hot. And when that happens, you're going to want to make sure your windows are doing their part to keep your home insulated. If they're letting all the cool air out and the hot air in, your energy bill will skyrocket. And last summer, I know a lot of Tolos out there that had unbelievably astronomical energy bills. How do you fight high energy bills? New windows are a great place to do it. And Window Nation is the place that I advocate. And right now with this special spring deal going on, you can't afford to call anybody else. Buy 2, get 2 free, pay nothing for 2 years. It's at Window Nation. Tell them I sent you, 866-90Nation, or call or go to windownation.com. Salute.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, another Rangers 4-pack ticket giveaway during the Expressway. If you're listening at 7:20 and beyond, we're going to send you to Arlington Tuesday morning on The Fan.
You got a service dog?
Actually, he's a deals dog. Since I'm looking for a new car, I trained him to sniff out awesome rates, member discounts, and fast decisions. Cool, huh?
But a Navy Federal Credit Union has all those things, right?
You're right. He's got the scent. Oh, wait. Nope. That's just the bacon in my pocket.
Apply for a Navy Federal Credit Union auto loan online, at a branch, or on our mobile app. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
If you want a new car for less, listen up. Leasing your new car is the best way to get your new car, any new car. That's right. When you lease, you can get a new car every few years. You can always be in warranty, and you'll save money. Autoflex Leasing is the leasing leader and is the #1 place to go to lease your car. Autoflex compares the top 50 lease programs in America, not just 1 or 2 like the others, so you can be sure you're getting the best lease. They call it the Flex Lease. Autoflex pays less for the cars you lease. They get the best rates, and they pass the savings and all incentives and rebates on to you. And do you know the best part? You can do it all over the phone. Don't waste another day spending too much for too long. Call Autoflex Leasing at 972-234-1234 or visit them online at autoflex.com.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
Hi, I'm attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath, located right here in Dallas. I've successfully resolved IRS cases for thousands of clients like Brian. Here's his story.
Hi, I'm Brian. I owed the IRS more than $700,000 and had not filed a tax return in many years. I found out the IRS had seized all my bank accounts, so I called the law offices of Nick Namath and was not expecting to speak to anyone on a weekend. But to my surprise, Nick called me back himself, and his staff had all my bank accounts back to me within a couple of days. Eventually, they resolved my IRS debt for a small fraction of what was owed. I strongly recommend the law offices of Nick Namath and could not be more satisfied with their service.
Like Brian did, you should trust our experience to help you try and solve your IRS problem. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, or unfiled returns, call me, Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myiRSteam.com.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Rug Cleaning. When you walk in your home, does it smell fresh and clean? Or is there an old stagnant smell? Chances are, if it's the latter, it's probably your area rug. Rugs harbor dirt, dust, pet hair, and all sorts of things that life literally throws on you. So visit DowerthRugs.com and let us pick up your rug and wash it back to being vibrant and fresh. Right now, wash your favorite rug and wash another for half off. It's good to have friends in the rug cleaning business. DowerthRugs.com.
We make sure hackers don't mess with Texas. Telesystems' job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communications stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
RJ Chop here, my good friends over at #1 Air. It's the instant rebate special, boys and girls. Buy a new heat and an AC system and get up to $2,000 cash back plus free whole home surge protection. That's right. Buy a new heat and an AC system from #1 Air and you get up to $2,000 cash back and free whole home surge protection. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Trust #1 Air with all of them. Dominating customer service for over 35 years. Who want to enter new cooler? #1air.com.
Offer on select items with approved credit.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas.
We appreciate you having a good time with us. Your Turn It On, Leave It On, Good Time Station is DFW Sports Leader, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Well, they're not the Lone Ranger in that regard. Luca has done this to many teams this year. What?
I'm getting ready to leave, man.
Outrageous.
What do? I just throw it up, underhand.
I swear, I don't want to brag, but I made a shot very similar to that yesterday. Our first annual Easter game. Okay, 2v2, 3v3 in the driveway. I was
inaugural? First annual, huh?
The first ever
inaugural.
Dawson.
Yeah, because you're in great shape
Easter
now. You're doing a pull-up. You're like,
Thank you.
guys, it's time that we get back to balling.
Can I make those sweet rolls now?
Oh, absolutely. Have at it. I had 5 Pillsburies on Sunday morning, so
okay.
I'm getting right back to it.
I just want to make sure I didn't tempt you with the sweet rolls.
No, sir.
The real Gavin Dawson has stood up.
I've already been more than tempted. Post-Lent. Here's Chief with his best of the weekend.
Okay, believe it or not, that sound that we just heard of Mark Followell in awe of that Lucas shot, as we all were, I don't believe that to be the coolest play of the sports weekend, and I will tell you why here in just a moment. But first, we need to hear the punch-drunk boxer, the weekend KO. I'm not sure if you guys were able to see this. I didn't see any of it other than the knockout itself, the final few seconds of the fight between Raleigh Romero and Pitbull Cruz. And this was...
Pitbull Cruz, a bad boy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a name like that, you better be.
Pitbull Cruz from the
He's like a little Tyson.
Yeah, this dude was a speedster, man. Just watching him tear up this dude's face, Romero, in the final few seconds of the fight, KO style. And then, do we usually do this? Guy gets KO'd, and then we put him on the microphone in the ring after so we can talk about how he got KO'd?
If he can.
Okay.
Do they really do that?
Yeah, they do.
Well, I think they had a misread on this guy.
Unless they they're medically they got to stretcher him out or something like that happens, but they will do that, and I've never really understood it.
It's either get on the gurney or get on the mic.
Yeah,
you've just woken up here, sir. How was that nap?
That's basically what this is. Do you
remember this?
Here's Raleigh Romero after Pitbull Cruz just did what Pitbull Cruz does to his face.
You did take more punches than you thought you would, so what went wrong during this fight?
He's just standing.
It's okay.
What fight?
I want to tell everybody, just thank you for coming out, and honestly, happy Easter, everybody. You guys, Jesus was resurrected. I'll be back. Right. I want to tell everybody happy Easter, and thank you for supporting me and following me. Thank you.
No, thank you, Romero. You shouldn't have been forced to do that. You shouldn't have had to get on that microphone.
Yeah.
And resurrection is going to be a tough word to spit out at that point. Probably hadn't said that word since last Easter. All of a sudden, the brain is in scrambles, and you're at the microphone trying to.
Was he resurrected? That's the question.
I struggled with regenerative on Friday, and I hadn't been punched.
It's a tough word.
That's true, man.
Regenerative. What?
What? Nice work, Chris. Can't believe that didn't win G-Bag of the Day, but Peyton is so bad at putting syllables into beats that, of course, he still wins. 3-time champion G-Bag of the Day. I promise we will get to the play of the weekend that was better than Luca's, but I do want to get to the email of the weekend. We know NC State is the darling of March Madness right now, obviously, and DJ Burns is the man. Everything about the NC State story is truly remarkable. What was it, Walchuk? It was a regular season game where if the team hits the free throw, then
in the ACC tournament.
It's the ACC tournament. There's a free throw situation. The team misses it, and then NC State goes on the run of a lifetime.
Yeah, they hit a 3 to send the game into overtime. They win, and it's insane. I mean, over the last 2 weeks, just for DJ Burns alone, you've won the ACC tournament. He tripled his Instagram followers. Beat Tech, Oakland, Marquette, Duke, and he signed deals with Adidas, Manscaped, Raising Cane's, and TurboTax. That guy is cashing in, and he might have an NFL future.
Like, he could be protecting the blind side of a prominent quarterback before too long, based on the NFL people that are trying to figure out what's going on with this guy.
And if it weren't for the tournament run, nobody knows who he is.
So, look at this, man. You have an NC State student, and his name is Matthew, and he shoots his shot over the weekend. Yo, Dr. Bryant. This is the email to the professor, NC State. I'm lit AF right now, and I hope you are too, because a Final Four appearance is a lot to celebrate. How about we move this test to Tuesday or Wednesday? ? Love, James Fernandez. And the teacher responds, James, this is possibly my favorite email of the year. You've convinced me.
Let's go.
So Dr. Bryant.
We're doing bits at NC State.
PhD. I'm like, you know what? Kudos to that professor because I don't know that just any email request gets the job done there. I think it needs to be very specific to the yo Dr. Bryant. No capitalizing, no punctuations. I'm lit AF. He didn't even say right now. He put RN. He was doing the text speak or whatever. But absolutely nailed it. And I want to just credit the teacher here, but this doesn't happen without the MVP of the class, Mr. James Fernandez, shooting his shot.
Jimmy.
And now everybody needs to be sending him all the love in that class, dude.
Absolutely.
You just got an extra 48 to 72 hours to get that test figured out.
He definitely got himself some cold beer and a date out of this.
I would like to think so. Hopefully a hot date.
Yeah.
Hopefully it wasn't just here you go. Probably the hottest girl in the class was like, you know what, James? You got one, bro.
If you're at NC State and you can't get a hot date, I don't know what you're doing, man.
They got a good ratio over there?
Yeah.
It's like you feel like
rich environment.
Feel like you're at Wrigley Field from time to time when you're over there?
Yes.
Okay.
With better weather.
Yeah. Better weather.
Yeah. It does. It looked quite frigid today.
Well, let's get to the play of the weekend. I'm not really going to do much in the way of explaining. I want to save it because I have the play-by-play call here. And if you're not familiar with this play, this is UFL. This is now like the new XFL, and it was actually pretty incredible from the weekend, from what I saw, which was just bits and pieces through social media. And this was one of the things I saw, which of course is the best play of the sports weekend. Sorry, Luca Dončić, but wait till the end where the big surprise lands on you. Just understand that this is right before halftime. They're lining up to do a field goal. And then all of a sudden, they break into they go from the field goal unit lined up like you would to field goal. All of a sudden, audible. Now guys are flexing out. We got a punter who's the long snapper now in shotgun quarterback formation. They're going for this thing. Take it away. This is the San Antonio Brahmas.
Well, 58 is some kind of leg, and now look at this. They're going to motion here on 4th down and 11, and the punter, Brad Wing, takes the snap. He wants to throw. Brad Wing lofts it downfield, and it's caught to the goal line. Touchdown! It's the center, Alex Millette.
What?
You got to be kidding me.
The center.
Wait for it.
Are you
and isn't that a legal man downfield? Did he report?
I'm wondering.
He reported. He did. He reported because I saw Wade Phillips, who's their head coach, afterwards, and he did make a joke about it. In reference to the Lions, he was like, and he reported is eligible, but it was the first time that he'd ever seen a punter on a fake punt go through not his first, second, but his third progression to make that play.
This is so amazing. We're getting conflicting reports here as well because we have the coach speak right there from Coach Phillips, who's trying to break this play down. It's absolutely insane. You're about to kick a field goal, long field goal going into halftime. Forget it. Audible, our long snapper, who's actually our punter, who went to LSU.
Yes.
Your
Brad
guy
Wing.
brought us.
Brad Wing.
He steps up into shotgun position. He's ready to sling this thing. It ends up in the hands of a 300-pounder. We have a big man TD.
Big man TD.
In the month of, I guess, still March at the time, but just amazing. This is exactly what we want this time of year. Alex Millette, the center, catching the touchdown, soft hands, and this is down the field. It's a 40-yard pass. He's got soft hands. He's got sweet feet. He barrels into the end zone. And I want you guys to hear this one more time because this was one of the coolest plays. And then we'll hear from Mr. Wing, the punter who threw the ball, here in a second because this play was insane. But let's hear the play-by-play one more time.
Well, 58 is some kind of leg, and now look at this. They're going to motion here on 4th down and 11.
Is the kicker in?
And the punter, Brad Wing, takes the snap. He wants to throw. Brad Wing lofts it downfield, and it's caught to the goal line. Touchdown! It's the center, Alex Millette.
What a big reveal at the end of that, man.
Incredible. It's the center.
It's the center. Okay, Brad Wing.
Somewhere Travis Frederick is smiling.
Oh, 100%.
And Zach.
punters everywhere were excited because you had the punter throwing the ball, Brad Wing. Wasn't expecting the accent that you're about to hear.
Yeah, this wasn't even a punter who grew up as a quarterback and then went to punter so he could go to college. This was an Australian rugby guy.
Yeah, rugby guy.
Who was just all kick, but apparently a hell of a natural athlete to be able to wing it like that, pun intended. Back to you, Chief.
All right, Mr. Wing, you threw the touchdown to the big man. How's it feel?
Brad Wing, got to talk me through this play that you just had on first off. Are you the first punter in the history of football to wear a visor?
Yeah, doctor's order, sorry. Yeah, that fake, we've run it a bunch.
That was the intended route, correct?
It was not the intended route. We've never completed it in practice. So we saved it for the right time, I guess. But yeah, that was not how that was supposed to go, but we'll take it.
How many routes are there available for you to actually throw to on that play?
There's supposed to be one route, and that was not the one, so, but it worked. So thank God. Happy Easter.
You get to keep your visor now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dude, he is Australian, but with Southern in there.
Yeah. It's crazy, right?
Like he's been in the U.S. so long, it's starting to be a little hickish.
Yes.
But it's in the Bayou for a while.
He was on McAfee's show earlier, and he was talking about how he was instructed anytime they ran it during practice, only throw it to that one guy. So he was just ad-libbing on this one.
The center, by the way, was some great stretch to get in the end zone.
Right,
you don't
right.
Wanna, yeah.
He's got a nose for it. He knew, this is my one and only opportunity for this. If I'm ever going to score a touchdown here, it's right now.
You going to make the most of it? You let it slip.
He did not let it slip.
Couple of things. We need more fakes in football, just overall. And I like the idea of just not having to report as an offensive lineman. I know it's going to put the defense in a bind, but I want that.
Huge.
If I get big guys catching the ball in space, TV ratings skyrocket.
That's true, man. That's true. I mean, right now it's so rare that we can appreciate it. I wonder if we would become numb to it over time. Or maybe you never come numb to a 300-pounder with sweet feet with the ball in his hands. I don't think you do.
Would.
I don't think you do.
I'll take that at least once a week on TD Tuesdays.
Cosign. By the way, you had the UFL, which is basically the XFL, whatever. They had their new technology, the True Line technology for the first down markers, where they're not having the chain gang. They got cameras, and they did it, and they reviewed it. They thought it was a first down. They go back, they realize, nope, 5 inches short, not a first down. This technology seems to be pretty game changing. So I'm sure, I know the NFL's talked about finally getting rid of the chain gang and doing that. Maybe this is what they're looking at, but I saw them do the review process and show the technology and everything. Looked like it worked great. So that's pretty good news.
Right on, Chief. Thank you so much. It is the G-Bag Nation here. 2 down, 1:15 to go as the Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:15 tonight. Jared Sandler is already in throwing heat. He's getting ready for the pregame show coming up in an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, Chris Young is at 420, Wolchuk, so we're going to do bases and top 10, or really whatever the hell you want to do next. Where
Perfect.
We're going.
Let's do it. Opening weekend takeaways. Are these 5 keys to repeat for the Rangers? And top 10 April Fool's pranks? That's next.
This is not a prank. You need to get on over to Platinum Ford right now, ladies and gentlemen. Gilchrist Automotive, proud to announce the all-new Platinum Ford store. It's in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80, just minutes from the Metroplex. And trust me, it's worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. Why would you buy your Ford anywhere else? Truly, when you show up to the facilities, you're going to be blown away. Trust me, I was in the car business for a couple of years. This will be the best buying experience you've ever had when you go over to Platinum Ford and you see General Manager Adam Vinci and his team. Adam's a big-time Tolo, so he's just going to roll out that Tolo VIP red carpet for you, get you in your dream Ford vehicle at your dream price. Brand new Ford, car, truck, or SUV. You will get the best deal imaginable at Platinum Ford, guaranteed. 2023 F-150 Lariat, brand new 4-wheel drive, saving almost $12K off MSRP. Maybe it's the SUV you're looking for. 2024 Ford Edge, all-wheel drive, almost $10K off MSRP. If you need the Super Duty, little F-250, 350, or 450 action, Adam and his team got you covered there. You can customize at PlatinumFord.com or just call and ask for our friend General Manager Adam Vinci. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 3 of the nation. CY is coming up in 20. It's the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers every Monday at 4:20. Looking forward to that. Time now, though, for Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully, and a little of this, little of that. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much. Shout out to, of course, Uber Eats. We love you for sponsoring Around the Bases over here. And we'll also slide into our top 10. 877-881-1053. What were your favorite Rangers moments from what was a very, very special weekend, as we are just a little over an hour away from pregame, taking on the Rays there in Tampa. We'll talk with Chris Young on the other side. And then April Fool's pranks. Have you ever given a good one or received a good one? I know Brian, your son, definitely tried to play one on you earlier today.
Bennett did a good one on me.
And you definitely bought it.
I did. I bought it.
If it wasn't for Bennett's mom basically saying, haha, I know it's April Fool's, you probably would still be schwitzing right now.
I would be very upset.
I wouldn't blame you. But shout out to Wyatt Langford. We were just talking about him off the air. I think not only did he fulfill what all of us were wanting to see from him offensively over the weekend, but how about what he did defensively as well? I mean, the play that he made in left field was absolutely gorgeous. We had heard maybe defense, is that maybe not a strength for him? Well, tell you, that looked fantastic, the play that he was able to make. I think Wyatt Langford was definitely one of the bright spots from the weekend.
If he can see it, he can get it.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, if he sees it, and he's got the right path. There's no doubt about it. He's got the physical tools to be outstanding. I just think that's so difficult, to get a hang of off the bat. And the cool thing is his reactions and his eyes are great by what he does at the plate. It's just different sitting there in the outfield, and it's not like disrespect to anybody that can't do it. It's just like the guys who do it are gifted and blessed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now you got some young guys. I mean, Evan Carter, we know what the plays that he's been able to make defensively. It's very, very exciting. Best season debut by one of the Rangers' young bullpen arms, Yerry Rodriguez. Gets love for that in the Morning News article. Certainly had that 1-2-3-7. Struck out all-star shortstop Dansby Swanson, who looks just like our old buddy Charlie Culberson. They could be twins. But it was a very good weekend for Yerry Rodriguez. We know what happened yesterday, of course, with Jose Leclerc, and it's 5-5, and Jose walks in and what ended up being the game-winning run. And we've seen this with Jose. I mean, he's so damn good in the postseason. Hopefully that's something that doesn't stick with him. And then John Gray yesterday, we've talked about how John is probably harder on himself than anybody else. I mean, mentally he knows. And he was very, very honest about it, as he always is post-game as well. Wasn't quite his best stuff yesterday. But I think the ring ceremony on Saturday, man, that was awesome. I can't wait to ask Chris Young about that. But the ring is incredible. If you got to watch any of the videos of the different meanings they have on it, and it was badass. I mean, the entire thing pregame, and I thought Mike did an excellent job as well with his debut, doing some play-by-play color there with Bally Sports Southwest. So special weekend it was in Arlington.
Yeah, I think Mike, the thing that I enjoyed about, and knowing Mike's trying to teach you about the game, and I felt like that Dave Raymond was going along with him and like asking him like the right questions. Okay, why would you think this now? Why would you go back to this pitch? What do you, and Mike did a great job, and that's all I ever asked for, my color commentators there to kind of educate me why.
Mm-hmm.
Mike pitched, he understood, and even he was talking about they were making sounds with the catcher's mitt behind his foot, thinking that they were, Mike was giving you like insight that sometimes they make noise thinking the ball is going to go inside. Actually, they're set up outside, and that, and it's just little things like that make your broadcast a little bit different, and I think a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to relax a little bit and start throwing like high and tight. You're gonna get wheels off Mike just a little bit.
I could tell he was
right now. He's like a little. I'm gonna make sure I'm impressing people by doing the good.
I'm just starting.
The fundamentals.
Don't want to do anything wrong.
We're gonna paint inside the lines.
Yeah,
you let Mike get a little relaxed and
maybe the game
in
would Jared do.
Yeah.
He gets a little comfortable.
I felt like at the end though, when the Cubs were scoring all those runs at the end, I kind of feel like Mike was Ranger fan.
He was getting upset.
He was disappointed.
Along with all of us.
Yeah, he was just like he was wearing it a little bit.
I thought he did an excellent job.
Yeah, I did
and then when I went up to the NICU for the last 3 innings, I got to listen on the Odyssey app to Eric, Matt, and Jared, which was fun.
Dude, Jared's had some incredible Aces updates, by the way. Let's not let that go unnoticed.
Shout out to Aces.
He's in
I'll tell you what, the best thing about it is when Jared breaks in and tells you why the Astros are sucking that day.
Dude, okay, with
that's
the
my
Yankees
favorite
over the
thing.
weekend,
My
that
favorite
was amazing.
Yeah, when he talked about Altuve yesterday, only hitting a 350-foot home run or something like that. I don't know, it was more than that, but he was like, yeah, he was. It's funny. I love it.
First time the Yankees have opened a season 4-0 since 2003. I couldn't believe it'd been that long for the Yankees, but incredible. And I loved what they did to the Astros over the weekend.
Yeah.
Astros stink, man. Look at that. They think they're awesome. 7-8-9. Oh, look at our bullpen, huh? Not so much, Houston. You've got yourselves a problem. Overrated as hell is what I think. In fact, CBS Sports had an article today that said 5 things the Rangers need to do to repeat as world champions. Now, if this isn't one of the most generic, lazy articles you've ever read. Number 5 is
already
luck.
got early season laziness going on here.
I think so. Number 5 is luck, which, I mean, I get it. Sure, you do need a little bit of luck. Number 4, though, is Astros and Mariners slip. I mean, who the hell are you?
You can book one of those already.
Astros appear to be slipping. You don't think they need the Rangers to slip a little bit?
You hit the more button for more Astros losses at home.
Yeah,
more. They can't win at home.
Big
right
losing
now.
streak.
Yeah, 9
lineup
games,
health holds. Okay, I get that. I mean, you could probably say that for every team, right? You need to stay healthy.
Thanks,
Okay,
Tips.
so far we need to be lucky, which obviously we can control. We need to control the fact that the Seattle Mariners and the Astros need to have some
You need them to
slippage.
not be as good.
Okay, which obviously we can control.
Yeah.
And then what's the third thing that we can obviously control? Our health. Perfect. This guy's
Number
onto
2,
something.
your young outfielders excel. Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. That doesn't seem like a question mark to me. Number 1, the Aces return to health. So you got got 2 healths in there. Right? Like the line offensively, you need to stay healthy, and then you need your arms to come back.
I like
and
the
be
fact
healthy
you're
in the second half of
watchdogging
the
these
season.
guys.
Yeah,
just like we could have had fun with this. This could have been a good talking point. We could have done some segment stuff on this. No, RJ Anderson.
Whoa.
Can we be a little bit better here?
Hey, if you want to write clickbait, RJ, you might as well just do it about the Yankees.
And you seem like a sweet, sweet man, RJ Anderson.
Yeah.
That was some Dawson in you right there.
You need the compliment sandwich.
No. Like rip somebody's ass and then come back and say, "But I'm sure you're a really
you're a great guy." And usually your content is outstanding.
Yeah.
This one was just a fail.
Usually your content's good, but you're lazy right now.
Yeah,
you want to say that.
Don't be
but
as
you
lazy.
did.
I'm over here watching.
I mean, if you're watching this team, you would say the American League better look out because the Rangers are going to come through and whoop that ass.
Yeah.
Not, no, Rangers fans, what can you possibly do? Get lucky to try to repeat? How about this team is freaking amazing and they're getting stronger?
Yeah, how about the offense is better? Your pitching's still pretty darn solid. And yes, they will get reinforcements that in the second half of the season, which should terrify you.
You know, I
show them some damn respect.
I don't know if there's any concern that you would think at this point rules you out from World Series contention, considering what happened last year. I mean, Boch figured out a way to get Jose Leclerc lights out in the 9th inning for the better part of 5 weeks.
Yeah, Bruce Bochy dialing up the Janko dong bombs. I mean,
That's
this is
what he does.
unbelievable.
Yeah. That's what he does.
He knew he was going to get his 1 home run of the season in the opener to go ahead and help the Rangers win this game. We're going to salvage Banner Day with a tie and then a walk-off home run from Jonah Heim. Only Boch can do that. Only he can look into the crystal ball of baseball and see that happening.
That's the guy you want pulling the strings.
Damn
man.
right. There's nobody better. And shout out to Jack Leiter. This was exciting. We mentioned this in the open, but final line of 5 innings allowed over the weekend. I believe this was on Saturday. 2 hits, 2 runs, 9 Ks, but the big one, no walks. Throwing 47 strikes on 66 pitches. Fastball average to tick under 96 miles per hour. Love to see it there. Great work with the Round Rock Express for the 23-year-old Jack Leiter.
Yeah, dude. Got something here. Now keep building on it. I think it held true to form. Something with the Rangers I had totally given up on. The very next day, the comeback is on. You know?
I know.
Just if you need a turnaround, just let me totally give up on them, and it could be on the card. Now, if this is true, it's going to be stupid, dude.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
It really is. MLB Power Rankings, Week 1 edition, or I should say opening weekend edition. Where do you think the Rangers are? And by the way, I will say the Astros have fallen the most. They're 11 spots down. They should be. Screw you, Houston. They're down at 14.
Where did we originally start?
The Rangers started off
4
at 10. Remember, we
10?
did this, and I was saying how disrespected they were.
7.
Yeah.
Up to 7?
They're going to be 9th or 10th.
You think they're keeping around there?
Yeah.
Rangers up to number 5.
Oh,
let's go Rangers.
2023 Rangers were proof positive that you can win a World Series with a bad bullpen. They had more blown saves than saves. Rangers this season have a terrible bullpen numbers and a 2-1 record. I'd say they're right on schedule. That offense is terrifying. Damn right it is. Braves at 1, Dodgers at 2, Yankees at 3. They jumped up a lot, obviously, with their sweep over the Astros. The O's at 4, and then the Rangers, the defending NL champion D-backs, moved up 7 spots. They're sitting there at number 6. Blue Jays, Rays, who the Rangers have tonight, at number 8. Phillies, and then Twins round out your top 10 in the first power rankings of the season from MLB. So that's, working our way up to that number 1 overall spot.
Thanks, guys. No, that sounds great. I can accept
We'll
5th
take
right
5.
now.
Yeah, we'll take that. It's acceptable.
10 almost cost you your press pass.
Almost.
Yeah.
RJ Anderson right now is putting in
Can't
a
trust
request.
anyone named RJ.
Please. All right, 877-881-1053. April Fool's Day pranks. Where have you maybe had one go badly, or have you done a hilarious one? I saw this article of maybe 10 good ones that you can do, some of the best April Fool's pranks that they'd heard of. Number 1 is like you styrofoam cover one of your friend's cars, like the saran wrap. You just wrap it to where now they can't get into the vehicle at all. That would be, if somebody did that to me, I would just, it's the most pain in the ass thing I think possible. Now maybe you just take a knife and you cut this thing, no big deal.
Yeah.
But if you come out to your car and this thing is just filled with saran wrap,
You ever dealt with
That's a bad
saran
day.
wrap? You ever dealt with it?
It is
I mean, have you ever tried
challenging.
have you
I
ever
hate
tried
it.
to use it?
Yeah, it's
There's
very
no
difficult.
way in hell you can wrap anything in it.
I really don't
Saran
know. Like,
wrap
this
is-
picture looks
it was
really
in-
well done.
It was
I don't know
invented
how
by
they
the
did this.
devil. Is who invented saran wrap.
The Duke
Okay.
Blue Devils?
You and I have similar issues then. That's my biggest kitchen
when you
issue.
When you try, you take it and they say use it, and you pull the sheet and you try and use the edges to
Right.
No, there's no way.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work,
tears.
and then when it tears, it clumps.
catches, yes.
It
Oh, it
clumps.
clumps.
Yes.
That's the worst
It
part
clumps.
And then it's
Yes.
stuck. It's like
And then-
super glue. You're
yeah.
not getting that back.
Nah,
Well,
I've
especially-
wasted so much saran wrap over the
Whoever
years.
invented that ought to be put in jail.
Well, and then when you try and pull out a leftover, like, somebody else has gone ahead and put the covering on it. Now I'm trying to get leftovers, and I open it. Now the thing never just goes back on cleanly.
Foil's better.
Foil is better. Maybe you could foil the car if you want to.
Actually,
I tell you what,
those
though.
little plastic containers with the, I think those are better myself.
If you get something perfectly wrapped in foil, like a half rack of ribs,
Yeah.
and you put that in the oven and heat that up,
Okay, you're talking about the elements. Okay,
it's gonna keep it so amazing.
Yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
see
saying?
what you're doing. Yeah.
Oh, man. 817 said, had a girl tell me she was pregnant. I was at a Chinese buffet, dropped the plate, thought about my life and just how it had come to an end, and then she said April Fools.
Wow.
She decided that's when to hit you right before you're about to eat at the Chinese buffet. What a buzzkill!
Let me tell you.
I wonder if you had a filled plate too. You'd already gone through. You'd gotten
Of course.
everything.
Let me
It's
tell you
like,
what-
When at a buffet, is your plate ever just halfway filled up? It's always to the.
I need a
just for like
wheelbarrow
a
to
split
get mine to
second
the
when I'm
table.
grabbing the plate to go fill.
Is it a bad thing if you walk into the place and they know that you order unsweetened iced tea and they what booth they're going to sit you in? That they just
At
tell
the
you,
Chinese buffet.
I walk in and
Yes.
I can see the lady grabbing the silverware and the iced tea as I'm walking in.
No, really?
And she puts it down and I just kind of go, but you know what? I am not going to, you're not going to stop me at the buffet.
No.
You could tell me
Anything.
You can
tried,
tell
I'm
me
sure.
it's the end of the world, everything's going, and I would sit there and eat my orange chicken and not be disturbed at all.
Is that your go-to? The first plate is it's just a bunch of orange chicken.
After we did the broadcast on Friday, where did I go?
Oh yeah, because Arlington's got the legendary China buffet.
Boom, right down it. I cut a path.
Was that your favorite one?
Oh,
that's
yes.
around. That's
Yes.
the best one.
Yeah, they're the way
You
they
cut a path. You just like created your own route. You were just running
pretty much
Put
over
the
so.
hazards
Pretty
on.
much so.
through medians
Get
and
out of the
stuff.
damn way.
Like
I don't know what time it is.
Yeah,
that's
jumping
why you were in a
fences.
hurry to get out of there on Friday night. He's like, "All right, guys, I gotta get rolling here. I got a hot date with
Sorry.
a bunch of plates."
I'm
thought
telling
you
you
were
what,
gonna meet
General So's
somebody.
chicken.
it's over there. I don't know what they do, but they've got it down.
You sushi it up
Thanks
over
for the
there too.
invite.
Oh yeah, they get
Yeah.
it all. I mean, and even the soup at the end, the hot and sour soup. That's like my dessert.
I like their chicken wings.
Yeah.
That's your one seat. All right. We got cover your friend's car and Post-it notes. toothpaste in the Oreos, which somebody did text that in.
We did mayonnaise, and it's not bad.
The toothpaste would probably be disgusting.
Toothpaste is bad.
Weird.
The whoopee cushion at the office, just
hilarious.
So 1958.
My kids finally discovered the whoopee cushion. They love it.
I bet they do. It's funny.
Do they do it to each other? Is that what they do?
Yeah. They're not fooling each other. They're just like doing it themselves. They just think it's great.
Do they ever do it to you? And you're like,
they asked me to do it. They're like, Daddy, you please do it. I'm like, all right, here we go. I don't need a whoopee cushion for that.
You just really do it. Just lift your leg and
just wait and say, pull my finger.
Yeah. Here, girls, smell this meat I ate earlier today.
No, it's the beef tallow that I rubbed in my face. Somebody put a sign
100
on
pounds of meat I just ate.
Had a little bison today.
Little bison, yeah.
You liar.
I did.
You write a little bumper sticker on the back of a car that says honk, wave, and yell hi. He doesn't know this is here. Happy April Fool's Day. So somebody's just driving down the highway. Everyone's just honking and waving. He's like, what the hell is going on? That's actually a pretty good bit right there.
I got almost. I didn't fully extend on it, but I did in my own brain get got for 30 seconds today on the idea that Texas football, the Longhorns, were announcing that they were going to do a special Halloween blackout uniform versus Georgia or whatever, and it looked like the renditions. Everybody wants that all black Longhorn uniform because we see the quarterbacks in practice wear it. That black jersey looks awesome. So I for a second this morning I thought we were going to get the finally get the all black unis for the Longhorns.
It's about time.
That wasn't. That wasn't
Wanye
real.
Thomas put out an all dark Cowboys blue jersey that a lot of people are like, this is just April Fool's. It's not real. He seems to claim that it is real. Maybe he's just holding on to the bit.
Thank you, Wolchuk. 817 says they're dropping a fake sonogram on Facebook tonight. That'll be good. Oh, the reaction there will be amazing.
The family.
Yes.
I feel like that's cruel.
Chris Young is set to join us. That'll be cool. The World Series champion GM next with us here on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M. Welcome back, Nation. We're about to talk with Rangers General Manager Chris Young about the opening weekend and where they go from here. Pregame is coming up at 5:15. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. As Rangers GM Chris Young joining us now, brought to you by PlayScore and by Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We are doing great. Congrats. You told us last week you're just looking to win series, and you did it. Does it still feel like success when you drop the last one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long season, and if you win 2 out of every 3, it'll make for a great year. That said, we're competitors. We want to win every night, but realistically, that's not going to happen. So in the end, if you win 2 out of 3, you feel pretty good about it.
You know as well as anybody the hype and excitement for Wyatt Langford's debut in the major leagues. How'd you think the rookie did? What stood out to you over the weekend?
Well, just Wyatt was super impressive. He looked great. He looked like he belonged. He was, quality at bats at the plate. He handled the environment, the emotions, the adrenaline. He didn't let things speed up on him, and then he made some nice plays in left field as well. So I think, all things considered, it was everything we were hoping it would be, and we still believe the best is yet to come.
It seems like Janko is he's clutch, or he's been on fire in these situations lately. What do you think it is about this guy that comes up big in these moments?
Well, Travis is a veteran player who doesn't let the game speed up on him, and you feel very comfortable putting him in those situations, knowing that he's going to go up and he's not going to let the pressure of the situation determine what he does. He's going to go up and have a quality at bat and really handle the environment. And it's really a hard thing to do for any player, but for veteran players who've been around a little bit like Travis, they have an ability to really kind of shrink the strike zone and understand that they don't need to do too much in those situations and just put a good swing on the ball and not expand. And Travis did that and got the barrel to it and drove it out. It was really, really awesome. What a great night for our fans, and certainly welcoming Travis back. He came up big for us in the World Series, and then to see him on opening night come out and do that was really cool.
It was, man, and thanks for bringing him back because he's one of our favorite guys. He's super nice and cool, and I don't know if you've had much of a chance to talk with him, but the dude's hilarious.
He is funny, and he's a great teammate. He's a great person, and he really is one of the favorites in the clubhouse. And that veteran leadership, I mean, he may not have a starting role night in, night out here, but he has a starting role in the clubhouse in terms of his leadership and just the stability he provides and the mentorship that he gives to our young players, Wyatt included, and Evan Carter, and it's just so important. And we don't take that for granted. We're very thankful Travis chose to come back here.
Do you go first name basis with these guys, or do you like to invoke the nicknames on them? Because we call him El Blondie. We like Janko, but El Blondie is also one that is stuck.
Oh, it depends on the situation, but normally I try to keep things light and go with the nickname, but I've not used El Blondie. I didn't know that was it.
Do you have a nickname for Wyatt Langford that you use? Because we've been going with Bang Bang.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. No, I don't know what the guys are calling him yet, so I'll have to ask around and find out. It's just been Wyatt thus far, so he's pretty formal with me. He's been very shy and respectful, and calls me sir from time to time, which I don't like.
Yeah, as a guy a little bit older than you, Chris, I run into that with young radio guys, and I'm like, wait, when did this happen? Where people started looking at me like this? I don't know what to make of it.
He's a fogey.
Well, yeah, exactly. I know. I certainly appreciate it. I want my kids to be that respectful, but Wyatt is a grown man now, and I certainly just he can call me CY.
Hey, okay, CY, I'd like to chip in for the steak dinner for the pro scout that did the Jarrett Walsh work. Is there any way I can Venmo you that money or stuff like that? That was some fine work by your pro scouting department there.
Well, it was a collective effort, and as we had conversations into the winter with Jared, one, we've seen how talented he is. I mean, a couple years ago, this guy hit, I think, 29 homers in the big leagues, and that pop is in there. And all guys go through some things, and it sounded like Jared had figured some things out, was committed to the changes that he needed to make physically in a better spot. And when you've seen the previous history of the talents, you hope that with some slight tweaks or changes that it'll come back out. And I hope that's what we're seeing. But there were some conversations this winter with Jared and his agent that really led us to believe that, he's committed and believes in himself. And when a player of that talent puts in the work and believes in himself, you'd like to believe good things are going to happen.
Speaking of Jared Walsh, how's old Nathaniel Lowe doing right now?
Nate's doing well. He's coming along. He's resumed some light baseball activity. We're still, I think, a couple weeks away from, really testing it, but we want to get this right. We don't want to push him too hard too soon. We want to make sure that he's fully recovered. He's going to play a critical role for us and be a big part of our success. He has been the last few years, and we need him back healthy. So not pushing him, but he is making progress.
How amazing was ring night? I mean, what was that experience like for you? Not only getting your World Series ring, but then getting to be there while everybody else files in to get theirs.
Well, receiving the ring was unbelievably special, but the more special aspect for me was just seeing the smiles on everybody else's faces, seeing our guys celebrate, and the bewilderment and the joy and the happiness on all of their faces for that, heirloom ring. It's just an amazing ring. It's beautiful. It was so well designed, and I don't think it could have been any better. And I think the entire experience from raising the banner on Thursday to the ring presentation on Saturday, it was just a wonderful weekend, and everybody was really, really happy to celebrate 2023.
I mean, that thing is clean, though. That's the dinner I would chip in on, Brian, is whoever drew that thing up.
It was our senior vice president of marketing, Travis Dillon, took the lead, and his team, and there were a number of people with the Rangers involved, and then certainly Jason of Beverly Hills, the ring designer, just did a tremendous job and wanted to make it a very unique and special ring. It was his first World Series ring, and I think he nailed it. I saw the final version in a video the day before it was revealed to the team, and I just couldn't believe how awesome it was, and it was blown away, and I think it lives up to the expectation.
Well, Chris, I'll tell you what put a smile on my face is the Yankees sweeping the Astros in 4 straight. That put a big smile on my face. So I'll step up with. I know that occasionally we always talk about the what's going on. You'll tell me it's a long season, but I'll take a sweep by the Yankees any day over that bunch.
Well, the Yankees certainly, they got off to a hot start. They're a really good team, and the Astros aren't going away, though. I know. They're also a very good team, and so we're, but I think anytime we can try to put a little distance between us, it helps, and games in April count as much as they do in September.
There you go.
Rangers GM Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Now, are you a ball cap guy? Did you get yourself one of those gold teeth? I don't think I've ever seen you in a baseball hat other than when you were playing.
I am a hat guy, actually, but I don't wear our game hats. I'm more of a trucker hat guy these days, but only when I work out. When I'm at the office, I'm now I'm in the khakis and executive attire, so I don't get to wear hats as often. But I am a hat guy, and those gold hats are special. They look really cool. I got them for my kids, and what a great look. I mean, it's just that the gold tee pops.
Now, JD, he would work in like a business casual type of yoga pant look every now and then, kind of like that athleisure type look. Do you ever go with that?
If you ever find yoga pants in my size, you let me know, all right? 38 inching.
We might have to custom make those. Okay. And then I was wondering, did you have to rip anybody for not having a clean launch on that championship banner?
Oh, no. You know what? The banner was up there, and it looked clean. And, first of all, I admire whoever went up there to drop that thing. I mean, that's a long way up, and you're hanging over the rail to let that thing go. I don't think I would have been able to get it done the first time. So whoever was up there, I think it took a lot of courage, and I think it looked great even with a slight wrinkle in it, and I'm not complaining about it.
Chris Young with us here in the nation. I was proposing the idea, especially with so many more championships in our future, maybe creating a championship button inside of Globe Life Field that you just smash and boom, it just drops it right down there digitally for you. So just spitballing a little bit.
Just the button.
I like that. I like the idea. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can pass that on to the marketing team.
CY here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay. How you looking at the bullpen? It wasn't a great opening weekend for Leclerc. I'm not sure exactly how to ask this question perfectly, but is there any concern with you from our hero from last postseason?
I don't think you can judge it off one bad outing. I mean, he did pitch well opening night. Got in a little trouble, but he got out of it, and then ran into a little trouble again, and really just the walks. If he gets the ball in the zone, his stuff is good enough. It'll play, and It's early in the season, and this is part of it. Hosey's a champion. He's done it in the biggest moments, and he'll figure it out. Guys go through ups and downs, and, ultimately I think our bullpen did a great job of giving us a chance to win that game.
Sure did.
What Jose Urena did, and then Yeri Rodriguez, and they really kept us in the game, gave us a chance, and we just came up a little short. And Jose is going to be a huge part of our team this year, and I know that he'll have a lot more good games than he will bad.
We were talking earlier about the, I think, 9 Ks that Jack Leiter posted in 5 innings of work. What could a timeline look like for him if he keeps going well?
Well, it's hard to commit to a specific timeline. Most of it will be driven by our big league needs and him just being the right guy at the right time. But it was really exciting to see the start after a great spring training. What a terrific way to start his AAA season this year. And, if he strings together a group of starts like that, he certainly has our attention. And then we'll see what's going on at the big league level, what the needs are, what's right for Jack's development, and what's the best option to help us win major league games.
I did like in that answer when you said Leclerc, Jose's a champion. I mean, that just sounds good. It just sounds right there. See why? Right. I know Brian brought up the Astros and the sweep to the Yankees, but all eyes will be on the weekend series. I know, hey, got to take care of business against Tampa Bay, but with everybody saying this is the best rivalry in baseball, now I imagine it's great for the sport, but it's also special because you don't have a rivalry unless now both teams are competitive to help the rivalry.
Yeah, and I think in the early 2010s, the Rangers were really good and the Astros were down, and then kind of script got flipped there for a while, and now it seems to be a time where both teams are good at the same time, and I think that is good for baseball. I think it's great for baseball in Texas specifically, and I think it's a lot of fun, and this weekend series, we are not looking past Tampa. We're playing a really good Tampa team, and then we'll come home, have an off day, and gear up for Houston, and we'll have our work cut out for us.
Sounds awesome, CY. Thank you so much. And that championship ring is so great. I think when you guys win the next one, just change the year on it. You'll be good to go.
I agree. That would be a great problem to have, and I look forward to making that recommendation as well. You guys have had some good ones today, so thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Man.
Have a great night.
Awesome, guys.
Kick their butts.
Talk to you soon. Thank
Salute.
you.
There he goes. Chris Young with you here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. It's Mondays at 4:20. Okay, we try to ask him all the tough questions and have fun with a World Series winning GM. I think we pulled it off once again, guys.
Hey, he's a fun guy to talk with, though.
He's a fun guy.
He is, man. He definitely makes it great. Okay, what's different with these Mavs? We'll talk about that, and then we'll get Jared Sandler on coming up at 5 o'clock to talk more about it. Pregame at 5:15 in Tampa against the Rays is next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my friends.
The place to hear sports.
Swing and a miss. Struck it now.
With lots of this mixed in. Thanks for listening and sharing some laughs, Tolos, on The Fan.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
All right, welcome in. Welcome back, Nation. Pregame is now just 30 minutes away. They're in Tampa. Weird schedule out there in Florida. You know, they're trying to get the game in before the majority of their fan base goes to sleep at 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing at all.
Oh.
You know, you got to play to your fan base. But right here, we want to talk Mavs with you at 877-881-1053. To you, what is different about the Mavs? There is a nice story up here in the morning news. Drawing parallels from God Shamgod, one of their assistant coaches, who's dropped like 54 pounds in 2 months. He's been working out, grinding, watching his diet, and he's gone from like 270 down to, 215 or something like that. But they say that, here in this article, Brad Townsend, the transformation of the team is similar from a squad that just, 4 or 5 weeks ago we were thinking might be in the play-in to now a team that is trying to edge into home court advantage in the first round. It's crazy, and the shots still aren't falling at a prolific rate. All of this winning is happening with not only a commitment to defense, but good damn defense. And, driving to the basket more, playing incredibly well together as a team and working together to get a good shot. It's 180 degrees from what the team has been for the majority of time since they drafted Luca. At 877-881-1053, the 214 says, talk about the Stars. You're right, we're about to. They've won 7 in a row as well, and it's pretty outstanding. What's jumped out to you guys? Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Broadus, what is most different about these Mavs, who I'm now with Wolchuk thinking this is as good as a finals team? Are they going to lose to Denver or beat Denver in the conference finals? Will they face off before then? I don't know. But I'm very confident this team can go toe-to-toe with anybody now.
Yeah, it seems like there's just it's a team full of buy-in, and the effort is there defensively in a huge way. And it seems like the understanding of what Kidd is wanting from them defensively, everybody understanding their role. They had the talent. Once they made the trade, it was like, okay, you can see how these pieces are going to work here because the offense is going to be fluid, even more so when you have a guy like Gafford, and now you have the double big men. You always have a big man on the court if you want it. And he's amazing at doing exactly what you need when you're a big man playing next to Luka and Kyrie. So all of that made sense, but there were some bumps in the road, and I think some of the stuff schematically and defensively trying to figure everything out, it created some games where you were looking lost a little bit and wondering what's going on, but now it seems like there's an understanding, there's a buy-in, there's fun, there's camaraderie. We know what's going to happen offensively, but now defensively, it's all there. And as you mentioned, if they're going to shoot the lights out, then they're going to win by a ton. They used to have to shoot the lights out just to find a way to scrape by and win because they had no defense to lean on. Now you can get by playing games where you're not shooting the ball very efficiently because your defense can get the job done for you.
It's amazing to be able to win like that, Wolchuk.
It is. The points in the paint's been absolutely different when it comes to offensive, defensive rebounding, second chance opportunities. The Gafford impact, that cannot be said enough. But P.J. Washington as well, him defensively, being able to take away the opposing team's best player. It is incredible for everybody, the effort that they're putting in defensively. They're first in net rating over the last 12 games, third in total defense, obviously 11-1 during that span. But I think the big part of it is the camaraderie, playing for one another. It seems like these guys like each other. And I think we saw during the Rangers run for their World Series championship, that is important for the locker room. Everybody's on the same page. They're all buying in.
Josh Hamilton used to talk about that. Guys that love each other and really mean it, Brian.
Yeah, I think that when we were talking to folks over there, when they were kind of going through that rough patch, they were playing, they lost the Pacers, lost to the 76ers, and you're kind of wondering what was going on there. And, they were just kind of struggling along there. And they were saying that, hey, maybe we're playing too many guys, and maybe playing too many guys meant, okay, we're going to figure this out. And the ones that aren't good enough to play on a nightly basis, we're not going to put them on the court. And I think they found out, Dwight
Their
Powell.
parents aren't happy.
Yeah, Dwight Powell and others have not, they've taken the opportunity not to play guys, I think that's the thing that I think that Jason Kidd was doing. We were all kind of like, man, what is going on with this team? But he was trying to find rotations. He was trying to find the guys he can count on. They actually made some switches over there too. Sean Sweeney's back coaching defense over there. He was working with the offensive side of things, and
the defensive whisperer is back doing it.
They put him on the defensive side here the last several weeks since the turnaround stuff. So, those are things that you could kind of maybe point to that they've made not only some changes on the court, but also maybe some changes in the coaching staff of who is responsible for what parts of the ball game on a nightly basis.
I love it. I love that Brian has sources not only in the NFL but also in the NBA and Major League Baseball. Whatever sport pops up, he's going to get some sources. Proper insider. By the way, Tampa has one hell of a ball dude down the first base line. I don't know if you've seen this coverage on MLB Network.
No.
Kid makes a snag and a half. Something that makes Scott Rowland jealous. So be on the lookout for that tonight if you're watching the game on TV. Look out for the ball dude down the first base line. And the players are encouraging him to dive for it and stuff.
Oh, God.
Really? Yeah, there's some entertainment factor involved in that. I'm looking forward to seeing the banner that they have that
wild card
announces
banner
that the Rangers swept them last
with
year.
The paint on it.
Yeah. 2023 wild card
next to the paint, the same one they had from last year.
Yeah, I am excited to see that one.
I guess you got to count all your victories, even the smallest of small ones. Yeah. The 808, what's different? Gafford, the rim protection is off the charts. That's Billy in Dallas.
Yeah, it's huge. The rim protection's been amazing. The paint presence, all of that stuff. You're not getting crushed there anymore, and that goes a long way for you. And I think there's just a versatility factor now that you have more answers as Jason Kidd, whatever the opposing team wants to do. But now, I mean, you get to dictate things a little bit more because, hey, I don't have to just go small to go small. You have that ability. Here's Kleba at the 5. Here's P.J. Washington at the 4, getting it done. But you also can dictate things where you don't have to, they're going small, so we have to. You have that in your pocket, and it works for you when you want it to. But also you can say no at times where I'm going to have a big guy, lob threat, rim protector on the court for 4 quarters. And let's see if the opposition can handle it.
Yeah, it's amazing. And gaffer is it's British slang. You hear this in soccer coverage sometimes for the boss. I thought it was very apropos, maybe.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah, he's the boss, man. He's the supervisor.
They call him the landlord.
Yes.
Which
I think, yeah.
There's respect there.
There's definitely a good tie in there.
But
I think
the boss is...
Yeah.
That's where it's
badass.
at.
I think the adversity of losing 5 of 6 focused them and made them realize this is not going to be easy, maybe humbled them after winning all those games they did immediately after the trade. I think losing like that got their attention. Then you heard their quotes as they had a couple of days off talking about, we really, really want this. Then the schedule got easier, which allowed them to have success and build confidence. And now, a number of days and weeks beyond that, they're playing with an elevated confidence, and they've had the time to perfect their style against less resistance. I mean, it is almost like a perfect sequence of events to try to get your team ready for the playoffs.
The tune-up games, dude. Everybody needs some tune-up games sometimes.
I felt like that we all thought that the schedule was going to be easy, but the fact that the 2 wins at Sacramento for
then Houston.
And then Houston.
Yeah.
That to me, you're kind of thinking, okay, the Jazz, great. They took care of the Jazz at home and then on the road and all that. San Antonio is a team that's really, really, kind of trying to find their way. Yeah, but that you can't say the schedule was, did it break favorably for them? Sure, but they won some difficult games. That second win against Sacramento, after they get the nice victory after the back-to-back, after coming up beating Utah, and then they wait around a couple of days and play. You figured that Sacramento was going to give them their absolute best, and they did. Yeah, they did. Sacramento.
And the Mavs were a little flat.
Sacramento took a haymaker and threw it at the Mavs, but they were able to kind of fight through it into the game, get enough stops and stuff. That was a quality win, and then to go, from Sacramento to Houston on a team that's on a heater themselves, get a victory there, and now having to fly back to the West Coast to play Golden State. I mean, this team, it just, wherever they show up, they're finding ways to win games.
It might have been an easy schedule, but, I mean, you look at the Denver win, the Sac wins, the Houston wins. I mean, they have had to earn all of this.
They've had to earn them all. They have.
And sure, you had to get the make from Exum, but they were getting so many stops in that second game against Sacramento.
Yeah.
They earned that, and they've been winning with defense so much. You said they're 3rd overall in defense of the last 12 games,
yes.
Chuck?
3rd net, 5th overall.
It seems better than that. I mean, they're all buying in, and that is the mark of a champion. When you get the buy-in and they're swarming and they're having fun on the defensive end and getting into transition for easy, scores. Those are hidden free points in the game if you can get stops and get in transition and get dunks. And everybody that wins the championship ultimately can do that. But on offense, when it gets swung to a guy like Exum or PJ, you just don't have too many guys on the court that can't make the defense pay. Now these are dudes used to attacking the strong side of a defense, used to being the focal point of an attack. Exum in Washington. Washington would bring the ball up for Charlotte and initiate offense. Now you're either swinging it to him wide open for corner threes or passing to the weak side, and he's like, oh, wow, I have space and really just one guy. And for a player like Washington, that's an easy opportunity. And, he's not lighting up the scoring, but he's doing very efficiently.
Yeah, and you have your best player, your superstar, playing at the height of his powers over the last 11 games. You're 11-0, 31 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists as well. I mean, basically, he's averaging a 30-point triple-double, playing out of his mind.
Yeah, it was just the reigning player of the month, and now he just got Western Conference Player of the Week. MVP.
And the Stars are on fire as well. We are heading for one of the best springs. The Rangers are playing so great opening up this season. It feels like just a continuation of what we experienced in October and November. So immaculate vibes is what you got. And It's time for Jared Sandler to join us. Our Rangers insider in studio with the pregame sitting 20 minutes away is next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M. Look at this. It's hour 4 of the nation, and Rangers pregame is coming up in just 13 minutes with Jared Sandler. Let's jump right into it. The segment's brought to you by Kissable Dental, and Jared Sandler's Rangers preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
It's great to see you guys.
Yeah, it's great to see you as well, man. It means it's baseball season. And a clever man pointed out today that a 5-month winning streak came to an end yesterday. Jared, how you doing?
Wow, I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
That's so true.
It's legendary.
But the Astros still have like a several-month-long home losing streak.
Yes.
But they're at home.
6 games.
Yeah, but they're at home. They're at home this current series, so maybe they'll break the streak, or maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe Who knows? They're having a tough time. Could they be falling apart like we're seeing the Warriors in basketball?
So, I'll say this: what they've done has been remarkable, right? Like, we can throw trash can jokes aside. You can take whatever asterisk you want or don't want to apply, but at the end of the day, they've made the ALCS 7 straight years. That's tremendous.
Yeah.
That run is going to come to an end eventually, right? Yeah. And I thought last year, I've been a year off with the Astros. I said I thought they'd win the World Series in 2016. I was a year early. And I said last year I thought they would miss the playoffs and we'd start to see things tumble. And I was totally wrong. I mean, they were a really good team. Maybe I was a year off. Maybe it's going to happen this year. I still think that they're a really good team. I still think this is a 3-team division in terms of vying for the top spot with the Mariners and the Astros and the Rangers. I do think that the Mariners are the better team, better than the Astros. I just think their starting pitching so good. The thing that it seems a little curious to me, the Patriots and the Warriors, you look at these dynasties, Alabama, they alter the way they do things a little bit, but for the most part, they don't care about what's going on around them. They do it their way, right? And it works. The Astros, in signing Josh Hader, it just was a really odd move to me. And they got a new manager in Joe Espada. It's the second year of Dana Brown, their third GM during this run. And there's something about that team. They're not bad. They just don't scare me. Now, until the Rangers beat them in Arlington, those are some demons the Rangers have to exercise coming up starting Friday. But separate of the Astros playing at Globe Life Field, it's a good team. Don't want to be trailing them after 6 with the Abreu, Presley, Hader setup. But they don't scare me as much as maybe a team like the Mariners does.
What was the Astros record at the Globe last year?
Man, it felt like 1,000,000.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the 3-game series where they hit 16 home runs. And I mean, it honestly, that series in September, and I guess to some degree the playoff games too, it just felt like the Astros were swinging an aluminum bat and the Rangers were swinging a noodle. The way the ball was just flying. And I don't know, a lot of hitters have said that they love hitting at Globe Life Field. The dark green backdrop is a really favorable hitter's eye. But obviously the Astros' performances were far and away stronger than anyone else's. And so I don't know.
The scariest thing I saw last year during that whole run was Alvarez at the plate, so I'm definitely not.
Yeah. And Altuve, my gosh.
But the Rangers got the best of them, and the ring ceremony over the weekend, I mean, that thing is just awesome. How are you not wearing yours right now, Jared?
I don't have mine yet. Okay. So rightfully so, the players and the baseball ops group and the coaches and support staff and Chuck Morgan all got their rings. The rest of us will get ours, I think, in a couple weeks. But you probably won't see me wear it.
Okay.
I might bring it up here once.
Understandable.
Yeah, show and tell, bro.
I might bring it up here once for you guys, but that is not. That thing's like the size of my hand.
Huge. Yeah. I think that might be the prettiest championship ring ever for any team, any league. It's that good. So, and I don't think I'm biased because it's ours. It's clean.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know anything about jewelry, but that's what I said to someone. I interviewed Jason Arashaban, who is Jason of Beverly Hills, the guy who created it. And I asked him, what was the toughest decision you had to make? I was just curious, was there an element to the ring that you went to sleep kind of stressing over? And he said that there was some thought to blend in the World Series trophy with the logo on the face. And he's like, I'm so glad I didn't do it. And as he was saying that, I was like, I'm glad you didn't do it either because it doesn't look tricked up. they have they have 19 different elements that help tell the story. And now these rings, I mean, it's not just a ring. It's like a toy when you open it up. And I mean, that's just the way these are. But on the surface, the ring, I agree. The blue background with the white tee and the red shadow or whatever it's called, I think it looks really clean. And I'm usually like critical of these things. I was like, that's kind of cool.
I think it's so badass. What do you think about this race series? I thought it was interesting. I was listening on the Odyssey app, and Eric brought up how, yes, Rangers are dominant in Tampa in the postseason, have not fared well in Tampa during the regular season.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, the Rangers have never lost to Tampa Bay in Tampa in the playoffs, right? They're 7-0 in franchise history. Tampa's just they have figured out a way to be really competitive without a lot of money, and they haven't it hasn't resulted in a World Series. They've been to a couple World Series, one being in Arlington, the other one back against Philadelphia, the end of the first decade of the century. I think it was 2009, maybe 2008. But they find ways. They every little advantage they can get. They seem to do a great job of maximizing matchups, maximizing scouting reports. They take a pitcher that no one wanted and turn that guy into a stud, and then they lose him, when they are approaching arbitration or free agency. So their roster is a little depleted. Josh Lowe's hurt. Obviously, Wander Franco, who they expected to be a part of the mix, is not. They do have some injuries that have hurt their pitching staff. But the guy that's throwing today, Ryan Pepio, was one of the Dodgers' top pitching prospects, and he was probably the big get for Tampa in the Tyler Glasnow trade. He's had a nice start to his big league career, so it's not going to be easy for the Rangers. And he's a really good fastball pitcher, and the Rangers, oddly, last year struggled against some of those guys.
With Dane Dunning tonight, what are you expecting there?
Well, hopefully a continuation of last season, setting career bests in a lot of different categories. But I'm curious to see how much he uses his forkball. That was a pitch he experimented with this offseason, and we saw it during spring training. Will he bring it to the mound in a regular season game? That's going to be the test, and to what degree he does. I'm going to be curious about that.
Juju get you the dub tonight?
Oh, my gosh, I hope so. Big one. USC, UConn, 8 o'clock. Let's get the Rangers-Rays wrapped up early so we can get to that game.
A big night of sports. Rangers pregame coming up here in just about 5 minutes. Thanks to Carter Freeman and Chris Strong. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia following Brian Broaddus. I'm Gavin Dawson. First pitch is coming up here in about 40 minutes. Until tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at Ease.
What's up, Tolo?